Ramos out to left center. Not deep. Coming in to make the catch on the run. That's Lucas. And that's it. Another win for the hottest team in the American League. The Toronto Blue Jays are flying high, and they sweep the Giants. The final score on this Sunday, 8-6.
Dave Fleming on the call via Roku. But we'll get to Dave a little bit later because he is joining us today, courtesy of River Islands, voice of the Giants, and also our 95.7 The Game Giants insider. He's joining us later. But before we get to the team that's lost 5 in a row, the orange and black, we will touch it all, by the way. We got the Hall of Famer John Smoltz also, 7 o'clock. Cannot wait for that. Fox Sports, obviously Braves Hall of Famer, MLB Baseball Hall of Famer. But I just got a tutorial and lesson about the moon from one Joe Shasky. I'm talking about like the moon, the one that's like right here towards Earth in our little solar system. I got like a TED Talk on it for the last 10 minutes on all the different facts and knowledge. And Joe, I'm just going to be honest. I am fascinated by your fascination with certain things, and the moon being one of them.
Well, one of my late night things to do on Friday night in particular, I'll usually take a nap, and then everyone goes to bed, and then I get the chance to play video games, especially when there isn't a Giants game.
What's the game of choice?
Well, right now, I'm just finishing out some Madden franchise stuff. Trying to win as many titles as I can before the 26 comes out.
Veterans reporting this week.
Yes, I'm a big believer in, trying to basically be the greatest head coach of all time in Madden history.
Okay. Not Kyle Shanahan then. All right.
Well, no, I'm myself.
You're yourself. You you make him look like you and everything.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Can you do like the face image? Like
yeah, you can, but not for the coach. You can't do that.
Okay, not for the coach. Just for the players.
I just go down the rabbit hole of certain things on YouTube, and again, I'm not like some conspiracy theorist, but I like to learn things and I like to question stuff and finding out about the moon. There's just a lot that I didn't know about the moon in terms of its relation to Earth and how perfect it is for a variety of things for our atmosphere and how it affects the waves and whatnot. And so, it's just interesting stuff.
Yeah, the lunar New Year, lunar calendar, all that stuff. Am I right? It's pretty cool, huh?
I mean, some think it's hollow. I don't know if I go that far.
Some think it's cheese. Did you know that? Some people think it's a whole block of cheese right there, and it's a perfect sphere. What's not good right now, not fun to watch, and then reading up on the moon is very fun, I'm sure. This Giants team, just when you thought you were turning a corner, just when you thought, go back to that Friday night at Oracle Park when you were just wallowing and you were just so damn happy and all those Dodgers fans' misery. Willie Adames was balling. Jung-Hoo Lee was making plays. Everything was going your way on that Friday night just a couple weeks ago, Joey. And then you lose 2 against the Dodgers. And then you go into the All-Star break. But you know what? You're okay. You feel like you're just right there. If you come out hot, come out on fire, maybe, just maybe, you could still win this division or just, be a playoff team. And they still are. They're still in the conversation. But you go out there and you get swept the way you do. Verlander looks like he's cooked. He's done. It looks over for him. And I've been caping up for the guy. I'm going to be honest. I've been saying, you know what? It's been a little bit of bad luck. It didn't look good Friday. Couldn't even get through 3 innings. He looks cooked. Then you lean on your 2 best pitchers, Logan Webb and Robbie Ray. 6'3", 8'6". Blue Jays, hottest team in baseball. They roll through you the way you did. Elliot Ramos, bad defense in the outfield. It was just everything that could have gone wrong this weekend went wrong. And I think a lot of Giants fans are now left scratching their heads at, are we even going to be buyers? Can we be buyers? Are we going to be sellers? We got the deadline in less than 2 weeks. How are you feeling about this Giants team right now, Joe, compared to where you felt heading into the All-Star break?
I think there's a fair point that this team is just who they are, as in they got off to a great start the first 2 weeks of the season, and they've been basically under 500 since. And they have had no point this year where 2 guys have been hot simultaneously. Now, we're a real big chunk of the way through the season. There's an argument to be made that they've actually outpitched what they should be outpitching right now, given where their bullpen is in terms of taxation, the fact that they really don't have a 4th or 5th starter currently. You can make a big argument that, man, Logan Webb and Robbie Ray are both all-stars, and this is where you're at. Multiple games behind the wild card. You got to jump a bunch of teams just to even feel like you have a chance at the playoffs. But that's not where I'm feeling this morning. Like, two things. First, Toronto's great. Not good, great. I underrated them. Didn't know a lot about them. Don't pretend to know a lot about them. They're the team that has players that you want to poach.
Right.
And I think we dramatically have underrated how good they are in relation to the rest of the American League. They're a team that I could see now representing the American League in the World Series. That's how good they are. They hit the crap out of the ball, and in back-to-back games, you saw them just absolutely bludgeon Logan Webb and Robbie Ray. When was the last time that happened?
I can't remember a time all season. Maybe there was one time, but those guys back-to-back don't get hit up like they did.
Barreled, and both guys high pitch count early in the game, and they had to get knocked out. I mean, obviously Verlander looked awful on Friday. I actually thought he stayed in there an inning too long. He looked terrible. There's just no other way around it.
Tristan Beck in relief looked pretty good. Like they saved their bullpen in that game. Yeah, they did. Yeah.
I mean, we could talk a lot about run support, and all that's true. Independent of run support, he has been subpar. There's no other way around it. But that's not my thoughts today. Like, I actually think the Giants are a good team. I know that they're on a season high of 5 losses in a row. Yep. This is a low point right now. You know, the Dodgers are reeling right now, and you can't gain any ground. And I understand the frustration of punching the air and feeling like you've been watching the same crap as a Giants fan for over a decade. A team that just refuses to hit with runners in scoring position. A team where one guy will be hot and 6 or 7 aren't. A team where it just feels like they don't have any boppers. A team that wastes offensive output because they can't hold the lead. There's a lot to be angry with, but I still feel like bullish on this team. And I know they're at their season low right now, and they're heading into a very tough spot in Atlanta where pitching goes to die. Braves
stink, though.
Yeah,
I'm gonna be honest. They're not.
This is a get-right series.
Not to say that the Giants haven't been stinking lately. They have. They've lost 5 in a row. But I could live with getting swept. Again, I don't want to get swept. I can live with getting swept by maybe the best team in baseball right now, the way they're playing, the Toronto Blue Jays. You cannot lose this series in Atlanta and expect me to take you seriously going forward. So this is a massive series. And again, John Smoltz, Braves legend and Hall of Famer, joining us at 7 o'clock.
I think where I get frustrated, look, it might not happen all year, but can we just get like Chapman and Adames playing good at the same time? Can we get Raffy and Adames playing good at the same time? Can Raffy just play good? You know, like that's a question all in itself. Can we play some defense? You know, what's going on with Ramos out in left field?
Yikes.
You know, there's a lot of questions that I have on this team right now. You know, finally Matt Chapman busts out in yesterday's game. Adames, the 2 home run game, feels like you wasted that output.
Yeah.
But like, I just want to see what this team would look like if 2 of their better players, whether it be Chapman and Adames, whether it be Raffy and Ramos, Raffy and Adames, Raffy and Chapman, any combination, pick somebody. Can 2 of these guys have a week together? Can we just see it once this year? And until then, I feel like I'm going to be stubbornly still bought in on this team.
What? But why, I guess? Like, what? Why are you still so bullish on this team when they've shown you at least? And
I like a lot of these guys.
I'm not trying to be cynical here.
No,
I'm not.
Because I like a lot of these guys.
Okay.
And I just feel like it hasn't synced up for whatever reason.
Why do you like these guys?
Well, like, I think Adames is playing the best he's played of his entire Giants tenure. And ever since Raffy's shown up, he has been... You know, the pressure's been completely lifted from him. Yeah, that's number one.
He was batting like 190 a month ago. He's batting 222. So he's been a lot better.
Yesterday was an offer.
Yes.
Right? Like, he legitimately could be at 235 by the end of the August.
Yes.
Right? Like,
he has not been their problem.
No.
Yes.
You know, missing Chapman for as long as they do, I still feel like he's playing himself into game speed.
Right.
And I look at Raffy Devers, and I just don't know what to do with Raffy Devers. Do you sit him for a month? I've almost come to the conclusion where I feel like I've done the full circle. I just think he's not going to be right all year.
And then what do you do with that?
I don't know.
Do you sit him down? Do you just take your licks there? Like, I'm very curious to see what this Giants team can do these next few weeks because they're going to ultimately force Buster Posey's hand, right? The team will tell Buster whether to invest in them or not at the deadline. Like, it's in their hands right now.
I don't think that these handful of games is going to sway them one way or the other. I do believe that they've had discussions prior to this week of, like, where do we go? I think that's every front office, Joe, I think does it.
I mean, they're 52-48. They're 4 games over. So if they're hovering around 500, right, in, what is it, 10 days time, that's the trade deadline, July 31st, 10 days time, if they're hovering around 500 still, then I got a hard time envisioning them of being like, all right, let's double down on this team. Now, maybe they do. Like, they're playing a team in the Braves that did that just a couple years ago, right? Where the Braves were kind of like mired in mediocrity, but they felt like, hey, you know what? We could still be a playoff team. And lo and behold, they got hot. They won the whole damn thing. Baseball's weird like that, where it can happen. And if Robbie Ray and Logan Webb are your 1-2 punch in the playoffs, then yes, anything could happen in a given series. That being said, it's the offense right now for me that I don't know if there's a cure-all for it. I know I've heard from you, I've heard from Bonte, for a lot of people. Well, if they can just get a true leadoff hitter, a guy that they could, buy low on or buy high, whatever, like a project or something like that. Who's this guy Edwards or whatever from Miami? I don't know. You brought up O'Neal Cruz. Is he the guy that you take a risk on? I don't know. I just know right now the combination of Adames, Chapman, Devers, and Ramos, it's not going to be that team that's going to take you over the top in a lineup every single day. Those aren't going to be the guys to do it. There needs to be someone else.
So what, you're punting on this?
I'm not punting on it. I'm just going to be honest. I don't know if Buster Posey's going to be in a position to where he could double down on this team.
Oh, I think they need a shakeup. And look, let's take a step back. Did we expect this team to be 4 games over at this point in the season?
I thought that was a legit expectation.
Yeah.
I thought that was sure. If you were to tell me before the season, after the All-Star break or a couple games after it, this team was 4 games over, I'd say, okay,
all right.
Sure.
Would you consider me one of the people that probably knows from bottom to top the organization as well as anyone who talks on it?
You're very tapped in. You and Sam Lubman, Garlic Fries and Baseball guys.
I follow all of the minor leagues. I follow the big league team as close as you. I'm talking about the entire roster.
I'd say at the station be you and Willard that love the Giants minor league system the most.
Okay.
Yes.
I just think we all, myself included, underrated what Buster took over. Look at their top prospects right now in their organization. It's Bryce Eldridge, and it's a kid that Buster just signed who's 17 years old a couple of months ago. He took over a completely barren cupboard. Now, does that allow him to just skate on this year? No. I still want to make the playoffs. But I think overall, I think we kind of underrated how bleak the farm is, period. End of discussion. The farm is right now. Now, Fangraphs, I pulled it up. Fangraphs, which basically rates all of the minor league systems in all of baseball. The Giants have the 4th worst farm in baseball.
I just saw MLB.com as well. 28th, they're ranked.
Okay.
Yeah, 4th worst. Yeah.
So where I'm going at with this is that I just think that the job is significantly harder than what I anticipated. You cannot take over an organization, sign some 17-year-old, and he instantly becomes your second best prospect. That's how many teams in baseball are doing that?
Yeah.
The bottom 3, which is where you're at, right? So that's number 1. So your position that you start at is very bleak. The major league roster. I mean, he took over, and I kind of was like, why are you keeping Yaz or whatever? You had to keep Yaz. You don't have much. You literally don't have much. So I look at it and I say to myself, their big league team right now is Logan Webb. I'm talking about moving forward. Logan Webb, Adames, Devers, Chapman. Let's just start there. Those are guys that are veterans on multi-year contracts who have back of the baseball cards that I trust. The rest is up for debate. Whether we're talking about Ramos, Jung-Hoo Lee, Patrick Bailey. I don't know what you do with Robbie Ray as you approach the deadline. He's got another year of team control under his belt after this year. He could be the most sought-after guy in all of the trade land. I'm talking pitcher or non-pitcher.
You said something interesting there. The guys that you trust. Trust doing what, I want to ask?
Being upper echelon big league ball players on a winning team.
Okay, do you think on a winning team, on a playoff team, those players that you listed that you trust, give me the names one more time. Chapman.
Devers.
Okay, Devers.
Chapman.
Okay.
Adames and Logan Webb.
Okay. That's 4 players right there that you trust.
I would say 3 more than I had 2 years ago.
Fair enough.
For example.
And you don't have Robbie Ray on there. Which was
because Robbie Ray, I don't know what they're going to end up doing ultimately with him. Is he with us for 3 years? I don't know.
It's not
all
the player.
Those other guys
it's not
are
the player you don't trust. It's what are you going to do with the player.
Exactly.
Okay,
it's more like his status with our team.
Fair enough. So those are the 4 players
I love Robbie Ray. I would love to keep him, but I also acknowledge he's 33.
Yeah.
Okay. He's got 2 months left under team control this year and next year, and I know that he could net you back something important. But I don't want to get rid of him. I would prefer to keep him.
they're in such a weird spot for me because on one hand, I'm with you. It feels like this is a veteran team right now that you really should be doubling down on maybe. And when you just take a step back, you just mentioned the farm system. It's kind of cooked right now. There's nothing. You have Bryce Eldridge and then Wisenon, and then that's basically it, right? You got rid of Tibbs, obviously, for the Devers deal. So I hear you on you're still being bullish on them and that Buster Posey still has to make some moves here about 10 days time or maybe prior to it. I don't know. It feels like with every loss, I'm kind of saying like Buster, maybe you should just make another move now, right? But there's parts of me when you bring up a guy like Robbie Ray and we're talking about the farm system, if this team keeps struggling and they're about a 500 or maybe God forbid, but they go a couple games under, do you consider moving off a guy like Robbie Ray or an Elliot Ramos, try to get something back into the farm system to replenish it going forward if this is going to be a lost year, right? Not saying it's a total tank job because you're going to keep the beef of the team, the Chapmans, the Devers, the Adamises, the Logan Webbs, but you just said it, Robbie Ray, another year older. Hell, starting pitching outside of the Hall of Fame guys, it falls off very quickly, right? Kind of like running backs in the NFL. When it's gone, it's gone. When the velocity's gone, it's gone. We saw Madison Bumgarner. When the velo went down, he was cooked. It was over. We wanted to hang on to it, but we all realized, probably best for Farhan to move off the guy. Didn't re-sign it, didn't bring it back. Bumgarner felt some type of way about it, is what it is. I'm not saying Robbie Ray's there yet, but you'd rather move off a guy a year or two too soon than too late, especially with pitching.
Okay. And I think there's a valid argument for that. I'm just not ready to do that. And I think that this team right now, the reason why they've given out these contracts is because they can ill afford to put crummy big leaguers who are AAA guys at the big league level. Like, you can't get rid of Robbie Ray right now.
Not right now.
He means too much to you.
Not right now.
I know what he can net me long term, but he means too much to you.
10 days time, you don't consider it?
No.
If they go on a losing streak here, they're on a 5-game one right now. What if it turns into 10?
Like, the guy you want to add is Mitch Keller. Like, that's what you want to do. You want to add Mitch Keller to Robbie Ray and Logan Webb. Now, Mitch Keller's got $54.5 million from 2026 to 2028 left on his contract. It's going to cost you someone like an Elliot Ramos. It is. And I know Giants fans don't want to hear this today, but the reality is that if you know that moving forward, Adames and Chapman are on this team, do you want another high strikeout guy who isn't the greatest defender in the outfield playing on your team alongside those guys? Even if he is under a cost-controlled price tag currently.
By the way, shout out to those watching on YouTube, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. We are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. And as I mentioned, John Smoltz, top of the hour, Hall of Famer, Fox Sports, 7 o'clock, John Smoltz joining us, courtesy River Islands. And then at 8:30, we moved Dave Fleming up a couple days, Joe, because we need to get right into it. This team right now, it feels like situation critical. 5 straight losses and getting swept right out of the break. And Dave warned us last week when we talked to him. He's mentioned it. The last decade, the bugaboo about this Giants team and franchise has been them falling apart in the second half or post All-Star break. And I hope we don't witness that now, but it does feel like a lot of Giants fans are panicking this morning right now. And you're not total panic mode, but you're concerned. But you still have optimism about this team, which is, I feel like, not the Joe Shasky in the past. There is a different feel and tone to this season than in years past.
I understand everyone wants, like I said, we're in the now. We want to win a championship, and like I get all that. Like, and we've been bleak for a long time. Let's take a step back. You don't have a Steph Curry on this team. There isn't this sense of urgency. Like with the Warriors, I get the sense of urgency. In the NFL, just the way the sport is and the injuries, I get the sense of urgency. This Giants team, this is year one, the first couple of steps of what I'm hoping will be a complete makeover over a 2 or 3 year period. This is the first year. So I'm also understanding that, like, I underrated how difficult the job was for Buster Posey. And I look at someone like, and I'm going to go back to this, like Robbie Ray. I think you need Robbie Ray. You don't have any pitching in your entire farm system. I look at their AAA team. What do they have a plethora of? A lot of like AAA, 4A, fringe major league outfielders. Wade Meckler, Grant McCray, Marco Luciano, Luis Matos. And then you got a guy who is a big league outfielder in Elliot Ramos currently. And you have Mike Yastrzemski, who's got an expiring deal. And then you have Jung-Hoo Lee. That's too many outfielders that aren't doing enough for me right now. And I think that I look around and I say to myself, I can't get another outfielder who is a high strikeout guy, mediocre defense. I can ill afford to have that. I need either a big bopper or a guy who plays better defense in the corners. And that's why I'm more apt to, like, hey, if I want a Mitch Keller to throw into my rotation, which I would pour back into my starting rotation, I have to be willing to part with some of these outfielding prospects that I have. And it might be a Matt Duffy-like trade when they traded Matt Duffy for Matt Moore. And I might have to surrender an Elliot Ramos to be able to get back a Mitch Keller. And at one point, I thought he was untouchable, and now I'm thinking to myself, you know what? I might have to give to get, and I think I'd be willing to give him up.
The phone lines are open, 888-957-9570. That's the same number to call or text, 888-957-9570. And you can text us, the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. I'm going to take a quick break. Come on back on the other side. We'll get to your calls. Plus, we're speaking of the Giants. Well, there's a giant currently in the world of golf that we need to discuss. It's one Scotty Scheffler. And my guy keeps balling on 95.7 The Game.
Twice a master, a PGA champion, and now the champion golfer. He's starting to move into the company of the greats of the game. What a performance.
Yo, what it do? It's your boy Pilo, and this is the Morning Roast with Joe Spadoshi and the Butcher Boy. Let's go.
Something about Pilo and the Open. It works. It works. What's that broadcast? What are the pipes on that Scotsman right there? Or maybe Northern Irish, excuse me. I don't want to apologize for the accent. But that sound courtesy of the Open and their broadcast as Scotty Scheffler wins his 4th major. And check this out. So he wins the Open. The only one he has not captured yet is the U.S. Open. Correct, Joe? So he's got the PGA. You just won that. He's won the Masters. We know that.
Twice.
He's got the 2 green jackets, not one. He gets the 2-piece combo. And now he's got the British Open, or they like to call the Open. So a lot of comparisons have been made with one, Tiger Woods. And Scotty would be the first one to tell you. He said it yesterday. He's like, pump the brakes. Let's relax. Let's not get silly here. Tiger is Tiger. Yeah, let's relax. But this is a little interesting. I'm sure you saw it, but I'm going to tell the people that haven't seen it. Just an interesting little nugget, little stat for you. So Tiger Woods' first major win was in the 1997 Masters. I'm sure you remember it well. I was 4. His 4th major win was at the 2000 Open. 1,197 days apart. Check this out. Scotty's first major win was the 2022 Masters. His 4th major win yesterday, the 2025 Open. The days apart between his 1st and 4th, 1,197. Just like Tiger. So as we're going, Joe Rogan Shasky here with the moon and the conspiracies and all that, a little bit of symmetry between Tiger and Scotty there, Joey. Huh? What do you make
Absolutely
of that?
incredible.
Look, Scotty's amazing. I think we're misremembering some of the Tiger stuff. He was 20 yards longer than everyone using inferior equipment, right? So not only was he the best on the planet, and also there was a racial component.
Yes.
Like we cannot talk about Tiger Woods and his impact on society and golf without bringing up the reality of what, was going on. I mean, there are still certain...
You're telling me Scotty Scheffler's not hitting in the African-American households these days? Come on, man.
No, it's just...
I'm kidding, everyone.
Come on. I mean, Scotty is amazing. He is amazing. But to be a cultural phenomenon, like Caitlin Clark more resembles what the Tiger impact is than what Scotty is. And Scotty has been amazing. He's excellent. He's an incredible player. I mean, the guy's won 15 times in his last 75 starts. 15. Mm-hmm. You know how hard it is to win an event? Like, for example, I said this to the group that Dustin Johnson has 20 wins, PGA Tour wins, in 20 years. Scotty's done it 15 times in his last 75 events. That's incredible. Let's just pump the brakes on the Tiger stuff.
I do think his golf game, too, it was, as you mentioned, it's not as sexy as Tiger Woods. And we're talking about Scotty Scheffler, who won the 2025 Open Championship yesterday at Royal Portrush. But I do kind of liken him, and he's not Tom Brady, because Tom Brady is the greatest of all time in his sport. He's won the most Super Bowls. He's been to 10 of them. He's insane, right? And we do this comparison with Patrick Mahomes now to him. And it's kind of like the inverse a little bit of what Scheffler and Tiger is, because Mahomes, like Tiger, just the strength. He's just so much bigger and longer than everyone else when it came to the drive for Tiger Woods, or when it comes to the arm strength of Patrick Mahomes, him able to fit in these windows and throw it, and the no-look passes, and it's wow, it's flashy. We haven't seen this before. It's incredible. We kind of seen it with Aaron Rodgers, but Patrick Mahomes, it's just different, right? With Scheffler, kind of like Tom Brady, it's like, all right, kind of methodical, not really, wowing you with the athleticism or anything. And Scheffler's not going to outdrive everyone, right? But God, he's precision. He's accurate, personified, and he's just been so cool, calm, and collected, kind of like who? Tom Brady. And it's just, he was a machine out there. But there is something to be said about we're constantly looking for the next, Jack or Tiger. And we're just not going to have those. So let's just celebrate the Schefflers of the world. the Koepkas of the world, the McElroys of the world, but even, and we brought up those guys, and that's why I pause a little bit on Scotty, because right now he is in, a different territory than everyone else. He has separated himself, Joe, from everyone else in the pack, Live or PGA, and they're supposed to reunify. I don't know what the hell's going on there, but he is in his own company right now. But an injury could happen. It could be gone. He could, choke one away, or, people don't like that term, or someone could come from behind and beat him out, and the confidence could be gone like that. So I just urge caution when we talk about these comparisons and talk about these things, because I thought Koepka was going to be that guy. And then Kiowa happened, and he lost to Phil. And it really felt like he never recovered from that. And Koepka's got 5 majors. Now, he doesn't have the Masters, and he doesn't have the Open, but he's got 5 of them. PGA, US Open. And then, Rory McIlroy, he's got the career slam. But I think he's kind of been pushed down from those weight of expectations of being the next Tiger, and he never really lived up to it. He's had a hell of a career. Say what you want about the person, because I think there's a lot there with Rory the person. He's had a hell of a career thus far. He's got 5 majors, but people would say his career's been what? Kind of underwhelming, given the expectations. So let's just let Scotty be Scotty. You know what? I do think it was badass, Joe, that he won it after having those comments of saying, yeah, it's not everything for me winning these titles. And I thought it was really cool that Nike had the ad saying yeah, he's already won in life, but another major can't hurt. I thought Nike hit the nail on the head with that ad. It was pretty freaking cool.
Using your football analogy, which actually it's a good one. Tiger's the greatest prospect of all time.
Yeah, right.
All right. So you have to understand, not only was he a great amateur player, he won his first Masters at 21 years old. He had a career Grand Slam at 24.
Yeah.
All right. So he's like the LeBron James with the championship stuff early on. There's just no one they're going to pale in comparison to him. Scotty's 29.
It's 29.
Okay. Again, Tiger at 24 had a career Grand Slam.
Yep. At 24.
Okay.
24.
So he had won 9 of his first 20 tournaments or something like that. So he's more John Elway level prospect who came into the league winning like Patrick Mahomes.
And the mentals and the motivation was completely different. He just wanted to win no matter what. That was the Kobe, that was the Michael Jordan mindset, which is not Scotty's. Again, He's not trying to be flashy. He's making it known he does not want to interfere his own personal life when it comes to the sport. He just wants to take a step back, right? And some people aren't going to like that. Some people are, but he's also not going to be shoved down your throat as much as Tiger Woods was. But also Tiger just did it so differently. You just said it. Just everything about him. He was so damn excitable. The fist pump, everything. The Tiger, the Sunday red, everything about it. And you said the prospect, and it was so funny you said that. Andrew Luck, I kind of think of that prospect, right, from Stanford in his own right. But even he can live up to the hype. The sport tore him down. Now, not investing in your offensive line is a part of that, but I think it's a really good point that this guy was LeBron and he lived up to the hype. It's hard to do that. It's hard.
He was, lived up to the hype and then some. He's amazing. And I think also you have to remember, Scotty benefits from the impact of Tiger. So, in the same way, the money that Steph Curry and LeBron have made was off the backs of what Larry and Magic and Michael Jordan and the guys just prior to them ended up achieving. Scotty Scheffler is able to live the life that he is right now, and he's made $60 million on the course. Right? On the course in the last couple of years. What has he made off the course? He can pick and choose his spots. Why? Because of the impact of Tiger. Prior to Tiger, that was our dad's sport and our grandfather's sport, right? Not our sport. Carter is, 31?
32.
32. How old are you?
We're all 32.
Okay.
Yes. Except for you.
I'm aware. When Tiger,
I didn't mean it like that, but it came off so disrespectful.
When Tiger came up, good luck getting a 20-year-old who doesn't care about golf to watch Scotty Scheffler. When Tiger came around, everyone, 12 years old, all the way through, was tapped in on Tiger. It's just, to understand the cultural phenomenon of what Tiger Woods was, it's impossible to even quantify nowadays. He was like Hawk Tuohy meets Caitlin Clark meets LeBron.
I like that you call it Tuohy still.
Because you have to understand, the Nike symbol and everything, and him being wrapped into that in the 90s, pre-social media, and to do what he did and to look the way that he did in that sport, it's...
Joe, he had his own Gatorade.
Unquantifiable.
He had his own Gatorade. That's next level. When you have your own Gatorade separate from the actual Gatorade, that's next. Come on, man.
They didn't even
Nike
do
Golf.
Yeah.
They didn't even do it. It was literally him.
You
And then he
know.
kind of fell off. And we're like, okay, actually, we're not going to do it anymore.
And like, let's like, just one last thing about it. Like, there is a comparison of like, hey, when they get a lead, if they feel inevitable, that I will definitely
Right.
admit, right? And because the PGA is fractured with Live and everything, guys like John Rahm, out of sight, out of mind. And they're not the same player. You know, Bryson DeChambeau is kind of out of sight, out of mind because they're not in the same league. Tiger went in and was the best player and eradicated all the old guys, like immediately. The second best player of the Tiger generation is Phil. He's got 6 championships. And where Phil is compared to where Tiger is, I mean, the Grand Canyon gap between the two of them. During the Scotty Scheffler era, there's a guy by the name of Brooks who also has 5 championships, right? And the difference between Brooks and Scotty is there's a lot of differences. But like his contemporaries, let's see where he's at 5 years from
Thank
now.
you.
And then we'll be able to have a better feeling for what he's done.
Surpass Phil, and then we could start having conversations when it's 7, 8, 9. It's like, okay, and then he has yet to get to 40, right? That's when you start doing the Tiger comparisons.
Right now,
for
he's
me.
in that Big Ben zone.
Correct.
Right? Like
Yeah.
Big Ben has multiple championships. Eli Manning has multiple championships, right? To get into that GOAT conversation, it's a totally different spot.
Absolutely. And the fact that Patrick Mahomes was able to do that, right? It's so early on in his career, just speaks to him and his greatness. And by the way, who has closed the gap the most when it comes to the GOAT debates? 888-957-9570. Be curious to hear the different answers when it comes there. Any sport, I'll take anyone. Who has closed the gap the most between the GOAT conversations? 888-957-9570. That's what's coming up the game. It's going to be brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
It's your boy Ricky Antonio, the winner of the Listener Knockout Champion. You feel me? Shout out to Spadoni Chats, man, on 95.7 The Game. Can I get a water though?
That's well done, Carter. Oh, Dave Fleming, that's that voice. He's going to be joining us at 8:30 today, Giants broadcaster. He's also on the broadcast for Roku yesterday, as the Giants have now been swept in Toronto. They have lost 5 straight, and all of a sudden you look at the standings and they are falling behind 52-48, 2.5 back from the third wild card spot. But again, Dodgers are reeling too. Padres, they're kind of hanging tight. And you're facing a Braves team that is just struggling mightily coming up here. And we're going to be talking to a former Braves pitcher. You might know him, might have heard of him. His name's John Smoltz, Hall of Famer, and currently calls games alongside Joe Davis on Fox Sports. That's going to be in about 10 minutes. John Smoltz, top of the hour. And maybe we'll ask Smoltzy about one Scotty Scheffler, because Smoltz, as you know, Joe, is a great golfer in his own right. He's kind of like one of those Steph Currys, Tony Romos, those guys that could like actually compete with the pros on a given day. They're that freaking good. So maybe ask Smoltz if he's played with Scheffler at any point. I'm sure he's played with Tiger. I think he has played with Tiger, and he's talked about it as well. But Smoltz coming up in 10 minutes. And by the way, the question I asked before the break, 888-957-9570, as we're talking Scheffler winning the Open yesterday with his 4th major. People are talking and comparing that Tiger Woods, and it's kind of ridiculous right now. Woods is 15 majors in total, and hell, Woods never even caught Nicklaus, but given his play, some people say he's already surpassed him, given his dominance in his current field. But with Scheffler, you know, talking about closing the GOAT debate, who has in sports closed the GOAT debate or the gap in the GOAT debate for you? 888-957-9570. I ask that question to you right now, Joe. Do you think there's anyone that's kind of closed that gap in their current sport the last, I don't know, 25 years or so?
Like, what do you mean?
I'm talking about people think that the GOAT gap between LeBron and Jordan. Some people think you're scoffing. That's fine. People think there is a gap that was closed there between those guys.
And they're
You're
usually
laughing
people
about
who
it.
didn't watch Jordan.
That's fine.
I know, but I'm just calling it what it is.
I don't think it's a laughable conversation.
It is funny. No, it is.
That's fine for you. But that's
No, I mean, for anyone who watched Michael Jordan, he was.
And this is why we can't have these adult conversations, because you just laugh about it. It's fine. No, it's okay.
10 consecutive times he was defensive first team. I mean, he's one of the greatest players of all time on both ends of the floor. And when you look at him against his contemporaries and what he did against his peers, there's one man who stands at the top and everyone else falls in comparison. Like, you can't be the GOAT when you set hopped over and over and over again, and like a locust, sucked all of the resources and then blamed others and then jumped over to another
on the
spot.
Court, though. So you go
What
with
are you
like
talking
you
about?
go like different.
That's part of it.
You're doing different arguments. Why is it
What do you
one
mean?
player sticks with his one place his entire career? By the way, he didn't. He played for the Washington Wizards. Just want to let you know that.
Are we going individual accomplishments or team accomplishments?
Well, I think it's actually more of an individual accomplishment to win 3 different titles, 3 different places, and be Finals MVP in all 3 of them. But again, I don't want to be painted as a LeBron guy, which I'm not. That's what these conversations turn into. I just threw the question to you: what athlete do you think has closed the gap within the last 25 years in the GOAT conversation? I'm just asking you a question. You don't have one, that's fine. You can just say I don't know. Just asking it.
Is Mahomes closing it on Brady?
I think so, a little bit.
Well, we'll see.
Yeah.
He's getting there. He's definitely getting there. He's definitely getting there. I find it the LeBron Jordan thing is just.
I just gave
Jordan.
that as an
That's what
example.
I'm going to tell you something right now. I'm going to let you know for the remainder of my life, Michael Jeffrey Jordan is the greatest basketball player of all time.
And that's totally fine.
No one will knock him off. And certainly not that guy in LeBron James. He is great. He's amazing. LeBron is amazing. Michael Jordan is the greatest basketball player who ever lived. Greatest defender on the perimeter. Greatest offensive player on the perimeter. Could do whatever he wanted, anytime he wanted, and was a stone cold killer. Not just for a year, for 15 straight years. The best player on the planet.
You don't have to tell me twice. I think he's also the greatest player of all time. I'm not arguing that LeBron is. I'm just saying people think there's a gap that is closed.
And usually what I say, and that's why my stance is usually that's said by those who did not watch Michael Jordan. And I'm not knocking them. I didn't watch Jack in his prime, right? So to me, in my lifetime, Tiger's the guy. But when I have these conversations with people like my dad and I listen to their particular perspectives and whatnot, then I take a step back. I didn't see Kareem in his prime. I saw him at the end as an old man.
Sure.
I listen to people who tell me that Kareem was that dude, right? I step back and I listen. I listen to people who talk about Bill Russell and Wilt Chamberlain for their particular eras. My dad's favorite player was Willie Mays. I believe that Bonds is the greatest player that I ever saw. But I listen to him. I go, Dad, who's the best player? He's like, Bonds, greatest hitter.
Yeah.
But Willie was the better player.
Right.
And I'm like, all right, well, then I'll listen to my dad.
There you go. Let's listen to Neff in Santa Clara. He wants to talk GOAT talk here on the Morning Roast. Neff, good morning. You're almost Spadoni and Shasky.
Hey, morning, y'all. How y'all doing?
Doing great.
Just gonna make 2 points. Just so I know Shasky might try to get at me at one, but just let me finish, hear me out, and then I'll take your comments when I hang up. But I was gonna say Alexander Ovechkin on that GOAT for the Wayne Gretzky. Granted, I did not watch Wayne Gretzky play any of his live hockey. I just seen highlights. I'm only like 33 years old, so I will hear you out on that, Shasky. But then also with the whole Tiger Woods thing, when it comes to Tiger Woods, like I really started paying attention to sports when I was like maybe 7 years old, 8 years old. And he's the reason why I started paying attention to golf. I wouldn't know guys' names like Rory McIlroy, Ricky Fowler, BJ Singh, Phil Mickelson. I wouldn't know any of those guys' names. No disrespect. If it wasn't for Tiger Woods,
I agree.
That's where I really started paying attention. And then another thing about Tiger that sticks out to me, that ESPN commercial when he's just walking around the offices and everyone and their mama's just walking around with him, just like trying to follow him, trying to get heckin' close to him. Like, where's he going to tee off next? Like, where's he going? Like, he's in the ESPN offices. Everyone and their mom's just following him. That's crazy. But thank you guys. Have a good morning.
Good call.
Appreciate you, Neff in Santa Clara. So I'm going Alexander Ovechkin closing the gap on Gretzky. And I think Gretzky's one of those players like Michael Jordan. Like, you look at the stats and just everything. It's just no one's touching the guy.
But the other part about
he's got
him,
nothing because he's got the assists and the goals on top of it.
the other thing about him is that, you know, what he did going to, you know, from the Oilers to the Kings and kind of putting, you know, sports on the map for hockey on that stage.
Right.
Like, there's a Tiger-like quality in the fact that people cared about the sport who'd never cared about it beforehand.
And I'll argue this with Ovechkin. I don't even know if he's widely regarded as the best player of his generation because you got Sidney Crosby there with the Penguins, who also, I think he won more Stanley Cups than Ovechkin. And he's been a highly touted, kind of the chosen one, Sid the Kid, since he was, 18 years old? So, like, give or take there. So if you're not even the best player, like, unilaterally, you know, of your era, then I don't know if you could be called the GOAT unless, it's, Steph or LeBron. And a lot of people think Stephen Curry because he changed the game. If he wins another one, maybe he's in the top 5 and maybe he could push the conversation there. So I would not hate that argument as well. 888-957-9570. John Smoltz coming up in about 4
When we have these conversations, I feel like the old guy, and I get it, but I've been this way since I was a kid. I always loved the history of sports.
Well, that's what makes this great, Joe.
Because I'd always have conversations with my dad and my grandpa, right? And I would always listen to them. We always do this in sports where I hear from a lot of young people, the thing I saw last night is the greatest thing I've ever seen. And it's like, come on. You know how many guys I've heard are the better wide receiver than Jerry Rice? There's only one, guys.
That's laughable.
Yeah, right. How many great defensive backs have been better than Ronnie Lott?
Not a lot. Maybe Ed Reed. Maybe.
Ed Reed's not better than Ronnie Lott. I love Ed Reed.
Again,
He's not.
we can have the conversation.
Let's have a legitimate conversation. Ronnie won 4, okay? Rookie of the year defensively, Pro Bowl, and All-Pro at 4 different spots in the secondary. He's the greatest secondary player of all time. Dick Night Train Lane has an argument. There are other guys that have arguments.
You don't even...
No, the debate is closed. It's Ronnie Lott. He's the great. Look at the interceptions.
So that's 2 debates closed, by the way, guys. I'm not allowed to have... We can't have arguments about this. We're just going to shut them down.
Lawrence Taylor.
Can't have conversations.
Lawrence Taylor. There are certain guys who it's case is closed. We're done. And I look at who would even be second. Like, okay, like then we can start having conversations. Like, for the longest time, the greatest living player of all time was Willie Mays until he passed. Yeah. Was there any close second?
People go Babe Ruth. But living player?
Like, for the longest time when he's the greatest living player.
No, there'd be no one else. Like, Barry Bonds came around, but again, people
But even Barry said, who's the greatest player?
Yeah, of course he's going to say. Yeah.
Exactly, right? And so I find it funny that in the last, 25 years or whatever, we've just been trying to, eradicate history. And the people that came before didn't exist. Greg Maddux, right? Greg Maddux to me, when I see these Greg Maddux numbers, unless you watch Greg Maddux, you just don't realize how great he was. We're going to have John Smoltz on.
Yeah, a couple minutes.
And we were talking about John Smoltz. John Smoltz and Dennis Eckersley to go 150 wins as a starter and 150 saves as a closer. Yeah. I don't think people realize how ridiculously crazy that was.
Let's squeeze in Sandy and Vallejo before we get John Smoltz on. Sandy, good morning. Let's talk GOAT talk. Who's closed the GOAT gap for you? Within the last 25 years or prior to that?
When we talk about Jordan, I'm going with Kobe. I don't even think about LeBron. He's been in too many teams for me. That's my take.
Oh, that's it?
People keep forgetting Kobe. Yes.
Hey, no, Sandy, I'm with Sandy. Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm with, I'll let you finish. Do you think that Kobe is closer to Michael in the GOAT talk than LeBron is what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. That's Sandy and Vallejo. That's good. Kobe's an interesting one for me because stylistically, he is the closest player to Michael. He literally copied his game after Michael Jordan. He won 5 titles. So if we're going to go to the GOAT talk and the titles, and I think it matters of basketball, ring talk, all of that, that's a conversation in and of itself, and we can pick it up after we talk to John Smoltz. By the way, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGNZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, and John Smoltz, the Hall of Famer, Fox Sports broadcaster, joins us now on the River Islands guest line. Joe Spadoni alongside Joe Shasky. John, good morning. We'll just bring you into this conversation right now before we get to the Giants in this baseball season. You know, Scotty Scheffler won the Open yesterday, his 4th major. And of course, what we do in golf, like any other sport, we're going to compare him to the greatest of the sport, right? So people are doing the Tiger Woods comparison. You know, he's 29. Can he get to Tiger? And of course, Scotty, he's so gracious. Like, he poo-poos that immediately. But I just want to ask for you, in your lifetime, and you're a Hall of Famer, who is the greatest player in the history of baseball to one John Smoltz?
Well, you know, it's we got some time still to put Ohtani in that category, but I believe he's going to be in that category before it's all said and done. It's hard to get Hank Aaron out of my mind, being biased is what he did and how he did it with all that was going on in baseball at that time and in the world. You know, there's so many great discussions when it comes to that kind of player, but I just, you know, Willie Mays and I just think that before it's all said and done, believe it or not, I think Shohei Ohtani will be the greatest player to ever play baseball based on what he's done and what he's doing in the face of a totally different game. Don't get me wrong, a totally different game, but the game is what it is, and he's mastering 2 things that most people dream to just master one. And I mean, when you bring up that question, it's hard for me to not talk about next 5 years of Shohei Ohtani.
John, I'm a big fan, always have been, of yours. To go 150 wins, 150 saves, it's rarefied air. And so I really appreciate you on these broadcasts and just your, you know, reverence for the game as a whole and like the current landscape. A great player in his own right, Justin Verlander. I mean, you want to talk about one of the legends of the game. I mean, he's 0-8 right now with a 4.99 ERA. It has not looked good. What do you do with Justin Verlander right now if Buster Posey came to you and said, John, what should I do here?
You know, that's another great question, because you got to believe that Justin, I've called him the ultimate 10-speed bike. What I mean is he's always pitched in gears. He should be what everybody looks at for the future of baseball. Nobody's doing that, right? So he had 98, 99 when he wanted it. He opened up at 94 in his prime. He could go 9 innings. He channeled those gears. And we all strip gears when we get older. And he's probably down to a few gears. And I thought that was the perfect place for him. I really did. I know he's coming back from, you know, a couple injuries. I feel like I was in that boat with Boston and St. Louis. And it's tough, man, when when you're used to doing things certain ways and adapting and it doesn't go right, you would think, and I'm speaking for myself, I pressed so hard and was so much of a wreck in Boston that I couldn't believe that I had 21 years prior to that. Like, it was an out-of-body experience. I did not have a great shoulder. I was coming back from shoulder surgery. I thought I could do X, and it just didn't work out. It worked out much better in St. Louis. But I think that a few more starts, I know it sounds crazy, but I think Justin, depending on his health, and I know he's had some tough luck, this is shocking, right? I mean, this is not what everybody thought was going to happen. I haven't seen him pitch, so I can't speak to exactly what's going on, but I just know what's underneath the hood, and I know that he's going to do everything he can to turn it around and make that push if it's possible.
You kind of referenced yourself searching in Boston, I guess, mentally. I'm looking at him in the dugout, and I'm just watching on the television, right? And he's standing there holding his glove, and he just had this look of frustration, maybe sadness. I don't know, being befuddled. Like, what is he going through right now? Like, you were there at one point in your career. What is he going through right now as someone who has all the pelts on the wall and is just at a crossroads mentally and physically and maybe at his career?
Yeah, what he's going through has never happened to him ever. I mean, this is a shock. I mean, this is something, you get into a game, you get into a big game, and you're like, man, I just need to get it out. And then sometimes you just don't get that out. And right now, I'm sure pressing for a win is beyond obvious. And you start doing things outside of what you're normally used to. And, for me personally, I'll be honest, I got into my first game with Boston. Now, although be it coming back from major shoulder surgery, I wanted to impress them. They were giving me a chance to pitch and end my career. And I didn't know where to put my feet, and the bases loaded, and I didn't know. I thought I was going to balk. I put all my weight on the wrong leg. I was a wreck, and Veritek came out to the mound and says, "Are you okay?" I said, "No, I'm not. I literally can't feel my legs. I don't know what's going on." And sometimes it just takes a reset, and I don't know what that would be for Justin, but it takes that not going out trying to get that first win, just going out to execute pitches. I had to learn the hard way. I got released by Boston. I did some things and listened to some people I should have never listened to. And when I got to St. Louis, I was freed up. I pitched great, and I ended my career the way I wanted to. I know Justin wants to get 300 wins badly, and he's a first-ballot Hall of Famer. This is one of those things you just feel like you're in a dream that's it's a nightmare, and you just need something to shake your way. And I wouldn't be surprised if he got that on a roll. I wouldn't be surprised if he got on a roll, if he could click whatever's going on right now. If it clicks, then you got the pitcher that you always hoped you were going to get from the beginning of the season.
Talking with John Smoltz here on the Morning Roast, former Braves pitcher, Hall of Famer, calls games on Fox Sports alongside Joe Davis, does a great job. And John, how hard is it, that transition, right? Because I don't know if Justin Verlander or if the Giants, Bob Melvin, if they're going to, try him out in the bullpen or not. But how hard is it going from a starter and going to a bullpen role and having it not feel like a demotion? Because that's immediately what you think, right? I'm getting demoted, but it's a whole different skill set, right? In its own right. The mental aspect of being a bullpen pitcher than being a starter is completely different. But how hard is it for a player of Justin Verlander, if he does go to the bullpen, not to feel like I'm getting demoted?
Well, it's really hard beyond the emotions of it. It's super hard. People who are running this game don't understand and are so unfair to young pitchers doing that to them all the time. They just think, what's the difference? It's like Stratomatic baseball. This guy can do that. That guy can do that. They have no idea the emotions, and they have no idea about how hard something is when you've never done it. And I honestly was an unfair example for a lot of young players, the Jabba Chamberlains, the guys that got bounced back and forth because of my example, which is an unfair example. I had 14 years of starting. Then I did it on my own and went back to starting. this, from a veteran standpoint, it's a little easier than it is from a young player who doesn't have his identity, doesn't know what to do. You could rev it up a little bit more, maybe too much in the bullpen. It's not as easy as people think. And for Justin Verlander at this point in his career, I would think would be almost very difficult to do, not impossible, but he has the experience and knows how to pitch. Justin knows how to pitch. What he's trying to learn is his new tool set, whatever that is in this year, whether it's his fastball that doesn't have a little extra carry or his curveball doesn't have a little extra break, pitching in San Francisco versus where he's been. You know, the one thing about pitching is it's not the same everywhere you go. You know, certain players, certain mounds, certain venues, all the things that hitters will tell you, I didn't like this backdrop, I didn't like that stadium. There's all these factors that nobody puts in an analytical, like, this is the answer, that they miss out sometimes on players and places and why they don't work out.
That's so well said. I try to explain, like, playing in fog on a Tuesday night at AT&T, because I grew up here in the city. It's totally different than playing in the valley, 95-degree heat. Just the ball feels different when you grab it, the stitchings and everything about it, you know. So, well said. We got the legend, the Hall of Famer, John Smoltz with us, former Braves pitcher, does a lot of games for Fox Sports, did the All-Star game. What'd you make of the Devers deal? Buster Posey, big move, obviously signed Adames in the offseason, re-signed Matt Chapman to a big deal. He takes over the organization, Buster does, and swings a huge deal for Rafi Devers. What was your feel for that entire trade?
Well, once I got over the shock of it, I think it's going to be great long-term for San Francisco. There's a lot of things that went wrong for Boston and Devers. It got ugly. It was a bad relationship that wasn't going to be salvageable, so they pulled off a monster trade. They shocked their own fan base, and I think San Francisco has been trying for years to get that big player, and they got him in a different way. This year is going to be it's going to be interesting to see how he finishes up, because there's so much, again, emotionally that went into this from Devers and you know, he had a lot of things that he contributed that are wrong, and he had a lot of things that he felt he was wronged by, and he could be accurate on both statements. But I think what Buster Posey is trying to do in San Francisco, if I could give him a big standing ovation, I would do it, because he's trying to balance all the things that the game is now, what it was then, and bring both together and try to have that balance. And I think in the long run, San Francisco is going to be way better. We all know that 1 year place and plug, every decision seemed to be right. They had that unbelievable year, and then you start thinking that's the matrix and that's the success. It's impossible to have success like that every year. You've got to have stars. You've got to have players that play every day. You can't always have platoon. You can't mix and match. You can't make every right decision. I've said this for years, and I think people would think it's crazy coming out of my mouth. Take a casual fan from the stands and let him manage a game and try to lose. Just try to lose. Try to make every wrong decision, and you know what's going to happen over time? You're going to win some of those games. It just is not that easy to think that you have all the information, you can make all the moves, and you can be ahead of the game. The team from the last place to the greatest record in baseball has about a 3% advantage analytically over the last place team. So what does that tell you? It tells you players and execution win. Bottom line, you can have all the smartest people in the world, you can have all the greatest technology, but players have to execute, even if they're put in the best situation to be successful. And I think that's what Buster's bringing back, and I think San Francisco is not going to go away anytime soon. I think they're going to be right in the mix, even with the Dodgers and all that they spend and the payroll they have.
Hall of Famer John Smoltz here on the River Islands guest line, Spadoni and Chasky. It's the Morning Roast. And John, we appreciate your time this morning. One more for you before you head on out here, though, because we made some headways here on the Morning Roast. Joe Chasky, my partner, did, asking Larry Baer, the Giants CEO, about, hey, when's the Barry Bonds statue coming to the Bay, right? When are we finally going to get it? And hopefully it's going to be in the works sooner rather than later. That's what was discussed. But I wanted to ask you, you're a Hall of Famer, right? We were talking about the GOAT conversation. For a lot of people my age, Chasky's age, the greatest player that they've ever seen, right? Because we didn't watch Willie Mays play. They'll say Barry Bonds. What do you make of Barry? And should he be in the Hall of Fame, John?
Well, I think the biggest thing that, I say all the time, and I have no evidence of anything, right? I've never been around anybody who said they've taken this or done this, and you can follow the trail of rumors and you can follow the trail of evidence. But I said this, and I'll always say this, Barry Bonds was one of the greatest players I've ever played against for the longest time, right? I faced him in the early 90s. I faced him in Pittsburgh. I've given up 9 home runs to him. There was never really a time, when you're in the game, you don't look and say, hey, I wonder if that guy's bat's corked, or hey, I wonder if that guy's doing something. You're trying to survive the game. When you look back and you're done and you see the evolution of it, maybe that's when you go, oh, okay, things change, body composition changed. But I'm telling you that what Barry Bonds did early in his career, he could do anything he wanted. He could steal 50 if he wanted, hit 50 home runs, hit for average. This dude changed the landscape of a lineup, changed the landscape of the game, and then people around him started becoming they started getting more attention, they started getting more national, and I think that's when things changed. You can say there's not a lot of evidence for this or that. When it comes to the Hall of Fame, the thing that I've always said is that when people play on that diamond and they do authentically what you need to do to play and earn those numbers, then those voters, which we don't get a vote, those voters have a job to do to try to figure out who and what is deserving of the Hall of Fame. And when people answer questions or don't answer questions, then you're put in a very tough decision to make that as a reporter, make that decision or be that judge and juror. I've always been consistent. I've said from the day one that right is right, and when does right become less right? And if things are tainted, then no, they should not be allowed. And the problem with that statement that I make is I think you all and everyone can guess that there are probably some people in the Hall of Fame that did have some tainted stuff. And that, for me, is a shame. But the process is the process. I know for me, when I put my head down on the pillow every single night, that I know I played with character. I played with the utmost integrity of the game, and I do not physically have any evidence about anybody doing something, so it's hard for me to speak 100% on that issue. It's an issue that I thought, by the way, we would not be talking about in the last 15 years, and all we've seen is evidence of people still being tempted and using things they shouldn't be using and getting suspended. I can't wait for the day that we never see a player get suspended again, and I hope that happens.
Yeah. John, you said something earlier in the interview, and just on the way out the door, I do a lot of coaching here in the area. There's a lot of young kids. They just want to throw the ball through a bat, and I'm like, you just pitch to contact, and I see the misses at the big league level. It feels like they're bigger than ever. Guys are missing in the dirt all over the place, and just pitching in general, if you were to talk to a bunch of kids today, because you referenced it with the Verlander conversation, what would be some of your advice to a bunch of 10, 11, 12, 13-year-olds, high schoolers right now, in just the philosophy of pitching for a young kid?
Well, my advice would not be listened to. And the reason it won't be listened to is the reward system at the big league level has jacked this thing up. They know it's a problem. They're not doing anything about it. We have, and I have for 10 years, said that injuries are coming and they're irreversible and nobody cares. So until the reverse system comes and you start rewarding players for being healthy, then my advice has always been consistent. Year-round baseball, never do it. Throwing as hard as you can, you should never do it. If you have a gift of an arm and you get into high school, trying to throw 95 is the wrong time to do that. People just are trying to manufacture these Adonises that stand on the mound and don't know where it's going, but are going to get rewarded, get signed, and get a contract. Baseball is trying to blame youth baseball. It's an upside-down triangle. It is not accurate. It's baseball's job to change the reward system. Analytically, they've fallen in love and are addicted to velocity and spin. And if you're addicted to it, you want more of it, not less. And if you don't know what to do with those people that are going to break down, you get more people to fill the gap. I'm saddened by the greatness and the unbelievable arms we have in the game, and no one has escaped Tommy John. We are acting as if it's a Band-Aid and it's no big thing. So the advice that I've been saying for 10 years, people look at me like, John, you're crazy. You don't understand. This is how you get drafted. And I can't argue with that. So until baseball starts looking at reversing the trend and having a competitive advantage to keeping the pitchers healthy, and instead of a 1.7 ERA, have a 3.5 ERA, nothing wrong with that, but keeping them healthy will have a long-term benefit to the game. So youth kids, I tell parents all the time, and again, they don't. I spent almost 5 minutes in my speech talking about it at the Hall of Fame because I'm passionate about seeing kids stay healthy. Arms are breaking, elbows are breaking, Tommy Johns are happening, and they just keep doing the same thing over and over again, expecting different results. It is insane how this industry has now looked at it and gone, oh, well, there's nothing we can do about it. Next man up. So if I'm a father of a 13-year-old that has a gift and can throw already 85 miles an hour, I am not letting him pitch throughout the summer at will. It's a gift. You don't have to. You're never going to forget. But the more they throw and the more intensity and more competitive throw that young man, the higher risk of injury. And so that's my answer that nobody ever listens to. And I just sit back and have to watch the next guy and the headlines go, Tommy John, Tommy John, Tommy John. And I hope it changes, but I don't see it. I don't see it changing anytime soon.
Wow. Great stuff, John. We can feel the passion in your voice right there when it comes to this subject matter. And it's true. Like it's too many injuries I'm seeing. Like I feel like Jacob deGrom is like the poster child for this, where I kept saying, and more like he won Cy Youngs, but even still I was left wanting more because of the amount of injuries some of these guys keep having when it comes to the velo and stuff like that. But John, really good stuff this morning. We greatly appreciate the time. We'll do it again soon, man.
All right, I'm going to leave you with this real quick. 13-year-old top 5 baseball players in your county. No one will ever do this, but take the top 5 13-year-olds and pay the families for 2 years to not play that sport. And when they're 15, they're still going to be the top 5.
There you go. We're going to do that with you, Joe. How about that? I'll work with baby LJ.
I mean, look, John, you're preaching to the choir here, so I appreciate you saying that. It's insane. I'm a big fan of John Smoltz.
He was the best.
That
dude.
was great.
That was really good stuff. Former Braves pitcher, Hall of Famer, calls games for Fox Sports, John Smoltz. And if you missed any of that,
you just hang up in the middle of his.
No.
I'll leave you with this. Click.
See ya, deuces. I'll leave with this. I'm gone. And like that, he's gone.
That's where I miss the old rotary phone slam down. I want to hear you slam it down like.
We still get it occasionally when we accidentally cut people off, and he just goes to the dial tone, right? So no, that was really good stuff. Hey. He could be a politician with that non-answer answer on Barry Bonds, by the way, where he got tiptoeing around it. Just say it, John. Just say it. And he did. He's like, I don't think anyone that was associated with that stuff should be in the Hall of Fame. And he says, he's like, and I feel like it's a contradiction because there's guys in there right now that have done it. Like, I have no problem if that's how you feel about it. If that's how you feel, that's how you feel. But the fact that there are guys in there now, though, I would tell John, like, that opens the floodgates for me as far as I'm concerned.
Look. He's not going to say it.
These guys. Yeah.
He's not going to say it, but I'll say it. I mean, he's working with a guy, Alex Rodriguez, who's the poster child for the longest suspension in baseball history related to steroids.
Yeah, who's not in the Hall of Fame.
No.
Yeah.
But he's sitting next to a guy who was on the Mitchell Report, and that's Big Papi. So there's a lot of contradictions, and I get where he would feel why he feels the way he does. So the bigger one for me is like, what do you do with Verlander? Because I think that's where we were going with this. I mean, he's an all-time great.
Yeah.
And he made this transition in the middle of his career to the bullpen. And I think a lot of people are like, oh, just put him in the bullpen. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if that's the right answer. He's not fooling anyone. First time through the lineup, second time through the lineup, third time through the lineup. Verlander's just getting touched up right now. And we can talk about run support, which is real. He has not gotten run support. But that also allows him to skate on how well he's pitched, which has been subpar. Is he the worst pitcher on the entire team? No. You can make an argument for other guys, and I'm not even going to throw their names out because I don't need to do that to them. But I don't know what you do with an all-time legend who came here on a one-year deal, who you have tremendous respect for, and you don't just want to put him out to pasture, but you also don't want to trot him out there time and time again, and it's a loss.
Right.
Everybody kept saying last week, oh, well, of course you want to get Verlander to start the second half. And I was like, why? And then, well, you get 2 looks at him before the trade deadline. Yeah, those 2 looks before the trade deadline might sink you.
Yeah. I'm looking at him right now, and John mentioned this, that like
he's got a 5 ERA.
He's talked to Justin. He's hasn't been good. Let's just call it what it is. He's not been a good pitcher this year. You thought maybe he could be your 3. That's what you signed him up for. That's what you paid all that money for.
I was way wrong on him. I wanted to bring him in. I was happy. I was excited. I did think he could be your 3.
I liked it as a signing, and you know what? Still, for like a 1-year deal, like why not? Like there's no salary cap in baseball right now. Like I'm not worried about it. By the way, that's another conversation we're going to have when it comes to the salary cap, when it comes to baseball revenue and all that, because Rob Manfred talking about it over the weekend again. But just in his career, right? You're going with wins and losses, and he wants to be a guy that gets to 300. Well, he's at 262 right now. I don't see that happening. I have a very hard time seeing that happen. And you've mentioned it all season, especially in these last couple of weeks. You just watch his body language in the dugout and just look at him. Did he get ejected yesterday, by the way? Was he? Did he get he got wrung out, right? He was talking some smack to the umpire, talking about balls and strikes. He was frustrated. Even on days he's not pitching, he's getting frustrated, Joe.
He stood there in the dugout on Friday, just holding his glove, looking out onto the field. And it crossed my mind that, is this guy going to retire after the game?
That's what
it sounds insane, but like Mike Schmidt did that against the Giants, the famous Philly, one of the greatest third basemen of all time. Mike Schmidt just retired right after a game against the Giants at Candlestick too.
Who's my guy that did it for the Vontae Davis?
Well, he ended up having some serious.
Well, no, I'm saying that happens. Yes, there was some. I'm not laughing about it. I'm not laughing about it.
I think he ended up also.
Yes, he is dead. He is dead. Yeah, like there are some serious things there. But I'm saying like
mental stuff.
But people do this.
No
like
doubt.
It's not. I'm saying in sports, like people retire during games. I'm not saying like Justin Verlander's gonna do that, but he's looking like a guy who's on his last legs. And John Smoltz, Hall of Famer, who knows a thing or two about that. He's kind of seeing the same thing when it comes to Justin Verlander.
The first couple innings, he just got tagged.
He did.
He can't put guys away, and so. What do you do with Justin Verlander?
That's a great question. 888-957-9570. What do you do with Justin Verlander? Giants fans, 888-957-9570. Plus, I want to get into something else John Smoltz said in regard to the GOAT conversation. I didn't bring up his name. I brought him up in the past. But Shohei Ohtani, is he closing the gap in the GOAT conversation? That's what's coming up. Brought to you by Cache Creek Casino Resort.
what's going on? It's your boy Chewy from 102 Jams. Listen to me every day, 3 to 7 p.m. But right now, let's get right back to the morning roast with my guys, Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky, right here on 95.7 The Game. You fired up, Shasky?
Oh, he's fired up after talking to John Smoltz, the Hall of Famer. Joined us last segment. If you missed any of that, Chewy Gomez, you included, find it on our free Odyssey app. Again, it's free. Download it. Why haven't you already? Also, you can find it on YouTube where we are streaming. You can see our beautiful faces here on a Monday morning at 7:31 a.m. And it's powered by First NorCal Credit Union. And as you know, we are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, Laughing Monk Righteously Brewed in San Francisco. So we had John Smoltz on. We'll also have Dave Fleming on 8:30, again, courtesy of River Islands, as all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? Called The Game for NBC Sports Bay Area and also Roku yesterday. He's our 95.7 The Game Giants insider, Dave Fleming, who warned us last week, Joe, hey, the last thing this team can have is a bad start post All-Star break. And what do? They get swept in Toronto.
I just don't know why. I don't know why they thought starting Verlander, like game one, was the move.
That was weird. I agree. I don't get that either.
Everyone's like, well, it makes total sense. You know, he skipped the start. Like, he skipped the start for a reason. Right. Like, they skipped his start because he has not looked good.
Hell, I would have liked Landon Roop if you wanted to do that, or someone else,
exactly.
Right? And then you still get all those other guys in succession. Yeah, Birdsong or Verlander would not have been the move for me right there.
Me neither. Now, look, maybe there's, maybe they know a little more about these guys' arms. Like, hey, Roop needed 2 or 3 extra days. Just give him a little push. Like, okay, right. then I'll buy that. I would love to know more about why Verlander was chosen to start game one of the second half. That being said, you watch him, he's just not fooling anybody. He can't put anyone away. How many times has he gotten 2 strikes? And then next thing you know, it's 3-2 or it's 2-2, and
just can't put him away.
Yeah, he just throws over the fat part of the plate, and I keep coming back to what do you do with him? Do you give him 1 more start, 2 more starts? I just put it out on the internet, like, hey, what do you do with him? There were over 300 responses, and the amount of people that said just DFA him was kind of blowing me away. I don't think you can do that to him.
Well, if you do that, that's what he's telling you to do. Just cut me if you guys aren't going to use me. I think that's what it would turn into, because from what I heard from John Smoltz, the guy that made that transition from starter to reliever, but that was when he even said it, in his late 20s, early 30s, right? Justin Verlander, he's 42 years old. He's not going to all of a sudden be a bullpen guy.
No.
He's just not.
No.
It's part of the conversation.
And where does he fit into the bullpen?
Yes.
He takes over Bivens' role?
And how would I feel about that, right? And he's a legend, but Justin Verlander's he's not going to be a bullpen guy going forward. He's not. He's not going to want to do that at this stage of his career, because I think he'd rather retire than do that, and more power to him. But on this team, I guess my other question would be, what would be, the replacement for Justin Verlander at this point for you, Joe, going forward?
Do they have that?
Yeah.
I don't think they do.
Yeah.
People keep saying, Carson Whisenhunt, who's one of their left-handed young guys, prospects, if you will, in AAA. His numbers don't look great either. I know it's a hitting league, the particular league that they're in the AAA, but he's not knocking on the door and blowing guys away right now. So I don't know what you do. That's why I keep coming back to. And look, I'm going to throw this out there to our new audience at 7:30, and you guys tell me what you think. Do you really want a guy like Mitch Keller, who right now 119 innings, 4th most in the NL? All right?
Yeah.
He has a 3.48 ERA, but he's under 2 over his last 5 starts. This guy has $55 million left on his deal from 2026 to 2028. So you're taking on a lot of money.
Mitch Keller, huh? Look at the Pirates spending.
If you want to be able to get a Mitch Keller, what is it going to cost you? It's probably going to cost you a prospect or 2, plus a big league player under team control. Would Giants fans be willing to move if the Pirates said, hey, we'll take him, we'll give him, but we want to take Elliot Ramos? Would Giants fans be willing to give up an everyday player who's under team control for 3 more years, making very little money in Elliot Ramos? That's what it would cost to get you a starter.
See, this is what I'm going to say to that.
Am I wrong?
No, you're not. And I actually would do that.
Me too.
Because I think at this point you double down on what you know that you're good at. I know this was kind of like an outlier when it comes to Webb and Ray, but they've been pretty freaking good and one of the best tandems in baseball, 1 and 2 pitchers. like you triple down on that. Like, let's go all in on pitching.
Yes.
Because we know we're going to be good at that if we add Mitch Keller. And then I have 3 guys plus Roop, who's been pretty freaking good for most of this season. And again, I think we're all still waiting for the sky to fall on Roop, but he keeps proving us wrong. That bounce back performance he had last week against the Dodgers was eye-opening for me. I thought that was pretty freaking incredible because he just got shelled against him prior. But you go in on Keller, so you got Webb, Ray, Keller, Roop. Yeah, I'm going to be in most of my games. And then Birdsong, whatever, my 5th starter, Verlander, I don't know. But I have Mitch Keller, and I get rid of Ramos. Let's keep it a buck. Ramos has kind of faded the last month or so. And is Elliot Ramos really going to be the difference maker for this offense going forward?
I think
is he going to be that guy? I don't know.
I think at one time he was untouchable for me, but I don't, and that was last year, right? And into this year. But right now, like, don't you have to give to get?
Yes.
Okay, and so you're going to have to give up something you like. And no one's saying I don't like Ramos. I do like Ramos.
No one's taking Jung Hoo Lee, if that's what people are going to say. Like, and I love when fans do this. Like, oh, just give him Jung Hoo Lee. I was like, yeah, we all see what Jung Hoo Lee is too. The rest of the world does too. The Pittsburgh Pirates, I know they're inept and they don't spend a lot. They see it too. This is an unproven player at this point making a lot of money.
Yes.
So I'm not taking a risk on that.
No.
Ramos is an all-star. I've seen more good than bad from Elliot Ramos, so I take a chance on him. Plus, he's 25. And that's another part of this, though, Joe, in the conversation. If people are saying, whoa, Ramos, like our everyday left fielder, which it's an adventure out there. But again, our homegrown guy that's been an all-star when we've been struggling to find homegrown all-stars in an everyday lineup, that's a little concerning. Why would I move off a guy like that? So I hear both arguments. But I'm with you. I double down on the pitching right now than the offense going forward.
So I'm going to give you a trade that the Giants executed years ago that I don't know how people feel about it today, but I will stand pat on it over the course of time. I thought it was the right trade at the right time. They had a guy, Matt Duffy, who was playing third base for them, who everybody liked. I don't know if you remember. He had this big fat cat.
Skeeter, right?
Yeah. Oh, my God. It was so annoying. And it was
Love
like a viral
cat.
moment in time.
Yep.
The Giants were good at what at that time? Developing infielders.
Yeah.
Okay?
Panic him, right? Yeah.
What did they need desperately? A left-handed starter. Yeah. Right? And they went and they traded Matt Duffy, who was 25 years old, I believe runner-up for Rookie of the Year. I think the year prior.
Thumbs up from Sam.
Yeah.
He finished second behind Chris Bryant, but Chris Bryant was a unanimous vote.
Wow. Well, there you go.
Well, he was pretty,
Giants
legend.
They ended up trading for just a couple of years of this guy on the team, and he had a great start in the playoffs. Everybody remembers that. He went 6-5 down the stretch for the Giants, and then the next year, the team was awful. He went 6-15. I still do that deal.
Right.
We probably got the best couple of years out of Matt Duffy. He was solid and ended up staying in the bigs for quite some time, but you have to give to get. And right now, let's look at what the Giants have a lot of, okay? Now, I don't think these guys are great, but they got a lot of outfielders. They got Yaz, Jung Hoo Lee, and you referenced Jung Hoo Lee's making $88 million, I think, after this year. Yep. That's what he's got left on the deal. Probably not going to trade him to a team like the Pirates. They're not taking on $88 million. No. They're just not. No. Ramos makes very little. In this equation, do they want Ramos or Luciano? You tell me. The Pirates are probably going to want Ramos.
Correct. I want the all-star.
I want the guy who's played at the bigs and is a solid player.
And let's keep it a buck. They're going to ask for the big boys first because all these teams do. Same with the Red Sox and Breslow. Exactly. They're going to ask for Eldridge. They're going to ask for Wisenhunt. They're going to ask for all these guys. And this is when you pivot.
Yes. Exactly. Now, again, I like Ramos. I like him. But let's look at what he brings to the table on this team. He is one of your best everyday hitters. I grant you that. He also strikes out a ton and plays very poor defense. What do we know about the way the Giants want to play baseball?
They want to play clean defense and keep it close with great pitching staff.
And what's
timely hitting?
And like when you look at the 3 or 4 guys that they're locked into on big deals, Adames, Chapman, and Devers, what do they all do a lot of actually? Strikeout.
Strikeout. Yeah.
Okay. So if I do go with Ramos,
I thought you were going defensively there. I was like, that's all over the map.
No. I meant offensively. My bad.
You're good.
But like they all strike out. Do I need another guy who's a high strikeout guy? Not really. Like,
no, I want contact.
or tremendous power if you're going to be able to strike out a lot.
Correct.
And I don't think he has tremendous power. He's got good power. He's a good player. Like I'm telling you, he's a good player. Yeah. But I think defensively, he's an adventure. And I would look to try to sell high. And I think right now is a time to sell high on him. Not that I don't like him. Not that I couldn't foresee them keeping him and him continuing to get better and all that. But if you want to get a guy under team control and you want to be able to swing and get one of these starters, I think it's going to cost you an Elliot Ramos, and you better be prepared to make the move.
888-957-9570. Would you be willing to part with one Elliot Ramos, Giants fans, if it meant getting a Mitch Keller or a Joe Ryan or adding to the pitching staff, right? 888-957-9570. It's not like for like. You know, this, we were talking about the Bay Area Sports Topic Bracket, which was still going on, by the way. We'll reveal some more a little bit later on in the show. But it's not like for like Yoenis Cespedes for John Lester. That was like, wow, Cespedes was a true cleanup type of hitter. I don't know what Ramos is. I don't, because he was an all-star on a team that didn't go to the playoffs last year, and he was a non-all-star this year. He started off really hot, but like ideally, where would you put him in this lineup? He was batting what, second yesterday behind Jung-Hoo Lee?
He's batted leadoff. He's batted third. He's batted second. He's batted sixth.
I don't know where he stacks up. Like if he was on like a Dodgers squad, what is he? I mean, maybe the Dodgers unfair comparison.
That might be their eighth hitter,
right? But exactly, like that's what I'm saying. But on the Pirates, he might be like their best hitter. He might be.
So like
Brian Reynolds, obviously O'Neill Cruz, but O'Neill Cruz, that guy, I don't know.
Well, look, in a deal like this, that might be like Ramos for O'Neill Cruz with other things and Mitch Keller involved. Like that's the kind of deal that if I'm the Giants, I'm looking to make like a big. I think you need to get a starter and you need to get another impact bat, and you clearly need a leadoff hitter, which you don't have. Yeah. So I think there's two trades at minimum that the Giants need to make for this year and into the future. And why do I like Mitch Keller? He's under team control, and he's a guy like Logan Webb who pitches a lot of innings. And that's what you need right now on this team to alleviate the pressure on the bullpen right now. The bullpen is under tremendous pressure. They just are.
Kirk is in Los Altos, wants to join in the Verlander conversation. What do you do with Justin Verlander? 888-957-9570. Same number to call or text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. Kirk, Los Altos.
What's up, buddy?
What are we doing with Justin Verlander?
Hi, thanks for taking the call. No, I've been a lifelong Giants fan, watched the team over the years, going all the way back to the 62 World Series where I went with my dad. But to me, this Giants today, the team from an offensive standpoint is terribly pathetic. And I think the Verlander experiment was just a naive, honest mistake nonetheless. But he does have a career, and I think to look back on it, he does deserve some chances. So I don't think myself, especially looking at the last three games, that this team is going to make any playoffs this year. So I would, for me, if I was in charge, I'd just basically give Verlander to some nice contending team that wanted something like that, but who had a lot of prospects. And I would just basically fold the tent on this year's season. They're not going to, in my opinion, make the playoffs, but to continue to start to build. Their pitchers are okay. They're pretty good, but they're not phenomenal by any means. Their ERAs are. So, as I said, I would just give Verlander a chance to win a few more games with a team that contends and take a lot of prospects and keep building.
The problem is that Verlander is not getting you any prospects.
He's not getting you anything.
I mean, he's a DFA candidate.
Correct. He has a 5 ERA right now, and he's 42 years old. Like that's what teams are going to look at. Like that's great. Whatever you did in the past was amazing, Justin, and he could be a vibes guy maybe for a team that like just picks him up just to pick him up for a playoff push. But that's basically what you're getting if you're another team, a vibes guy. And I'm not giving up anything for a vibes guy. I'm not.
The guy that would get you prospects is Robbie Ray. But I wouldn't. Like, I don't want to do that deal right now. And look, I've been the guy that's been pounding the table on Rodon and Blake Snell, so I probably sound contradictory to myself.
Well, no, you brought it up, which was interesting. And I'm not saying you would do this, but you just had the conversation. We were talking about it last week. Like, if the Giants kind of faceplant here right after the break, which right now they've faceplanted, they've tripped up right now. It's not a total faceplant, but they just got swept in Toronto. do you entertain it if like they continue a fat losing streak and then you're all of a sudden either at 500 or under 500? Do you go replenish the farm system that we've all acknowledged it's pretty bare right now? It's 28th in baseball according to some.
If we're taking a step back, they're at their lowest point right now. They lost 5 in a row.
Feels like the lowest point.
Right?
Yeah.
It does, right?
Yeah.
They've lost 5 in a row. And they're reeling, and there's just no other way around it. And it doesn't get easier as the schedule approaches. Everyone's, the Braves suck. Yeah, watch the Braves. Watch that Braves lineup tonight, and you tell me if they suck.
So did the White Sox, so did the Marlins, right? And then you lost to those.
Exactly. The Dodgers have sucked for a month.
Right.
And they beat you 2 out of 3.
There you go.
So I'm not sleeping on anybody. But I just wrote down some of these names, like Wilmer Flores. Pretty redundant right now. And I love Wilmer. And thank gosh he had the run that he did at the beginning of the year. But in the right deal, see ya.
Yeah, but when we talk to guys, they all seem to think that he's like a made man there, which is kind of crazy to me. I know like Alex Pavlovich, who covers the team, has been doing it. He's a friend of the show, NBC Sports Bay Area. Like he said that he like no shot, like no chance. He doesn't see that happening.
Okay.
Yeah.
What about Yaz? Yaz on a contending team?
Maybe.
Look, let's just say the Giants eat some of his salary. He's going to be a free agent at the end of the year. Could he be a 4th outfield option for some of these contending teams?
Send him to Boston Red Sox, maybe?
I mean, I would.
I mean, that'd be kind of a cool story, would it not be? It'd be another deal with the Red Sox, though, between the Giants. But yeah, no, that's a trade candidate. Like these are these hypotheticals? Real quick, I want to make this clear.
So this is
if the team's like hovering around 500 or just cause. So
anyways. Like I watched Detroit last year trade away Flaherty and then still make another move to bring guys in and made a push for the playoffs. I think you can do both. I think you can sell off some pieces and then bring some stuff back. Because to me, it's like about Adames. I'm going to write these names down. Adames, Devers, Chapman. It's not just about this year. What complements those guys next year, this year, 2 years from now, 3 years from now? The number one thing they need, a guy who doesn't strike out a lot, who can set the table at the top of the order.
I was going to say leadoff hitter.
Right?
That's what you need. Because Jung-Hoo Lee, God love the guy. Ideally, he would be him, and they tried it. It just
He's not it right now.
He's just not it right now.
No.
They tried Ramos. Hell, they've tried everyone. They tried Devers. It's just they don't know what they have at the top of the lineup. And again, that's a trickle-down effect. If my guy's striking out or not getting on base, just sets me behind the 8 ball early, kind of why Justin Verlander has no run support early on in games. They don't have a guy to set the tone.
No.
And that's why ideally, and you mentioned the name I would want is Stephen Kwan, but again.
Well, I would overpay for him.
Yeah.
Like right now, if I swapped out Stephen Kwan for Ramos and then maybe one of these other prospects.
Right, big one maybe.
I think it would really help the Giants.
Yeah.
It would help them defensively, number one. Number two, I think it would set the table at the top of the lineup, give them some speed.
And give them, talking about just the offense.
Jolt.
Just the offense they're getting defensively. Is the guy Gold Glover?
And a great arm.
Great arm.
And we saw him use his
it.
arm twice
Yes.
in the series against them.
Local guy as well. We brought it up, Fremont.
To me, I think Flores, Yaz, and then I have a decision. I've got these 4 guys that to me are all redundant. McRae, Matos, Luciano, Meckler. Pick 1 or 2 of them, then the other 2 can go. And I'm packaging them in this kind of a deal. Like, it's about complementing Adames, Devers, and Chapman, if we're being realistic. I'm not viewing this deadline as make or break for this year. I'm looking at this deadline as what complements the future of this team for this year, next year, and beyond.
888-957-9570. Part of this conversation has been Justin Verlander, though. Where are Giants fans at when it comes to Verlander? John Smoltz, you joined us, about 48 minutes ago. If you missed any of that interview, the Hall of Famer, Fox Sports broadcaster, obviously Braves legend, as the Giants are taking on the Braves in a 3-game series. Starting today, Verlander, by the way, scheduled to pitch on the 3rd game against Spencer Strider. It's like 9 o'clock our time, so we'll have it on here in the studio. So we'll be able to watch it up close and personal, Shasky. But here's
Spencer
John Smoltz.
Strider's thighs will be all over the internet for 24 hours.
The thighs or the mustache, man. The mustache is just legendary.
His thighs are like crazy large.
Oh, okay. And you like looking at them?
Well, no, they're like, have you ever seen like some of the videos and stuff, the pictures? Like they just look abnormally like jacked.
He's a thick boy? Is that what you're saying?
They're unreal.
John Smoltz on the issues with Justin Verlander.
Hey, he's a guy, before you go to that. Strider, no, but like this is what we do. Like, he reminds me of Lincecum. That's what people said.
Who said that?
No, that's what they were making comps of Spencer Strider to Lincecum in terms of his delivery and stuff.
But the body could not be different.
I know.
You just mentioned his thighs. His thigh is as big as Lincecum's torso.
I'm not making this up. Lubman, people were comping the two, weren't they?
I mean,
I don't recall off the top of my head, but I mean, I'm sure someone out there made
And it's
that
just
call.
like, what are we doing?
What are we doing?
All right, you can play the Smoltz cut.
Thank you.
You got to believe that Justin, I've called him the ultimate 10-speed bike. What I mean is he's always pitched in gears. He should be what everybody looks at for the future of baseball. Nobody's doing that, right? So he had 98, 99 when he wanted it. He opened up at 94 in his prime. He could go 9 innings. He channeled those gears. And we all strip gears when we get older. And he's probably down to a few gears. And I thought that was the perfect place for him. I really did. I know he's coming back from, a couple injuries. I feel like I was in that boat with Boston and St. Louis. And it's tough, man, when you're used to doing things certain ways and adapting and it doesn't go right. You would think, and I'm speaking for myself, I pressed so hard and was so much of a wreck in Boston that I couldn't believe that I had 21 years prior to that. Like, it was an out-of-body experience. I did not have a great shoulder. I was coming back from shoulder surgery. I thought I could do X, and it just didn't work out. It worked out much better in St. Louis. But I think that a few more starts, I know it sounds crazy, but I think Justin, depending on his health, and I know he's had some tough luck, this is shocking, right? I mean, this is not what everybody thought was going to happen.
I mean, he said something there, and that was John Smoltz, who joined us on the River Islands guest line. If you missed any of it, Odyssey app, YouTube. Just give him a few more starts. How long have we been saying that? Like, I said that a couple starts ago, Joe. Like, I think I said that after the White Sox when it's like, okay, that was encouraging. It was a loss, but that was encouraging. And then
They should have won that game.
They should have won that game. I felt bad for the guy.
They should have won that game for him.
Yes, Ryan Walker on line 1, by the way.
That guy.
I know, he's driving
You want
me
to talk
nuts.
about guys that can be moved at the deadline. I mean, my goodness. I'm never falling again for a September hot run from a reliever when the team is completely mathematically eliminated ever again.
I mean, it is a perfect name for the Walker, right? Because that's all he seems to be doing is walking people.
His name should be Long Ballman, or then because he's been giving up the long ball. But like Verlander, in terms of like another couple starts,
right? Like, when are we going to stop saying that?
So he referenced like the 10-gear bike, and he was talking about his fastball. He would like sit 94, 95, and then elevate to 98 when he needed to. Just because you see velocity that says 95 or 96, that doesn't mean that it's, number one, tricking people. Number two, has break or vert or late life or any of that stuff. Or number three, like keeping guys off balance because of how dynamic your breaking stuff is and your off-speed stuff. Hitting is about balance, and pitching is the art of keeping people off balance, right? And then mixing up locations and spots and all those things. In that second inning, that was his fateful inning on Friday, he threw, I felt like, 3 fastballs and a zillion changeups and sliders. And he just kept getting tagged. And I don't think he fools anyone right now with the fastball.
I mean, just hear the manager, Bob Melvin, talking about it. Just didn't have any put-away pitches.
It was more put away with 2 strikes. Typically he's got something to get a swing and miss, didn't get any strikeouts. Actually, he limited the damage for the amount of base runners he had there in less than 3 innings, but a couple key hits off him and just really didn't have a put-away pitch today.
That's like me trying to, make it sound good. Like, I did die in this game like 20 times, but I had that 1 kill. It was great. It's like, come on, dude.
Now,
you stink.
After Friday's game, seeing Logan Webb get touched up, and then seeing Robbie Ray go like 25 pitches every single inning and basically put himself out of that game by the 4th inning.
Right.
Maybe it's just Toronto was really good and I underrated how good they are.
Ran into a buzzsaw potentially, but you're going to be seeing good teams like this, right?
I think Verlander gets at minimum 1 more start.
He's going up against the Braves. And if you struggle against the Braves, who have not been good, they are, 12 games under, 10 games under? They're going to be sellers. I know that. Braves will be selling at the deadline.
Could the Giants be in on like an Ozzie Albies?
Interesting. I was thinking of a Sean Murphy, like a catcher, but Albies I'm not mad at. What about the pitchers? What are the pitcher aspect looking like? They're not going to trade Spencer Strider. That's like their guy. But I'm curious to see what they're going to be. Obviously, Acuna is that dude. Olsen's probably a made guy there too, I would assume. But he's getting a little older too. I don't know what the Braves are going to do. They're going to be an interesting wild card in this whole scenario in the National League and in American League coming up here.
Knowing what you know
days.
now, I'm just hypothetically, would you flip Matt Olson straight up for Devers?
Yes, in a heartbeat.
I think I would too.
I would take Matt Olson.
Today, I think I would too.
Yes, absolutely. What is his age, Matt Olson? We'll get to that, Carter. We got the injury report here coming up in a second, but 888-957-9570.
Olson is as close to a clone to Mark Teixeira as you can find.
That's a good comp.
Just an all-around good ball player.
Good, just elite defensively.
Yeah, just a good ball
hits
player,
the long
dude.
ball, and I've always loved his batting
Yeah.
stance. Just the long arm. He's an intimidating. Talk about like having an intimidating presence at the plate. He would be one of those
100%.
guys.
He's
Carter,
a stud, dude.
He is a stud. Injury report time. I mean, it's a 3-year age gap, right? What is Devers, 28? Olsen, 31? Got to think about it. I'd think about it, but I don't think, I mean, that would talk about like pivoting immediately and trying to flip a guy.
Hey, Mike Piazza one time was a Marlin for like a week.
That's insane.
And then I think they flipped him straight to the Mets.
Well, let's see if the Giants are going to flip Gerard Encarnacion, who's expected to take another step closer to his return to the field. He is expected to begin a rehab assignment in Sacramento as he works his way back from an oblique strain. The expectation is that the rehab assignment will be a short one. In other injury news, infielder Christian Koss, dealing with a hamstring injury, will likely start his rehab assignment next week. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up with the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. Dave Fleming, voice of the Giants, our Giants insider at 8:30, plus this or that in the 9 o'clock hour, talking Justin Verlander's guys, 5 ERA, no wins. What do you do with him? And would you consider trading Elliot Ramos 10 days away from the deadline? We'll talk about it. Spadoni and Shasky, it's the Morning Roast, 95.7 The Game.
to left center. Not deep. Coming in to make the catch on the run. That's Lucas. And that's it. Another win for the hottest team in the American League. The Toronto Blue Jays are flying high. And they sweep the Giants. The final score on this Sunday, 8-6.
Lucas, the vice president of hate.
Oh, it's good stuff. Filmo Mike. Dave Fleming as well on the call. Roku, sports channel, whatever. But Dave Fleming's going to be joining us in about 27 minutes. Our Giants insiders. The Giants have lost 5 in a row. Coming out of the All-Star break, getting swept in the Great White North in Toronto. Who are one of the hottest teams in baseball, by the way. Those Blue Jays.
10?
Yeah.
10 in a row at home?
10 in a row. Their home numbers, they're 35-16. They don't lose there.
How are we feeling about the home run jacket?
I kind of like it.
Did you guys like it?
I kind of like it. Who started it? Was it Miami with the chain, the turnover chain? They started this whole thing.
No, I love it.
And then it came into baseball. And then, hell, do we have it in basketball? Do we have their version? Probably not. They don't even need any more ego boosters in basketball, actually. Let's just keep anything away from them.
No, remember, the Kings light the beam.
Oh, that's right, the beam. That's cute. They still do that? Is that still a thing?
Well, they lost Summer League championship yesterday.
Oh.
It's a high-level loser,
Do the A's
bro.
light a beam, too, in Sacramento? Do they do that? No. And I'm not going to do it. Shout out to those on YouTube. Brought to you by First North.
That's your PG&E beam lit.
For a low rate auto loan, apply online or just ask
It's a tied-up game.
NorCal financing at the dealer.
It's an even-up score.
You're going to get me in trouble.
Well, look, let's just call it what it is. She's the worst broadcaster in baseball.
Okay.
I mean, Jesus Christ. Why are we afraid to say it?
I didn't say it. We are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. Speaking of things that are driving me insane, you know what? You're not a girl dad. Carter, Sam, you guys don't have children that I know of.
JP Money just became a girl dad.
Congratulations to JP Money.
Visited her yesterday.
That's awesome. Tommy Call, former producer here, he had a boy, but he has a girl too. But it's dad problems when it comes to brushing the hair of a 2 to a 3-year-old girl. I don't know what gets into the hair that turns it into a rat's nest back there.
Oh.
It's just, there's stuff that the detangling, I wash the hair, I condition it, and yet when I try to brush the hair, and I'm using the detangling spray, I'm using everything, and yet I'm being as gentle as possible, and it turns into bloody murder whenever she screams, whenever just attempt to brush it at all, Joe. It sounds like I'm in my apartment complex and I can't brush the hair because it sounds like I'm hurting my kid and I'm not trying to. What are the answers to this, Joe? Can I just shave the head? Why can't I just shave her head? Is that okay?
Sinead O'Connor?
Yes, why not? Rest in peace.
Or was it Amber Rose? I'm trying to think of a more like
I don't like
modern,
that comp for,
I know,
for
but
Nora.
I apologies. I did not mean it like that.
No, I know you did.
Now I feel really bad.
Joe, it's okay.
But I was trying to think of like
about it. It's
modern
okay.
people, women who shave their heads.
Yeah, Jada Pinkett Smith. There you go.
There you go.
I think alopecia is a part of that. So actually, you know what?
You want to get slapped.
You want to get slapped. Wow, dude.
It is funny how and I was explaining this, I was having a conversation with Carter about like hand-me-downs and stuff, but like we do this thing because I went and visited the baby in the hospital.
Yes.
JP Money's baby, and like, hey, you gotta sanitize your hands and wash this and wash that.
First kid?
What?
Is it his first kid?
Yeah. And I was like, dude, that all goes out the
Yeah.
window after about, I don't know, 3 or 4 weeks.
There you go. And Benny was a pandemic baby, so even we were more so like, oh my God, everything's got to be clean. You're at the station, you got to wash your hands. Like, all right, sure. And then as soon as we start reintroducing him to society, what happens? He gets sick immediately because all these other kids are coming in, and then that's what daycare is, right?
Yes.
You expect your kids to get sick, and that's what happens. You got to build the immunity as we're going. Joe Rogan again and immunization, and we're doing all that, doing my own research stuff. But we were talking about. Sorry, you're laughing about it. We opened the show talking about the moon.
I love Rogan. I get a kick out of him. I don't think everything that he says is on the money, and I just it's entertaining. I don't think much. I just throw it on the phone and I play video games.
Are the Giants entertaining to watch right now for you?
At times.
What's entertaining about the San Francisco
Willie Adames
Giants?
having a 2-home run game on Saturday. I was like, we needed that. Like, I think, that was good. And then seeing Jung-Hoo Lee get a pair of hits yesterday, that was nice, little bloop single. Too many grounders, though, for me, just overall. And I think that people have, we're almost having a Kuminga-like conundrum when it comes to Jung-Hoo Lee. No one is saying he's the worst player in the game, but he's also not some, stud. And I think that the Jung-Hoo Lee crew needs to like smell the roses here and like put your feet on grass and feel reality. Watch the at-bats. It's a lot of weak contact. He hits a lot of ground balls. I went down this Baseball Savant rabbit hole, which is an advanced metrics website where you can kind of break down, where people are and what are they doing and what hits are they getting and what type of pitches do they come on and what counts. I mean, you can get as drilled down as you want. The point is, he hits a lot of weak grounders to first and second base. Where do teams play him? To hit a lot of weak grounders, either up the middle or to first and second base. And he hits a lot of pop-ups the other way until he really makes the adjustment and commits to hitting the ball on the ground the other way. You're going to see a lot of frustration with these Jung-Hoo Lee at-bats. So it was good to see him get a nice little bloop single the other way. That's a step in the right direction.
I just need the plate discipline to improve mightily. Like, his on-base percentage is .315 right now. It's one of the worst on the team for, like, everyday guys.
I know.
It's really bad. And it's not to say that the other Giants are doing really well at that.
No one is.
Like, they're all awful, quite frankly, when it comes to that. So 888-957-9570 is the number to call or text the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text.
Like, if I would have said, hey, Saturday and Sunday, Chapman's going to hit a big home run and Adames is going to hit 2 home runs, you think you'll win one of those games.
Diddly poo.
So there are some positives. Like I look at it right now and I say to myself, look, Chapman needed that. It felt like him missing time came at the worst possible time for him and the team.
And he knew he was going to have a little extra motivation, his old club, right, in Toronto.
Yeah.
Cup of coffee there.
Adames, it feels like the bat is coming around. Jung-Hoo Lee, nice series. I'll take it. It is.
Something to improve upon, hopefully, going forward. Maybe, like, talk about things. Like,
That's what I'm saying.
If we're going to be positive about it.
Here.
Yes, no. But if we're going to be positive about, like, if Jung-Hoo Lee could have a, kind of production that he had in the first month going forward, how huge would that be for this offense? It would be massive.
100%. We were talking about guys who could be pitching options for them just anywhere. Tristan Beck, that's a good outing for him. Now, you need to put a couple of good outings together. Yeah. I didn't know he went fully bald, by the way. I mean, he went so Mr. Clean.
Oh, you want Jay to peek it there?
Yeah, he did. Wow, but Tristan Beck, good step forward. Spencer Bivens.
Wow, dude.
Not so good. Ryan Walker, not so good. When was the last time Robbie Ray and Logan Webb had back-to-back starts where they both got touched up? I can't remember one.
No, it doesn't happen off. That's going to be a one-off for me. Now, if it happens again, then we're going to have some problems. But that, for the most part, those guys have been dynamic this year. Even in the loss, like, can they get some run support for some of these guys?
So, did this series mean more to you what did it mean? That Toronto's really good or the Giants are really bad right now? I'm not letting you pick the middle.
I think both things could be true, that the Blue Jays are playing first place baseball and the Giants right now are playing, last place baseball. But they're not, that's not a last place team. And maybe the Blue Jays are a first place team. Maybe at the end of the day.
I underrated them.
If I was gonna bet on who wins that division, I'd still probably lean Yankees, but the Red Sox are right there as well. And we'll see with the Blue Jays. But I think the Giants right now, for the last month really, are amidst a horrible offensive stretch. And they need to shake it up. What does that mean? I don't know. But we got 10 days till the deadline, Joe, and we got football happening in a couple days. Veterans are reporting in Santa Clara on Wednesday. The Giants right now are 4 games over, but they're teetering on me becoming out of sight, out of mind, back of the mind kind of a thing, because we have the San Francisco 49ers approaching. And what happens after football? Basketball is going to happen. All right. So I need the Giants right now to kind of right the ship, win this series in Atlanta, calm everything down. Got a huge series this weekend coming up against the Mets, right? So, yeah, they need to bounce back in a huge way, and it's going to happen tonight, potentially with Hayden Birdsong. Talk about a massive start for him. Hey, can you stop the bleeding, Hayden? This would be a huge win if he can get one. Huge.
Against a lot of righties in this lineup. I'm looking at this team right now, and I think there's one guy that I circle, and he's just been so underwhelming. And it's not that he hasn't produced a little. He has produced. How many chances have you had where Devers has had an opportunity to drive somebody in a crucial inflection point in the game, and he just comes up short? either hits a line drive, a pop-up, a strikeout, a ground out. He just doesn't deliver. It feels like he has had 6 or 7 in the last, 6 games, moments. Like, this is the moment in the game.
Right.
Devers could become a Giant, and he just, for whatever reason, can't get that big knock.
Feels snake bit at this point a little bit, but also like
it's discernment.
But it just, the discipline at the plate, top to bottom with this team is driving me nuts. And I think it's driving Giants fans everywhere nuts right now. And it goes back to, and I keep saying, I keep getting Pat Burrell, I keep getting Bob Melvin and Managing Matters and all this. Yes, that is true. There was a lot of comparisons to be made this weekend between what the Blue Jays lineup's able to do and what the Giants lineup is able to do. And they kept, Alex in Atlanta, I've gotten a lot of DMs, a lot of people saying like, hey, why can't the Giants be like the Blue Jays? Well, let's also keep it a buck. Vlad Guerrero would easily be the best hitter on the Giants.
Who had not hit a home run since June 28th and hit one yesterday.
He's batting .278 though this season.
I know, but there were questions about his bat.
Right. George Springer has been a pretty freaking good player and consistent as hell.
Absolutely.
Right?
This guy Barger went 6 for 11 with 2 home runs this week. I never even heard of him.
Oh yeah, Addison Barger just crushing it. Dave Fleming had a great call of him just hitting a second decker yesterday. Alejandro Kirk, one of the best hitting catchers in all of baseball, right? Bo Bichette, constantly batting around 275, 280. Like, that is a really good team, okay?
It is.
Like, just don't compare yourselves to them because you're not hitting, right? What you can control is the pitching going forward. And right now, it was humbling to see Robbie Ray and Logan Webb get hit around like that. That was humbling. We expected it a little bit from Verlander, which sucks at this point that we expect that to happen, but you don't expect that to happen with Robbie Ray and Justin in Logan Webb, excuse me. That's why it makes this Hayden Birdsong start massive. It makes this Logan Roop start massive tomorrow. You come out here and you lose a series against the Braves, it's hard to take me serious. I can't take you serious going forward. Like, how am I supposed to take the Giants serious going forward if they lose a series against the Braves and the Blue Jays coming out of the break, right?
No, it's a valid point. I think a lot of Giants fans have already given up. I've seen a lot of people over the weekend just wave the white flag. I'm not ready to throw dirt on this team yet.
Okay.
I know it's at their low point. I sound insane. I get why people would be punching air right now, talking about, oh, Joe, you sound like a homer. But I really do like this team.
They're 2.5 back still of the wild card. So, like, as much as I want to bury this team, you can't.
I don't think you are burying.
Okay,
them,
good. I don't want to sound like I am. I'm just trying to be realistic.
No, you
about
are being realistic. I think the thing that anyone can come on today is like, I don't know about the Giants today. Like, the data is in your favor right now. Yeah. They're an under 500 team since their 8-1 start.
They have a plus 37 run differential, so they're teetering over being slightly over 500, which their record would indicate. They're 4 games over. They're 52-48, and that kind of feels about right for what this season has been.
It's just when you look up at what else is going on in division, you're frustrated because you have an opportunity to kind of cut the deficit here, and you haven't done anything.
There's no dominant team. I thought Jeff Passan had a great tweet yesterday when it comes to hey, there's high-paying payrolls out there. There's, bottom of the payroll lineups out there. There's the Brewers that are right there that have all of a sudden been red hot. They're right in the top of their division in the NL Central. You got the Dodgers spending a lot of money. Even though they're reeling, they're still in the first. Oh, you got the Padres. It's a really fun year for baseball because it feels wide open, which I think is why a lot of Giants fans, as you just alluded to, are feeling like, man, if we could just get something. And they thought Devers was going to be that, right? They thought Devers was going to be that dude, and he hasn't been.
I just, as we approach the deadline, and I see a lot of people just, got to go all in on this year. I want to make the playoffs.
Of course.
I think this team could still make a dent and get into the playoffs. I do. I really do. But I also think that whatever they do at the deadline cannot be hyper-focused on just this year. I think this team, more than any other team that is kind of in the mix right now, has to take the long-term approach. And so whatever you go get, I think it's to kind of reset your AAA roster, meaning I would be willing to trade Luciano in the right deal or Matos in the right deal. Heck, I would even be willing, if I got a team control player for multiple years, I would surrender Ramos in the right deal. He is not untouchable to me. I like him. I want to keep him. But I also recognize you have to give to get, and you don't have a lot to give.
No.
Your cupboard is bare.
No.
But as I look at this, I would love to get a team-controlled starting pitcher with multiple years under team control at the deadline. That would help me for this year. That would help me in my rotation next year. Look in AAA. I don't know where Wizenhunt's at. I would take the Birdsong approach with Wiz and Hunt in projecting for next year. Right. Meaning, if he's a fifth starter, great. But boy, I don't know if I rely on that.
I mean, you can. I mean, we just saw, case in point, Kyle Harrison, right?
Yes.
You just never know when it comes to these young prospects. By the way, shout out to those watching on YouTube. We are streaming on that platform all day long. Monday, I was going to say through Friday, but also Saturday when you got the Orange and Black Weekend Wrap. Sam Lubman, welcome back. We missed you, buddy. Sam Lubman crushing it on his time off. And coming back, by the way, booking John Smoltz, the Hall of Famer. It's nice work. And it's brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. And as always, we are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. We got Dave Fleming, the voice of the Giants, and our 95.7 The Game Giants insider joining us in 12 minutes. In the meantime, let's go to Steven in San Francisco. Wants to touch on what the Giants are doing right now after they lost 5 in a row.
Steven?
It's the longest losing streak in all of baseball right now. Steve, what's going on with the Giants right now, buddy?
Hey, how we doing, man? I think, honestly, man, it's just one of those things where we have a team, a roster with some good players, right? And we brought somebody in who was, like, on the cusp of being, like, a game-changer in Devers, and he just hasn't really, it hasn't come to fruition with that, right? And I think it was kind of similar to what people were beginning to expect with Jimmy Butler when we got into the playoffs. Like, oh, he can carry us through a series. And it's like, no, you really can't, right? And I think maybe it's just one of those things where you have a solid roster that just seems to be across the board not playing very well, at least in the batter's box, right?
Yes.
But again, it's one of those things where you have the players who can do it. So it's like we're just waiting for these guys to pop. And hopefully they start popping at the same time so that way we can actually make a push, right? Because if not, like you said, a lot of times, as Giants fans, like, unfortunately, recently we've been used to some mediocrity, right? So it's like maybe it's once again, right? And then real quick to touch on that girl dad with the hairbrush.
Yeah.
I have a daughter. She's now a teenager. I have another one on the way.
Oh,
another daughter on the way.
Congratulations.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate it. What you got to do is start from the bottom and work your way to the top, right? Because if you start in the middle, start at the top, it's pulling all these hairs, and hairs kind of stretch a little bit, especially when it's wet.
Wait. I want to make sure I'm clear on this. On the bottom, do you mean closest to the scalp or farthest from the scalp?
You're talking about shoulders.
From the scalp.
Yeah, the shoulders, right? Yeah.
The bottom of the hair.
Yeah.
Yeah. Start the bottom of the hair, pull downwards. That way all the knots kind of get pulled out instead of you tightening a knot, right? Because like when you pull from the middle, the hair kind of twists and stretches a bit. And it just makes it worse.
Steve,
I learned that one.
No, that's
a
great. That is a great call right there.
Way.
I need that. See, this is what I'm talking about. The dads looking out for the other dads right there, the girl dads of the world. Because I don't have my hair that long. You don't have that hair that long. Well, maybe I should have asked Sam Lubman how he combs his hair. He would have known. But now you know. You start from the shoulders and then you work your way up. Because I got to tell you, like if we have pancakes at all, or there's anything syrup related, it's somehow getting in the hair. It just is. It turns into a bleep show, and I'm the bad guy. I feel like I'm the worst dad in the world because she's screaming bloody murder.
For serving pancakes.
Right. I'm just trying to be nice. I got a little pancake maker that makes some little penguins. They're really cute. Got little penguins and a little snow action with some powdered sugar. It's great. I do some good stuff, but then eventually the syrup gets in the hair, Joey, and then I got to wash it out. And I feel like I'm a bad guy.
Let me give you some analogy on like where the Giants are at right now. Anybody can relate to this, whether it's a car or a home. We've all had like, hey, we're going to do some work on, I'm just going to use a house analogy. All right, we're going to do some work on the house. And, you think that when you buy a house, like, oh, it's got good foundation and it's good to go. Some houses are turnkey. Meaning you buy it and you can move in right away and everything is amazing. Those are called mansions.
Yeah.
Those are excellent, right? Yeah. Some are with great foundations and they're ready to go and you look at them and you're like, hey, this is a fixer-upper, but it's got good bones, okay? I think that the Giants situation was way more bleak than I anticipated. I did an appraisal on the house. I thought the foundation wasn't bad, but Then when I ripped the walls off, I realized there's dry rot everywhere. And actually, the foundation's chipping underneath the veneer. And we need to do some serious, serious work here.
It's one of those houses where you keep seeing those signs like, we buy ugly houses or whatever. It's one of those houses.
John buys Bay Area houses.
John, or it's Ray. Like, I always think it's funny because there's one like Ray buys bad houses. I see it. And that's my brother's name. So I always like send it to him when I see it. Like, but it's one of those houses, what you're saying.
I just want Giants fans to understand. When Buster took over, he took over probably midseason last year. It was kind of clear, like when he had to step in on the Chapman extension, which happened in August or September of last year, that should have been our indicator Farhan was done.
Okay.
All right. He retained Matt Chapman, who was going to leave. He brought in Willie Adames.
He did.
All right. Now, you can say Joey overpaid on both of them. Sure. They didn't have a shortstop or a third baseman. All right. They had Logan Webb already in place. They had Robbie Ray already in place. So that's 4 guys right there. He traded for Devers. All right, now you have 5 guys. Look at their farm. There is not much. To be drafting 6, 7 years in a row, not trade away one prospect, and to only have Bryce Eldridge and nothing else that anyone else really covets in baseball is almost impossible to achieve. That's what Farhan did. So all you Farhanites are like, well, you actually left him in a better place. There were some nice things. There's some decent, like Fitzgerald's nice. He's a decent player. Like
you said Farhan,
fringe guy.
Farhanites, like it's a cult, the cult of Farhan.
They're like the termites of this particular house analogy. But like, look, think about this. They signed a 17-year-old. A 17-year-old. He's their second best prospect. That is how dry the cupboard is right now.
That's not good.
The well is dry. And so Posey is, kind of starting from scratch on both the big league roster and the farm system. I underrated how far this remodel had to go.
Dave Fleming, 6 minutes, voice of the Giants. John Smoltz, who joined us last hour, kind of alluded to what you're talking about. Buster Posey trying to kind of thread this needle of farm system and the veterans. Right? Yeah.
But I think what Buster Posey is trying to do in San Francisco, if I could give him a big standing ovation, I would do it, because he's trying to balance all the things that the game is now, what it was then, and bring both together and try to have that balance. And I think in the long run, San Francisco is going to be way better. We all know that 1 year place and plug, every decision seemed to be right. They had the unbelievable year, and then you start thinking that's the matrix and that's the success. It's impossible to have success like that every year. You've got to have stars. You've got to have players that play every day. You can't always have platoon. You can't mix and match. You can't make every right decision. I've said this for years, and I think people would think it's crazy coming out of my mouth. Take a casual fan from the stands and let him manage a game and try to lose. Just try to lose. Try to make every wrong decision, and you know what's going to happen over time? You're going to win some of those games.
And that was John Smoltz, the Hall of Famer, who joined us last hour. If you missed any of that, YouTube or the Free Odyssey app, some really good stuff there. He talks about Buster. He talks Devers, Verlander. He also talks Barry Bonds, whether or not he should be in the Hall of Fame. Really good stuff with the Hall of Famer, John Smoltz.
Joe, the guys that we would be willing to trade in these deals, like, right, Meckler was their pick, but Luciano, Matos, those were signed by Bobby Evans.
Yeah.
Like, they have nothing.
Nothing.
Right? So
it's actually pretty amazing when you break it down. Like, he was talking about right there.
We're a lot farther along than people want to give credit.
Well, he was talking about right there where it's like really hard to like lose games as a manager every day. Like, you'll even win games you're trying to lose. Like, I feel like that about the draft sometimes, even with certain players. Well, like I look at it at the NFL draft, because we talk about it all the time. Even with like the worst draft class, there's someone that you could think of like a pluck is like, oh, that's actually kind of worked. Like, it's really, really hard to be that bad at drafting for that long when his whole calling card, Farhan's, was what? The draft. Was it not the international signings?
No. That's what they said, but it wasn't. This is the guy that traded away Yordan Alvarez when he was with the Dodgers. This is a guy that can't find anyone. So, all right, we'll go on the other side.
We'll talk about it on the other side. It's going to be Dave Fleming joining us, R95 7 The Game Giants Insider, and obviously voice of the team. It's going to be brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
Now back to the morning roast.
A lot of people wait to hate. They cheer when they're drinking the beer. I want you to keep that same energy when we win that chip this year.
With Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
There's something happening here. Buffalo, Springfield, whatever. I don't know what's happening here at the station, but it's happening.
That is an all-time song, too,
it needs to be discussed, and we're going to do it at one point. I don't know what kind of tease that is, but it's a tease, people. And it's bathroom-related when it comes to the workplace. And we've gone too far as a society. I'm just going to say it. I'm not going to bring Dave Fleming in on this, but things need to be said at this station, Joe. I'm calling out everyone here.
Okay.
Everyone. The KCBS's is, the Live 105's is, Alice, Q, the 102 Jams, everyone is being called out here. And we're going to be joined by Dave Fleming, who joins us now on the River Islands guest line. As all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Is it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? Our 95.7 The Game Giants insider, Dave Fleming.
Are you saying there will be blood?
There will be blood. Daniel Day-Lewis. That's going to come after Dave, but
I watched that movie last night. It's such a classic.
Oh, I drink your milkshake.
It's so good.
Speaking of drinking
if
milkshake.
I have a long straw.
Oh, yeah.
Dude, it's so good.
That's what the Blue Jays did to the Giants over this weekend. They drank the Giants milkshake. Dave warned us about it last week. He's mentioned the Giants the last decade plus. Their bugaboo, their Achilles heel has been coming out of the All-Star break. And Dave, good morning. Great job this weekend. Listened to you on the Roku channel yesterday as well as NBC Sports Bay Area. You warned us, and they came out and they got swept in Toronto, Dave.
Well, I did. I do have to admit, I went back and actually looked at because I was just winging it when I was talking to you guys, and their record after the All-Star break isn't as bad as I thought it was. I mean, I guess I just focus on the years that I remember where they have struggled. I still think it's been an issue for this team over the last few years, just this time of year in general. Second half in general in the last, 4 or 5 years has been an issue. So this is an important week for this team. Look, this weekend, I don't want to just write it off and dismiss it because there were some disturbing things. But I also think the Blue Jays right now are it's just one of those teams that, they are on fire, and everything they're doing is turning up aces. And so that doesn't excuse what happened this weekend, but I think almost every team in baseball would have gone in there and gotten their rear ends handed to them. Just the way the Blue Jays are going right now, it's just one of those things. So you got to kind of lick your wounds and hope to bounce back in what is not going to be an easy place to play here in Atlanta.
So Friday, the Verlander start happens, and it just feels like he's afraid to throw the fastball in the second inning, and everybody's just losing their minds. And I put out a tweet like, "What do you do with Verlander?" And I'll get to him in a second. But then, after I take a deep breath, I watch Saturday, I watch Sunday. Okay, Logan Webb, Robbie Ray. These are two all-stars having great years, and they both got barreled up and struggled to get out of the fourth or fifth inning in those games the other day. So, where are you at now on Verlander? Having said what I said about what happened on Saturday and Sunday, because it does for me, I think I take a deep breath and I say, all right, well, maybe this is Toronto's just excellent. What do you do with Justin Verlander right now, Dave?
You give him the ball again this week and hope that it goes a little better. I talked to Justin yesterday, and his body is feeling good. He feels like he's strong enough physically to perform at a much higher level. I think if that weren't the case, I'd be even more worried about it. That's not to say that there isn't some reason for worry. The results just haven't been there, but he feels like, and you look at the velocity, you look at the way the ball comes out, it doesn't look like a guy who's just falling apart. I really do think he's doing some deep dive stuff into finding a way to be a little more deceptive, whether or not he's tipping. I don't want to say that, but I think, there are ways to hide the ball a little differently. And maybe when you're younger and you just have explosive stuff, that isn't quite as important. So I think, he's going through a process where he's trying to tweak a few things. That's not the easiest thing to do
in the middle of a season. I guess the bottom line for me is, unless they're going to swing a trade, and I think they would like to try to do that, but I just don't see the other option right now for this team. I think they're backed into a corner a little bit with their pitching depth. If Carson Whisenhunt had just forced the issue and was ready to go and was performing at a high level, then I think we'd be having a different conversation. But you watch the way he's pitched the last month, and it doesn't look like a guy who's ready to win a bunch of big league games. And that's not a knock. He's a young guy. He's still working his way up the ladder. But there's nobody just blowing the door down saying, pick me, I'm ready to go. I think the discussion would be a little different if that were happening.
Dave Fleming joining us here on the River Islands guest line. Dave, fast forward to 4:15 from now, West Coast time. How massive is this start for one Hayden Birdsong to stop the bleeding? And, he's had how many weeks off is this guy? It felt like he's had like a couple weeks off now at this point. But Hayden Birdsong, a lot of rest. How massive a start is this for him in starting this second half and just to stop the bleeding in general on a 5-game losing streak?
Yeah, it's big for him. It's big for the Giants. I mean, the same issue that we just talked about with Verlander. They don't have a lot of other places to go just immediately. Now, I think long-term they feel like they're going to have other options, but right now they need both those guys to step it up. And Birdsong is totally capable of doing it. And I'm not privy to what's going on behind the scenes of like how they're grinding it out to try to figure out this issue where he just loses his command and it doesn't come back. His last actual start was that 4th of July weekend in Sacramento. So yeah, you're right. You were talking about a good couple weeks plus now since he started a game, and that he managed to go 5. That was like the most harrowing 5 innings you could ever watch. He was in trouble the whole time, and you just can't survive that way. You cannot. It's too high stress physically, mentally on everybody, your catcher, your pitcher, your defense. You got to make it a little easier. It can't be, like you're just hanging on for dear life the whole time. And we've seen Birdsong many times in his very young career make it look much easier. So we know it's in there. We know it is. And maybe the time off will be good for him, but they really do need him. They do.
Dave, I think a lot of people are losing their minds over the skid that they're going through right now. And, I was trying to take a deep breath. I know I'm like a prisoner of the moment at all times, but I say to myself, look, I don't think they're as bad as this 5-game slide. I think Toronto's really good. I don't think the Giants are playing great ball right now. I do believe they've hit a wall, but I still think they can make noise. And I think overall we've underestimated how dry the cupboard was that Posey inherited in the situation. And I'm just looking at the draft history, looking at where their farm is. It's going to be really difficult to make moves for the now. And I think that they need to approach this deadline as, I'd like to help now, but I also need to acquire something for the future. Overall, as you guys enter this crucial week, how should they look at this deadline? Should it be all about the now, or do they have to also keep their eye on the future?
The only way I could see them being a sell team, like a team that sells a few pieces to maybe get a younger player. The only way that happens is if they lose every game from here until then. I mean, I just don't see Buster feeling like this is a team to give up pieces. They're not deep enough, and I think that is a major issue. What you led in with. It's not to say, look, for all the Giants player development people, the scouting director, Farhan, everybody who came before this year, this roster has Elliot Ramos and Patrick Bailey and Casey Schmidt and Landon Roop and Hayden Birdsong and Walker and all these guys. The Giants have developed good major league players. They have. But a really healthy organization and system has a constant supply of reserves near the top level, maybe not star level, maybe not, a guy who you think is going to be a superstar at some point. But somebody, the issue we were just talking about, somebody where, hey, you need a starter, you got a guy you can tap on the shoulder and say, come take a couple starts and keep us in a game and compete at this level. And right now the Giants don't have a AAA roster that feels that way. You were hoping by this point that Marco Luciano would be one of those guys, and Tyler Fitzgerald would be one of those guys, and to a degree, Luis Matos would be a guy who could be taken every day at bats. And the fact that none of those guys has really taken that leap has left them thin at the top. So all of that said, I just don't think that they're in the mindset to punt on this season in any way. And I think selling doesn't have to be punting on a season. Look at what the Tigers did last year. The Tigers were kind of middling, and they sold a couple pitchers, and they went on a run and made the playoffs, and it springboarded them into this year. So I don't want to frame it exactly like that. I guess I should just keep it positive and say the Giants believe in this team. They want to add to this team as opposed to, take away a veteran player or two, and they don't have enough options where I think it'd be very hard for Buster and Zach to say, sell off a reliever, sell off a player, and have somebody step into that void and maybe use a deal to springboard to another deal. I just don't think they have the maneuverability to do that right now.
No, I think that's a fair point. And I don't know. I always feel you got to give to get, especially if you want something of significance under team control. And so you got to get creative here as we approach it. And I'm looking at three guys, right? It's Adames, it's Chapman, and it's Devers. And so to me, whatever you're looking at, short-term, long-term, whatever, has got to complement those three. And I'm looking at Devers right now, and clearly the lack of just having a leadoff guy is really hurt this team. I mean, just a table setter, that is what they need. That is like one of the most important things that they need right now. But Rafael Devers, what are you seeing from him right now? Because I could feel the frustration from Giants fans right now.
Much better. I mean, I thought this weekend was really encouraging for him. He hit the ball hard all weekend, took swings that looked like Rafael Devers. Now, there was a key at bat late in the game yesterday where he had a couple pitches to hit and did not hit them. And, it happens. It happens to the very best hitters where you go through stretches where you don't take advantage of the pitches that you think you should crush. But I thought overall, he looked way more like the normal Devers this weekend than what we saw before. So I'm hoping that even just those few days off have helped him kind of get the back thing calmed down. Now, the problem is, the season grinds on, and you don't get a lot of – from here till the end of the year, he's not going to get time off. I mean, that guy, whatever you think about Devers, like, he wants to be in there. That guy plays. I think we counted it up. Devers has missed 3 at-bats this year. 3. He got pinch hit for twice in blowout games with the Red Sox where they were down by like double digits, and so they took him out of the game late. And one time I think they pinch ran for him late in a game, and so he missed an at-bat. He's missed 3 at-bats this year. That guy, he wants to be in every day. It's part of the reason why the Giants traded for him, but it also makes it hard when you're beat up because you don't give your body a chance to recover. I thought it was encouraging. I think we're going to see Rafi Devers produce for this team. I know that we're going to see that long term. The big question is he healthy enough to do it in the short term? I hope so.
Talking with Dave Fleming here on the Morning Roast as he joins us each and every week, courtesy of River Islands. We had to move Dave up. Usually he's on Thursday, but I mean, the panic meter is set in for the orange and black fan base here that we had to move you to Monday, Dave. We'll get back to the Giants in a second. I did want to touch on something that we were talking about and opening up the show with kind of in regards to the Open and Scotty Scheffler, and it was the GOAT conversation. And not to say that, Scotty Scheffler is touching Tiger Woods right now. Scotty was asked about it yesterday. He's like, dude, it's my 4th major win as he won the Open yesterday for the first time in his career. Tiger's got 15. Just don't even compare us. But I do think it's a fun conversation to talk about the gap between in given sports like golf, basketball. We love to have the GOAT conversation and who's closed the gap the most in their given sport. And we talked to John Smoltz earlier, obviously Hall of Famer, Braves legend, Fox broadcaster, right? And he even talked about Shohei Ohtani potentially closing that gap within the next 5 years. You think there's an athlete right now, because you're so well-versed in all the major sports, individual and team, you think there's a player right now that has the opportunity to close the GOAT gap in their given sport?
Well, Scheffler definitely does. We've watched these two guys in tennis. Those two guys are going to dominate tennis for the next many, many years, it looks to me like. So I think those two guys are going to be someday in the conversation.
Sinner and Alcaraz,
Yeah. I think Nikola Jokic has a chance to be way higher on the list than anybody acknowledges. And maybe Giannis also, probably Giannis. Basketball is kind of the easiest one for those superstar guys to. It just is a little clearer to me in that sport than in other sports. Baseball, Ohtani, but Aaron Judge has already done it. I think. I think Aaron Judge. The three of us have talked about this year. Totally, it's crazy how underappreciated he is. I mean, everybody knows he's a star. But I don't believe he plays for the Yankees, and he's a home run hitter in that uniform in that city, and yet I just think we're still underappreciating how much of an all-time great Aaron Judge is. All-time great. Like, he's having seasons that players other than Bonds and Ruth and Gehrig and Mays and a few others, he's having some of the greatest seasons of all time. And he's doing it again this year. It is a fun debate, but Scottie Scheffler he's on his way. I mean, golf is kind of the easiest one, I think, to tear off. And it's a pretty small list of the true all-time greatest golfers. I mean, I don't think it's that hard to come up with the top 6 or 7 or 10 or whatever. And Scottie's 4 majors away from easily being in that group, and he's going to get there. I mean, this guy's swing is built to last. His body is held up. He posts. He doesn't get hurt. Scottie Scheffler is going to be an all-time great.
A guy we're hoping to be an all-time great, who we haven't brought up in, I don't know, 3 or 4 weeks, Bryce Eldridge. He finished up his rehab stint. He went back to AAA, didn't play last night. I mean, I just wonder, like, with this injury, the setback, I thought that there was maybe a scenario where he can come up and help this team. What's going to happen, you think? If you had to just guess, I mean, you're purely guessing here, but what do you think happens with Bryce Eldridge the rest of the way here?
I think there is still a chance for him to get up here and help this team. The health obviously is a big issue for him, and it's always concerning when a young guy gets hurt. Now, these have been, it's a couple hamstring injuries and a weird wrist thing. And it's not like that's something that you feel like is going to be a long-term career alterer. I don't think anybody believes that with the Giants. Sometimes, kid's he's literally 20 years old. Your body's still growing. Like, sometimes you got to wait for a little while just for his body to fill out and get a little stronger and balance out. So I think that's happening. But it is predicated for him on staying on the field. I do think that there's a chance that the Giants still believe that he can help them this year. Or on the flip side, that there's a real chance that they want to get him a taste of the big leagues this season so that he can be ready to really help them next year. The biggest issue, and we can talk about this in a few weeks, is this new, in the last few years, September roster gives you so much less ability to get a guy up. You get 2 extra spots, basically. And usually it's a catcher and a pitcher, or, a pitcher and one other guy. It's really hard to get a guy up in the way that you used to with the September roster expansion. So that'll be something that I think Buster and Zach really wrestle with over the next few weeks. But the first step is get on the field and start to show again that he's healthy, because look, this guy's season, I know Giants fans probably don't follow it that closely. In 19 turning 20 at Double-A, to be arguably the best hitter in that league is really impressive. Like, that predicts big time success in the future. The guy's the list of players at his age who did what he did in Double-A is a very impressive list. And then he went up to Triple-A and struggled for about 10 days and, kind of got adjusted to all the breaking stuff and the difference of competition level up there. And then right before he got hurt, he had 5 games of multi-hits and lots of extra base hits and lots of power, and looked like it had taken him about a week and he was adjusting to that level. I mean, those are really good signs that you've got a guy with the aptitude to do it at the highest level. He's got franchise-changing talent. He's the best hitting prospect the Giants have had since Buster Posey, and it's not close. And I think he's going to make a big impact on this franchise. It's just a question of when.
So we're hoping that he has a Dave Fleming-like trajectory, getting a start when he's a young broadcaster and running away with it. Am I right, Dave? Look at that comp. Come on. That's what we're hoping for. Good stuff this morning, Dave. We greatly appreciate it.
Don't put that on Bryce Elder. The ceiling is a lot higher for him.
Dave,
a lot higher.
Dave, on your way out the door, you got I just wrote down. You got obviously Matos has been up and down a lot, but Luciano, Wade Meckler was playing second base, but he was an outfielder. Grant McCrae, Hunter Bishop. Any of these guys can maybe help right now? I'm just asking out loud. I don't know the answer. It might sound foolish, but you were talking about AAA, and they've got so many outfield that I just wonder if one of these guys might get a look.
I wish I had a more positive answer. I just don't think so. I mean, I just don't think anybody has forced the issue. Luciano, I will say this about Marco. He's crushed left-handed pitching in the last couple months down there. Crushed it.
They need that.
And with the Giants struggling against lefties, I bet there's at least some discussion going on, like, can we find a way to get this guy some at-bats against lefties here? He'd be the one, and I think Marco deserves some credit. Like, it has not been the career to this point that the Giants were hoping for, that he was hoping for. He's looking way more like a guy who's not going to be the franchise changer that the Giants were hoping. But he's still young, and he's had a positive step forward this year, and he's finally back to hitting the ball with power. Like, he's got 20 home runs or whatever. That's a pretty good number in 100 games, even in the PCL. So I guess I'll say Marco would be the guy on that list of, you're looking for help against lefties. They have the lowest batting average against lefties in baseball, the Giants do. I mean, that makes no sense to me with the roster that they have. It's just crazy that they can't hit left-handers, and it's very frustrating for everybody. And they're trying to figure out how they can change that, and maybe Marco gets a chance because of that, maybe.
Hey, Dave, great stuff. Good luck on the calls this week. We'll do it again next week, man.
Okay, talk to you guys soon.
There he goes. That's Dave Fleming, Giants broadcaster, our 95% of the game Giants insider, courtesy of River Island's guest line there. Dave Fleming, some good stuff on, the Open, on Aaron Judge, underappreciated, but good stuff on just in general where the Giants are at right now. They're just not in a great position when it comes to the assets on the team. They just aren't. So it might just be one of those things where you're talking about you got to, give to get, if you will. I just don't know if they're in a position to give up anything right now.
It's a totally fair point. Like, everyone's losing their minds about Yaz. Yaz is like one of your better OBP guys, and he's one of the few guys at the top of the lineup. Like, I don't love him as a leadoff hitter. I want him as like a fourth outfielder.
Correct.
But you really don't have a true leadoff hitter.
It's almost like the Brandon Pajemski thing where he's misplaced, if you will. Not to say that they're the like for like.
No,
it's a different sport. But like Pajemski ideally is like a backup point guard and like a 6th or 7th man. He's not your starting point guard in the second round of the Western Conference playoffs, Joe.
It just sucks. Like, Ramos was from the prior regime. They drafted him in the first round. Okay. 2018, you draft Joey Bart. Had to get rid of him. Beep, beep. Had to get rid of him.
Had to.
Boy, you wouldn't. Would you rather have Joey Bart or Kisner right now?
No, Joey Bart.
Right?
I feel much better about that.
They're both not great, but better than, Bart's better than Kisner. 2019, you took Hunter Bishop, 10th overall.
Damn. It's a cool name.
27 years old, stuck in AAA.
Damn.
6 home runs, batting .250. Like, I listened.
He was the local guy, right? San Carlos. We all thought he was going to be the guy, and just hasn't worked out.
2020, Pat Bailey.
Where are you at, Pat Bailey? He's just been underwhelming.
I think he's a backup catcher.
Well, Sam said something earlier. We both kind of scoffed at it, but he said, can you get anything for Patrick Bailey? No, can you dangle Patrick Bailey for anything right now? And I was like, well, in this scenario, if you're using like a dangler like a fish, you'd get like a goldfish in return. So nothing. You'd get a big nothing burger back.
No, look, we know these drafts aren't just one player deep, but I'm just giving you a snapshot because I don't want to go too deep on it. But Will Bednar, right-handed pitcher, stuck in Double-A. Okay, that was 2021.
That's a name I haven't heard in a minute.
All right. Reggie Crawford, torn labrum, who also had a Tommy John. He's pitched like a year, basically, and has been injured on both ends of that sandwich of it's just been bad. Like Bryce Eldridge, first baseman, 2023. That was a first-round pick. That was good. James Tibbs, you just traded him away.
Gone.
And you got Rafael Devers. They just don't have a lot. They don't have a lot to give up. So I know I want to like trade stuff and I want to get rid of stuff but as much as it might pain their big league team right now in terms of lineup, hey, surrender Ramos. In the right deal, I might have to. And I might just have to roll the dice on Luciano in left field or Matos in left field. If you want to get a team-controlled starter, the best avenue to get it might be to have to surrender someone like Elliot Ramos. And I know that sucks. I don't want to get rid of him. It sounds crazy, but you have to give to get, and they don't have a lot of stuff in their cupboard that people want.
Well, what if they kept Ramos and they addressed that in the offseason? Right?
Address what in the offseason?
Address getting,
a
hot
pitcher?
stove. Yeah, getting a pitcher in the offseason.
Well, what do we know about what happens in free agency when it comes to these pitchers?
I mean,
it costs you a boatload.
It might.
And those guys typically aren't re-signed by their organization for a reason.
Well, I say that only because maybe, not that you have buyer's remorse, but maybe you revisit if a team's willing to take on the contract of a Jung Hoo Lee in the offseason, a Willie Adames. We'll see where things are at. I mean, it'd be rough to just, if you're Buster Posey, having a one and done with a Willie Adames. But again, as you're saying, maybe you have to bite the bullet on some of these things. I'm saying that because I'd rather keep Ramos because he has all those yields.
And he's inexpensive.
Yeah, that's the thing. And he's 25. He's going to be 26 soon. Like, I'd like to keep a homegrown guy that's worked, that has been an all-star. Like, ripping the Band-Aid off of that just feels like, man, you've been asking for so long for an everyday lineup all-star homegrown guy.
No doubt.
And then we're trading him away?
No, but
right?
I understand everything. And I'm not just trading him away.
I know
I'm
you're
getting something that can help me.
I know.
Is his skill set redundant, though? Let's think about this. High strikeout guy who bats in the 260s.
He's struggling now. Like, he was batting 290 for most of the part, but he is 260 right now. I'll give that to you.
And he ended up did the same thing last year. He was red hot, and then in last month wasn't great. Now, it's a lot of guys in the game right now. He's a good player, but is he a redundant skill set for what you have? He's going to bat somewhere in the 2 through 6 slots. Well, I've got 3 guys that are under massive contracts that do that. He's going to hit 20-something home runs. Well, I got 3 guys that do that. And he strikes out a lot. Well, I got 3 guys that do that. And he's a mediocre defender. So, like, that's the part I think that as I look at this and I go, the way the Giants want to play baseball, if you're going to be a mediocre defender, you better slug 35 homers. I don't think Ramos is ever going to be that guy.
I mean, in this scenario, we're talking about like a Mitch Keller, right, for the Pirates. So let's just go through Mitch Keller's career. He's going to be the hot commodity here next week when it comes to the trade deadline.
And he's got 3 years of team control after this year, and he's already under a pretty reasonable deal.
And he's having a career year thus far.
No doubt.
He's having
and
a
really
career
the
year.
last 2 months.
And again, don't look at the win-losses because he's on the Pittsburgh Pirates, and as we know, the Pittsburgh Pirates have been god-awful offensively for God knows how long.
He got a 3.5 ERA right now?
He has a 3.48, and he has a 3-10 win-loss record, 20 games pitched. It's been pretty good, right? Last year, 4.25 ERA, 31 games started. Prior to that,
which
32.
would be better than Verlander and Birdsong from this year.
Well, that's what I like about Keller. It's not so much the ERA, because again, the ERA is the ERA. Sometimes it can be a little fugazi, just given where his offense is as a whole, right? You're going to look at Paul Skeens, and he's been incredible. He's a phenom. Mitch Keller is not that, but on this team, he'd be a hell of a 3.
And he's an innings eater.
Well, that's the thing.
And on this team, we know that there is value with that.
Just go into 2021. 23 games started, 2022, 31, and then 32, 31, 20.
That's a rare thing.
Couple that up with Logan Webb, who's captain consistency. Hell, I'd argue that if I looked up all those stats, the innings pitched, Keller's probably right up there. When it comes
this
to
year,
Logan
he's
Webb.
4th in innings pitched. And we know like guys are at different spots. Some guys have started 1 or 2 more games than others because of how the rotations shake down.
So I say that like it's great, but also I'm giving up a guy that's going to be playing every single day. But again, if you're going to double down on what is the strength of this team, it is the pitching. It's not going to be the offense.
What do you think they need more of right now? Do they need Ramos's hitting or another pitcher? I'm asking sincerely. And I'm dealing this from a position of I'd like to keep him, but I know that these Luciano, Matos, Yaz trades that you guys throw out there are unrealistic.
Ideally, I would like to have another pitcher because that just gives me flexibility going forward where I could count on Birdsong or Verlander and make that fifth guy. Like, because Landon Roop as a 4 would be amazing. You'd feel great. You'd feel like if I start the playoffs now with Keller a part of this, again, that's part of it, though. Can I make the playoffs?
It boosts your bullpen because this guy doesn't depreciate your bullpen by getting yanked in the 4th inning.
Yeah, I think about it as you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGNZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. It's Spadoni at Chatsky. 1 hour to go here on the Morning Roast. We're talking Giants. What do you do with Justin Verlander, who got rocked around again on Friday? He's got a 5 ERA. Logan Webb, Robbie Ray also got hit around. Did they just run into a hot Blue Jays team, or is this a sign of things to come going forward here before the trade deadline?
Is it worse that Verlander says he feels great and he doesn't really have any mechanical things? It just doesn't. The results aren't there.
Well,
is there any silver lining for you?
We're going to hear from Verlander here in a second. It's what Bob Melvin kind of sounded like after the game on Friday that kind of has my ears up.
It was more put away with 2 strikes. You know, typically he's got something to get a swing and miss. Didn't get any strikeouts. Actually, he limited the damage for the amount of base runners he had there in less than 3 innings, but a couple key hits off him and just really didn't have a put-away pitch today.
That's the part for me. Actually, you know what? I was like, you better not tell me Bobby thought that was a good start. Actually, you know what?
There's some encouraging things we saw from him.
They were lucky to get out of the 3rd inning without giving up runs, and the 2nd inning should have been 5 or 6.
I mean, the fact that it ended up being 4-0 the final, it kind of felt like, man, you kind of, like, as we said, Tristan Beck and this guy, Matt Gage, who I've never heard of. Like,
Matt Gage looked okay.
That's what I'm saying.
Could be a lefty specialist.
He looked okay. Thank you. So, like,
he looked okay.
But Bob, come on. Like, come on. He really doesn't want to say, like, this guy's cooked. But
he's not going to. Bob's never going to say something that negative about his players publicly. Like, privately to Justin, he'll probably be a little bit more colored. But no, one thing I've learned about Bob this year is a player could have the worst game possible, and Bob's like, yeah, he had some good at-bats out there. We think he's coming around soon. Bob's always going to, he's the opposite of Joe Lacob. He's always going to sugarcoat it.
Number one need on this team right now?
Power and consistency at the plate.
Oh, okay, no, just give me a position.
Oh, well, jeez. Whatever Devers' position was supposed to be, which I guess is first base, but Dom Smith is fine there. But, like, I need I know I hear you with the position of need. I really just need whoever it's going to be with consistency at the plate. So I just haven't gotten that from any position. Is that a cop-out?
Top of the order? Top of the order?
Yeah, a leadoff guy.
Yeah, a leadoff guy I think would really help them.
Yes.
I think would really help them.
And they tried all these different guys at leadoff.
So if I said to you could only get one, leadoff guy or starting pitcher, what are you going?
Leadoff guy. I need an everyday leadoff. Yes, I would love that.
Okay.
Like, if you're going to tell me, can I get a Steven Kwan instead of a Mitch Keller? Oh, my God.
Well,
yes.
I would too. I would too, actually. I think the more and more. But, like,
those guys are hard to find. Like,
they are,
that guy's
and those teams
are traded.
Yeah, those, like, you know what they're going to want? Ramos and Luciano. Correct. And somebody.
Well, I'd do that. Ramos and Luciano for Steven Kwan?
I would too.
Yes, in a heartbeat. Yeah. But I don't think, are they doing that? I don't know.
I doubt it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I doubt it.
I mean, again, we're having these ifs and buts, candy nuts. We'd all have a Merry Christmas conversation. Takes 2 to tango. The Giants are just in a tricky spot, as Dave Fleming told us last segment. Like, I don't know if they have enough in the cupboard, as we're talking about all these guys, that other teams are going to cover.
Which is why I keep coming back to, you might have to trade a Ramos to get something that you need. And I know it sucks. Like, they could be doing the old Moneyball thing. Well, we think Luciano and Matos could give us something similar to what Ramos is giving us, and then we get a pitcher, and so the cumulative addition of those 2 outfielders and this starting pitcher gives us more production than what Ramos was doing individually. Like, that is something that they could be assessing currently.
Something we're still assessing currently is Rafi Devers, and where Giants fans are out on him and the patience level when it comes to Rafael Devers.
He ripped one off the wall the other day.
And Dave sounded encouraged because he had some loud contact, but again, like, They got swept. So it's great. And the same thing with Willie Adames. He had 2 home runs. It's like, awesome, great. Got swept. We're not going to talk about it as much, unfortunately.
The second one Adames hit was an absolute bullet.
It was. Steven in San Francisco mentioned something earlier when he called in, something we mentioned on the phone call yesterday. We haven't really touched on, but the Bay Area has had 2 major trades happen this year. 2 different teams, 2 different sports. Jimmy Butler coming over here from the Miami Heat and Rafi Devers from the Boston Red Sox. I thought the Jimmy Butler thing had bust, like combustible, written all over it when it happened. And I was pleasantly surprised at how well it worked for the most part. I think a lot of people are still a little jaded, a little cynical of how it ended. You lost Stephen Curry. You weren't winning anything. Sorry, Warriors fans. I know you wanted to see playoff Jimmy. It didn't happen. I thought it was overall a positive, though, with the Jimmy Butler acquisition. Hell, they went from a play-in team all the way to the second round of the Western Conference. It's pretty freaking good, right? Conversely, Rafi Devers. It's been the opposite a little bit, right? Where you haven't really gotten a whole hell of a lot. He's batting .208. I get it's a different sport, but I thought I was going to get a lot more oomph from Rafi Devers than I'm getting right now. And I guess I'm wondering where you're at right now, Joe, because it was Adames. That was the guy we were talking about. And now he's kind of in the back of our minds because he's been batting a lot better. It's been a month now. He's raised his batting average from 190 to like 222. Could be like 230 by next week. Who knows? But I think he's been playing a lot better. And now he's no longer the highest paid player in the franchise. That's Rafi Devers. Where are you at, Joe, with Rafi Devers as we're looking towards the second stretch and we're still waiting for him to kind of break out?
I think comparing Jimmy Butler being added to Steve Kerr and to Steph Curry's team is just an unfair comparison for Devers. I get why we do it, and trust me, a lot of fans are doing that. It's just not like for me. Rafi has underwhelmed. No other way around it. But I want to give the guy a little time. Like, can him and Adames just get on the same page for a week? Can him and Chapman both be hot at the same time for a week? It might not happen this year.
Well,
it hasn't been good, but I'm still holding out hope that this guy can like have a 3-week stretch where he's red hot.
I guess why I'm asking that is I think if you polled a lot of Warriors fans in this offseason, maybe a lot strong, but a good amount, they'd say, hey, if you could trade Jimmy Butler and try to get something else, would you do it? And a lot of people were like, yeah, I'd do it. Now the team's not going to, so it's a conversation that leads nowhere. But a lot of people are like, yeah, I'd entertain trading him. Would you entertain trading Rafi Devers next week? If you like
in the right deal, I would entertain anyone.
Really?
Well, yeah. I mean, that's just you owe it to yourself. I mean, yeah, of course. Like, look, if you could have Bobby Witt Jr., you know what I mean? Like, yeah, I'd do that in a heartbeat.
Well, yeah, sure.
That's what we're talking about.
All right.
I just think in general, Warrior fans and the organization have an unbelievable sense of urgency because the sand is coming out of the hourglass on Steph Curry's career. And so that changes how pressurized everything feels. Whereas the Giants, there's a longer runway. Like they're looking at the Devers thing like with the zoomed out 5-year plan. I look at Jimmy Butler, I'm like, you got 2 seasons.
Right.
You got 2 seasons because Father Time isn't coming. I mean, we might only have 1 year. Who knows what you have with Steph and them? Like, because it's all like inherent on Steph being Steph.
Right. 888-957-9570. We'll pick up this conversation up on the other side. But before we hit the break, do we got a this or that topic, gentlemen, in the back? Do we got something?
Yeah, we do. And today's This or That is actually a tie-in with another one of our fun segments because it involves our favorite subject, guys, Jonathan Kuminga.
Oh, yes, hit it. Give it to me. No. You come on. No. Thank you. Come on.
I think that needs to be just all-time drop.
Is there Emmys that are nominated? Just like drops alone?
Emmys for drops? Yeah, I'm pretty sure there is.
Emmys, whatever. Yeah. It doesn't matter. We need the drop one right there. It's all-time, Sam. Great stuff.
It's the eagle for me.
No, it's the Jonathan Kuminga echo.
It's the explosion for me.
Who made that?
That was Sam.
That's all by yourself?
Yes,
all by myself. Carter watched me do it. So anyway, the reason I bring it up is because we got a little update on Jonathan.
Boss, dog.
Wait, we did? We got an update
You are
on
the
Jonathan
grossest
Kuminga?
person ever.
Relax.
We got a Jonathan Kuminga update from our old friend Brett Siegel of Clutch Points. Say what you will about how accurate his stuff is. But he is reporting that
accurate?
Jonathan Kuminga's camp wants a deal in the $30 million a year plus range, and he doesn't want to be back with the Warriors. So the question is simple. It's something that Shasky came up with. Who is more delusional, Jonathan Kuminga for thinking that he can get $30 million a year, or Joe Shasky for thinking the Giants could still make the playoffs?
888-957-9570. Call or text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. Delusion up next on 95.7 The Game. And it's going to be brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Big summer blowout.
On 95.7 The Game.
Nick in Berkeley. He's fired up. He's disgusted with these Giants right now. 5 straight losses. Longest losing streak in baseball. But you know what? Shasky, still delusional. Thinks they can make the playoffs.
I don't think I'm that delusional. What I'm saying is this. I know they're at their low point. I know it looks ugly. I know I sound like a homer. I still like the nucleus of the team. They have to play better. I'm dealing from a position of very little strength currently, but I still think this team can make a playoff wildcard spot. I do.
All right.
It would require a lot of effort, another trade or two. Currently, this is not the team that would make the playoffs. I'm telling you, they need more. But I still like this team, and it sounds insane. I recognize that.
Well, I didn't call you delusional. That's what Sam Lubman called you as he teased this or that for today.
I think a lot of people
day.
think I'm delusional.
888-957-9570.
You know, I expect a clean restroom at work.
Well, goes again. I teased that earlier, and we're not even going to get to it. Just the powers that be, please make it right when it comes to bathrooms and cleanliness and everything. And can people just be normal? That's just all I'm saying. I'm not asking a lot from adults in a workplace. Just don't miss, okay? If that's the case, sit down every single time, okay? Go sit down, all right? You got the open ready, Carter? This or that. Let's go to it. I mean, come on.
Lucas, the vice president of hate.
I'm not saying it was him. Oh, we could look at the little remix action. Okay, Carter. You know,
this is a world star premiere.
This is a Cotton 4K, right? Yeah.
This is a certified hood classic.
Thank you. And this one is.
All right, give me the 2 options and I'll answer.
All right, well, this is from the Brain Trust in the back, Sam Lubman and Carter, as they do each and every day.
Is a loose term.
Oh, no, it's big brain.
Well, I mean,
thinking.
considering that Shasky is the one who actually came up with this on the show call last night, sorry.
Oh, last year, wow.
Well, yeah, last night too. It's the gift that keeps on giving. But yeah, the question is simple. So Jonathan Kuminga, according to Brett Siegel of Clutch Points, wants $30 million a year in his next deal, whereas Joe, the Butcher Boy Shasky, he of the Rational Take, thinks the Giants could still make the playoffs. Who is more delusional?
Damn, son, where'd you find this?
I mean, it's Jonathan Kuminga. The market's already spoken. Jonathan, I love you, buddy.
It'd be so funny if you picked yourself.
You're so delusional. You're not getting $30 million anywhere. Like, what? Dude, read the room. Read the room.
Talking about reading the room. Read the room on the Giants offense. It's cooked. The Giants are cooked. Verlander's cooked right now. All right. Robbie Ray and Logan Webb might not be cooked, but they might as well have been poutine over the weekend in Canada.
Can afford Jonathan Kuminga's $30 million a year salary? Who? The league has spoken.
Well, they can afford it. They just don't want to do it.
Exactly. The league has spoken. It's like I say, Joe Shasky wants a mansion in Malibu. It's like, yeah, okay. The price points have spoken. You do not have the money to do that.
More delusional. Shasky thinking the Giants can still make the playoffs, or Jonathan Kuminga wanting $30 million a year. 888-957-9570. This or that.
Jonathan Kuminga, if you can hear me.
Jonathan Kuminga.
No. I want to get serious. Jonathan, if you can hear me. I'm like a consigliere, all right?
Hold on, you want to get serious and now you're going mafia.
No, I just want to sit down. Warriors, sit down. Very few times in sports do I think that even when you're at an impasse and it feels like years of baggage has led to an obvious divorce that will happen at some point. This is one of the few times in sports. The Warriors and Jonathan, they both need each other, and they need to kiss and make up, all right? Whatever money that he feels that he is worth or deserves, or whatever status he thinks comes with an extra $5 or $10 million a year, I would just say, Jonathan, on this team, you're never going to be able to get that kind of money. But look around. Do you want to play on the Wizards? Do you? Do you really care about making the most possible money right now? Because if you sign a deal for, let's just say I'm just going to throw out numbers, $20 million over 5 years. You've already made $25 million in your career. Let's say it's 25 over 5.
You're saying, wait, 20 per year?
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
Over 5. Now you're making 100. You have made $125 million by the age 27, and then you can get another big deal. And if you bank on yourself and you think you're that good, dude, you will be making money for the rest of your life. $125 million by the age of 27?
It's called belief in yourself.
No, but Joe, how does his life, I'm dead serious, this whole get the bag culture, we've lost the plot. How does an extra $20 million when you have $125 million, how does that $25 million truly change your life? Like Jordan Poole right now, if I would have said to him, hey, Jordan, if you could be on a winning team and make $5 or $6 million less per year, and so the totality of what you will earn over the life of that deal is $20 to $25 million, how is your life, your day-to-day life, how is it any dramatically different?
Well, Jordan Poole did sign on a winning team, a team that just won a championship.
No, I'm just saying, if he could trade for them, I'm saying, if he could be in a winning situation and still make a lot of money, how is your life any different? Like, I'm dead serious. This thing about get the bag, you gotta squeeze everything. And Devontae Smith said it best, and everybody just doesn't listen. Devontae Smith said, if I cannot make it work with $100 million, I have bigger issues in my life. Simultaneously, if I view my own athletic career so flimsy that I can't get another deal after this one, what am I doing? I do this, I'm making more money than I ever would have envisioned as a kid playing sports. I get there are Juan Soto types who want to make billions of dollars and squeeze everyone for every last penny. Well, then you'll end up like Kevin Durant. You're going to end up chasing happiness for the rest of your career, and you're going to be unfulfilled professionally. This culture that we have created where you have to squeeze everybody for every last drop, it's making a bunch of people unhappy. And I'm telling you, this is the rare time in the NBA and in sports in general where both parties need to just kiss, make up, and move on. And they need to realize the Warriors need Jonathan Kuminga. Jonathan needs the Warriors, and they're better off together. I know it's not a perfect marriage. It's going to be clunky. It's not going to be great. He's going to want a bigger role. They're going to want him to do some things that he's not great at, like passing the rock, moving without the ball, defense, rebounding. The two parties need each other. Somebody get to both of them, sit them down, and say, I need you to make amends. Let's kiss, let's make up, let's move on, and let's realize we're better off together than we are apart.
I thought that last part was well said because I agree. I think they should kiss and make up. How does that happen? Will it happen? I'm not sure. We've seen it in the past when it comes to two parties that have been at odds. You mentioned Jimmy Garoppolo on the show call yesterday, Kyle Shanahan, 2021 season. It's happened, ended in the...
Pablo Sandoval's the reverse.
Sandoval, there you go.
Got ticked off at the Giants.
Yeah.
He was upset. He didn't get the money he was worth. He went to Boston and immediately regretted it.
Came back, and it was fun. It was great. There was also some weight problems in Boston. Didn't work out there for the own Boston fan base, what have you. With Jonathan Kuminga, it's very difficult, and I hear you when people like to say, bring it up, like people are tired of this conversation when it comes to the money. Listen, I think Jonathan Kuminga is too. I think Steve Kerr, I think Joe Lacob, I think Mike Dunleavy, I think everyone's tired of this entire conversation about the money, about the playing time, about all of it. They would like it to go away. But circumstances have happened in the offseason and with this CBA that have made things very difficult. And I don't think we foresaw this. I don't think the Warriors foresaw this. I don't know if the league even foresaw this. Sham Sharani didn't foresee it. Who do we have on?
Hey, follow 95.7 The Game on X to catch the...
What? Thank you, Steiny, chiming in on that. Follow 95.7 The Game on X. We got to do that going forward. By the way, we have a film, a mic impression of one Matt Steinmetz that happened last week that we need to get to. It's one of the greatest things I've ever heard in my life. But I say all that to say in regards to Jonathan Kuminga, like it is tiring, but he's not gonna just give in because we want him to give in these contract talks. Both sides want to win, and they're gonna be dug in until it happens. I don't know what else to tell you. Now,
look, there's a different conversation of like, if Jonathan feels a certain way where he can never get over it, I get his point of view. All right, I do get his point of view. What I'm saying is the market has spoken. He's not getting $30 million a year. The market has spoken. No one views him, nor will prioritize him at that price point. Does he still want to make a lot of money? Okay, well, you're probably going to have to do something with the Warriors, whether that be a sign and trade or just stay with them, right? And like, it might not be the greatest thing for him in the short term, but long term, I'm telling you, dude, when you chase the money and you're trying to trace all this stuff, it doesn't always lead to happiness. And I'm telling you, man, I've seen it in real life. I see it in sports all the time.
So you think that Jonathan Kuminga, as we're talking this or that, we can kind of move past this or that here. It was the delusion level of one Jonathan Kuminga compared to Joe Shasky. Shasky's saying he still thinks the Giants can make the playoffs, which I don't think is delusional, really. When you take a step back, they're just 2.5 games back of a wild card spot. It's not that delusional that they make the playoffs. Now, if you had said, I still think they can win the National League and win the World Series, yeah, I think that's a little delusional at this point. But making the playoffs? Nah, I don't think so at all. Jonathan Kuminga wanting $30 million a year, it's pretty insane. But he thinks that's what he's worth, or his camp thinks that's what he's worth. Again, I know you're scoffing at it. At one point in time, maybe a team like a couple years ago spends that because they had to spend it. Now, the frugality of the league has kind of told you, I'm not going to spend on a Josh Giddey or a Jonathan Kuminga or a middle tier to slightly below middle tier kind of a player. They're just not going to. So we'll get an update there on the poll. Do we have an update already, Sam, when it comes to this conversation?
We do have an update on the poll. Again, the question is, who's more delusional? Jonathan Kuminga thinking he can get $30 million. Of course, this coming from Brett Siegel, so not even sure if this is true or not.
Clutch point.
Exactly. That's why I doubt it. Or is it Joe Shasky for thinking that the Giants can make the playoffs? And the poll, that's right. That's why you went to me. It's my first day back. I'm trying to remember how to do this
Sam,
job.
You're fine. You're good.
Jonathan Kuminga is in the lead 67% to 33%. You see, Shasky, you're not delusional.
There you go.
According to a few people on YouTube.
JK. Actually, it's way more than I thought. 33%? That's a lot more than I thought it was going to be. I thought it would be like 20. Yeah.
My answer is I'm going with JK. If it is true that he wants $30 million, it's just you were never going to get that last year from this team.
Do you believe that real quick? Come on.
I mean, not really, but
chance he thinks he's getting $30 million a year.
No, I mean, if that's what he wants, he's crazy. He's delusional to think that, and I do agree with Shasky. I do think the Giants have some playoff credibility left in them, and they absolutely can. They have a better chance of seizing their playoff credibility than Jonathan Kuminga ever has of getting a $30 million paycheck.
I don't believe in that, the whole narrative, because now it paints Jonathan Kuminga as this guy that truly is delusional. I don't think he's that delusional. There's part of all of this where you want to have belief in yourself, and I think he does, and the comments have shown that. But $30 million a year going forward, no.
It's inarguable, though, in this league. You know, fair or not, the average person who watches this league says, oh my God, the amount of status that these guys, the money creates status in the NBA. It's inarguable. And it has, it has taken over. Like, Dame going back to Portland.
Oh, yeah, what'd you make of that?
It's just bizarre. Well, because they could offer you the most amount of money. Do you want to win? Does he not want to win? I don't know.
His family lives there in the off season, and
but that could be. He could just be happy there, like that.
I think that's what it is.
But why did he leave there?
Well, he got traded.
FYI, guys,
he
too.
demanded to get traded.
FYI, guys, too. Chris Paul signed with the Clippers during the show about an hour
You
ago.
want to speak about a guy who's always had to get money at every single turn.
What a reunion there. CP3 with Kawhi Leonard and
His
James
whole
Harden.
offseason has been about
It'll be a
who
great
can
first
pay
round
me.
exit.
Not only am I getting bought out, but where can I go on a multi-year deal to make more money?
Well, speaking of buyouts,
I'm not knocking these guys. It's just, come on.
Another buyout over the weekend. Marcus Smart going to the Lakers. Was that 2 years?
Everyone's
$11
going
million?
to the Lakers.
There you go. They've been a little more frugal than I thought they were going to be this offseason.
It's kind of interesting. I love the way Steiny sometimes does the comparison as far as for
When he
instance,
teases X, too.
Alexander Walker with the Hawks, he got $60 million just about for 4 years, meaning it's about $15 million a year. So we're saying Jonathan Kuminga is 2 times better than N'Keal Alexander-Walker. I don't see that.
No, I don't. But just like I don't see like Jordan Poole as being 3 times or 4 times better than JK currently, even as bad as he's been the last couple of years. But I don't think that this goes back to, I truly believe the max slotting of all these guys has actually just ruined the league. It's the egos and everything and how we do the evaluations. It's all out of whack.
We're out of whack with everything
all
right
out of
now.
whack.
And again, we just saw Chet Holmgren get that much money, and I still have concern. Like, how much did he get? $200+ million, Chet Holmgren? I have still concerns about his wear and tear going forward. It scared the hell out of me.
There's the haves.
How many months did he miss? Well, he missed the Warriors game. He got hurt the groin or whatever, whatever
he
it was.
On his butt.
The butt. That's what it was.
Hurt his whatever tailbone of some sort.
Coccyx or something.
Yeah.
I don't know. He was out for months.
He's a good player, though.
He's a good player.
But is he like 3 times, 4 times what Kuminga is currently?
No, I don't think so.
No. But that's not how you do the evaluation.
Correct. You're projecting all of this stuff. And is this contract going to look good a couple years from now? And with Jonathan Kuminga, I don't know what he is. And that's why it's just such a tricky thing to discuss because no one knows what it is. But having said that, if you don't know what he is, then I can't risk all that money going for it. At least the Jordan Poole, when they did sign him, he was a piece of a championship team, like an important piece. Now, was he the best player? No. Was he the second best player? No. Was he the third best player? No. He was got the 4th, 5th, 6th player, probably. But you know what? Coming off that, the vibes were great, and then they weren't great. And then it turned into an awful contract, and the guy's confidence was gone like that, which it just shows the tricky nature of some of these contracts, Joe. When you give a young player that much money, it does mess with the confidence, something like that. Now, I mean, something like that is like a rarity, like a player getting punched by a teammate. Like the whole thing was so unique and the circumstances around it were so unique that it's kind of hard for me to compare what Jonathan Kuminga is going through right now. But even Jordan Poole was a lot like more of a polished player at that point when he got his player than when Jonathan Kuminga. I don't know what JK is. I don't know. I just don't. And I know like when we want to keep talking about it and going back and forth, JK, I don't know.
Well, it's like when
I don't know.
Okay, if you're selling a car, a used car, like nobody's paying what he wants for his car. That's the equivalent right now. He thinks he's worth a certain amount, and the league's like, yeah, we don't think you're worth that. Or not only do we not think you're worth that, the price tag that the Warriors want in exchange for you at that number is too steep.
Like, who's at a more of an advantage when it comes to their negotiations right now? Is it Juwan Jennings with the Niners as he's trying to get paid more and getting a bump as veterans report to training camp on Wednesday?
Yeah, it's Juwan. There's way more wiggle room. It's the NFL. We can kind of move the money around a little.
It's not even close to you?
Well, because of the NBA, the way the numbers are set, you can only do so much. In the NFL, I can finagle your guaranteed money over a 3-year period to let it hit my books in a different way. There's just more wiggle room in the NFL.
And we kind of touched on this last week, but it's just interesting to talk about the cross-sport analogies. That's why it makes it a little more different because, a wide receiver 2 or 3, or in this case, he thinks he's a 1, is not going to be the same as if Jonathan Kuminga is playing 25 to 30 minutes in a playoff series, for the Golden State Warriors. It's a lot different. Like his imprint on a game in and game out basis is going to be a lot more, different than what Juwan Jennings is going to do every single game. Now, that being said, there's 17 games now. So Juwan Jennings was a difference maker in how many of the wins they had last year. A couple of them, or what could have been wins. Obviously, I go to that Rams game when he had 3 touchdowns, like 200 yards. He was incredible. But I'm with you when it comes to Juwan Jennings just getting paid. There's a lot more wiggle room to, hey, here's a couple more $1 million bump, 2-year extension. Here you go. It's great. Do you think that's going to get done, by the way, the next couple days? You think this is going to bleed into training camp?
Jennings?
Yeah.
I would assume they'll get something done.
I can't wait for football to come back, by the way. I'm so excited. I need some football in my life. I'm smelling it, like the smelling salts. Like, we should maybe get those in here. We'll take one every single day when it comes to training camp. Some smelling salts, Joe, when it comes to training camp talk. I'm feeling it, man. I'm feeling it. I think this Niners team is going to surprise some people next year.
Have you been watching any of the quarterback doc?
A little bit.
Okay.
Yeah, here and there. Joe Burrow, kind of an interesting character.
He's very interesting. But there's a Jamar Chase aspect to it, too, because they were all hanging out. And the families were hanging out. And I just think about what Jamar Chase did, betting on himself.
Yeah.
And I understand the risk, especially in football. Anytime you step on the field, it could be your Brandon Ayuk moment.
Yeah.
And that was a ball. It's a tough play. People blaming Brock Purdy. It's just a tough throw. He thrown it into traffic. He led him into an injury. It's an accident. No one's trying to get anyone hurt. Stuff happens. Any play could be your last play. Jamar Chase went out there and played on a tag, a number that he was uncomfortable with. He wanted to get big money and had one of the greatest seasons we've ever seen. And, it's easy for him to do that because he got first-round money and he didn't have like a seventh-round deal where he didn't have a lot of guarantees. Like, he's been a very high-profile player since his days going back to LSU. So I'm not saying that is the template for all athletes. That's not. But there is a respectability that I have for someone like Jamar Chase doing that. And coming in and like, hey, I understand the risk, but I also think I'm so good that I'm going to be able to double down on myself and show you how freaking awesome I am. And then I'm going to come out on the other end and cash all that money. And he was basically saying, like, if I'm who I think I am, this is not my last contract. And there's a level of hubris that I actually hella respect.
No, I respect it too, but again, we'd all be crushing him had he gotten hurt and be like, damn, I mean, he shouldn't have played on it. That's why I kind of like, again, we talk about the Brandon Ayuk situation and all this, and I commend guys like Brandon Ayuk that want to get paid and have that security because it could be gone like that. Brandon Ayuk could not play football again and be like a serviceable football player going forward. That's a possibility. Now, I hope it doesn't happen, and I hope his rehab goes well, and I hope he's there at the start of the season or at least a couple weeks into the season. I want him to produce again because I would hate for that to happen to him as that player because mentally – you're always going to be thinking, what if, right? And that sucks. But at least he'll have the money going forward. But when it comes to guys like Jonathan Kuminga, right? Juwan Jennings, they don't want to capitalize now. But especially in football, it is so much different because you can just, as you said, get crushed right in the middle. You can get a head injury and you're done. You're cooked. It's over. It's over. And I think if Juwan Jennings is looking at what happened to Brandon Ayuk last year, he's got an up-close personal view of it. Probably scared him a little bit too. And him to take on the rest of that season, him being the number one, Debo not really stepping up the way he did. And by the way, is there you feeling some type of way about the depth of this team and moving off Debo? And I get it. I get it, moving off Debo and everything. Maybe it was just time to turn the page. Are you feeling any type of way of like maybe we shouldn't have moved off Debo Samuel because of the depth? No, none at all? Okay.
Less is more right now with the Niners. Right. And I told you, I'm out on all diva wide receivers currently when it comes to this team, this coach, this kind of era that we're moving into.
Is Juwan Jennings turning into a diva with this holdout?
I mean, we'll see. We'll see how this thing plays itself out.
Okay.
Like he's a great example of someone like, okay, he's got his 3 full seasons in the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
It means he has his pension, all right? Yeah. And like, you know how many professions don't get pensions? Is he risking? Of course he's risking a lot of things. Any snap could be his last snap.
Is that what it is? What it is? Is it
3 credited full seasons?
In the NFL it is.
Mm-hmm. And then at 55 years old, you get your pension for the rest of your life.
In NBA, it's 10 seasons?
I don't know what the NBA is. Okay. I just know the NFL is a little different, right?
Okay, continue.
But they fought for this for years, right? The guys that fought for this prior, put this in place. And they have certain injury settlements based on what kind of injury you sustain and when you sustain it and how many years you've been in the league, where they have offset language based on, what the payouts are. And again, your career is only this big in the NFL.
Got it. So in the NBA, it's also 3 years, but if you get to 10 plus years, you reach $215,000 annually going forward after hitting the 62, I think is what it is. So continue.
It's pretty good.
No, it's
pretty good.
Are you kidding me?
It's pretty good.
I'm Tony Snell, and I'm chilling for 10 years and putting up 0.000s. All due respect to Tony Snell. Yeah, that's awesome. And it's about taking care of, your family going forward after. That's really what it is.
Of course.
Yeah,
of course.
Totally. Are you excited about football? A couple days,
Of course
Joey?
I'm excited.
Dude, you pumped up? Are you feeling it? Do you feel it?
But again, like I think about someone like Diamond Lenore, who's a 5th-round pick, who's made no money, absolutely no money, and he's going out there playing a position where he lowers his head on a running back, he can be done.
Yeah, it could be cooked.
For whatever, right? You're running around, you pop your Achilles, and you're never the same, and you're cooked.
God.
He went out there, he had a monster season. The middle of the monster season, he signed a big fat extension. I would tell Juwan Jennings, like, if I was in his camp, like, I understand, like, don't get on the field. Dude, go out and do what you've done the last couple of training camps. Dominate. And everyone's going to realize how important you are to the team with no Brandon Ayuk, with no Deebo Samuel even on the team anymore,
and
with no Ricky Pearsall, who's going to start. Maybe he gets activated at some point. Go out there and dominate, and I'm sure they'll look at the film every single day, and they'll be on the field every single day going, God, this guy's our best player, because he was last year in camp.
Yep.
He was your best player in camp. So, and they'll reward you. Like the Niners, if one thing has proven to me, they reward guys who dominate. They do. They have a track record of it. They'll do right by him. I have zero qualms with them being able to get something done with him.
And you mentioned the 49ers announcing their PUP list, the physically unable to perform right now, with Yetur Gross-Matos, defensive lineman. Offensive lineman, Andre Dillard. Obviously, Brandon Ayuk was going to be on there. You got Ricky Pearsall on there, Malik Mustafa, or as Baldy likes to call him, Mustafa, and linebacker Curtis Robinson. I always just like how he pronounced Malik Mustafa. So, yeah, Ricky Pearsall's the one, man. That's the one for me that I keep looking back on like, God, can he just get on the field? Like, he did show in some spots last year where he can be like a pretty good like slot player for me. I don't know what he's going to be long-term as like a 1 or a 2. I mean, you draft the guy in the first round. You want him to be at least like a 2 going forward. But just, that's the only thing that concerns me right now, because the vibes I think are going to be pretty good for the 49ers heading into this next season. Obviously, the veterans reporting on Wednesday, Joe. But of all the concerns I have right now, it is the wide receiver depth. Like, how could you not have the concerns? With Juwan Jennings, Ayuk, Pearsall, I mean, you drafted Jordan Watkins, you got Jacob Cowing. I know you have the greatest tight end in the league right now in George Kittle. You have him, so that helps. But outside of that, it's very thin. And that's the only thing that I'm truly concerned about right now. You mentioned Diamond Lenore. There's going to be a lot of weight on his shoulders going forward. No more Charvarius Ward. How's the secondary going to look? Obviously, you moved off of Dre Greenlaw in the linebacking core. You moved off of Talanoa Hufanga, safety. Very curious to see how the secondary and then the wide receiver core. I think those are the two biggest question marks as we're taking, kind of a temperature of this offseason going forward here.
The defense will be a work in progress. I bet you they're a better defense by December than they are in September.
Okay.
Because you got a lot of young players playing, and those young guys need reps, and they need continuity in the system. I think about like the 2019 team, and they started off slow in terms of their offensive production, and by the end of the year, they were a completely different offense. I think the same thing will happen this year. They're going to be run, pack it in, and I think as the year goes on, you're going to see growth from certain players. I come back to the same thing. You could talk about wide receiver depth all you want. They were 4 deep last year. Jennings was your 4, your 3 at minimum, 4 maybe even, depending on how you viewed Ricky Pearsall heading in to the year. And they had Ayuk and Deebo. What did that do for them?
Yeah.
You know why they lost games last year? Because they couldn't protect up front, they couldn't run the ball, and they had nobody to check down to. And they couldn't stop a nosebleed on defense.
Well, they couldn't stop Geno Smith scrambling.
Now, was there an argument about separation from wide receivers at times? Sure. If CMC comes back and they're able to check the ball down on some play action, and they're able to like actually just stop someone on defense situationally, I think they're going to be just fine. They'll figure it out on offense. In terms of wide receivers, they'll be just fine.
Just fine. Is that good enough to make a playoffs in the NFC? Just fine.
Man, they were awful last year, and they were alive, come December.
I know they were playing that Lions team where it's just like, oh my God, this feels like a playoff game, right? I mean, the defenses didn't, but the offenses certainly did, right?
Dan Campbell says in the quarterback talk, we're going to have to win this one on offense. It was so refreshing.
Right? I love Dan Campbell.
I do too. The more I watch that, the more I really, really like him. And it's just...
I love those docs too, because you come away from like having respect with certain types of people that you didn't like go into it. Now, I mean, Dan Campbell, we always see all like the different motivational stuff he has. He just wears his heart on his sleeve. He's a lot of emotions. He's not afraid to cry in the presser and stuff like that. But for sure, the winner of the doc for me, honestly, is just like a dude you want to hang out with. you said it in the chat. I was like, Jared Goff, just a normal dude.
Normal guy.
Just a normal guy. I just want to hang out with him.
I actually really like him.
Me too.
I really like him. The more and more I watch him,
Does he feel like a Bay Area guy? Just like chilling?
He's just chill.
Yeah.
He's just super chill. We could argue about how good he is. I think he's a good player, not a great player, but a really good player. And when you have the right offensive line in front of him, like he's a stud.
You think he's lived up to the number 1 overall pick? I mean, he's played in Super Bowl.
You know how many number 1 picks would die to have his career?
Like, that's what I'm saying.
Like right now, if Trevor Lawrence, if I told him, hey, you're going to have the career that Jared Goff has, he'd sign up for that yesterday. Would he not?
It's a good point. It's just funny the way, because as you say that, it makes sense, but I feel like we don't view him like we view number 1 overall picks, right? I think we view a lot of people say like, kind of underwhelming. I don't trust him. I laugh about, Jared Goff's going to be Patrick Mahomes, or he's going to be so-and-so. I was like, yeah, well, but dude, like, you're comparing him to one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time. So yeah, he's going to come up short there. When you compare Jared Goff to the other great quarterbacks in the NFL, no, I think he holds his own. Look at the numbers. Look at what he's accomplished in his career. The fact that he took the Detroit Lions to the brink of the Super Bowl in my lifetime, that's a massive achievement in and of itself, right?
Bryce Young would die to have his career.
Yes.
Right now. I'm talking about right now.
Absolutely.
So, look, not everyone's going first ballot Hall of Fame.
Well, the fact that he came from Cal, too, who hasn't done anything in their football program.
Was it Mariota second pick?
Not in that draft. I think it was Carson Wentz.
Was it Wentz?
Yes, it was Wentz and Goff.
Wentz would die to have Jared Goff's career right now, currently.
Absolutely.
You know,
and it looked like it was going to change early on. Remember that. Wentz was the guy. It's like, oh, wow, he's flashing more than Jared Goff. And because Jared Goff was that dumpster fire year with Jeff Fisher, right? Before they moved to LA, it was like, I don't know. Then Sean McVay unlocked everything with him. You know, it's crazy how things work out.
I mean, Trey Lance would die to have the Jared Goff career.
He would. Absolutely.
Or any career.
He'd also die to have Fast Five, Carter. Am I right?
Any career.
It's true. Oh, how did I not put the 2 and 2 together as, the CEO that stepped down over the weekend from Astronomer? They got caught with his HR lady in the affair. How did I not put the Tiger Woods comparison in there too? Talking about the all-time caught in 4K moments. My wife went through my phone. I mean, how do we not have those sound on my board, by the way? We need more of that.
Hey, I need you to do something.
Oh, look at these two. All right, come on. You're okay? Oh, what? Either they're having an affair or they're just very shy.
Wait, Sam, you were out all that week when we got into that, weren't you?
Yeah, no, we laughed about it on Saturday, though.
Okay, you did? All right, you and Dan Devone.
All right. I got a final thought.
What is it?
There are movies that you forget about, and then you watch, and you go, I can watch this over and over and over and over and over again and not get tired of it.
Rewatchables?
I watched There Will Be Blood last night.
Oh, yeah.
It is such a great movie. Now, obviously, Daniel Day-Lewis, I know. The other guy,
Paul Dano,
is amazing.
Yeah.
And
he plays like twins, right?
Well, he plays two characters, yeah. The one who sells the...
But they're twins in the movie, but he's the...
Yes. All of the actors were excellent in it. I mean, just incredible. The soundtrack hit perfectly in terms of the way they did the score. It's like a timepiece, and I know it's like loosely based off of somebody. It is such a great movie. It's incredible. I don't know how many people haven't seen it in like 15 years, 20 years. I think it came out in like 06?
07.
07. Okay, there you go.
Freshman in high school.
It's such a banger. What a great movie.
Paul Thomas Anderson.
Just a great movie.
Based on the 1927 novel Oil! By Upton Sinclair. The more you know.
It's just a great movie.
Daniel Day-Lewis is the GOAT, right? If we're doing like Tom Brady's the GOAT, like in our generation, Daniel Day-Lewis, when it comes to like the hardware, the Oscars, him.
Yeah, I just don't think he's done enough.
Tom Hanks.
He's done enough?
No, I'm saying like he because he really is selective with his roles. Like I can make an argument. Leonardo DiCaprio has been in some bangers.
He has.
And I'm not trying to hate. Look, Daniel Day-Lewis is a better individual actor. But what I'm saying is when you look at catalogs, like Leonardo's been in some duds, but Daniel Day-Lewis is very selective with what he chooses.
I think even when they're in duds, the fact that they're the best like of those roles, like I thought like Great Gatsby was a dud, the remake of it, but I thought Leonardo DiCaprio played a great Gatsby. hence the name, right? So there you go.
Nice.
I didn't even mean to do that. Sam, your
Like
final
The
thought?
Revenant, he won all these awards for it. I don't even think that's a top
That
5
wasn't his
movie
best
for me.
movie. I think
for
that
him.
Wolf of Wall Street was better. I thought The Aviator, where he played Howard Hughes, is really slept on.
His
He's
Revenant
really good at that.
Oscar, I thought, was just like, you've been screwed out of so many
Yeah, the
Oscars in
career
your
MVP.
career. I mean, he's had some. I remember one of the best ones was what's the one I'm totally Blood Diamond.
Yeah,
he was great in that one.
What was the island one? The beach.
Oh, Shutter Island?
No, the
Shutter.
beach. Well, Shutter Island's good, but the beach where he's going back and forth. You guys, I don't think of it.
No, it wasn't Blood Diamond you're thinking of there?
No. There's one like called The Beach where he's in like a tropical area.
Oh.
It's good.
But anyway, yeah, he got America. He was behind Space Force Whitaker for Last King of Scotland, another great one.
It is called The Beach. You're
It's
right.
The
From
Beach.
2000.
Deception, another great one
Pretty
from
super
Leo.
Deception, yeah.
Titanic. He was really good in that too. Say what you will about the movie, but he was really good.
Oh no,
Jack.
Titanic is
Yeah.
classic. It's an all timer.
What's Eating Gilbert Grape? That's one of his like breakout roles.
Well,
There you
Growing
go.
Pains is his breakout role for me.
This stuff is poison. Remember that? He's getting rid of the alcohol.
Growing Pains. We've added a character.
This stuff. Me and my brother still make fun of. It sounds horrible, but when we're out drinking together, it's like an inside joke because we were out like watching it like at 2 a.m. We had jet lag, and I was like in 6th or 7th grade, and we were watching Growing Pains in New York in a loft because we couldn't sleep.
Mike Seaver.
Yep.
Waterbed.
There you go.
Above the garage.
What was the dad's name? Tom? That's the pitcher.
I don't know. He was a shrink. He was the first work from home guy.
Right? He was the work from home
Come
guy.
sit on the couch.
Hey, Chris Hansen, take a seat over there. Sam Lubin, take a seat. What you got?
My fault thought is, I don't know if this was brought up last week, but I wasn't here, so I got to give the shout out. Clay Thompson, man.
Oh,
my
yeah.
guy, he's still scoring. Hanging out with dating Megan Thee Stallion now, showing up in her Instagram videos. Just, man, as Bonte Hill once said.
Carter, you come on. It's been like 4 or 5.
Same old Clay to me.
Same
All
old
right.
Carter
I'm-
to me.
Clay to me.
There we go.
Same
Shout out
old
to you, Clay
Carter.
Thompson. I'm glad to see you're still doing well for
Is
yourself.
Meg Thee Stallion in your like top seed? Is she a top seed for you in your bracket?
I mean, yeah, you name brackets after Megan Thee Stallion.
You got Carter. You
It's
okay
just,
over
I
there?
mean, it's just.
You try to be weird, you're going to fail every time, Shasky.
I'm not weird. It's just.
Now you are.
All right, honestly,
I'm not mad
we
at
got to
that,
get
Sam.
into something because I've been laughing about it all weekend. I'm playing for you Filmo Mike's call from Friday. This is just so
This is
good. I
such an
thought.
all-timer.
Steiny, bro, you gonna have to work on your little advertisement with new vodka.
Why? Oh, boy.
You do not sound happy, bro.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, Mark. Yeah, I love it. It's great, Mark. Very cool. I just take a little bit here. I had the party, and we had a good old time. You gonna have to work on that, my brother. You gonna have you don't sound new. You sound old.
Oh, my God. You are unreal.
I couldn't tell him, but you can. That's the beauty of Mike.
Bruh, I was listening like, he did not make me want. You got Mark. Yeah, man, how you feeling? Yeah, Mark, you know, it's
Okay. All right. Hey, listen to me.
Inui vodka.
I needed
Filmo.
this on Goo Appreciation
Filmo.
Day.
Oh, that was. You know what? That's what's coming up next. That was Fast Five, brought to you by Xfinity at home or on the go. You get the fastest internet to all your devices. It reminds me of Chappelle's white guy voice, Chuck Taylor. Filmo Mike doing his best impression of that. Steiny and Goo next, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
be okay.
I mean, the math is still there.
Oh, no.
But this has been
3 more months of that, that crap.
Laughing. I don't know what to do, man. I told you I didn't understand why Verlander got the ball, but it's just one game. We watched the game together, you, Evan, and I, and casual baseball fans were just, that looks like a sweet 0-2 pitch. And, Toronto did what they did. And I'm getting tired of when we talk Giant baseball, making something that didn't happen be attractive. That ball was hit hard. That ball was thrown hard. Well, was
Devers is hitting the ball.
No, it's
pretty
Rafael
hard.
Nevers. It's not Devers. It's Nevers. Rafael Nevers. That's a Guru original. Steiny, I don't know Webb, he pitched good. He got a 2-run lead, and then he gave it right back. But, I'm looking at The Athletic. I think it was Grant Brisbee. He had a piece, and this blew me away because I don't believe this, Steiny. Are the Giants closer to being sellers than buyers? Hell no, you ain't selling. Shout out Fred Sanford. You went and got Rafael Devers, man.
Yeah, that's a move.
And Posey said it's go time. What's happened since?
The Giants, they are 11-19 since they had their high point of the season. After a Friday night win against the Dodgers, they were 41-29, and now they're just 4 games over, 5 straight losses. They've lost 6 of 7.
Damn.
And they're now 2.5 out of the wild card. And I love doing this when Guru, actually I don't love doing it, but I have to point it out. Right now they're in 8th place in the National League.
Yeah, and that's disappointing to yours truly. I nobody would redo the trade. I'm not even saying that, and it'll be greater later, but this was the year, and they still can do it. This was the year they were supposed to make it. I'm sitting there watching that game yesterday, and it wasn't the offense. They got offense yesterday. It was the pitching. So now you got Birdsong in Atlanta. Don't look at the record because you lost to the Red Sox. And I'll say this about the broadcast team who we love. And yesterday, a Roku special again. But, Toronto's playing great baseball. Well, you know what? Let's rewind. The White Sox weren't. The Marlins weren't.
Oh, and they came in a month ago.
Yeah, no, it's all it's all relative.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's not like this.
What don't you know, Goo? Tell me what you don't know. I'll try to help
what direction they're going.
Well, right now they've lost 5 in a row.
Okay, or who they are.
Oh, we know. Oh, I think we know who they are. They're 4 over 500. They've played 100 games, Goo, right? 52-48.
Yeah.
I think we know who they are. I think the big question, though, is does it feel like they're losing steam? And look, the trading deadline is in 10 days. And,
wow,
I'm not usually one to make a big deal out of a few games here, a few games there. But, I mean, what do you do if you lose 2 or 3 to the Braves? You got to be careful right here if you're the San Francisco Giants.
Yeah, no doubt. And the games don't stop. And you are in Atlanta, so I know Birdsong's been struggling, but Steiny, somehow they got to get a W tonight. You just do. If the Dodgers got swept,
well, they could relax.
You're saying the division has that left?
I wouldn't. I'd start looking at team. Well, first of all, don't look now, but I think you tie with the Reds, the Cincinnati Reds. The Diamondbacks are only 2 games in back of you.
Yeah.
So
you are tied with the Reds, 1 ahead of the Cardinals, and Arizona's coming. They've won 4 in a row.
Exactly. So, the notion that, I don't know. I don't think we think about the Dodgers right now.
Okay, so let me ask you this on a beautiful Monday morning. I hope you had a good weekend. What's disappointed you the most about this Giant team thus far?
Well, I think what's, to me, the biggest it's not one person, it's not one player, it's not one pitcher. To me, the most disappointing aspect of this season is that after you acquired Rafael Devers, you have not been good. You've been significantly worse since you got Devers. And why that's happened, I have no clue. I have no clue.
Somebody needs to have one, but go ahead.
Well, they've had no, they gave up no hitters in that trade, and they got Devers back, and here's an unbelievable stat. There's only 3 since the Devers trade.
Okay, lay it on me.
There's only been 3 Giants hitting over 230. Adames, he's hitting 280 over the last 28 games.
Can I guess the other 2?
Sure.
Chapman.
Everyday players.
Okay.
No, Chapman's below 200 since Devers has
All right,
been
go
here.
ahead. Who are the other 2?
Patrick Bailey, sitting 250. And Casey Schmidt. Other than that, look at Devers came here with a 272 average. What's he hitting now? 250?
It hasn't been great.
No. The only guy who's really done anything since he's gotten here has been Adames. So, man, I don't know.
I appreciate.
I'm not sure what to tell you. They're not hitting. Devers came here hitting. He's hitting 208 for the Giants.
Yeah,
with 2 home runs.
Yeah, man, that's disappointing.
I mean, what do you want?
That was a thorough answer you gave because you didn't want to put it on somebody. But Steiny, I'm gonna say as a collective, the offense, and I know they weren't hitting the ball out the yard left and right before Devers, but you thought that was going to be the energy drink in the morning. You know, that protein shake. And it has not happened, but they've gone south since they acquired him. And I'm going to just say it to you. Somebody's got to have an answer for them to get up out of this, or is this just one of those things that Mickey Mouse could be running the club? The guys will come out of it, and if they don't, they don't. But, man, to watch where they're at right now, 2.5 games out of the wild card, and that thing is headed south. And then you talk about the 2 games Saturday and Sunday before the break. I'm going there, Steiny, because I was like, you know what, Steiny, you're right. It's just a game. You got Toronto, good club, playing good baseball, but damn, I don't really have the Allen Iversons, the answers. I just don't.
Well, I feel like there's a lot of answers, and the answers are just in the team's performance. And I think if you look at this team right now after 100 games, you'd have to say the offense is poor. The defense, to me, is mediocre. And the pitching has been good.
Ramos,
but
man.
The problem with the pitching is that you can see, and we've seen over the last 2 or 3 weeks.
It's natural.
Wthey're not going to be able to pitch like they pitched the first 3 months.
No doubt.
But you should have known that. You should have known that you were probably going to have to address the Birdsong issue. Verlander now is front and center. What do you do with Justin Verlander? I don't know.
Because you don't have Harrison anymore if you wanted to go to somebody like that, you know?
No. I mean, he's not on the team anymore. So 888-957-9570 is the number. We got the trading deadline in 10 days. Giants fans, where are you with this team?
Do you care? Is it fair if I say the Red Sox are 16-9 since trading Devers? And I say that because I'm not putting shade on Devers or any player in that situation, but how does that strike you? The team that lost him in their last 25 are 16-9, and the team that he went to, along with his services, they haven't got it done.
Well, it just tells me that you just never know. I mean, you just never know. The minute, let's be honest, in the aftermath of that trade, 99% of the fans, I would say 90% of the media, the pundits, basically said, Giants just made a great trade. They just got over on the Boston Red Sox.
We had Jim Bouton on, former GM. Steiny, he said damn near the same thing. Watch out.
Yeah. 888-957-9570 is the number. What's going on with your Giants, people? Can they get this thing turned around? And if so, how quickly can they do it? A reminder, all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands, Lathrop.
I have a new favorite Giant, and I'm not ashamed to say it. His name is Raphael Devers.
It's the Guru, Steiny Guru, Steiny Guru, Steiny Show. Let's go.
That's really a shame. It really is. That was just 3 weeks ago that Guru proclaimed Raphael Devers his favorite Giant, and it was today that he dubbed the nickname Raphael Nevers.
No, stop.
So are you done with Devers?
No, I'm still rooting for him. They still got action. Real quick, Steiny, you know we keep it real. Part of my childhood, one of the greatest TV shows was The Cosby Show.
Sure.
And the son on there was Malcolm Jamal Warner, who I just saw passed away in a drowning accident, dead at 54. So rest in peace to Malcolm Jamal Warner. Wow, man, that's sad.
Yeah, that is.
Yeah.
It's too bad. Well, where do you go from there? Hey, how many family reunions do you have a year?
It was the Yoon reunion. This was not, but what this family.
So you've had two family.
So you want to go here? You didn't show. You want to go, huh? Evan, thank you for your brother and Jack. That's truly my brother. So are you.
He was golfing in San Leandro,
Alameda.
So
that's not close.
Oh, please! He even said it's only 20 minutes to Goose.
20 minutes. Hey, he met Norm. Yeah.
Well, it's 20 minutes there, but it's like 45 to get back to the city.
No, hey, Evan, thank you. But anyway, every 4 years we have one family one.
Okay.
Yep.
And
this was the Union City reunion. They asked about you.
Norm had just lost a game of dominoes, so I felt like I didn't meet the 100% Norm. He was a little down when I met him.
Hot. Evan said he might have been in his feelings. I got to relay that to Pops, man. You got to do a better job.
This is going to be the dumbest question I've ever asked. But
the dumbest question is the one you don't ask.
How much money did you guys play for?
Oh, they were playing. He was playing with his buddy. I wasn't there.
Like what, 5-10 a hand, or
I don't know.
What do they call a deal?
Yeah, I gamble on sports.
How did you do this weekend?
I took the weekend off. Yeah, thank God.
So the Giants.
I'm gonna give you a 3, early 3. What do you do? It's nobody's fault though, huh? Somebody's got to figure out what's going on. You said you don't know. I get it, but man,
what if when do you say, as a fan, what's going on is that we're an average baseball team, and when you stack the personnel up against all the other teams in the major league, or let's just say the National League, is it preposterous that 7 teams are better than them? And when I look at this team and the lineup, I don't see this team significantly underachieving. Now, obviously, they're 11-19 over their last 30.
That stinks.
It's awful, but they're still 4 over, and you know it's up to the Giants fans to figure out or to feel how they feel about this team right now at 52-48, and whether they think they have a realistic chance to make a run or not, get into the postseason and make some noise. I'm starting to think that they might not have enough right now. And when I say enough, I mean they like just take.
They were 12 over though, Steiny. They've been 12 games, and I know it's 162. I'm interrupting. Do you think that was a mirage? Now, do you think that was kind of a fluke? Because if you hold them to that standard, this is substandard, especially when you get a bat like Devers. Every game's not played on 3rd and King. He's just off right now, along with the other guy. That 230 stat was just like, wow. But it's got to change quick, fast, in a hurry. Like, I thought they had action. Steiny, I'm being real, at the division. And the math is there. Freddie Freeman got hit on the wrist. Who knows what his future is. But the bottom line is, you just can't take anything for granted with this team.
But my question is, why would you take anything for granted with this team?
They had a great bullpen. Their starting pitching was filthy. They had 2 starters in the All-Star game, along with one from the bullpen. Okay, that's just the pitching. And I get if you expect them to the bar that they set was so damn high. But, Steiny, if all the pitchers were getting shelled, you could kind of say, you know what, okay, maybe this is just a stretch, a bad stretch, but it's not that. They just are impotent at the plate.
Well, I mean, look, Verlander's been terrible, right? He's been pretty lousy.
Give it to you.
Not just because he's 0-8, but his ERA's up around 5, and he was actually brought in here to solidify this rotation a little bit. They knew they had Webb and Ray at the top. They knew they had Birdsong and Roop at the bottom, and I think they felt like Verlander was going to be a real nice number 3. He hasn't been that at all. And then, of course, Birdsong's been struggling. Roop's been solid, but it puts so much pressure on Webb and Ray. And then you have a weekend like this past one where Webb and Ray don't win games, and now you're in some trouble. Now you're in some trouble.
So this is just me. I've gone here and I'm asking you a real question. I know offensive coordinators, when the offense malfunctions or they don't have the gains that one wants, they get fired. You look there. Same with the defense. I'm asking you, Steiny, since we don't have the answer between the two of us, this offense has been just stale this whole year. Are you telling and looking at me saying this is just who they are? Because if you are, that means there's no standards. You got hitters. I'm not saying you got Gwynn and Robin Yount and Paul Molitor, but the bottom line is, when do you look at the hitting coach for the sake of just looking at the hitting coach? Now that Devers enters the equation, and he can't look like himself, at what point do we say, maybe you could get more instruction from that component of your team, and maybe it would help the everyday players? Or am I just bad defense I'm reaching?
I mean, I just think that that's not who Posey is. It's not what he's going to do. He extended Melvin when the team wasn't playing well, and I think he did that on purpose. I think he did that to show the team that he thinks they should be better, and it's not Melvin's fault. I would look at firing a guy like Pat Burrell as a 100% cosmetic move to maybe mollify the fans a little bit. I think it's, I mean, I don't know how you how you process it, but Rafael Devers is hitting 208 since he's gotten here. I just don't, there's no connection I make between Devers at 208 and Pat Burrell. I just don't. And
because he has accomplished. I was talking about the other guys that have been pedestrian the whole year.
Ditto for Chapman. Ditto for Adames.
Bailey?
I mean, you can't make a guy who can't hit. So I just don't. I mean, you know what? This is the way I feel. Go ahead, fire Burrell. Go ahead. Go ahead, do it. And who knows? Maybe it'll work. But I think that's just, I think it's cosmetic. I just don't.
But some people use cosmetics, Steiny, and they look better at it.
I said, go ahead and fire him.
No, I'm not saying.
No, seriously, fire him. If you think this team needs a jolt, you're not going to fire Melvin. You just extended him. Right. Go ahead. And I'm not being smart. Go ahead and fire him. See what happens. But I don't think it's, I don't think Burrell's the problem. But I can't say that for sure. I don't know. I'm not there.
What about this? The offense is a big part of the problem. It's 92% of what ails them.
Yeah, I would actually start dropping that down a little bit to about 75%.
Damn.
Because I think I don't think they're a great fielding team. And I think we're starting to see some real
warts.
No, some limitations of the starting pitching staff. Let's put it that way. They just.
What'd you make of Ray yesterday? It was a labor.
Yeah, I mean,
it's no command.
I don't care if he's how great of a pitcher he is. It just doesn't seem like he's getting stronger as the season goes on. But look,
and I could understand that. That's how almost perfect him and Webb have been.
Yeah, I mean this is what happens when you struggle to score and then you score. I mean, I just look.
Yeah, you're right. They got 6 runs yesterday.
I just look at it from a math perspective, believe it or not, and I just look up and down this lineup. Okay, so in general, all right, I mean, just think about this, and maybe we'll understand. They don't have guys who hit for average. They just don't. And it's been this way all year.
But, Steiny, that's the new Major League Baseball.
Fine.
All right.
But then you better hit for some power.
No, got you.
And they don't. So in other words, here's what they have then. They have a bunch of guys who aren't great hitters who don't hit for power. Okay. So how do you score a lot of runs? Like, it's virtually impossible to score a lot of runs when you realize that even the guys who get on base at some point during a game, the next batter that the pitcher has to face is probably a guy who doesn't hit great. I mean, it's like, you look at Jung-Hoo Lee gets on, great. And then, somebody else gets on, and then you're looking at who's batting, and you're like, okay, Bailey, Yaz, and somebody else who's hitting 220. Like, they just don't have enough hitters.
Yeah, and I know this is just one play or one example of the series in Toronto, but we were together Friday. You start the game in the second half, we know it's past 81 games, with 2 hits. Here comes your big bopper. And I said to you and Evan, okay, I know it's just one game, but, man, this is how you get started and kind of turn it around. Devers double play. Like the fire extinguisher, it's multiple, batters, but it seems like when they have something going or a pitcher will walk 2 batters or 2 runners get on and the pitcher doesn't have control, Steiny, the next hitter will swing and bail the pitcher out to me rather than you see Steiny struggling. Take a couple pitches, but it just seems like they can't get it going. And that Devers double play, I know it was the first inning, but Steiny, it just sets the tone to me, man.
I mean, the other thing is you may as well have traded Wilmer Flores when you acquired Devers, because he's been awful since Devers got here. His at-bats have gone down a little bit. He's now hitting 241. I want to say he was up at 270, something like that when Devers came.
Yeah.
So there's just nobody who's consistently hitting on this team. Outside Ramos, who hasn't hit well in the last month either.
And real quick, and look what I'm doing. When Chapman was out, I told you all, and I stood by it and still do. Okay, we're not going to see the real giant lineup with Devers until Chapman gets back. Guess what, Steiny? He's been back, and nothing's changed. Nope. So if you're right, then it boils down to personnel.
Yeah, I mean, if you're a Giants fan, and I know you're frustrated, especially the last month since they got Devers, but do you really believe this team right now for 100 games has underachieved?
Oh, I totally do.
Yeah, I'm starting to think they haven't. Like, I'm not like when they're 41-29.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean they're a 41-29 team.
Yeah, but you went and hit the plus button on the calculator and added a bopper.
Right, but you lost pitching. You lost pitching depth. And now the guys that you're relying on are struggling a little bit.
But Steiny Harrison wasn't Bumgarner. You know what I mean? He couldn't even – he was a spot starter at best.
They'd probably like to have Harrison a choice between Harrison and Birdsong right now, or if you wonder, like we wondered why Verlander started Friday night. I don't know why he started Friday night.
Well, he got no run support, but not that was going to change anything. But man, Stein, I don't know. I'm running out of answers, man. Josh Ram on the YouTube, they can't hit. I think that's what you've been saying.
They can't hit, and they're not pitching great right now either. This is John Smoltz on Verlander. How come Verlander stinks, Johnny?
You got to believe that Justin, I've called him the ultimate 10-speed bike. What I mean is he's always pitched in gears. He should be what everybody looks at for the future of baseball. Nobody's doing that, right? So he had 98, 99 when he wanted it. He opened up at 94 in his prime. He could go 9 innings. He channeled those gears. And we all strip gears when we get older. And he's probably down to a few gears. And I thought that was the perfect place for him. I really did. I know he's coming back from, a couple of injuries. I feel like I was in that boat with Boston and St. Louis. And it's tough, man, when you're used to doing things certain ways and adapting and it doesn't go right. You would think, and I'm speaking for myself, I pressed so hard and was so much of a wreck in Boston that I couldn't believe that I had 21 years prior to that. Like, it was an out-of-body experience. I did not have a great shoulder. I was coming back from shoulder surgery. I thought I could do X, and it just didn't work out. It worked out much better in St. Louis. But I think that a few more starts, I know it sounds crazy, but I think Justin, depending on his health, and I know he's had some tough luck, this is shocking, right? I mean, this is not what everybody thought was going to happen.
John Smoltz.
Yeah, and there was no clarity in regard to that. Sounded like he never figured it out, but I don't know what you were expecting for Verlander, Steiny, but I knew it wasn't the 2012, at least I didn't think, version of him. But I thought Ray and Webb and Birdsong and Roop would hold it down. But I'll say this is about the hitters. If you're right and they really don't got the hitters, I think what we're seeing from them as a collective is still underachieving. I get what you're saying. I still think they're under, like those numbers you just spewed, like that's incredible. That's ineptitude at its finest. So if you're telling me, Steiny, that's not going to get better, in 8 days this team might be 500 or below.
It's possible. It's possible. Let me ask Giants fans a question. Who do you think the opposition fears in that lineup? Does anybody get pitched around? Does anybody, who's protecting somebody well, if you will?
I'm going to use your line. I'm going to go the back of the baseball card, and you could say, Goo, I don't see that. But there's two guys I think that have that respect. Obviously, one, Devers, but I'm seeing him get challenged left and right. And I don't know if you still are on Adames, but he hit one out, crushed it. On a good day, Steiny, you got to be careful with him, but that's the closest two answers I have for you.
Let's go to Leroy in Oakland.
Lee.
Hey, Leroy, how you doing?
Hey, what's up? Happy Monday, you guys.
Back at you.
Hey, I'm a lifelong Giants fan, and, it's a trip, man. I don't know how I feel about, I'm going to say my Giants, Steiny. They're a mystery to me. Like, it seems like they have enough to compete. Like, are they better than the Mets? Yeah, all right, they're about even. Can they beat the Braves? Are they better than the Braves? Yeah, they have a better record. I had said a couple of weeks ago where I'm just waiting till around August 8th, August 10th to see where the Giants is. And for me, in that stretch coming up, they have like 6 games with the Mets. And those 6 games are going to be extremely important. And then right after that, we got that 4-game set with the Padres. But I'm looking forward because there's such a mystery. And I'm like, man, we got Adames. They're struggling, but and our pitching was nice. And I always say that, Posey pulled the trigger early because we were rolling before Devers got here, man. I mean, everybody was hitting. We were like the hottest team in baseball, and I don't know what that is. I'm not blaming him, but when we got here, just everybody went to sleep. So, it's just such a mystery, and I'm hoping, they wake up and start playing some good baseball because I do think the Giants have the talent. But we'll know something come August 8th. So let's just see
Leroy,
where
real
they
quick,
are around here.
You're not saying they shouldn't have got Devers, right?
No, Goo, we got history. I wanted a pitcher. I wanted a left-hander.
All right.
So there you go.
All right.
Thanks, Leroy.
Yeah. I mean, you feel how you feel, but man, Steiny, that was Christmas. I opened up the gifts all along with Giant fans. I keep going to Jim Bowden, who joined us. It wasn't just us. They had all eyes of the baseball world on them after this move. They looked attractive. They had earned that attraction with their record, their pitching, their bullpen. But you know what I'm starting to feel? And shout out to Atco Pest Control because I'm going to put it right on the table. Their ability or uncanny ability to not blow teams out even when they win, I looked at that like a plus, Steiny, and I'm starting to think if that were fool's gold.
Which part?
The fact that every game was so close.
Well, they're going to play close games. Like there's no way
when they
around
were 12
that.
over and they were showing us and demonstrating they could be they could win those games. I'm like, okay, this is what we do. This is what they do. But now I'm learning White Sox, Marlins. I can't shake that. Like maybe that was a bad sign. That was a sign to say you can't keep relying to have things go your way all the time. But now you're not hitting. And Steiny, they're 4 more losses away from being 500.
Yeah, we'll see.
All right.
We'll see.
Yeah.
I mean, they got the Braves this week, today, tomorrow, and Wednesday. We'll see. We'll see. But my question to Giants fans is, I mean, what do you do now with the trade deadline coming up next Thursday? Do you buy? Do you sell? Do you sit tight? And I got to tell you, I don't know what you do. I don't know what you do.
It's up to Posey and how he's feeling.
Listen, I don't claim to be an expert on their minor league system, but would you really be willing to give up some prospects or some minor leaguers to get some help for this team right now with the hope that they can get it together, climb the standings, and eventually get into the wild card? I got to tell you, that to me, I know everybody loves to say, let's add. I mean, we're still 4 over 500. Let's add. But if you've got some guys sitting in your minor leagues that you really like, and I'm sure there's more players they like than just Whisenhunt and Eldridge,
well, then you can't.
You got to be careful.
Yeah, but it's about your gut feeling. Posey's played this game. Farhan didn't. And I'm just saying to you, Steiny, if he heard this show the first hour and he hears you reading off those numbers, the ineptness of the batters as a collective, then he has to, or he can feel, and I understand it, they'll bounce back. This is not who Steiny really is. He's performing below his standard. I would add. I would still think, okay, the reason we're struggling at the plate is it's not who we are.
Yeah,
but you could name 5 guys underperforming. You kind of did.
Right now, let's assume that the Giants, they're 4 over. I'd be more inclined to sell than to buy at this point, because you do have. I think Robbie Ray would have some value.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about it.
Man, that would be a 180, Steiny. That's putting the caddy in reverse of what we thought was going to happen once that trade was announced. And we hadn't brought this up. What's going on with my man, my personal favorite, in left field? Steiny, he misplayed the ball like he was in college.
Fielder. We've seen that all year long. And but that's who he is.
With your limited offense, you can't afford. I mean, to come in and misjudge a ball like he did, I'm like, man, what? And he's not lighting it up at the plate either. And I'm not saying you can't give up on him. I'm not saying that at all. But, man, public enemy, Chuck D, Steiny, how low can you go?
Well, I mean,
as a fielder.
This is kind of what I mean. I mean, we knew he wasn't a good fielder. We knew he didn't take great routes. And now, when you don't do that, it's absolutely, positively, it kills you. And, okay, I mean, this is the thing, Ramos. Like, who is he? What is he? Okay.
I thought I knew.
What do you think he is?
A borderline all-star, and he's got that on his resume. I thought maybe he could sustain that level of play at the plate.
I mean, to me, he's a 270 hitter, 20 to 25 homers, and 80 RBIs.
He could play on my team all day, every day in this new era of baseball. But he's not doing that. I mean, I'm just saying, here in the last, 70, 80 at-bats, Steiny, he is slumping.
Right, but overall this season, what's he doing? I mean, I think he's basically... He's hitting 267. He's got 14, tie for the league, team leading homers. Like, I don't think Ramos is having a bad year. He's not. He's hitting 267, 14 homers. He's not a good fielder.
I'm just saying he's slumping. But, yeah, when you take that into the field, I get good fielder, robbing home runs and all that. But now I'm talking about Steiny just judging fly balls.
888-957-9570 is the number. And you've watched the Giants fans, over the last month, and things have gone south. Is it something that you think is fixable? Is it a matter of Buster Posey getting a few more players in here? Is it a matter of letting these guys figure it out on their own before the trade deadline? I don't know what you do if you're the San Francisco Giants. I think they are smack dab in the middle of no man's land right now, and I could see them almost sitting tight rather than giving up prospects for players they might not think are going to get them over the top. What's coming up on the game? The number here is 888-957-9570. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Lucas out to left center. Not deep. Coming in to make the catch on the run. That's Lucas. And that's it. Another win for the hottest team in the American League. The Toronto Blue Jays are flying high, and they sweep the Giants. The final score on this Sunday, 8-6.
Oh. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Go ahead. Dave Fleming on the call. Roku.
I'm sick of that stuff.
What are you sick of?
Get the pre and post from the Giants on NBC Sports Bay Area. So that right there, I hate it. Hated it. And then also to our guy Fleming, when you have a series where Webb and Ray go,
right,
you should never be swept.
Why? It's not
Webb deserves
it's not
better.
Koufax and Walter Johnson.
It's your version of it.
Yeah. Well, guess what?
And you got the Pirates coming up for 7 games. I'm scared to say, they'll go 6-1 or 7-0.
Why would you? Seriously, why would you think
that's
that?
The medicine I need. I need more of that. But I'm with Shasky. I heard him this morning saying they're not dead.
Okay, so now, go ahead.
No, the math is still there. Okay, they're not dead.
Then calm down.
But if you keep sleeping at the plate, you will be. How about that? Now, what's funny? Looked like you had a procedure with the chiclets. Little whitening.
What does that mean?
Your teeth look whiter than they ever have.
Really?
Yeah.
I made it up.
Baking soda?
No, it's just regular toothpaste that whitens. Thanks, Goo.
No, I'm serious.
No, thank you.
For their sparklets. Yeah.
Appreciate it.
You too, E.
657 Steinmetz, quit walking around Carica Golf Course like you're Scotty Scheffler. I haven't been to Carica in about 3 weeks.
Dude,
in fact, our main man, Evan Giddings, played at Carica this weekend. How'd you like it?
Well,
and what'd you shoot?
There's some work. We only played the 9-hole 3-par, and there was there was a lot of work being done on the tee boxes, so it was less than stellar. But I will say, it's the only driving range that I've been to in the Bay Area that has like a
TrackMan.
TrackMan.
Yeah,
that was awesome.
You got to tell. I'm fronting like I know what's TrackMan.
Basically, you set up. There's a liner behind you. So, in baseball, that's how they track the flight path of baseball. Tell you how far it goes, how hard you hit. So it's the same thing at the golf course, where you select a club, you select basically which pin you want to hit it at, and then it tracks based on where you're aiming and which club you're using, basically like the efficiency of how you're hitting, where you're putting it on the ball, your slice, your drive. It's great.
Wow. You guys are going to laugh, but that sounds like the venue I go to in Roseville where, we eat, drink, and golf. What am I? Top Golf. They have that to your swing, and we know it's not actual golfing like Evan was, but it gives you that the analytics of your swing. Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, exactly. But speaking of Scotty Scheffler, here's the other thing. Stop telling me we love greatness. We don't love greatness. What? We love certain types of greatness. Scotty Scheffler is so dominant right now, it's unbelievable. But you know what? He's boring.
Says who?
Says the golf world. See, that's the issue. Everybody we all like greatness when it's Michael Jordan. We all love greatness when it's Magic. We don't love greatness when it's Tim Duncan and Scotty Scheffler, guys who just get it done, dominate, and then leave the playing field.
Dude, I love Duncan, and you're making me like Scheffler more. Okay, real quick, before the scandal for Tiger, what made him exciting? I mean, was it just because he was black or the muscles? What?
He hit shots that nobody else hit. Just like a Kobe, just like a Bird, Magic, Jordan. That to me is why. But and let's listen. I'm not going to let you do this right now.
Do what?
I'm not going to let you revise history and try to tell me that Tim Duncan is as popular as the other great players. How
about respected, partner? That's what he's respected.
By the players. by his peers, yes, but I don't believe he gets the same amount of respect as Kobe Bryant, as Magic.
I wouldn't say he's a walking billboard for endorsements, but
no, that's why nobody really.
But Scheffler's dominant.
So was Tim Duncan, and they were called the most boring team in professional sports. You know,
Austin coming for me. What guru stop it? Tiger's a generational talent. I didn't say he wasn't.
Yeah, Tiger's Tiger.
Hey, it's Tiger.
Tiger did things that we never saw before. This is a great poll question, by the way, if you want to jump on it. But the only problem is the answer's easy.
It's not great, but I do like it.
No, but who's more delusional? Joe Shasky thinking the Giants can make the playoffs, or Jonathan Kuminga wanting $30 million.
That's not even close. Well, you said it was easy.
Yeah, Kuminga's more delusional. Yeah. Shasky's pretty delusional. Actually, I don't think Shasky's delusional. They can make the Why can't the Giants make the playoffs?
Because they can't hit?
Yeah, right now. Well, last month they haven't hit. Let's go more John Smoltz on Justin Verlander.
It takes that not going out trying to get that first win, just going out to execute pitches. I had to learn the hard way. I got released by Boston. I did some things and listened to some people I should have never listened to. And when I got to St. Louis, I was freed up. I pitched great. I ended my career the way I wanted to. I know Justin wants to get 300 wins badly, and he's a first ballot Hall of Famer. This is one of those things you just feel like you're in a dream that's it's a nightmare, and you just need something to shake your way, and I wouldn't be surprised if he got that on a roll. I wouldn't be surprised if he got on a roll, if he could click whatever's going on right now. If he clicks, then you got the pitcher that you always hoped you were going to get from the beginning of the season.
That's John Smoltz.
Yeah, good luck with that.
He's not getting 300 wins. That's 38 more wins.
Well, we're worried
that's
about one.
4
Can
seasons.
you get one win this season? That's where this thing is going.
Yeah, and he's not getting to 300. I can't see any way he gets to 300. But they got to keep pitching him.
No, you got no choice.
They've absolutely got to keep pitching him.
Unless you make a move at the deadline.
I mean, but even if you make a move at the deadline, let's say you get a starting pitcher, who's
like Mitch Keller from the Pirates.
Okay, that's a name that's come up a lot.
That would be big, yeah.
Okay, so then, all right, then who's your rotation? Your rotation is Webb, it is Ray, it is Keller, Roop, and then who? You still got an issue with either Birdsong.
Okay, but now that's one of them got to sit. Right now, you can't do that.
Yeah, Go.
I mean, how many 2 strike counts did Verlander have Friday? We're watching Steiny, and he was throwing meatballs that the best spaghetti would appreciate.
Yeah, this is what Melvin said.
It was more put away with 2 strikes. Oh. You know, typically he's got something to get a swing and miss, didn't get any strikeouts. Actually, he limited the damage for the amount of base runners he had there in less than 3 innings, but a couple key hits off him and just really didn't have a put away pitch today.
Bob Melvin.
Yeah. And as you get older, I guess those put-away pitches become infrequent, right? You would think, to reach back and...
I mean, he's 42 years old.
Dude,
40-something years old, right? I don't know. This team now is in Atlanta for 3 games, and you got to win 2 out of 3 here somehow, because you can't keep losing. They're already 2.5. See, this is exactly what happened last year to the Giants. They were in about this spot, but you realize there's 7 or 8 teams better than them. And let me tell you what we're looking at for the next month. Actually, 6 weeks. And you guys can decide whether you're going to fall for it or not. Guru's going to say that the math works. Guru's going to say that they're only 4 games in back, let's say, of the wild card. But the problem's going to be they're going to have to leapfrog 3 or 4 teams. And we saw how that worked out last year with this team.
And the last few years, to be honest.
They're not good enough right now to be the team that can, if you're in 7th or 8th place, which is where they are, can you really play well enough to leapfrog 3 teams? I'm not sure. They can do that. And, their schedule's not easy coming up either.
Well, you got the Pirates 6 games, Steiny. So you would think you could make some hay there. But, again, I got PTSD, and I'll never from the White Sox and Marlins. When you looked at them, like, who did the piece you said in The Athletic to where if they could do such and such, how did that work out? You lost, 5 of 6 to the Marlins and White Sox.
Yeah. Oh, you know what? And it's still
and they can't hit left-handed pitching with their life dependent on it, too.
Yeah.
Well, they can't hit anyway, but.
Yeah, I blame Andrew Baggerly of The Athletic. I do. Talking about this team heading into the Marlins and the White Sox.
But that batters had nothing to do with what they were trying to get hits,
oh, really?
Right?
I don't know.
Steiny,
maybe
stop.
They read it.
Oh, Steiny, stop.
I mean, why don't we put the route on the table? Can somebody answer me this question? What the hell happened to the Giants since they acquired Rafael Devers? And what's happened to Rafael Devers? They're 11 and 17 with Devers.
That's crazy.
They're 11 and 19 in their last 30 because they lost the first 2 games, or the last 2 games they played before they acquired Devers to the L.A. Dodgers.
I truly don't know, man. I don't think anybody does, right? Even with the Giants.
I mean,
tell me a trade that's gone bad overall like this when you get a play. Like, again, Jimmy Butler is the exact opposite of what we thought in regard to the gains and changing your team's fortune. I mean, that thing popped off with Jimmy like a M80 firecracker right away. This thing's gone south.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, and coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. The morning show asked Smoltzy if Verlander could end up coming out of the pen.
And for Justin Verlander at this point in his career, I would think would be almost very difficult to do, not impossible, but he has the experience and knows how to pitch. Justin knows how to pitch. What he's trying to learn is his new tool set, whatever that is in this year, whether it's his fastball that doesn't have a little extra carry or his curveball doesn't have a little extra break. Pitching in San Francisco versus where he's been. The one thing about pitching is it's not the same everywhere you go. Certain players, certain mounds, certain venues, all the things that hitters will tell you, I didn't like this backdrop. I didn't like that stadium. There's all these factors that nobody puts in an analytical, like this is the answer, that they miss out sometimes on players and places and why they don't work out.
All right. That actually is something that to me is a little bit alarming. If he feels like he's just not comfortable here in San Francisco on the mound. I mean, he should be used to it by now, right? When you pitch half a season in a ballpark, you got to figure a little more about it than when you first started. But he's 0-8, Goo, with a 4.99 ERA. And I don't know what would you do with Verlander right now? I mean,
there's nothing you can do.
Just keep running him out there.
Or no, I'd be on the phone trying to get me a Mitch Keller or something. Another option. That's what I would do if I believe this team can do something. And or if you ask me, you didn't, Steiny, are they better than the Padres? A week ago, I would have said, hell yes, I think they're better. But I still think they got action. So you're 2.5 behind the Padres. So when you talk about a leaping other teams, right now it's 1 just to get in. But that number is growing. That's a concern. So I'm gonna keep running him out there until I got a better option.
Yeah.
So I would add if I'm Buster.
Evan, what would you do? You're Buster Posey. What do you do if you're Buster Posey? Are you adding?
I said add.
You're not doing anything right now. You're not selling. You're not buying. You're probably taking the temperature of the climate in case the next couple of weeks go great or they go poorly. But you already know what you need. Like, the Giants absolutely know that they have holes everywhere. Second base, maybe you'd like to add a relief pitcher, like a lefty, because Eric Miller's been hurt. You don't know if he's going to come back 100%. You'd like to add a starter. Like, you know exactly what you need. The question is, do you think it's good enough to chase? And I think the next 10 days are immensely important for Buster Posey, because I don't think he's decided whether they're sellers or buyers. I don't think he absolutely does not want to sell. Like, I don't think Posey is the kind of competitor that in his first season would want the Giants to sell. But if this team starts or continues to tailspin, that's something you have to consider.
Yeah, and to me, they got 4 guys. 4 guys, maybe. Robbie Ray, Verlander. I don't know. Would you move Duvall? What about Wilmer Flores? Is there any interest in Wilmer Flores? I mean, I'm not saying you.
But what would he net?
I'm not. Here's where I'm at right now with the Giants. I'm not selling right now, and I'm kind of with Evan. I'm not selling right now, but I ain't buying either. I can't buy. I cannot. I would not give up somebody in my minor league system that I like. If there is somebody there that I like, I don't know that I would move that player this season so that the Giants can try to make a push that at this point, I don't even think most Giants fans have confidence that they can. Or maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, but
I mean, if you're a Giants fan and you're looking at this pitching, you're looking at this hitting, do they have enough? And my question is, like, it's kind of interesting to me is they were playing pretty well and then Devers came. And most people assume that Devers makes them better. We were talking about possibly winning, can they challenge the Dodgers? And that hasn't happened. And Devers hasn't hit. And the Giants are worse now with Devers than they were without him. Not that it's his fault, but something's happened to this team. And, I also think the issue with the Giants is it hasn't been dramatic. It's not like their pitching has fallen off the map. They're not hitting. They're not hitting well enough. Mm-hmm. And it's gone on for the better part of the season. And I guess my question now is you've played 100 of 162 games. Yeah, Devers can get hot. Yeah, Adames can get hot. But once you get to this point, you start wondering if kind of this is who they are and this is who they're going to be down the stretch.
Yeah, and Evan hit the nail on the head because I believe the deadline's the 31st. So they got 9 games starting tonight before, let's just say Posey did the Bob Myers. You don't have to make a decision until you really have to. But obviously you want to get on something early. But, man, you got the Braves, the Mets, and the Pirates, Steiny. And if you could get fat somehow during that 9-game stretch, a 6-3 or 7-2, I believe Buster, and even who says if it's the other way, Buster would, read the room and act accordingly in regard to if he was going to add or even stay pat.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, let's say you have 9 games, and he goes 6-3.
Then I feel like he would add.
See, and that's where I guess what I'm saying is you're 52-48, and I'm not gonna if this team goes 6-3, I'm not gonna say, well, now we're adding. But if we would have gone 3-6, we would sit tight or sell. Like, I think and this is kind of where I've always been with the baseball season. It's like so long, and if you look at the Giants, they've had a bunch of time. They've won 5 of 6, then they lose 6 of 7. So I would not want to get caught if this team wins 6 of its next 9 and starting to think that it's a dramatically different team just because it went 6-3 over 9 games. That to me is the real tricky part with the Giants. If you really thought that when they were 41-29, they were a 90-plus win team, then maybe you strategize thinking that you're that good of a team. But can you really assume that this team's that team, the team that was 41-29?
That's his job, though, Steiny.
Yeah, I can.
And I hadn't heard him talk since I don't even want to say since, but the one thing that came out when he opened his mouth last time, Steiny, was it was go time. So I wonder if somebody had a microphone in front of his face today on July 21st, what time is it now? Is it still go time? Because I'm going to give it 7 games before the deadline to make something happen. Or he's played this game. Steiny, does he have a gut feeling about how good he thinks this team is? And it's just about how close they are.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to think that as Buster Posey's watched this team over the last month, 5 weeks, whatever it's been, I mean, he's got to be concerned. He's got to be concerned because I'm not sure this team has another gear right now. I mean, especially
they're
with the
stuck
teams
in neutral now, though.
Especially with the teams coming up. You got Atlanta, then you got the Mets coming up for 3, Pirates, the Mets again, then the Pirates. You got to take advantage of those teams, but hell, you may see Skeens twice. Who knows?
Oh, I didn't even think of that.
So, what do you do if you're Buster Posey right now? The other thing is when he took the job, he made a point to talk about wanting this team to be more homegrown and developing more players through the farm system. So, are you telling me that that's kind of what he'd like to accomplish? Now, he had an opportunity to get Devers, so he did that. And he took 2 guys off the major league roster and 2 guys off, who were in the farm system. But I don't think Buster Posey wants to do that again. And he wants to have his good prospects stay in the system so that they can eventually bring them up.
Yeah, I'm looking
I don't think he wants to raid the farm system right now. That's like raid the farm system is not a good term, but I don't know that I'm getting rid of as many as one player in the minor leagues that I really, really like for the idea that another move then vaults this team into not only the playoffs, but then can make a run.
Well, I'll say this, staying pat still, that's not the worst case scenario to me because the move could be if Rafi got hot. If he just looked like his old self, then what's the chain reaction with this team and his offense from that vantage point? But it's funny, Steiny, I'm watching Yaz. He's batting .242, 8 homers, 28 RBIs. And this is a contract year for him. And then I look at Matos, who I know is kind of basically failed. I wonder if I do think of Yaz like, is this his last tour with the Giants? And if you put Matos out there, would he accumulate .242, 8 homers, and 28 RBIs if he was damn near your everyday right fielder? But just thoughts I have, man, I'm not blaming it on Yaz, but Yaz is Yaz. But if you're talking about the homegrown, you still got Matos, or could some other team look at Matos at the deadline and he'd be included in something?
Yeah, I don't know. And would you even think of moving Elliot Ramos right now?
I would not.
He might have more value than some of the guys we're talking about. That would be a big time sell. He was an all-star last year. But when I look at this roster, I got to believe that Chapman, Devers, Adames are probably not going anywhere. I wouldn't imagine Ramos is going anywhere. He's just too young and I would say too solid right now. But 888-957-9570 is the number. Giants fans, where are you right now with this team? You've lost 5 in a row, 3 in a row after the All-Star break. You are in 8th place right now in the National League. So you're right in the middle of the National League. And so Buster Posey's got some decisions to make on what the direction of this team's going to be, and he's got 10 days to do it. What would you like to see Buster Posey do if you're a Giants fan? 888-957-9570. And a reminder that all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop.
dealing with Steiny Guru, you should have 4 or 5 appreciation days a month.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
We got a little mystery brewing here.
Yeah, we got to get True Detective.
This is crazy. And it's really something we got to figure out.
Do you have somebody in mind? I do.
I do too. I have somebody in mind, but I'm not going to.
Yeah, I got you.
So Guru and I, every day we do the pregame show sponsored by New Vodka. That's NUE Vodka. No velvet rope needed. And we have 3 full bottles of vodka, a citrus, a
Not
cucumber,
anymore.
and a regular. And they're unopened, and we always use them as props. And we come in this morning, and somebody had opened up the citrus vodka.
Yeah.
And apparently drank
at work.
Well, drank. I don't know. There was I would say that there were 2 or 3 good shots taken out of there,
and that's what life's about.
And it was full on Friday, and it was open today. So that leaves the people that were here over the weekend to answer for it. And
they're like the Giants. We got 2.5 bottles now.
Just real quick. Can I assume that Devone and Lubman did the morning show on Saturday?
They did.
And do we know who produced? Was it Carter?
I think it was Steven Risotto.
Risotto.
Okay.
Y'all posted it. Yeah, he ain't on my list.
Well, we'll get to the bottom of it. We've got surveillance.
Nothing wrong with a little sip. Little hit.
That's our prop, though.
I don't think it was from our station.
I'm with look at E.
KCBS?
Yeah.
Look at E. I'm the type of guy I would have went put water back in it to make it look like it was still. No,
that's even worse.
If you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. Don't just leave it there like it's not going to be noticed.
But the unopened corks have plastic,
right.
so we would know that it's open.
It's true.
Yeah.
Let's go to Mark in San Francisco. How you doing, Mark? What's going on?
Hey guys, good morning. Listen, I've been rolling with the Giants for a long time, right? And I remember Bochy, the way he managed the team. He was the manager, and I blame this all on Melvin because he's supposed to step in and tell the pitchers, hey, it's time to come out of the game. Use my bullpen, especially that second game against Toronto when Logan Webb had that 2-0 lead in the 6th. You take him out, use the bullpen, which is the strength of the team, seal that win, and then about yesterday with Robbie Ray, the umps, they were definitely they were inconsistent with the calls there. He should have got thrown out. I would have got tossed in that game just for the simple fact that the umps were just terrible. Get my team fired up, motivated, whatever, and win the game. You know what I mean? Yeah. Melvin has to manage, just like Bochy did. How many games did Bochy win because of his decisions? Think back, man. We won games because of what Bochy did. He manages the game for the team. You don't let the players manage. The players play. The managers manage. That's all I got to say. Steiny, and get off of Rafi Devers.
He's
a good player, man. He's the best
stinks.
Hitter. He's the best hitter we've had since Barry Bonds.
He's hitting 208 when it's a Giant.
But look at his stats.
I
though.
know. Hey,
look at his stats.
I'm messing with you, Mark.
Look at his stats. Okay, I know you are.
You know he's playing, Mark. Yeah.
You're doing your job. Yeah. You've been messing with the Warriors. You messed with the Warriors when we were winning.
He's on the.
I've been listening for a long time.
Okay, he got you, Steiny. What's up, baby?
Another day off on my behalf. Take another day.
There it is, my man.
All right, Mark.
He's on to you.
Okay, I'll get off Devers. He's off to a great start as a Giant.
No, we're not saying.
I like not only. I mean, you can tell when he got here, the team just galvanized and they rallied around Devers.
I'm thinking of Jimmy
and
Butler.
This clubhouse got so tight, and they just went on a run. I guess not. I guess they didn't go on a run.
Well, I'm gonna say this.
Maybe. All right. Did something happen when Devers got here? Did some dynamic change when Rafael Devers got here?
I'm saying no. We saw the press conference, Tony. He was giddy. He was happy. The Giant players were happy they got a big bat. The Bay was captivated. So was the baseball world. No. So it's just been a dud. But I will say this. This is bigger than Devers. How long can you have a catcher batting 200 or below? I mean, is there any defense that good? Is there any defense in this era of baseball that damn good to where you can be afforded basically an automatic out? And I know he had the walk-off.
He's hitting 250 since Devers got here. So he's actually hit Adames, Devers, and Schmidt. are the only guys hitting over 230, everyday players, since
But see how you're I'm gonna do you to you. You're cooking the books.
No, I'm not.
When I said when Adames was getting hot, you said all I care about is the whole enchilada.
That's right.
And I left here like I kind of get that.
Yeah.
So I'm looking at Bailey. I don't care about the 250, the last
That's
whatever.
Fine.
What is he on the year?
Yeah, he's hitting like 200 on the year. But he's not a good hitter, and we knew that coming into the season.
But that's my point, Steiny. If you're not good at hitting overall, you can't just get a scholar. How long can you keep going with guys that can't hit?
Well,
they
don't have anybody else at catcher. Yeah. I mean,
that was more so just moving forward. You are right, but it's just like, damn, man. I'm just asking again out loud, is there any defense that good to constitute a guy that you think is not going to hit it out the park and, is just not good at hitting? How long does that go? That's all I'm asking.
You know what? What if he doesn't hit in the National League? Well, what if he just isn't the same player that he was in Boston than he is here?
Oh, you're talking about Devers.
Yeah. I'm absolutely talking about Devers. He's played 28 games, not a ton.
But that ain't 10. That's more than 10, Steiny. 28?
Yeah. 28 games.
And you said, what, 2 homers? That's the part that that's disheartening. You see him up there, Steiny, swinging from the left side, and you're like, man, he runs into one here. Put 3 on the board. I'm going, Harrelson, put it on the board. But, man, Steiny, it just hadn't happened.
All right, the one thing that John Smoltz talked about with the morning show was, the Giants have struggled over the last month, but Smoltz was asked about the job that he thought Posey's done.
But I think what Buster Posey is trying to do in San Francisco, if I could give him a big standing ovation, I would do it, because he's trying to balance all the things that the game is now, what it was then, and bring both together and try to have that balance. And I think in the long run, San Francisco is going to be way better. We all know that 1 year place and plug, every decision seemed to be right. They had that unbelievable year, and then you start thinking that's the matrix and that's the success. It's impossible to have success like that every year. You've got to have stars. You've got to have players that play every day. You can't always have platoon. You can't mix and match. You can't make every right decision. I've said this for years, and I think people would think it's crazy coming out of my mouth. Take a casual fan from the stands and let him manage a game and try to lose. Just try to lose. Try to make every wrong decision, and you know what's going to happen over time? You're going to win some of those games.
Look at Smoltz.
I don't know what that means.
Sometimes you just run into one.
Yeah.
Even on your worst day. But it doesn't feel like the Giants can do that now. I'm like Birdsong. What do we know about him? Steiny's been struggling, right? It's hot. That humidity in Hotlanta. I mean, man, you want to say, okay, nothing to see here, but who knows?
I mean, I'm really starting to think that when Buster Posey took this job, that he like, if Buster Posey takes the job and looks at this team, there's no way he likes this team or liked it when he took over. And I guarantee you he was not saying, give me a year. I'm sure he was saying, I need a few years, because we just don't have enough overall talent on this roster.
Well, he's going to get that. And I think, like I said, Steiny, I think
that's
the dude
why
was batting 400 with this Devers move.
Well, that's why it's not a make or break year, and I don't think Buster Posey thinks of it as a make or break year. This is his first year. He made a big acquisition of Devers a month or so ago. They still don't have enough everyday players who are good enough to be consistent.
Then why did we all buy?
Because they got off to a fast start, and everybody, it's just like
give it to me.
Somebody gets off to a good start, and it's fool's gold is what it was.
But Webb and Ray are not fool's gold.
Those are 2 pitchers. You got 3
Devers
others.
and Adames are not fool's gold.
That's not a guru. Look at other lineups. Who are the best 3 players on the Jays? Bichette, Guerrero, and who else? Barger.
Yeah.
Well, they're better than the top 3 hitters on the Giants. Like, they're better than Devers, Adames, and Chapman.
But the game is played. It's not just that, though, Steiny.
Right.
And that's when the Giants won World Series.
And
they
I would
lose that game every day. They would lose that exercise pretty much a lot.
And without looking at the rest of the – but that's the problem. Their three best players aren't among the top three guys, like the three-man the best three-man guys on the team. They're not the best. And when you get past that three guys – you got nothing.
Well,
like so your supposed big boppers
are underperforming. We understand that.
Are they?
Yes, they are.
Okay. I mean,
I believe Devers as a Giant is underperforming.
Well, sure he is, but he's still got like.
But if you had to bet, don't you think he's going to come? And he may not.
I don't know.
But I'm running out of hope. But I'm like, every day is an opportunity. But Steiny, you're talking about two different things, and Buster is under no scrutiny. But the bottom line is, who's going to get these guys to perform?
They have to.
No,
they're veterans.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. Like, do you really blame Burrell for Chapman, Adames, and Devers?
I blame Burrell for this whole ineptitude of the offense, even when they were 12 over. They were not hitting, and they're still not hitting. But I'm supposed to not look at the hit like Steiny. Even if you thought it wasn't Burrell, sometimes you got to just make it. You got to do something to do it.
Well, I never believe in that.
Well, don't even like you're talking about not even having managers basically because you sound like they don't even matter.
No, I didn't say that.
But it sounds like it.
I mean, this is a team like I can't blame Melvin for the big boys not hitting. That's all. And the other thing is like why can't we look at the Giants and say, okay, who are their top three hitters?
Right.
Devers, Adames, and Chapman. Okay.
Not bad.
That's not bad, but what, half the league's got three guys better? Like let's call them a big three? Probably more than half the league has a better big three. And then that's not where I'm stopping. Then let's go below the big three. Below the big three, they got nothing outside of Ramos.
Well, I was just about to say, yeah.
Like
I was
nothing.
doing last year Ramos with an all-star.
So why can't we look at it like the three big boys they have really are just middle of the road compared to every other team's big three? And then when you get beyond the big three, they don't have anything other than Ramos consistently. So when I look at this team, like they should be hitting better, but they're not a juggernaut. They don't have guys that hit for average. They don't have any speed. They're not a great base running team. I mean, they essentially they become a team that doesn't have power, but they have to play station to station baseball.
Yeah.
And here's the other thing. When you're playing station to station baseball, guess what? You need 3 hits in an inning to score a run. 2 doesn't get it done.
It feels that way.
So that's why it's some of the reason why they're having trouble scoring. Let's go to Al in San Francisco. Hey, Al, how you doing?
Hey, guys. Good morning. Thank you for bringing me on here, man.
Yeah.
When Posey took over the team and started bringing the puzzles, trying to get the puzzles right to fit the Giants for this year, when he brought Adames and then now Dibs, it's okay, but I think it's also replaced Melvin. Melvin is not doing a good job, like the other caller said, about being a manager. He doesn't know how to manage the team, man. Along with the batting coaches, get rid of all of them. Replace them, man, because this batting coach is not productive in getting these batters to hit properly to earn these runs. So I think Melvin should be gone, and the batting coaches and everybody else, just start off because they're not hitting, man. They have the power. They have the Fitzgerald, yes, Kim Chi, and all of them. They have the speed and Chapman, but they need the hitting. And I blame it on Melvin and also the coaching, batting coaches. Thank you, guys.
All right, appreciate the call.
Because you're not going to be able to get rid of all the players all at once if you're saying they don't have anything.
Right. And I think Posey knew that. Like, I really do think Buster Posey, when he took over, said we've got to change this team, and we've got to get away from platooning, and we've got to get some everyday players in here, and it's going to take a while.
Right.
How come? Because we need so many of them.
But that doesn't explain your biggest issue. You went and got a bopper, and he's underperforming in your uniform. Why?
Because it's baseball, Goo.
Well, that's not a good enough answer.
Okay, well then answer it.
No, I'm saying maybe something's up with the coaches. You can't just sit here like a bump on a pickle and say these dudes are going to work themselves out. Like, damn. That's disrespecting
but he
the
just
game.
extended
All right,
Melvin.
I got you, and
So
I
what
would
are you
ask
gonna do?
why. Why did you have to do that? Make it look like he's managing for something.
Just acknowledge that when he extended Melvin, everybody applauded him.
No, they were slumping when he extended
That's right.
Melvin. So he might have been.
Right.
Yeah,
and everybody praised him because when Buster Posey extended Melvin, everybody was happy because he was saying Melvin is not the reason we're struggling.
Yeah.
It's the players.
Yeah.
So that's from Buster Posey. Yeah. So if you want Melvin fired or Burrow fired,
no, there's just
Posey
a conversation
no.
to be had about those dudes don't just get a pass while everything around them is just going to crud.
My point is that Buster Posey knew that this team wasn't that good, and they need a lot more talent. And good for Rafi Devers. He was 13th in MVP voting, 4 years ago. But the bottom line is, he wasn't going to change the entire makup of this team.
See, it's easy for you to say that.
Well,
now.
why
because
would
we
Buster
did 3
Posey
or 4 games of shows commenting on they went and got the best hitter since Barry Bonds. It doesn't work. I get you, Steiny. It's easy for you to say that now.
No, it's easy for me to say it then.
It doesn't make this not a problem. It's a major problem.
When they got Devers, I asked you how that was going to make Patrick Bailey a better hitter and Fitzgerald a better hitter. How? Tell me how. And he's not hitting, and nobody else is better. But the reality of the situation is, if you look, they don't have enough talent offensively. This team has too many. Team has so many offensive holes, and that's what we're starting to find out.
But Devers has become a hole. Why?
Because he's not good right now.
And I'm asking you, whose job is it to find that out? It feels like guys are asleep at the wheel that are supposed to be teaching instruction and the mental aspect and component to the game.
So let me get this straight. According to you, Devers is the best Giants hitter since Barry Bonds. What the hell is Pat Burrell going to be able to do with Devers? Devers is a professional hitter.
Well, and professional hitters have hitting coaches, just like golfers have.
You're right.
So
you're right.
Like Steiny, I'm grasping for straws, but I'm just blown away that you're not even saying or meeting people halfway. Okay, you don't like the emotion thing. You think that's overblown. And Melvin, in Arizona, not going ham. But I'm just wondering if his mild-mannerness is rubbing off on the team.
Maybe. Who would manage this team if it's not Melvin?
Somebody with more fire. But I get you. He got another deal. He ain't going anywhere. And I'm not saying if you fire Melvin, they're going to win 100 games. But Ralphie Devers, to me, his ineptness, Steiny, is Exhibit A is to something bigger going on here with my team.
Maybe he doesn't want to be here.
Now, why would you say that? Because we just saw the press conference. He was happy.
Come on,
okay, so real quick. So you're not going to want to be here and self-sabotage yourself?
No.
So he's not trying to hit it out the park?
No, I'm not saying that. But maybe he's not comfortable here. And miss me with half the team showing up to his press conferences. Boy, they were so together.
Right.
That means nothing. That they had nothing to do during the press conference and they sat in the back.
Okay, let's just say you're right. All of a sudden he's figured out, oh boy, I don't want to be here with these dimensions.
I'm not saying he doesn't want to be here.
Help him figure that out. That's a problem.
Maybe he can't figure it out. Maybe he's so hurt he's never going to be better this year. Maybe
that's not the case.
You've acquired a guy who's damaged goods. I don't know what the answer is, but I do know that Devers, Chapman, and Adames, even if they're playing pretty well, I don't think that's enough for this team. They have too many easy outs on the team, and you're right. Two of those 3 guys for most of the season have been easy outs.
Yeah, and if just for this discussion,
I just don't think this team's wow, we're acknowledging all the shortcomings, but then we're wondering why they're not doing well.
Okay,
because they have too many shortcomings.
But the best part of those shortcomings to me is, Steiny, let's just say this, because Adames is showing me that the lights are not all the way off. If those 2 got hot, they could carry this off. Just admit, Steiny, this offense might look a whole lot different with just those two dudes playing to the back of their baseball card. Like that right there gives you hope.
Sure. Does that make them a playoff team?
We would have to say, I mean, they're right there on the cusp of it. But every day goes by, you're running out of time. And my guy Pants Cannon Garage on the YouTube chat tonight, Goo doesn't understand slumps. I do.
Yeah, I mean, Devers is going to get hot at some point, probably. And then you know what? Maybe Adames cools off.
And hopefully it's not too late.
No, what I wonder is why in baseball, like basketball's got 5 guys, baseball's got 9 and a pitcher.
Yeah.
Like one guy cannot dramatically change an entire team. Like if let's say the Giants had acquired Barry Bonds, like Barry Bonds would have probably come here, done Barry Bonds things.
And they would have won 2 or 3 instead of losing 2 or 3 to the Dodgers when he came up.
Right, and Patrick Bailey still wouldn't be able to hit.
But I'm just saying, when the bottle stops spinning and you're up at the plate, which Devers has been more than a few times, that one hit could change the outcome of a ball game.
I mean, like, we all love the Devers move. He can't hit right now, so whose fault is that?
Well, I would say, okay, if it's just him, it's nobody's fault. Put Steiny, the right on the table, brought to you by Echo Pest Controls. Nobody can hit. And it's been going on all season.
See, I think it's more roster construction than guys underachieving. Obviously, Adames and Devers have not gotten off the good starts here, but I'm looking at all the other guys. I'm looking at
Chung-Hoo Lee.
Chung-Hoo Lee,
gets thrown out at second on a good hit, a double. I mean, things happen, but that's a killer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. The Giants, I don't know. The more I look at this lineup outside of the names, I'm not sure how they can score enough runs. And then the pitching.
Yeah.
I'm telling you right now, pitching ain't going to be as good as it was in the first half.
I'm with you, but I got to say this. I will not admit it's because this team is not good enough. I think they're good enough, but they're underperforming more than one guy. Why? We got to get to the bottom of it. And then I'm saying this again, man. I mean what I'm about to say. Steiny, why did Kapler get fired?
Nobody liked him.
Do we know that for fact?
I think we do. I mean, he got fired with 4 games left in the season.
Yeah, but I hadn't heard one player come out and say they didn't like Gabe Kapler. He won 107 with this team, mix and matching. The way we didn't like it, it wasn't sexy. But good Lord, you could look at that as Exhibit A of I got everything out of damn near everybody
he did it
in one season.
4 years.
And the rest look like this season is happening. On the outside is you brought up
Kapler.
Wings.
What, do you want to hire him back?
No, not at all. I'm just like...
Yeah,
I just feel like Melvin's
bad
getting a pass in the sense of what's going on with your club.
They're 52-48 is what's going on, and that's who they are. And if you look at the roster, I don't see how you think they could be 57-42. All right, 88. What do you guys think, Giants fans? 888-957-9570 is the number. It looks like what Goo and I disagree with is, I can only assume Goo thinks this is a 90-plus win team, and I think it's an 85-win team. What do you think it is? What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
I mean, the stuff-wise, still fairly optimistic, but had a tough one today, obviously. They found a way to put a lot of balls in play and, found a lot of holes, and the ones that did hit hard found corners, and, it was a tough one.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
That was a tough one.
Yeah. You watch, real quick, WNBA All-Star Game? Now you're cranky. Cranky Frankie.
I am, because you think this is the 27 Yankees that are underachieving.
No.
You watch it?
Yeah, I did.
Was
I
it
had a
fun?
good time. The best part was the shirts that I really think these you asked me, did I watch it? Yes. And they had the warm-up shirts, Steiny, talking about getting, they want to be paid more money. And I thought it was profound. It was in black. They all warm. But I got some sound I wanted you and the listeners, Evan and I, heard this morning. That just kind of puts things in perspective in regard to the Caitlin Clark case.
Is this, this is, okay, let's do it.
Now, Evan, your boy, I set it up and teased it for later, but you want to get into it right now, which we can. I thought we was having a giant discussion.
I didn't.
I was just saying I set it up for later. You didn't hear me.
Okay, we can do it later then.
Yeah. I want to just continue this because I just feel like you're caping up for the coaches. Just not only are you caping up, you won't even allow the possibility for maybe they're not having the best communication from their skipper. Because to me, that's a big part of what a good manager does. Obviously, it's strategic decision-making, communication, Steiny, and I don't know. And I watch Melvin after every game, and you would think it was the same game. And I'm just wondering if guys like Ramos and even the Bay, I don't know. I'm just asking. I don't think it's crazy. And we had callers to see what I'm seeing like,
Then you know who you should fire? Posey. And I'll tell you why. And I'm not kidding here. Like so they get rid of Gabe Kapler. They bring in Buster Posey. Yeah. And Buster Posey says, we're going back. We're turning the clock back. We're going to go do it like we did it when we won 3 titles. Okay, well, how'd you do it? Well, we did it with professionalism. We did it with a clubhouse without histrionics. We're certainly not going to hire a manager like Billy Martin. We're just not like
now, why do you say that? A manager like that?
Because that's not what, Posey does not believe in those guys. He doesn't believe in these flipping spreads 3 times a year. They had their success with Bruce Bochy, very understated. They had a veteran team that didn't need a lot of
But Bochy
managing.
would let you know, and the umps, Steiny. He would, forget flipping the spreads. Bruce Bochy would,
Bruce Bochy's a Hall of Fame manager.
Yeah, no doubt.
Okay, well, but Melvin's not. Melvin's not a Hall of Fame manager.
Okay, all right.
Melvin's just a good manager. Right. He's just okay.
But I guess the point I'm trying to hammer home, and you kind of said it, is Bochy would let you know how he felt. And he was strategic in that, letting his players know how they're playing. This ain't okay. And however he used whatever piano key he was going to press, I can vision Bochy just getting ran now. And some guys that have it and possess it, Steiny, know how to use it. And when I say talk about that, that's communication. And then Bruce Bochy leaves here, goes to the Lone Star State, and brings a carcass of a team to the promised land and wins the World Series. And again, I'm sure he had different players than he has here, but I just question when I watch the Giants, I don't see a team playing with fire. And you could say, Goo, that's on them. But I feel like that's a big part of the manager.
And I don't think you can play with fire when you can't score. And they just can't score. And to me, I just don't think the roster's good enough. And in fact, I'm starting to think it's not even close. And you might be like, well, what? Okay, so they started 12-4, right? They started 12-4. Okay, that's fool's gold. Right. Then they were 33-28, and that's when they won 8 of 9.
Okay.
So they're 41-29.
And that's 61 games.
70 games.
Yeah.
And then in the last 30, they're 11-19. So to me, that's baseball. Got off to a good start, hung in for a while, winning streak. Now they've played a bad month.
Right.
And the chips have fallen, and they're 4 games over 500. And can they play better? Yeah, probably can play a little better. But I don't
see. I think a lot better.
Well,
Adames and Devers on line one.
They're
Steiny.
52 and 48. What would their potential record be if things were clicking?
I don't feel like I'm not doing math. I'm just telling you more victories, more offense, more runs. And I'm looking at this, and you talk about that 11 and 19 with the big bopper, Ralphie Devers. Obviously, that's the losing part of the season. But, Steiny, that's concerning to me if I'm Buster. How the hell do we add this to our nucleus, and we're 11 and 19? I don't think it's just, guys aren't doing it, nothing to see here. That's the red light, the siren flashing of, what the hell is going on here?
Maybe guys played over their heads for the first 70 games. And now we're 100 games in, and we talk about how long a baseball season is. It's a marathon, and we're finding out. I mean, I just look at – so your three best players aren't playing well, aren't hitting well.
Okay.
And then you have Bailey, who's terrible, Fitzgerald, who's not very good,
okay.
Jung-Hoo Lee's not very good, Yaz is Yaz.
Yeah.
Flores – you should have known when you got Devers that Flores was going to take a step back because he wasn't going to play as much. And then you got a young guy, Matos, who's not even hitting 180. There's just so many gettable outs on this team because they're lacking talent at spots. And their lineup has a lot of holes in it.
Well, I'll tell you what, if you're right, because you're breaking it down for your point about, now, I'm not backtracking. I think they're underperforming. But if you're right and Buster feels the way you do, then we can expect no additions come the trading deadline because it sounds like, Steiny, there's too many holes to fill.
Well, you can still try to fill, but that's where I believe Buster Posey made it clear that this was going to take a while to at least the ownership group. Because I believe Buster Posey does believe they have multiple holes. And then what he did this year was he got an everyday shortstop and he got an everyday designated hitter. All right? That's not the end of it. That's just the start of it. I'll bet in 2 years they're going to have 5 different players on this team.
We had an all-star last year in left field, so you were hoping that he could just maintain that or be close to that. Okay.
He has.
All right, so we'll go to center field. And I know it wasn't on Posey's watch, but, man, what are we doing? I thought and I tweeted, you didn't see it, Steiny, over the weekend, another Giant game, another different leadoff hitter. It's like you brought this dude to be the leadoff hitter. I'm just saying, let him fail, but let that be your dude to set the table. Who's to say jerking him around and batting him up? I'm just asking these questions because it's natural. Well, in regard to Jung-Hoo Lee, I thought he was the next. He's been a bad signing thus far.
And this is for me, so you said Jung-Hoo Lee, maybe putting him all over the lineup has hurt him. Well, the way I look at it is, okay, what would be the other thing? You lead him off come hell or high water, even when he's slumping.
Yeah.
And you know what? He's going to, Melvin will get ripped for that. There's no one way to do it. Jung-Hoo Lee's not hitting, so it's easy to say, well, maybe he needs to just hit leadoff all the time. Okay, so then he hits leadoff for 10 days in a row, and he doesn't get it done. You just got to live with it? I mean, the real
you're
issue...
living with it now all over because this team just can't hit. So you're living with it, just at a greater rate. Everybody's a part of this.
Yeah. I'm not saying, but if everybody's a part of it, when do you say, Goo, maybe the team's not that good? Maybe if it's not just one guy, maybe there's not a great lineup. You know what? And let me ask you this about the pitching. Yeah, I get it. Ray's been great and Webb's been great. Then what?
See,
then what?
Okay.
Roop's been good.
Yeah, no doubt.
But then what?
Okay, this is what I was about to tell you.
It's not as good as we think.
I know a lot of people, rightfully so, just in regard to endurance. What if, down the stretch we see a different version of Ray and Webb? It's just not as dominant. I thought this offense would be somewhere to where they could sustain that, Steiny.
No.
It's like you guys have been so great. Take a deep breath. Let your hair down. Not be bad, but we can score when we show up 4 or 5 runs. That won't be like a lunar eclipse. but it feels that way for the offense. So as worried as people are about this rotation, I mean, and as much as I'm talking about what I didn't see from Verlander Friday, Steiny, in regard to run support, they didn't score. And they had chances to score. So, I mean, you could have Kershaw in his prime and Mad Bum in his prime. If you're not going to score, that's where your problem lies. But
and you're not going to score if you don't have a good hitting team.
Yeah, but Adames is better than what he's shown.
Okay, but what he's shown is what he is through 100 games. You're 52-48, and Adames has hit 220.
Not good
Maybe
enough.
if Adames had hit 250, you'd be 54-46, and you'd be right there.
But doesn't that give you more hope that you got guys underperforming rather than this is just who they are? Because we know for a fact, Devers and Adames, there's more in there that we're seeing. And Chapman's been cool with the stick. So what if he were to, show some signs of life?
Chapman's going to end up where Chapman always ends up, probably 20 to 25 homers. Look, I mean, you asked me about Adames, and he's not going to have the year he had in Milwaukee last year. He's got no chance of that. Okay, so
can you be better than what you've been through 100 games?
Probably, but I wouldn't expect him to hit 330 in the next 60. I just don't you know what I think too is Ramos, not Ramos. I think Adames, Devers, they're stars, but they ain't superstars. They're not. They're really good players. They wouldn't be the best players on other teams, on a lot of other teams. They would be like the dangerous guys behind the really dangerous guys. And now they are. They have to see. I agree with you. Hey, maybe Adames and Chapman and Devers will get hot, and they'll be able to carry him.
Yeah.
For how long?
As long
couple weeks.
I would take it. We would take it.
Okay, but then what's good? Two guys can't carry a team for an entire second half of the season, and. Devers is going to get hot at some point. You got to believe, and he'll hit 5 homers in 15 games, and they'll go 10-5, and then he'll start to level out again. He won't be as bad as he's been for 28 games, but I just don't they are not good enough. Devers, as good as he is, he can't carry a team for months at a time, I don't think.
Here I go, Steiny, and this is the beautiful thing about baseball. A team could accumulate 11 hits and go 0 for 9 with runners in scoring position. And that affects the outcome of the game to me, the runners in scoring position. Without even looking at the numbers, I can tell you who's at the bottom in Major League Baseball with runners in scoring position. So if I were right and we got our wish and we saw Adames and Devers carry the team for 2 to 3 weeks, other guys get at bats. So we're not saying get 4 hits, Wilmer Flores, but if you could get better with runners in scoring position, along with Jung-Hoo Lee, Yaz, it's a collective, then I think we see better results.
Alfredo Saldivar on the YouTube chat. Steiny, Willie Adames is not a star. He's an average player. I think he's a little above average.
When he's getting paid like a star.
I think he's above average. Not this year. And
so do you think there's this is not fair, but I'm going to do it. Do you think there's anything through 100 games, Adames hasn't looked like Adames, hitting half of his games at this park, and through 30 games, Devers hasn't looked like Devers with half of his games at Third and King? Do you think there's any parallel to those two dudes underperforming from what we know?
I wouldn't just blame it on the ballpark. I'd blame it on everything.
Like what's everything?
There are new situations, but Devers played in Boston his entire career. He's been here for a month. Probably doesn't know anybody. Probably trying to figure it out. Probably trying to figure out the ballpark. Probably not 100%. And Adames, big contract, maybe put some pressure on himself early and got off to a terrible start. Now he's trying to turn it around. But do I think the ballpark's got something to do with Adames? Yes, absolutely. I think we've seen that at times. I think he's hit some balls that would have gone out in Milwaukee. That's just the way it is.
Yeah, but I feel like he's starting to figure it out at home, even with the power. And, that's a good sign.
Yeah, it's a good sign. They need more. But,
And I don't disagree with that.
What?
They need more from everybody.
Yeah, but I wouldn't expect you to get more out of everybody because I don't believe everybody's underachieving. I think Devers has obviously can play better and hit better. Adames can be better. Chapman's Chapman. Ramos has been Ramos. It's the other guys that they're just not good enough. But Devers and Adames have been the biggest problems on this team too, because they're the ones that should be the best players on the team. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. So the Giants start a 3-game series against the Atlanta Braves tonight.
Well,
and
I don't know what to expect, partner. I really don't.
They're probably going to struggle to score runs. I mean, I always think what do you mean you don't know what to expect? They'll probably get some pretty good pitching.
Because let me tell you
probably won't hit great.
No,
and it'll probably be a close game.
Normally it's the offense I worry about with the Giants. It's the pitching now. Birdsong. Hopefully he has a good outing. But my point is this could be like yesterday. You score 6 runs, but you give up 8 or 9.
That's a sign of a team that's not very good.
That hasn't been the Giants' MO up until what we're starting to see, if you want to even call it a little regression with the starters. I'm with you. We hadn't seen that type of game.
Right. But, when you're not a good team, you can lose in a variety of different ways.
Are you really ready to say you think they're not a good team?
No, I'm not saying they're not a good team. They're a 500 team. They've been a 500.
Yeah. Well, there's some more losing to come then, because if you're right, I'm just saying they're 4 over.
See, I think there's been a huge disconnect between the fans and Buster Posey. I think Buster Posey knew that this team, when he took it over, wasn't close. And that doesn't mean they were terrible, but the reality is, if you look at the National League, how many teams, there are a lot of teams that don't even care in baseball. So to me, if you're a team that's 500, you get a lot of wins against teams that are absolutely terrible.
And the Giants went through six games and went 1-5 with the Marlins and White Sox. That counts.
I know. But again, it's because
with Devers.
The disconnect is Giants fans thinking that this is a finished product and that they have enough to win, and that they, in theory, Giants fans thought after they got Devers, they had enough to deal with the Dodgers. People were saying that.
But it was looking like that,
What do you mean it was looking like that?
Sticks back. I know you're people are laughing right now, but you're still only 6 back. You can make
if you're going to say only 6 back, then you should not be as upset as you are now. If you're going to talk about being 6 out.
This is not upset, Steiny. I'm concerned. And I don't believe Posey's thinking like you.
I know he is.
If you're right, let's just say for this part of the exercise, he knew getting Devers, there was still more to do.
No doubt.
Okay, but he expected more impact from Devers in this offense. That I believe.
Yeah, and he probably expected more from Adames, more from Chapman.
Because what's about to happen if this thing continues is you're going to waste a great year by 2 of your stud starters. And you could throw Roop in there. That's not okay. I don't think Buster's thinking, oh, this has been cute. We got 22. No, Steiny, you still got action. You got it today, but something's got to change. A message.
Nothing's got to change.
Performance has to change.
Well, they can try to, this is their team. They're going to try to do they're going to try to win as many games as possible. But again, if I'm looking at this team compared with other teams, they still could make the playoffs. They might. But I don't look at this team saying, man, why aren't we right on the Dodgers' tail? Well, because you don't have good enough pitching and you don't hit it well enough. And oh, by the way, let's not sleep on you're not a great defensive team and you're not a good base running team. You're not fast. Like they're kind of like the Warriors a little bit. You know, we're upset at the Warriors because they didn't, or not upset, but you know, you look at the Warriors, you're like, well, they should be better. Well, let's take a look at it. They're small. They're not athletic. They're old. Guess what? That's why sometimes they struggle.
Well, let's follow the money here.
The Giants have as many, they have exactly those same kind of holes.
Yeah, let's follow the money. The Giants spent, I know it wasn't Buster, on Jung-Hoo Lee. That's been underwhelming. You spent on Adames, who I know I'm unlike you, Steiny. I like what I'm seeing moving forward, but you spent some bread on him. But I'll give you the win. I'll say, okay, it hadn't been what you thought it was going to be up to date. And then also Devers, like they've been spending chicken. So those should be 3 spots along with Ramos. If we're giving the go-ahead on Ramos, which we are, like it shouldn't be, hey, we're nowhere near ready. And we got 2 horses, 2/5 of our rotation that have been filthy. Enough to even make the All-Star game.
Yeah. Well, you know, it's like a team that can score but can't play defense. They don't hit well enough, and then when they do hit, maybe that's the night that they're
like they got it to 1 run yesterday, and I'm thinking old Giants bullpen is gonna. I get it, Steiny. I was shocked. Oh, there's a home run, a 3-run. Like we're not used to that from this Giant team. And again, I'm just saying, like, I was thinking, okay, here they come. The bullpen's going to do what we've taken for granted. And, man, if that starts repeating itself, then what are we looking at? Problems, I believe.
Blue Jays are better than the Giants.
And, you know, Steiny, I heard
They're
that.
much better than the Giants.
I got you. But when you got your left fielder misplaying routine high school line drives, and then you also have guys sliding off the base to kill an inning when you don't have too many of those innings. Am I mad at Jung-Hoo Lee? No, but I'm like, that's buzzard luck. But what irritated me is everybody don't got to remind me that the Blue Jays are a good baseball team. I get it, but that doesn't take away from what I'm watching the Giants not do. Everything's a reason now.
If you have Ramos in left field, you have to live with stuff. They had to live with Ramos in left field. They paid the price last night for Ramos, or yesterday afternoon, because Ramos is probably a below average left fielder.
See, I didn't know defensively. I never said he was a Gold Glove. I never knew his route running was kind of there. We've seen it all year.
We talked about it a lot last year.
When you're playing like they're playing the other day, you cannot miss balls like that.
But he's not a good defensive player. They have a starting left fielder who's not a great fielder. So you can't ask him to be a Gold Glover. Like, Ramos is having a Ramos year, and he hurt you yesterday, but you know what? He's going to hurt him 5 more times this year because he's not a great defensive player, but you hope you can overcome it. 888-957-9570 is the number, and 888-957-9570, like I said, is the number. What's going on with the Giants? Underachieving, or are they achieving? And they're right there. They're 2.5. They had a bad series against the Blue Jays. They can get it. They can get it going. 888-957-9570. Hey, if you're wrapping up the workday like me, it's time to flip that metal switch. Time to unwind. And when I'm off the clock, it starts with new vodka, NUE, American-made, award-winning, 7 times distilled. New is smooth, it's versatile, and it makes every cocktail feel like it's coming straight from behind the bar at your favorite spot. You get quality with New. No fluff, no pretense, no velvet rope needed. Hit up their website to check out some killer cocktail recipes, and make sure you try their all-natural flavors, cucumber and citrus. They're absolute game changers. Remember the name, New Vodka. That's NUE. It's not just my pick. It can be yours too. So when the show's over and it's time to hit relax mode, Make the right call. Grab new vodka in stores now or go to newvodka.com to find it near you. What's the word stiff in Spanish?
All I know is yo tengo nosotros.
And that's what life's about. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, boy. We heard that. So what are you exasperated about?
About what Ken Evans unaware, what just transpired during the break.
Yeah.
I have an idea.
So, just real quick here. The Union reunion was this Saturday. Shout out to LaTanya Hardy, AP, and Mark Hansen for putting it together.
Tanya Harding was there?
No, LaTanya.
Oh, yeah. I thought you meant Tanya Harding. Did she bring a baton?
No, I'm going to give you one.
All right.
So, Ken comes in, kicks the door open like
Producer
a bank robber,
Ken.
Producer Ken. And he said he saw the video I put up on IG, and I thought I had Evan in it. When he left, I realized I didn't. But anyway, I was saying that Evan and Jack had come through. And on these same airwaves, I did a What's Bugging You about I'm the invite police, about how I'm getting omitted on invites. And Ken goes, I would have showed up. And I said, oh, my God.
You didn't invite him.
It's not just him. It's Shasky. It's Spadoni. It's everybody here. So I did what I say is happening to me. Dibs, Grandy, it bothers me.
What specifically?
That I didn't invite everybody.
Well,
and I know
this is what you get away with because you're goo. Like, this is why the rules are different for you.
Hey, when you and Evan started this bit, it bothers me. But, Evan, I'm feeling some type of way. I just didn't tell my whole team to come through.
Well, that's another thing we gotta kind of kill. Apparently, we use bit too much, and I'm starting to think that a lot of people think that everything on the show is a bit.
Guru Appreciation Day, which I love.
It was not a bit.
Well, then why do we go to the cafeteria and the young lady goes, how did the bid go? And I'm looking around like, bid? Please explain.
Because she doesn't know radio.
Oh, well, Evan had to do that PSA right there.
Yeah, it wasn't a bit.
We're not scripted, and it's why we're putting up numbers.
Oh, really? Oh, really?
Dude, just enjoy a win when you can, man.
Yay!
There we go. Let's get nuts.
You know what's funny is this is why you're just
on your nerves.
So you're not superstitious then?
No, I love baseball.
Yeah, okay.
I am.
Okay. Right.
Yeah. Oh, you're talking.
Just let it go.
Yeah. What are we really jinxing? Come on, baby.
Kaminga's still a Warrior? Oh, I'm sorry, Evan.
No, I was going to say, for those who think we are scripted.
Oh, well, there you go. Yeah. Why would you bring him up today?
Why not?
Because nothing's happened.
We're the flagship of the Golden State Warriors.
Chris Paul got a new job. He got a new team.
Mm-hmm.
Clippers boots
another
are
guy
open.
didn't want to come.
Well, he announced that he's retiring this year. It's his last season in the NBA.
I would tell Chris that's already happened in regard to production, but good for Chris. That was mean. But Steiny, don't get me more upset with the Warriors. Don't add this into what we're doing now.
No, remember they got Butler. That was their move.
I do like that.
Yeah? Sure.
Yeah, I do like that.
Sure, they got to fill out a roster still. They've got 9 guys under contract.
Maybe Butler can talk to the Giants.
About what?
On how to make an impact with a newbie.
Yeah, that's the kind of stuff that doesn't work. Butler doesn't know anything about baseball.
Steiny, you're wrong, buddy.
No, I'm not wrong. I very seldom am wrong.
I hope you are if you're saying this is just a 500 team.
So you are wrong.
About what?
Well, you said seldomly.
Yeah. I was wrong.
So you are.
Yeah, 2020,
okay.
2021.
You can own it.
Dude,
I was wrong in 2021.
Steiny, stop.
I think that was 22.
KC Johnson, you were wrong.
That doesn't count. Nobody knows where he works. Okay, this is Dave Fleming was on with the morning show.
I can't wait to play it.
Which part?
All of it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, we got a trade deadline coming up in 10 days. What are we going to do, Flem?
The only way I could see them being a sell team, like a team that sells a few pieces to maybe get a younger player. The only way that happens is if they lose every game from here until then. I mean, I just don't see Buster feeling like this is a team to give up pieces. They're not deep enough.
All right, I agree with that. Like that's not on my chessboard. And that would, I think it was Grant Brisbane. I mean, like that would mean nightmare on Giant Street. if that happened. Okay, what else? What else you got from him? Because,
well, I mean, I don't necessarily agree with him. Like, he said the only way they're selling is if they go 0-10.
But you said they don't have enough good pieces. So what would you sell if you're like Chapman? We talked about him during the break.
It'd be Robbie Ray. It'd be Robbie Ray.
But haven't we learned our lesson from Gosman and Rodon? Those dudes are dealing where they're at, man. Imagine if I'm just saying, why? If you give up on Ray, you're saying then we're 2 years off.
Yeah, probably.
Steiny, stop.
First of all, you're never going to be as good as the Dodgers. Talent-wise.
I got you.
Okay, so
we're talking about the third wild card. Now you've got 2.5 behind that.
I'll tell you what, I'm going to make a bet with you right now. They're going to sit tight.
Because I'm hot.
And they got to sit tight.
All right, I'm with you. I feel like they don't need to. Like, you could offensively, you could stand pat. But if you could get a Mitch Keller, and you said he's going to cost, Goo, you looked him up, like, you ain't getting him for nothing. But, man, I feel like this offense can fix itself. Dudes just got to snap out of it.
Yeah, they're not a good offensive team. They're not going to be this year. They'll have their moments.
And let me ask, from what I know of you, because we're different. I'm a Taurus to Bull, Steiny, and I think you're Sagittarius. So,
I'm not.
What are you?
Don't worry about it.
Moonchild. Anyway, listen.
When's your birthday?
Just finish your damn thought.
Why is he like private? I think I know. Pisces.
No.
Okay, can you just tell us so we can get past this bit?
No, I'm not going to.
We know your birthday is September.
Okay, then figure it out, genius.
Haven't helped me. But listen, if you're doing stinky shows and the boss calls you in, wouldn't you want to know how stinky you've been? Or would you want him to dress it up? Hey, Steiny, I want the raw one uncut. Goo, you ain't cutting it.
He's a Virgo.
Virgo?
Who? You?
No, I'm not.
Then you're a Libra.
Get in the game.
Oh, God.
Jeez. Theodore Rand knows I'm a Libra.
Evan,
what's your point?
Hold on.
What's your point?
Evan, what are you?
Chloe or Chloe to the stars, whoever,
Evan, what sign are you, baby?
I'm a Leo.
Taurus and Leos get along. That's why we get along. How would you, I'm wondering if somebody's telling Devers, Rafa, you stink right now.
Yeah,
Bailey, you stink right now.
That's smart. Who do you want to tell Devers that?
The Melvin. Adamas.
How do you want him to say
I think they've talked to him.
Certainly you don't want Melvin to go up to Devers and say, Rafa, you stink
it's radio, but you know what I mean. Are we having those discussions, man? Or are we somehow walking on eggshells?
I'll say it. Devers doesn't look happy.
You've been saying that.
Yeah, he doesn't.
But was he happy in Boston?
Oh,
No.
my goodness.
No.
But he was hitting. Oh, yeah. He had 15 homers.
I'm judging off of what he did at that presser. He could have taken it 2 ways.
What did he do at the presser?
He, through his interpreter, was like, I'm so happy to be here. And then the Will Clark
Durant was going to stay,
he didn't get mad over the Will Clark's.
Yeah, who knows? Maybe that was a factor.
Well, he wasn't hitting before then.
Okay, well, don't ask him to come out of a slump when one of the stars in your organization is making a fool out of you.
And that was my point to you. How do you want to be talked to when you're slumping or underperforming? And I'm saying something I'm not privy to, but I hope the Giants are telling guys just how underwhelming they've been. Communication is key, man. And I believe Bruce Bochy would tell you and still love you and have a beer with you how you're doing. Or what you're not doing.
Well, you're assuming that Bob Melvin doesn't do that.
I just said it. Yeah. But the way this thing keeps going,
what do you mean?
Judging him off every presser seems like it's from the same game. I'm just wondering, are you captivating these youngsters?
One of the things about baseball, Goo, and I think Evan will tell you the same thing. Evan, in baseball, you never want to get too high or too low, right? You want to try to keep that even keel.
That's life.
Right?
It depends on who you are.
Yeah, the Giants.
Like Bobby Cox, Braves legend. They play the Braves
Hall
today.
Of Famer.
Yeah, I don't think you describe him as being even keeled.
I love that stuff, man.
Oh, yeah. Well, he had some players to manage.
World Series champion.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Once.
By the way, this zodiac sign is disgustingly accurate.
Read yours and read Steiny's and mine. I'm a Taurus.
Well, I'm going to just go through Libras first. Key traits: diplomatic, charming.
I'm literally a diplomat. That was my college nickname.
And indecisive.
There it is.
Indecisive.
How do they know?
Indecisive.
Fence sitting, the same thing.
Yeah,
Great at compromise.
No doubt. I bring people together. I'm like pods. I'm a connector.
Weaknesses. Well, this is false. Overly concerned with pleasing others.
Yeah, that's wrong.
Likes beauty, balance.
Who doesn't?
And good company. Dislikes conflict. That's wrong.
No, I don't like conflict.
You invite it.
And being alone. That is accurate.
I love being alone.
No, you don't.
Are you kidding me?
No, you don't.
Well, you're alone. Yeah.
You're a social butterfly.
Oh. You know what?
You like to come off
Come on.
You guys still don't know me.
Do we do?
No, you don't.
You don't like conflict when it comes to Willard.
We know you better than you know yourself.
Okay. And I clearly... All right. What do you want to do here? You want to keep doing this? You can keep doing it if you want.
How would you label this?
By the way, we got no boss here today.
And you're bothered.
What?
Because you like company.
Yeah, when you guys get together, Steiny, seriously, your spiral on the ball's different.
When who gets together?
You and the boss before I get here. That's your thing you do. And he's not here.
There's a lot of time we have before you get here.
We not.
By the way,
it's the Evan smile that bothers me sometimes.
Well, today we were worried a little bit about you.
Hey!
By the way, congratulations to Mark Willard. He got married.
I did it 2 days ago, but thanks for finally coming around. Kudos to Mark, man.
Yep. Oh, no.
I saw some pictures. He was sharp. They were sharp. Oh, no, what?
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. I'm not a big fan of the sneakers with a suit look. But hey, listen, it's not my generation.
Yeah, I saw it.
It's not my generation.
I can't stand it, and it's what's wrong with us, man. You put some Stacey Adams on, Steiny, Kenneth Coles. What you got?
I'm just thinking about Fleming saying the only way they're sellers is if they lose their next 10 games, which they probably won't. But I'm wondering what if they go 3-7 and they're 500? You can't buy at 500 if you go 3-7.
That would feel like
and now
0
you're
10.
4 in back of the
3 and you probably be more, but that feels like 0-10. If you go 3-7 and you got the Pirates, the lowly Pirates, twice,
keep it up.
See, keep it up. I'm the one that said, "Who are you to finger point the schedule after that White Sox Marlin debacle?" But
oh my God, are we
I'll never let.
How
that
many
go.
months have to go by before you reference a game from 4
that could
months
keep
ago?
them out the offs. That 1-5 stretch.
Oh my God!
Don't you see it?
You know
man?
what? And they're 2-4 against the Dodgers could keep them out.
Well, they should be 4-2 because they blew Saturday.
Well, they didn't. They're not.
Well,
they're not.
You just won't admit maybe some fire might help some of these guys in a season-long funk. That's all. That's all. The only road I'll come down on, Melvin, is you're who you are. But boy, and you might want to light a match or two. You might get more.
Look, the one thing sometimes you forget is we're talking about professional sports. We're not talking about mighty mites.
They're not machines.
We're not talking about mighty mites where you call a kid over and undress him.
That's pretty funny. But
do you have the YouTube chat up?
No, I'll bring it up now.
Just read it.
Okay.
Just read it.
Jim Olay. Yeah. It says $5. Steiny. Based on your birth date, your sun sign is Libra, but your moon sign is Taurus. You and Goo make a great team.
Thanks, Jim.
I'm a Taurus. Wow. That's why we're longest lasting show on the station. You hate accolades, dude. Just tap into it and say it.
It's not hard, Goo. Higgins made 17 changes in the last 5 years.
Dude,
of course, we're the longest tenured show.
Oh man, I love you. Question is, how long will it run?
It's up to me.
What do you mean it's up to you?
It's up to me how long
you
we
ain't
go.
Close to the end.
You don't think?
You ain't Verlander.
Keep saying that. Keep saying that.
You ain't Verlander.
Keep saying that. I don't like the word flat.
Yeah, I got you. You're the man. But really, we got to get into this. This is my way of transitioning because we're still on the Giants and will be till 2. But Steiny, the WNBA All-Star
Let's
game.
just go to the WNBA.
Right. So the girls came out.
My God.
Yeah.
First of all, they're women.
I understand that.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. Now I'm mad that you pointed that out. But they came out and they wore black T-shirts, and Steiny had hit me like a frying pan in the face. Pay us what you owe us. And they all wore the shirts.
All right.
Okay, that's one component of it.
Okay.
That's what I saw on my TV.
All right.
And I'm really telling you, I need somebody, I don't know who it is, Adam Silver, to be embarrassed at the wages that the WNBA players are getting compared to the NBA. Something's got to be done. I'm hearing scuttlebutt of new TV deals, and maybe there'll be more money for the players to get more bread. But Steiny, as a guy, Evan, as a guy that has the league pass for the WNBA, I do find it a crock of you-know-what that they're getting paid these low wages. Okay, that's there. What else bothers me? Know Your Partner Day about the WNBA.
What?
Take a guess. You should know if you know me.
I don't know.
The Caitlin Clark hate. I don't know where it stems or comes from.
That's part of basketball.
It's nothing. Stop. It's jealousy.
Mm-hmm, sure.
So listen to this sound Evan's about to play from one of my favorite players, Kelsey Plum, about Caitlin Clark. They pick teams like LeBron and Steph. You know how that goes, Giannis.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so they had a draft, and then Kelsey Plum's at the podium, and Evan and I hear this sound, and I'm feeling some type of way after Evan plays this.
All right.
Just United front was determined this morning that we had a meeting for, and not to tattletale, but 0 members of Team Clark were very present for that. But no, we were just we had a very that really needed to be mentioned. I'm trying to make a situation light, okay? But yeah, no, I think it was just all of us getting on the same page for the game. We wanted to do something that was just united and collective. And
so Kelsey Plum, showing how jealous she is, just gave a stray or two to Caitlin Clark and her team for not wearing the shirt, Steiny.
But they did wear the shirt.
That's what I'm saying. So why would you go up to the mic but that just, it reeks of how jealous a lot of these players are of Caitlin Clark. And I like Kelsey Plum, but I thought that was low class. Like, damn, nobody asked you who had the shirt. I saw her in the shirt, but now you up here telling, but you're jealous.
Yeah, I got to tell you.
I don't like it.
I got to tell you, this is one of those where I think we've got about 8% of the entire story. Like, why are you telling me they said, hey, Caitlin, bring your team over, we're going to have a meeting? No. Really? I don't know.
One can believe that now after that soundbite, which we didn't see. Evan and I saw everybody in the shirt. So why would you go up there and tell? That's like Jordan telling on Isaiah. Isaiah's team. Nobody asked you that.
I don't really believe. I don't know what Plum's saying. What if I told you that?
Okay, but you do know they're jealous. Forget Plum.
And they're
jealous of Caitlin Clark. My question to you is why?
What do you mean why? Why was the whole league jealous of Steph Curry? Because they thought he was the golden boy. The women think Caitlin Clark is being treated like the golden gal. It's a story as old as sports. There's nothing new to see here. You get a newcomer coming into a league. The league thinks they're too big for their britches. They try to knock them down a peg. It happens in every sport.
Magic and Bird, they hit different.
Okay, and there you go again. Those are two of the greatest players in history, two complete anomalies who came into the league and began to dominate. And I will tell you, even Bird's rookie year, you think they didn't go at him?
No, that's different.
The difference is that Bird was too good.
But not on the podium. The mic game is where Caitlin's catching these strays.
What else?
Like Kelsey Plum, nobody asked you crap about Caitlin Clark, but you had to, wow, just hit me with a bus. But it's cool. This is
such a nothing burger to me.
If you're Caitlin Clark, it's not. It's another indication that jealousy is green.
That's right. And it's another indication that she must be a hell of a player.
Well, okay.
And
she got to stay healthy, but yeah.
I mean, tell me, what is the difference between Caitlin Clark and Steph Curry in 2014-ish when he started to win, and James Harden said they're not that good, and everybody, and they voted Harden an MVP, which was a joke. Like, she's going through what Steph Curry went through, and you know what? If she's great, she'll break through, and she'll get all the respect she needs, just like Steph Curry.
So you almost sound like you said it's a compliment almost.
It is. Like, there's nothing new or different to me when somebody comes into a league and, like, you think Shedeur Sanders is going to, if he plays.
Well, he's different.
Why?
Because his dad and himself acted like he was Dan Marino. And he very well may be, but it hits different when you blow your horn more than people want to blow it.
Right. So you don't think that if NFL players have a chance.
Oh, my God, they're coming for him.
Yeah, well, that's what they're doing with Caitlin Clark.
They were coming for Brock Purdy, and he was just a guy next door. Yeah, and I know Angel Reese gets hate. This is different.
Yeah, I'll probably get in trouble for saying this. But
then don't say it. We need you.
You know what? Forget it. The NBA's bothering me. The WNBA's bothering me too.
What happened?
They're doing. What do they do? They're taking all the wrong pages out of the book of NBA players is what they're doing. And it has nothing to do with them trying to negotiate the best collective bargaining agreement they can get. That's what they should do. But the league, the WNBA, like the NBA, is becoming like what's going on off the court is more important than what's going on the court.
But when you're talking about wages, Steiny, that's the ultimate. We talked about last week, sign of respect.
Okay, how much should they make, Goo? They play 44 games. They haven't made money in 30 years. How much should they make? Like, should they make as much as the men? Should they make half as much? Quarter of as much?
It's about the percentage, though, Steiny.
Sure.
Like, that's what they're talking about.
Right, and that I get it. But the bottom line is wherever that 50-50 break is, that's what happened in the NBA with, it's called, what's it called? BRI, basketball related income. And they keep, it used to be like 55 or 60% players, 40 owners, and that becomes more 50-50, and that impacts the salary cap and all that kind of stuff.
I don't have a number, but Evan just touched on it, and there's rumors again, Steiny, that these TV deals for the WNBA are going to go up and other entities are going to buy them, and there'll be more of a surplus. But you know what I mean? I mean, they should be young hoopers that are in high school and college should look at the WNBA like young hoopers look at the NBA and say, I can have a fine life and take care of my family and some if I'm blessed enough to make the pros. And I'm not saying that compared to the NBA, Steiny, I'll do it. They're getting chump change.
Well, they play a 4-month season. They play half the games of the NBA. And I don't know what the answer is.
But do you think what's happening now is wrong?
What is happening?
Their low
now?
wages as low as they are.
Well, listen.
Yeah, I didn't have a number. Okay,
because this is what you get when people think the NBA cares about the WNBA, and they don't. And I'll tell you more about that on the other side. That segment. What's that?
Pods.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, that
segment brought to you by Safeway.
God, I love Rose Steiny.
Can we get to the bottom of the wives?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I mean, here's the question that I've had for the last couple of years about the WNBA and women's basketball. Is it ever going to be enough for the fans that aren't huge fans of the WNBA? Like, it's just never going to be good enough for a certain segment of fans.
Now, when you say the product?
Correct. There's a group of fans that find it impossible or difficult to watch the women without comparing them to the men. And if you do that, of course, the play isn't as good, isn't as quality. And like a lot of people, I don't think can get past that.
Well,
they're the ones that, they're the ones that you kind of need to solidify ratings.
And I'm as a basketball lover, Steiny, and I love the college game too. I love the fact that the WNBA plays when the NBA's offseason is going on. Like, of course, it's too much to root for the Valkyries. It's not too much, but you know what I mean? You couldn't have games going. Venues wouldn't even be open for the Valkyries and Warriors, the Fever and Pacers. So I love that it gives me ball during the offseason. But I did some homework. The minimum salary right now around the WNBA, Steiny, $66,000.
Okay, they work 4 months a year.
That thing should be up at least $500K.
Right,
and that's on the low bar. Like, it's the NBA should be. The
12th person on a WNBA roster should make $500,000. By the way, that'd be more than a lot of NBA players if they're like a second-year player on their minimum. But
then you called me crazy during the break. They didn't hear. I think the WNBA. This is your baby. It's the WNBA.
Right.
They're getting. We know they're getting. You know what? When it comes to wages. Step in and somehow fix it or help. Adam Silver?
Well, first of all, it is Adam Silver. They're connected, but Adam Silver runs the NBA. They have a commissioner for the WNBA.
But should somebody have to ring Adam Silver's phone and say, gripe? Hey, can you help us here? Or should he want to do that?
Well, what's your gripe? They should get paid more.
What I just said,
like they will.
Oh, it's coming. All right. Well, they're saying the TV deals some entities might get in on it, and there'll be a surplus of bread, and it could rise. But I just thinking right now, as much as I depend on it for entertainment, again, I'm not spending money outside of in regard to wages for these players. I just think it's an eyesore that it's the WNBA where money is just running rampant, but yet,
but it's
they're playing for they're getting what word am I looking for? It's nothing, basically.
The problem is that the WNBA is not respected by the NBA.
Well, then that's a major. Why do you say that?
One reason I say it is because when the ABL was competing, was trying to create their own league under Joe Lacob, quite frankly. They were playing their season in conjunction with, what all women play. Like, women for their entire careers play basketball from late fall to the spring. That's basketball season, whether you're in high school or whether you're in college. Well, it's not for pros. They reach the highest level, and they make them play in the summer over a 4-month period because, for one reason and one reason only, because the NBA is not playing. Like, does that make sense? Yeah, it probably makes sense to some. To me, it's an indication that they just want to control the WNBA. They want to keep them in their little box.
Wow.
And like the NBA is not looking to make like a huge star out of the WNBA.
But now you got the Angel Reeses, the Caitlin Clarks, and the Brittany Stewarts that are now with their mouth and their platforms lobbying for more pay because it is, I do believe, Steiny, blowing up. And maybe the 40 games, you're going to laugh, could go to 50 or 52.
Well, it's 44
okay.
right now. Well, okay, it may go to 52, so they're just going to cram more games into that period of time. They don't want any kind of overlap with the NBA, or at least very
okay, I'll say this to you.
Minimal.
All right, I get that part of it, but you asked me a number. I didn't have one. I just looked up the minimum wages. Will you admit, though, as a whole, they're underpaid? Because you feel confident that they're going to get more down the line. And my question would be why? And I think it's because what we saw at the All-Star game and those T-shirts. Pay us what you owe us.
And what do they get? What are they owed? Like what do you think they believe they're owed?
A professional athlete's salary to where you really can take. You know what? I got to be careful here. I don't want to go spree well, Steiny, but more than what they're making now, man.
I mean, the other thing is like that. This is my point on the WNBA. The NBA wants to keep the women's game just as an adjunct to the NBA. That's why they want them to play in the summer when the NBA isn't playing. And as long as the NBA has that attitude toward the WNBA, it's going to be hard for the WNBA players to make as much money as they want, because the NBA is purposely kind of limiting the WNBA's
But don't
success.
you understand? Help me. This is where I'm getting hung up on, Steiny. It's too much at one time. Why would they play simultaneously with the NBA?
Because
that's the beauty of the WNBA.
Because they're taking a
ball
back
goes
seat.
years round.
Right. They're taking a back seat to the NBA.
Okay.
They're not as important as the NBA. The NBA has made that clear. They don't want the WNBA to play while the NBA is playing. I don't know how you look at it, but the way I look at it is, okay, then that is an indication that you never really want the WNBA to grow like you would want the men's game to grow. The NBA isn't, like, that's not their number one goal.
Wow.
Their number one goal is to cosmetically have a league that fits perfectly into the NBA schedule, and the women's, the WNBA doesn't make as much money, doesn't make a lot of money, so they will be able to keep salaries down.
Then why do you say what you said last segment, Steiny, that you're confident that they're going to go up, the salaries?
Well, they're going to go up some. They have to. But again, I'm just asking you I don't know what the 12th player on a WNBA team should make when they're in. And again, I'll just say it. They have a 4-month season. They play a third of the year. So they're never going to make a ton of money. They're just not. It's a 4-month season.
Just based on that.
And that's what the NBA wants. Like, they want to compact this league so that it doesn't start to, like, that it doesn't get like the NBA where guys are where women are making like that huge a percentage.
Wow, man. I'll say this to that. That should never be the goal, to surpass the NBA, because you're not. But when you think of they're the origin, they're the birth of the WNBA and what it does for ball fans that miss ball in the offseason. And now, these players are balling to where they've got their own traction. And Caitlin Clark is bigger than some NBA players, but that's neither here nor there. Regardless, Steiny, of why in the few games, okay, you're right. We know what it is. You can't interfere with the NBA regular season, but the bottom line is you still got to put some respect on the pay, because of what I believe is a growing sport. They're adding
to then why? Okay. But then the players want more money, clearly. You know what I mean? And the WNBA is going to give them money.
Okay.
A little more. They're not going to get what they want.
Because you got more teams coming into the league.
You think the WNBA players aren't going to find out exactly what the NBA players found out after the last collective bargaining agreement? They're going to try to institute a hard cap. They're going to try to do exactly to the women what they've done to the men, only it'll probably be more punitive because they have less leverage, and they'll get more money for sure. But I think they're going to be disappointed because I don't know how much leverage they have. Let's go to Justin in Petaluma. Hey, Justin.
Hey, how you doing, guys?
Hey.
Love the show.
Thank you.
Wanted to put some context on this conversation.
All right.
The WNBA is working at a negative $40 million structure. So where are you going to get the money from?
Well, they're talking about new TV deals and partners coming in to showcase a WNBA game almost every day of the week. So they're saying that's where it could come from if those deals do go through.
All right, as a marketer, let's put this on top of it. Women make 70 cents on the dollar men make. That's across the board in the United States.
Right.
Now you're dealing with that. And then Title IX, do you remember that?
Sure.
So we're dealing with that still. That's never really been resolved. Like they try to constitute certain things.
Justin, what's your big point here?
Women are never going to make the same as men.
Yeah.
And Justin, I'm not saying that, but more than what they're making is what, and here I go. People saying put your money where your mouth is. You got to have some. Justin, I'm saying what they're getting right now, easy for me to say, is peanuts. I'm not saying give them what the NBA players are making, but there's got to be some type of bump.
Yeah, he hung up.
That's what I'm saying, Steiny. I'm dare not to.
They're
now, that's
gonna get
unrealistic.
a bump.
Okay.
Of course they're going to get a bump, but
couple bumps?
No.
A bump to make them happy?
No. Like this. They're not in the business to make the players happy. They're in the business to give them a deal that makes the most sense for the WNBA and the power and the owners. Just like, I mean, I don't know. The Warriors are the Warriors going to do something with Kuminga just to make him happy?
No.
So like, they're going to negotiate they're going to negotiate tough. The NBA as it relates to the WNBA.
And here I am thinking Silver's going to do everything, losing sleep to hate to see the spectacle that was, if you want to call it that, Saturday. Pay us like you owe us. I'm thinking, the powers that be that are so outspoken on racial issues and all that divide, that when social unrest was going on, Adam Silver I was thinking he would pick up the phone to make the call to help. But now you got me thinking otherwise.
Yeah, I mean,
but it's not a threat to the NBA. That's why I'm like, okay, you're going to laugh here, but do what's right.
Yeah, it's not a threat to the NBA because they'll never allow it to be a threat. This is this is the NBA's JV league. The WNBA is the NBA's JV league. And that's the way they want it. That's the way I look at it. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. Let's go to Murillo.
Our guy.
Murillo's in Petaluma.
Hey, what's up?
Hey.
Petaluma. How you guys doing?
What's doing well.
I'm interested in the subject. That's kind of how I call you guys, subject-based. But this weekend I saw that, and I kind of read onto it. And I think, look, I want to touch on two things here. First, women's sports and men's sports, team sports, because we don't do that in the Olympics. In the Olympics, the individual sports, any sports, we take it for what it is. We see women performing. We measure them to what they are. Now, we try to do that with the team sports with men, and it's not fair because there is, of course, a handicap physically here, and women and all the process they go through physically. So I think if you try to compare the sports, it's never going to, measure to your expectation. Now, as far as the salary, one thing that I read into is I don't think, first of all, I think some of them make unlivable wages. $60,000 a year, some of the players. So, Guru, you have a point. But, Stein, you also have a point because these things need to be separate. The NBA doesn't want to attach themselves that much with the WNBA. So they need to go independent on this wave of ratings that they're having and share with the players. Because what I read is the players want a better share of the revenue instead of having it at 10%, which they get, to be at least closer to 50% as the players get. They don't want the same numbers as the players. They want the same percentage. I think that's where the conversation is. So maybe, both sides can be pleased, I think, here. But people need to leave women's sports for what it is and appreciate for what it is. Because we do that at the youth level. Why can't we do at the pro, as we do in the Olympics, right, with individual sports? So that's my opinion. Thank you, guys. I appreciate it.
All right, Merle. Appreciate it.
Wow. Yeah, and again, Sally, I ain't been in no boardroom, but the bottom line is I just feel like there's some prestige, and I understand the WNBA, a lot of eyes weren't on them, but it's starting to happen now, and Juju Watkins is coming out soon, and I believe more athletes are going to be on prime time with hopefully multiple television platforms. But when you have the prestige, and you're letting me know what it is, of the NBA in your name, I'm just thinking that constitutes, Morelli was talking about some players not even being able to make a living off of what they're getting paid.
So I'm just playing devil's advocate. They should be able to make a living on 4 months' work. That's what the NBA. That's what the NBA I think wants. They want a 4-month season, and they want these women to have to play overseas in the off season.
Man. But that don't sound right. I don't think fundamentally,
it's not right. But that's
boxer
the way it
or
is.
UFC, they get their chicken on one fight. But if we say, how many
they're
fights
individuals. These guys are part of a union, and they're going up against the owners. And here's the other thing. You said, why would they want to compete against their own product? They're not. It's not the same product. There's nobody that thinks women, the WNBA and the NBA are the same product.
And that's what makes me like it.
Well, that's why they should, if they really cared, the WNBA would play at the same time as the NBA. Because they're not the same fan base. How many times have we had somebody go to the Valkyries game and say, the crowd is not the same as the Warriors? It's different. It's a completely different crowd.
Is that a bad thing?
No, that's why I think they should be playing while the NBA's playing.
But you think about all the venues that because some teams play at the same location, like Steiny.
That can be fixed. I mean, look what happened. The Warriors, the NBA changed a game in the playoffs against the Rockets because the Valkyries played. You could schedule the Valkyries while the Warriors are away, and the Warriors are away when the Valkyries are home.
But listen, to a guy that loves sports, and I told you this, Steiny, I think the WNBA is tracking well. Wouldn't that just be too much at once for them to play while the NBA play?
Too much of what? View it as a different sport. It's not the same sport. There's not a lot of overlap, I don't believe, between
just think of a Valkyrie game and a Warrior game, or, obviously the Valkyries would be on the road when they're home, vice versa. But the beauty of the WNBA to me is it keeps ball year round.
Right.
And I got you on the 4 months.
Keep them in their little enclave. That's all I'm saying is the NBA does not want the WNBA to have an 80-game season and the same kind of setup as the NBA. They want to keep the women as a summertime sport, and the reason they want it is because it's the JV league.
But they still want to make money off of them.
Sure.
That's what the players are trying to get a larger piece of.
And they will. I think they will.
Naturally, it's going to go up because the TV deal is going to be more substantial. Yeah. But the question is, how much of the pie will they actually get? And is it going to be commensurate with what their league is producing financially for these teams? There's going to be 3 expansion teams within a 5-year period, which hasn't happened before. So obviously there's more money flowing into this league, and people are looking to get a piece of it. Someone like Juju Watkins makes 10 times more in college what she would make her first year as a top 4 pick. Like, that's kind of, like, that's unfair. And so I think the players are just trying to argue that when this eventually happens, this TV deal, they're not looking to make the same as men. They're just looking for a larger portion.
No doubt.
Because people are going to profit off of them, whether they like it or not.
Because I'm going to the games. My margarita costs the same at Chase for the Valkyries as it does at the Warrior game.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm just saying, the team store was full, Steiny, and I'm like, to what Evans is saying of people buying merch, instead of giving us 10%, let's get that bad boy to 40 or 50.
Well, it's not going to 40 or 50 in one collective bargaining agreement. I'd be shocked. But Golden State G Leaguers, $4.99 on a Super Chat. NBA players get 49 to 53% of the BRI. WNBA players get 9 to 20%, and it's less money, obviously. The women need a better cut. Yeah, they do. And they will. They'll get a better cut, but they're not going to get half the revenue. I don't. They're not going to say that the women are getting 12% right now. We're going to give them 50. They're probably going to get 15.
Let me read this, and you and Evan help me out. Not being real, and the listeners. Goo, the UFC actually makes money, buckets of money. The WNBA loses money. They lose buckets of money. But if Evan just said what we talked about, 3 new teams are coming in. Steiny, could you guys explain to me where they're losing money at? Because when I went to the Valkyrie game, I mean, that team store was full. There was a line to get in, yada, 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 with everything that goes with that. But how could they be hemorrhaging, losing money on what? The viewing? Because now they're talking about Prime, all these other entities want to showcase a WNBA game one day a week to where it might be 3 or 4.
I mean, when they've apparently recently, Evan, is this true? They went to private charters. They're not flying commercial anymore.
Yeah.
That's a bunch of money. Like, that's a lot of money that they, are now spending. I mean, the other thing is, the Valkyries are doing great. I haven't looked at attendance on other teams.
All right.
I got to believe, are there teams out there drawing 4,000 a game?
I got to imagine that might be accurate.
Well, then that's going to lose some money for you.
Yeah, it's probably operating costs versus what the current media deal is. But the point is, the media deal at the next CBA is going to drastically increase. And so they're trying to make sure they just don't get left out the way they obviously felt left out from their last one.
So,
and I thought that was strong with those shirts. Go ahead.
But see, here's what. Let me tell you what they're going to try to do. Let's just say they get 10% of the money of the BRI.
That's what they make now.
And the pool is $200 million. Let's say that's the number.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's say the new TV deal is $1 billion.
Oh, wow.
Well, I'll tell you what the WNBA is going to try to do. They're going to say, we're going to keep it at 10%, but, there's a bigger pool, so you guys are going to get a raise, but we're not changing the percentage.
But see, that's still wrong, though, to the essence of what Evan's talking about, what we're talking about. It's not either. I mean, they're privy to that.
Privy to what?
The 10%, even if it went to that thing's got to go up.
It will go up. It will go up because the TV deal will go up.
No. But I think that's the whole point of the pay us what you owe us. It's about the percentage. It's about the slice of the pie that they don't feel like they're getting. The pie is getting larger, but their piece remains the same.
Well, the percentage of the piece remains the same.
Exactly, yeah. but it's still not what they feel like they're owed because they're already behind where the NBA is anyways. Again, they're not asking for everything, but they're asking for a larger portion than what they're currently earning.
Right, and so I'm just telling you, I think the NBA will be like, so wait a minute. They want a bigger percentage of the pie, and the pie's getting bigger. They're not going to go for both those.
Well, it's not problematic for a lot of the older players, but if you see value in marketing Caitlin Clark, Paige Beckers, Juju Watkins, all of these up-and-coming stars, and you see money in them, then it might behoove the NBA to actually try and appease these young. And that's maybe where Plum is not afraid to throw a Clark under the bus and saying, you weren't at this meeting, because she might be looking at this from the bird's eye view and thinking, this is actually far more important for your generation than ours, and you weren't even willing to show up for this meeting to try and fight for something that's going to impact you.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
I'm my own general, Evan.
Let me tell you what my new name is. Jawan Jennings. Trade me or pay me.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Players reporting to a training camp tomorrow for the 49ers.
What about your boy? Third Jawan.
You know what?
I can't wait.
I'm done talking about marginal players on teams. Go do what you need to do, Jawan. Shanahan Lynch, he's a third receiver. Figure it out. Ain't make or break.
You sound like a talent racist. I only talk about the good players.
Now, you got to know your place.
That soundbite.
Which one?
Let's Get Nuts and Jawan Jennings was recorded on a Thursday because your mood changes. But that's the Steiny we need 24/7. That's a weird assumption. As opposed to this one, like the last hour.
I don't know what you're talking about.
But you've been in your bag on the WNBA. I'm just telling you, it's not fair. Pay them. If I had the bread, I'd help.
Straight cash, homie.
What if Steph or LeBron did something? I'm telling you, it could be coming this upcoming season. Somebody, they keep their foot on the pedal of we want to see our folks get paid. Things are changed quick, fast, and in a hurry.
Let me tell you.
No, seriously, I'm trying to see why you're laughing.
I'm just trying to say, look,
Evan, I'm having fun.
Did you see that story out of Memphis? What goo? Ja Morant thinks the women in the WNBA should be paid more. I'll tell you what, that's going to move the needle. That's going to be the one to get Adam Silver and the come on.
It reminds me of one of our favorite sound bites from Liam Neeson's interview of yesteryear, where they're asking him about wages among men and women in acting.
Yes.
And then they ask him if he'd be willing to, sacrifice a little bit to supplement some of the difference. And he says,
No. That's going too far.
Wow. He tells you where he stands, man.
Carlos in Oakland. What's going on, Carlos?
Hey, what's going on, man? Hey, I agree with a lot of stuff you're saying. And I wanted to lead off with, I want to say thanks. I mean, you guys are the best no matter where I've lived. Phoenix, Florida, Chicago. Best sports radio talk ever, hands down.
Dude, wow, that really made my day.
I appreciate that, Los, but he's never listened in Philly, Boston, or New York. We're not as good as them. Go ahead, Los.
Speak for yourself.
I'm just kind of tired of this WNBA. We deserve. It's like, okay, let's talk numbers, man. Ninjas lie, bees lie, numbers don't. The NBA generates about $12 billion. And after everything is paid, their profit margin is about 10 to 15%. So from there, that's how NBA players are making so much money. That's not the case with the WNBA. Even with the NBA's, the NBA
deep pockets, subsidizing them,
they are still operating at around $10 to $15 million loss. So if you're saying pay me what you owe me, what that really means is WNBA players, guess what? You're paying to play, just like I do when I play slow pitch softball, and my tournament fees every weekend are $30, $40. If I'm playing at Manteca, BLD,
that's expensive.
Twin Creeks, Sunnyvale, or league fee, whatever.
Yeah,
they're not making the money. So how are you going to make money? The reality is if you're not making any money, and I know we live in the Bay Area, and it's kind of like, hey, man, we got to be careful with what we say. We don't want to hurt these women's feelings. I love women just like the next person. But reality is, I don't want to – I watch the NBA. Why? Because I can never – the most I ever did was play high school basketball at Mount Eaton. That's the best I ever did. I can never shoot like Steph Curry, ever. I can never jump like Ant-Man. I can never be like SGA, ever in my life. Doesn't matter how much I work out. God did not give me the natural ability to do that. He gave me the ability to be in the Marine Corps. That's what he gave me.
Semper
the ability to
Fi.
do. Thank you. And to be a retired federal agent.
Oh.
That's what the Lord bestowed the power on me, not to be this great athlete.
Hey, before
let it go.
Thanks, Carlos.
I was just going to tell Carlos, Evan hit it on the it's not about Carlos thinks, hey, give us a raise. They just want more of the pot. And the pot is about to really grow. And if you're right, Steiny, let's just say it's 10% and it stayed at 10, that would be modern day slavery in sports. That's what this is about. Give them more of the pot. What was our guy's name?
I have no idea.
The federal agent we just had.
Carlos.
Carlos, yeah. So it's about that, Los.
We'll see. Manuel in Fairfield. Hey, Manuel, how you doing?
Hey, what's up? What's going on, y'all?
Hey.
Hey, first things first, the G League, that's the varsity. That's the junior varsity of the NBA. That's cold, man. Don't put that on the WNBA, man. They're their own entity. That's cold.
Oh. He talking to you.
What specific?
Yeah. For sure. Hey, for sure.
You said the WNBA is the VAR JV to the NBA.
Yeah.
He's saying the D League is.
D League.
Yeah, that's a good. Okay, we can quibble. Thanks. Whatever.
If I asked
Don't
you,
keep that oxygen goo.
It's our show.
Exactly.
Well, you weren't saying anything.
Snuff that out.
Could you and Evan guess the top 5 this year attended Valkyrie games? Could you name the top 5?
Well, they sell out every game.
No, the top 5 locales. That means 5 different teams.
What do you?
Can you
like
name
the highest attendance teams.
Yeah. Thank you, Evan. Can you?
Valkyries.
All right. And
they won?
But then Evan's turn, and we're going to see. So, Evan, your turn.
I would
Valkyries.
say the Liberty.
Bang. 3 left. My 2 dudes.
I'm going to say the. I'm saying the Fever.
Okay. I was like, hello. All right.
Easy one.
It took a little while. 2 left.
Las Vegas?
Oh, Evan, 1 left.
Uh-oh.
And as smart as you are,
Sparks.
You got it. You got it.
Okay,
Seattle,
give me the numbers.
6.
Give me the numbers.
$18K for the Valkyries.
All right.
16,800, so you could say 17,000 for the Fever, and the Liberty are at 16. The Sparks 12.
Yeah.
And the Aces 11,000. And the lowest is Atlanta with 4,500.
See, that's
and Washington Mystics 58.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
Not one of the problems.
Yeah. Valkyries.
This is how 95 on the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line. This isn't about man and woman to me. The fact is the league makes no money, so how do they get paid more? Well, the league's...
That deal's coming. The TV stuff is coming. It's real. And could you imagine that? Well, you can watch them on Prime now, but, I mean, you start getting these Tuesday night WNBA, their versions of Monday Night Football. Like, that can be a thing. I'm just letting you know, guys, and I'm not saying you guys haven't said it, but you mentioned Juju when she comes out. Caitlin Clark's a big deal. So is Angel Reese. And you could keep going on.
What's the Chicago Sky?
That's a great call, Steiny. That is 9,500.
Okay.
I hear you. So it ain't caught on like it has caught on here. But they're adding 3 new franchises.
Right. Do we know if those franchises are going to draw 18 or are they going to draw 8? I'm not sure. Giants better win today, huh, Goo?
Hey, we had an early game. I like that. It's going to be hot. And if you can't score in Hotlanta, I'll be Melvin. Remember he did that when they asked him?
I do remember. Yeah. See, he's exasperated. What are the Warriors going to do? We got 10 minutes in this segment. I mean, this is...
I mean, you can't even announce the Horford acquisition.
Yeah, it's because he's going to back out.
No, man, could you imagine? But, Steiny, I don't know. Would you say this has been the most underwhelming offseason in umpteen years for the Warriors?
Oh, it has to be. They haven't made one move.
But there's one move, like, again, we can argue. It's what we do all the time. Shout out Scott Osler is with or without Kuminga, I think your club is different. And we
Here's
disagree.
the problem. Here's the problem with the Warriors right now. If they trade Kuminga and don't really get value back, which they won't, you're going to be worse.
All right. Thank you, my friend.
Okay, but if you re-sign Kuminga, you're no better.
See.
You're just not.
Okay, I'm going to say why.
He's not. He doesn't add to your win total at this point if you bring him back.
See,
he doesn't.
But you're saying all the stuff that you think you're robbing him of. Oh, he's going to be so mad and not be the best version of himself. My point is, what if you re-sign him and he balls out and then you're like, we don't want to trade him at the deadline?
So he's going to come back with a great attitude after getting lowballed.
I think it's called a job. Okay. How many people do we work with probably not happy with their...
Okay, so you want to bring a guy who doesn't want to be here?
We don't know that for fact.
Okay. No, he's chomping at the bit to come back and be a sixth man.
Champing.
When did that become such a bad role? Sixth man.
He's 22. You're not coming off the bench. He's a star in the making in his mind. I didn't mean to say it like that, but...
What I do wonder, yeah, you said this thing can go to August. We're almost there. And I don't like it. I'll just say that.
Let's go to Kevin. Kevin's in San Mateo. Hey, Kevin, how you doing, man?
Steiny. Oh, hey, Steiny Guru, what's going on? I love your show.
Thank you.
Really wanted to. I didn't. I at one point I wanted to speak. I never said it. I listened to Evan Giddens do the post-Warrior, pre-Warrior one time. He is phenomenal.
Oh.
That cat is phenomenal. So
damn.
His flowers.
So wait a minute. Hold on.
Phenomenal.
No. Do not cut him off.
What interview are you talking about specifically?
No, it wasn't. It was just when he talks, he's very balanced, and he was giving the pregame for one of the, and he was balanced on both teams, had his information down, was being real fair, and just gave a lot of knowledge.
Wow.
I was never able to call it before.
Up. Kevin, he's just reading off the team notes.
Oh, my God.
What a hater. Kevin, he is phenomenal, baby. And he said balanced. Wow.
He was balanced. Anyway, I enjoyed listening to him, but the point I was calling on today, I don't want to hold up you guys' show. This whole thing with the women, I was thinking back. I remember back when they used to talk about Pittsburgh Steelers had jobs. They were working in mills and everything.
Yeah.
Things changed because of collective bargaining. People started marketing, television changed. If we wanted to, and I think this is what, to Guru's point, if we wanted to, if we actually gave respect, because they run the women's Final Four along with the men's Final Four. Problem is and to Steiny's point, people are watching the men's Final Four because that's how we were raised. Women were discouraged. It took Title IX to get them up into, equality in sports. If we gave them the opportunity, Caitlin Clark, people might like her, dislike her, but now she's starting to pull in endorsements. People are starting to wear gear. People are going to start watching. Little girls play sports, women, and even to you all, not to throw any shade, but I can listen to this show every day, and I hear a little bit maybe about the Valkyries. All the love is given to the guys, and that's because that's our focus. That's our society. But if we change that, if we start changing that, then, yeah, we would change the mindset.
Yep.
That's just what I believe.
I love it.
Thanks, Kevin. Appreciate the call.
And we touch on them.
Yeah, probably the best call of the day.
Yeah. My man said, and he didn't lie, though. The best part, if I were you, Evan, is he wasn't a homer. He was balanced. So that's keeping it real.
That's why I think the three of us work. Apparently people think I'm negative. Evan's balanced, and you are over the top for the home team. But we've got everything. We've got everything covered.
That is not who put the stop.
Yeah, fellas, hey, get back to arguing now.
Why did that? Scott's my guy. But seriously, will you get in your car on Bart? Hopefully you're not on Bart. I'm done. And think, you know what? Goo does have something in regard to possibly players responding on the Giants in a season that is at 162 damn games. maybe you do need some fire, maybe a little more than what we're seeing from Melvin.
Baseball's not a game of
right,
emotion.
Please.
You got
to rolling over in his grave.
Another Hall of Famer.
Well, Steiny, you got to climb a ladder
they
to
don't
get
have
there.
a Hall of Famer on the roster right now.
Well, Ralphie Devers, Steiny, stop. Matos.
You want to make a wager?
Let's do it anytime.
I'll let you guys do this.
Okay.
What you got, E?
I feel bad. I bet you that Rafael Devers will not make the Hall of Fame.
Notice how when you say it, people say, "Steiny, you treat too good." Notice when you say it, now all of a sudden he's like, "Oh boy,
no."
Oh, now I don't know.
I think Evan's losing right now. Like,
not right now.
Not a
lot of 208 hitters getting into into Cooperstown.
I'm saying what he's done already in the league.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get back to you, E.
All right.
Because that bet won't come. Hopefully, I will be here physically.
We'll both still be in our prime.
We look at you. Shout out Amazon. Speaking of which, I ordered something on the net. It got delivered. I was told it was delivered. Had about a 40-minute ride getting home, and I was like a kid with a new toy. Propped the thing open, and they got me. It wasn't what I ordered.
Uh-oh. What was it?
Phone case.
What did you order?
A white one with the Apple sign from Apple, and they sent some clear. Dude, give me my money back. And then you got to call them and wait on. Then somebody in the household mentioned, "Are you going to cry?" And the way that
sounds like you get a lot of respect at home.
Oh, I admit I don't get a lot.
I'm kidding.
Now, why would you go there? Because now you got me thinking.
Because I'm just imagining Mia saying, "Oh, what are you going to do? Cry?"
It hurt. It cut.
Cry.
And I was like, you know what?
Mia would never do that. That's not who she is. She's very supportive. Yeah. Hey, by the way, I'm back on the wagon. No, not that kind of wagon.
Well, we do. You never
I'm back on.
Did you get off?
I'm
We're
back
gonna call
on.
you Chuck.
I'm back on Tulane football. You see who we got?
No, we said who?
You see who we got?
Another quarterback for Duke to pluck.
That was wow. Who you got?
Jake Retzlaff.
That's not a real name.
He was BYU's quarterback last year.
Spell it like, can you spell it?
Retzlaff.
Oh, wow, man.
Tulane's been doing a lot of background on him. Retzlaff had a departure from BYU. He had a 7-game suspension for violating BYU's honor code.
Austin and San Jose, Steiny, who cares?
I think he fits in Tulane. Austin and San. Well, you're going to care this football season.
He said, "Who cares?"
Because I thought we were in trouble after we lost Mensa, but I think Retzlaff, he had to acknowledge having premarital sex on the BYU campus, and you know what that means? Gone.
Yeah, you hate to see it,
man. AC Green.
Let's
Nothing wrong
see.
with it.
What else is on my list here?
We got the crossover, baby. Yeah. Oh, we still got time in this one.
Yeah, we got about 5 minutes.
Throw something at me.
Why do you view professional sports through a prism of exhibitions? Like why do you not acknowledge that professional sports is a business? I guess is what I'm saying.
I do it every day. Stop.
Well, then why do you say that Adam Silver's goal is to make the gals happy in the WNBA?
Because
he does. That's not his goal.
That would be nothing to them to help put some money into it and let it grow. And these girls get. I mean, come on, man. These players get paid. Yeah, I got it from you.
No,
get
gals
paid.
is different. The gals is okay.
No, I don't even like using
you say
that.
Gals and guys.
Yeah, because when we had Natalie on, you called them. You said girls.
No, I did not. I said women. And then Evan goes, say players.
No,
and then
but,
I'm go, like,
but it was girls. That's why it wasn't.
Hey, Goo. Like,
no,
don't
I'm
do
being
this.
real. You said I get no respect at home, so I'm trying to pick at you.
Guru. I got 3 daughters. I got
one.
I do not call women girls.
All right. I'll give you that just because you're acting so butthurt.
Why do you do this?
Not on purpose.
Yeah, I'll give you that.
I've never done it. And I know what you're talking about. So I said women, players. And also here, don't tell me.
Hey.
Don't tell me who I have to call coach or not.
Oh,
Like,
that was the
seriously.
one.
You sound like the president.
Like, when Steve Kerr comes on, I say Steve. Stevie. How about Steve Weish? I go Stevie Weish.
Yeah, but he's not the head coach of a professional team.
No, but he is a senior insider for NFL.com.
My fams, Goo likes to get under Steiny's skin. Yes, I do.
Yeah.
But if I did it as much as you try to do it to me, we wouldn't have a show. I'm thick-skinned.
Which, we're headed down that road.
We done been down all
You would
of them.
think.
Giants, 4 o'clock.
Yeah. I don't.
It's headed the wrong way.
What is?
The season.
Okay.
I texted Evan on we got a separate thread. I texted him last night.
Well, hopefully some of what Evan tells you about baseball rubs off.
Speaking of which, I didn't tell Evan this. Oh, I did tell him. We got a D1 baseball player working here. UC Riverside.
Yeah.
Tall guy out there. I go, dude,
who?
You surpassed Evan.
Who?
The tall
Sales.
guy up against the wall in sales.
Jack?
Yeah, Jack.
So you don't even know his name?
That's my guy.
His name's Jack.
UC Riverside. I go, D3. He goes, no, I played D1. I go, dude, you might teach Evan a couple of
What's
things.
his last name?
Oh, boy. Help me out.
Because I'm going to go look at the UC Riverside roster. And if they don't have a Jack in the last 6 years,
I'm going to do that as soon as we get out of this one.
I was like, who was our guy that was it was like the top scorer for a travel basketball squad who called in?
Caleb.
Was that Caleb?
Okay,
the AAU guy?
And we couldn't find him.
I thought you were talking about K. Diddy on our sister station at Sac. Remember, he said he leads Sac State. He's on 5th of Sac State scoring list in men's basketball.
Who?
Excuse me. K. Diddy. D-Lo and KC.
They played at Cal State East Bay.
Well, that's what it is. Excuse me. Help me out.
Oh.
Cal State East Bay. When I played Open Gym, it was Cal State.
Yeah, but if he played at Riverside, he's Division I.
Yeah, Steiny. I said,
shoot.
Yeah.
We're in trouble.
Yeah, I go, Evan.
So Guru acknowledged he's trying to get under my skin. So get this, Evan. Little tit for tat here. So I didn't go to I was occupied on Saturday during Guru's party. Anyway, I met a buddy of mine out.
Okay.
James Daly.
JD.
He calls in once in a while.
Yeah.
And we're just catching up. I haven't seen him in a long time. And we started talking about the good old days at Club One in Oakland. And I said, so you remember Goo, right? I don't really remember him.
But that's not a slight.
No, it is.
No, it's not because Steiny, I was Cadillac
he says he remembers you just to avoid a problem.
Steiny, if you would have brought up Jeffrey Inner Circles, he was the dude at Jeffrey's that had all the bad ones with him, he would have remembered who that person was.
What do you...
Like Derek Jeter, we had a lot in common when I was single, and I'm just telling you, he would know me by then. By that, Evan.
Do you...
Yeah.
Do you think...
I guarded him. I know his
Maybe that's
game,
why he doesn't remember
and I
you.
would go by him because he was a center like type mode, and I Spreewell.
You know what?
You can
a lot
come
of
see
Goo's
me.
friends at the barbecue on Saturday did call him by different names.
Yeah,
it wasn't just Guru.
See, you're just Steiny everywhere.
I'm going to, you know what? I'm going to reach out to some of my old guys at Club One to see if anybody remembers you.
People.
Yeah, who?
Kirk and Cap.
That's funny.
They text me during the show. They'll put a stamp on my game.
Okay.
We'll have them call in tomorrow.
Okay.
Feel handy. Adonis Foyle. I guarded him.
Who?
Adonal Foyle. Okay. Yeah. My boy Adonis was at the reunion. I was thinking of him.
We got to
shout out to my man Caleb listening.
Crossover coming up next. That segment sponsored by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
a journalist with words.
I don't even know what to say here.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, it's crossover time. Let's welcome in Mark Grandy and Dan Dibley.
Yes, sir.
First, Mark Willard, gone. He's now a married man.
Gone.
Good for Mark.
Yep.
How you guys doing?
Good. How are you? How was your weekend?
Yeah.
Better than the Giants.
Yeah, definitely better than
You
the
better
Giants.
be better than the Giants.
Dibs, what ails them?
I mean, where do you want to begin?
The offense.
Okay. They
the
put up
offense
6
the
runs
problem
on
this
Sunday.
week?
You know where I want to begin? It's the defense. And you've got multiple outfielders who are outfielders, like the angles that Elliot Ramos takes, Luis Matos in right, and I mean, Jung-Hoo Lee can only do so much, but your corner outfielders defensively without Yaz, you're not very good. And so you give up 90 feet here, you give up 90 feet there, and when the pitching is not absolutely spectacular, you're in a little bit of trouble.
And that's what I think we're looking at right now, man.
Grandy?
Elliot Ramos is the worst left fielder defensively in baseball.
Now that hurts.
By
Ouch.
metrics.
There's a tweet.
He's the 5th worst defender in all of baseball, and he's the 3rd worst outfielder in all of baseball.
But he's your outfielder, Grandy. He
He's
made
your
the
left
All-Star
fielder.
team.
And you have 4 guys you want to play at DH. So as a result, you have to play some guys that are bad at defense in the field.
That was one of the worst routes I've ever seen, man.
Like, and it gave up 2 runs, and you lose by 2 runs.
I've seen Debo Samuel run worse routes.
That's a 4. No, that's a solid 4. That's a very timely, solid 4.
Dude, no, Dibs, that was someone. He's
I was
your
thinking
left
about
fielder.
my brother Mike and his paper route when back in Fairfax, Cascade Drive, his paper route involved like a couple of dead-end streets and a bicycle and like one of those old burlap sacks. I'm sorry, Grand, you're going to have to take a play off, but back when we had to deliver the paper door to door, that was a bad route.
Wow, man.
That was a bad route.
I love it.
Unpaved roads and a bicycle with, just 1 speed back before they had gears on bikes. Steiny, you remember.
Sure.
But that was a bad route and left. And it's over and over and over a bad route.
But what if I told you that was horrible. We didn't even mention that. Even with those bad routes, he's like at the bottom of my what's wrong with this team list, Ramos.
Okay.
Devers. Rafael Nevers. It's
a 3.
I heard that earlier
I
today.
you did earlier. I thought I'd bring it out again. But what's going on? He was supposed to be the bopper. Batting 200, 2 home runs. And can I blame anybody else for this collective as a whole, the impotent offense? Can I bring up Burrell? Or are you going to do what Steiny says? They're grown-ups. But you have a job as a hitting coach.
Go ahead, Dibs. And Grandy, like to hear what you guys say about this.
And I wonder what the job of the hitting coach is. Like, you got Rafael Devers, who is new here, and he's got a track record, so he struggles for 3 or 4 weeks. Maybe it's longer now, probably is. So Burrell's supposed to, come up to him in the clubhouse and go, hey, Rafi, look, I'm Pat. Pat, Rafi, nice to meet you. You know what you need to do? You need to do A, B, C, D, E, and F in order to get yourself going. And Devers going to say, hit the pike, Burrell. Hit the pike.
All right, real quick. What about the rest of the game? Because, really, they've been pulling rabbits out of their you-know-what all season long, and I was like, oh, that's just who they are. That's a staple. But the reality is you can't win like that and sustain that type of baseball. So there were warning signs early, but I'm just asking, okay, forget Devers. He's proven he's struggling. What about the rest of the gang, Dibs and Grandy? Is it fair then to say, man, this thing's almost over and we still look the same?
Well, I mean, I don't know. I think it's fair. I think most people would agree that they are a better hitting team than what they've been over the last month, right?
Okay.
Like
I'm one of them.
You have the majority of your normal everyday players, other than maybe Adames, are struggling a lot. Like they're not hitting. And I guess Jung-Hoo Lee's been better the last couple of weeks, but still, you haven't had the majority of your guys hit the ball well for a while. So they're better than that. But then you've also got to wonder, what is the pitching going to look like in the second half?
Doubt.
Because, you had Robbie Ray and Logan Webb go in this series, and you lose both those games. And it's nothing about the Blue Jays. They're obviously playing great baseball right now, but you got your 2 all-star pitchers. You got to win at least one of those games. Now you got the Braves where Birdsong and Verlander will throw in this series. Like if you win 2 out of 3, that feels like almost like a miracle. The way that they're going right now, I don't know. Like they can be better offensively, but are they going to be as good as they were on the mound in the second half? Probably not.
I'm with you. And the question then is, does Buster Posey think there's a couple players out there that he could get in the next 10 days that would make this team better?
Seems really challenging. I don't know how they do that.
And what do you have? I'm going to Fred Sanford to sell to get somebody if you wanted to go get Mitch Keller from the Pirates.
Well, you've got a lot of minor leaguers you got minor league arms that appear to be major league ready almost, but are you going to trade an arm to get an arm for a couple of months? And we talked about this on Friday, Grandy and I, and he'll be in all week. And we talked about your order of need, and I thought left-handed reliever, and then maybe a power bat, a right-handed power bat in the outfield.
Someone to hit lefties.
And then a starting pitcher.
What is going on?
But now you look at, if you add a starting pitcher to this group, and, like Mark said, Logan and Robbie, they both lost, and Verlander is lost. And I don't know. Is there a one-player fix that's going to make this work? I think the fix is guys play better.
And wow. So if they stood pat, I feel like their bat would be Adames, who, forget Steiny, sit this one out. Can we all admit amongst the three of us that the light seems like it's on with him? He's hitting the ball better.
Adames?
And you're hoping you see that from Devers and other guys. But I'm not.
Adames has been better for
no
sure.
Doubt.
For like over a month now.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, the season's been going on for 3 months.
But
this is the
more
point.
Like 4. But
this is my point. It's like, he's had a great month. He had 3 awful ones.
No one's denying that,
right?
Though.
So he's got to now have another good month.
Of course.
Get the average to 245.
Yeah. One good month doesn't mean that his season is magically great. It just means he's showing progress.
Sure.
Yeah.
You would
so
think.
keep it up. Yeah, that's all.
If he can. What? I have no idea what Adames is on the Giants. Like what kind of player he is.
He has generally historically been a second half player.
Yeah.
If you buy into that, then you would expect him to be a lot better the rest of the season than he was for the first half of the season. But you're right. It would take him being very good the rest of the season for this to become even an average year for him.
Yeah.
But let me ask you this. So would you let's say you could get a really good bat or a really good arm. You give up Eldridge?
No.
Now let me ask you why.
No.
Because whenever we talk about the Warriors, I talk about future draft picks, and you say you always say, you got. They may never pan out.
Tomorrow's
so
not
the
promised.
Giants, you think, are knocking on the door. They should be better. They have a run in them. But why is Eldridge and why would he be off the table?
Because I feel like he's Tiger or Scotty Scheffler, made for this park. Once in a lifetime with that power and those violent swings. Could be totally wrong, but now that is not who I'm using to go all in on what we got right now. Because, I sit here, Dibs, and I'm mumbling here at the end of the shift.
No, you're
but the
doing great.
bottom line is I know we had Jim Bowden on, former GM. He was talking possible World Series. The baseball world stopped when Buster delivered Devers. Why have the Giants not did what the Warriors did with Butler? And I'm not mad at anybody, but it is a maddening question to try to find an answer as to who saw this coming.
Well, unlike Butler, Devers can't make everyone around him better. Now, he can help the lineup where you're going to see better pitches.
That's what I was about to say.
And, if you want to look at Willie Adames, and Steiny obviously has a burr in his saddle about Willie.
Yeah, he's on my fantasy team. I'll be honest with you.
Oh, now we get it. The truth comes out.
That's why when I told
I didn't know that.
That's why when I told Mark Willard he stunk, trust me, he stunk. He's like the 8th best shortstop in our league.
Well, in the last 49 days, which I believe is still 7 weeks.
No, that's a long time.
His OPS is 890.
Okay.
And he's hitting 280.
Mm-hmm.
And he's got 8 home runs, and he's driven in 22. That's 7 weeks. It's not even just ooh, great little series, Willie A. Add a pepper. This is now 7 weeks where he's gone from, oh my God, you stink,
to
Steiny
Milwaukee.
voice, to where you're not quite all the way back to where you should be for a year, But the last 7 weeks, this is Milwaukee Adamas.
Yes, no doubt.
Milwaukee Adamas.
And
I'm going to give you a 3.
Right.
I'll take a 2, and I don't even care.
And I'm not holding this against him, and I'm not but okay. He's played what, like, they're 11-19.
Yikes.
As he's hitting as well as he's hit all season. So, like, it's not translate. And he shouldn't be able to have to carry the team on his own, but a guy gets hot, 2 guys get cold. You know what I mean? Like, Devers might get hot, like, they don't have enough consistent hitters on this team. They just don't. And so here's the way I look at it. Devers, Chapman, and Adames. Let's call them the big 3.
Okay.
If you went around the league, how many teams have a better big 3 hitters, essentially? Like, I would say that the Blue Jays do.
We're talking about, like, going over the last handful of months?
No, the whole season. Guerrero, or just, you can go with the back of their card.
If you're
like
going
Guerrero, Bichette, and Barger.
I mean, back of the card of Devers, Chapman, and Adames, that's pretty damn good.
No doubt.
See,
you just haven't gotten the back of those cards yet.
Well, what I think is when you take the Giants' 3 best hitters, let's just say they're those 3 guys, they're good. Like, they are good players. But there are other teams that have 3 players better. And then this is where the problem is. When you get done with those 3 players, other than Ramos, like, you don't have anything. Like, Bailey's hitting 200. Fitzgerald hit 15 homers last year and like 320 at bats. And like this year,
now he's in AAA.
Right.
Like, this year he had 3 homers and 225. It's like, all I'm saying is their best players are good, solid, best players. Once you come off, and they're not playing great, and then once you come off them, then they don't really have a lot, I don't believe.
Well, that's where someone like Jung-Hoo Lee is so important, because and Elliot Ramos too, and Ramos has kind of quietly been slumping at the plate a little bit.
Dude, it's going on
like
70, 80 at bats slumping.
Has it been that long?
Hits. Like, it's not good. It's not Ramos like, and he's still 267. So okay.
And if you're playing that kind of defense in left field, you better be mashing the ball.
But we all can admit there have been signs it's getting bad. It's getting worse fast with Ramos in the glove. Like, whoa.
Definitely not getting better. I don't remember him being this bad last year. Maybe I just forgot entirely and wiped it from my memory. But it feels like it's every day you point to something and you're like, ooh, that was a bad decision. Oh, he made a bad route to that ball. Oh, what a bad throw. He had a chance. He stumbled in left field at one point, and it took him away from an opportunity to gun someone out on the base pass.
I got it.
Like, it's just small things like that.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. An Odyssey sports station in the home of the Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from Laughing Monk Studios, Laughing Monk Righteously Brewed in San Francisco. So 10 days till the trading deadline. They have 9 games. They're 52-48. They've played an even 100 games. What do you think the next 10 days will dictate what Posey does?
No, I think that he's already going to, do what he does. And I honestly think that they already made their big move, which was Rafi Devers. Now, there might be a smaller move, left-handed bullpen arm, 4th or 5th outfielder who's a veteran who's under team control, or an expiring kind of deal that can hit lefties, and they bring him in. I don't believe they're going to go out and get a starting pitcher, because that market is very, very expensive. So if I'm Buster and I'm looking at where we are now record-wise, it doesn't really matter. He's already made his move. And the move he made, and I'm trying to remember, Grandy, who said this to us about this year's Giants team. It's almost like the year before the year, and you've got Adames and Jung-Hoo Lee and Chapman, and Robbie Ray's got one more after this, and you've got Logan, and you've got Rafi Devers, and you've got Rodriguez and Doval, and you've got almost everybody back next year. I know Yaz is a guy who finally gets to be a free agent, but for the most part, this team is going to be next year's team. So I don't think you look at this deadline and think, oh man, we need to do something now. We need to maximize the Logan Webb window.
But Dibs, you got to be careful with that, because you got all those names you just named right now and what's happening.
Well, you're 52-48. I mean, you're not 44 and 56. I mean, you're still kind of right there. And, you mentioned Steiny, and I think you did it kind of the right way, where I do think your big three is comparable to most teams' big three.
I'm with you.
But it's the other six. And I'm looking at Ramos over the last 30 games. He's hitting 207 with 3 homers and 13 driven in.
It feels
and
like
an OPS of 601. And that's 30 games.
Yeah.
And during that time, they're 11 and 19. And I know you could look at every other player and see a similar record. But for me, it's not the big three. And is Devers better than he's been? Yes. Is Chapman going to get back? Sure. And Adames has been white hot. But for me, it's the next 3. And beyond that, well, your bottom 3. I mean, your bottom 3 are going to be your bottom 3, unfortunately. But it's that middle 3 next group. Jung-Hoo Lee, Elliot Ramos, and the, Yaz Matos platoon or Casey Schmidt. Those are the guys who have to be at least okay.
Well, and if that's the case, or your middle third of the order, not 4, 5, 6, but like your 4th, 5th, and 6th best hitters are maybe subpar around the league, then your top 3 guys, your dudes just have to be that much better in order to make up for it. And they haven't been. At least 2/3 of them haven't.
And this is just me. Nobody asked, but I'll just share with you because I think this means something. And this guy was not acquired under Buster Posey. But Jung-Hoo Lee was supposed to solidify the leadoff position for the San Francisco Giants. And I tweeted out over the weekend, another Giant game, another leadoff hitter. I mean, at what point are we going to say, Dibs, that was a bad signing? Because, dude, just like my thing is, if I'm managing, we were talking about good, bad managers because there are. Ride them till the wheels fall. Quit jerking them around, putting them at 7-6. Put them there and let them, if you're going to play, you set the table. And let's see what happens. Who knows? Maybe him being jerked around because of his play might be affecting him in the leadoff position. But I hate seeing a everyday Giant lineup with on rotation leadoff hitter.
You see the lineup today?
Jung-Hoo Lee? I did not.
Jung-Hoo Lee leading off.
There
you go.
All right.
You make a call to Bomel Goo or what?
No, I didn't.
Yeah, Jung-Hoo Lee, then Ramos, then Devers, Adames, Chapman, Yaz, Flores, Schmidt, Bailey.
We went to you didn't ask, the cafeteria Friday and collectively watched the first couple of innings of the Giants.
Oh, Verlander meltdown, huh?
No, this ain't even about Verlander. Oh. Giants get 2 hits in a row, top of the first, and I know it's 1 inning, but it sets the tone. Here comes our big bopper, double play. It happens. My point being, Dibs, this team with runners in scoring position, it's criminal, and that's what's killing them. You can get 11 hits in a game you don't watch, and if the team gets 1 of them with runners in scoring position, that don't mean they got a bunch. That seems like the Giants, they just can't come up with the big hit.
What was it on Friday? 11 hits and no runs? You know how difficult that is to do?
11!
It's so hard.
Yep.
I'd rather get 1 hit than have 11 hits and not score. Oh, God.
I mean,
that's
they don't.
Yeah.
So I'm looking at who's the Giants' home run hitter, or who's their leading home run hitter?
It's Adames. Yep.
Correct.
Yep.
Wow.
You know where he is among the home run leaders in baseball?
In all of baseball?
Like 40th or something?
Oh, I would say like 67th.
62nd.
Wow.
60.
What's your point?
My point is that Adames 14 homers, Devers
I get it,
15,
man.
and Chet
Ramos 14.
Like they don't I don't believe. You think Devers or Adames will ever hit 30 homers here as a Giant?
I wouldn't put it past him.
Yeah, I think it's a stretch.
Because I think
the
Adames is figuring out that park. I really believe it. And you're going to go, I get it, what he was the first 3 months. But if we had a clean slate moving forward.
My point is they don't have enough power. So they don't have, they don't hit for average and they don't hit for power. And they're not particularly fast. So when you talk about 11 hits and no runs, that is hard to do. But when you're not hitting a lot of extra base hits, that means you got to get 3 hits an inning. And they don't, they're not coming at you with 6 300 hitters.
Or be able to get a productive out, which they also can't do for whatever reason.
So with all that said on this round table, I'm back to my boy Pat Burrell. So we're just going to say the players can't do A, B, C, and D, nothing to see here? Or in my lifetime, Dibs, third base coaches get fired, first base coaches get changed, and so do hitting coaches. What are you doing, or what are we getting from the construction component of our instruction component of our team? If what Steiny just read is true, where are we getting help from? Where are these guys getting help to be better versions of themselves?
Well, they're probably getting help from the hitting coach and the manager and the other coaches on the staff. But I just wonder about, like, the hitting coach, what the hitting coach actually does other than, you run through film and you help a guy, like, understand what the pitcher has. And maybe you look at film of the hitter and you say, well, this is what I'm seeing of your swing. Ultimately, the hitter has to step in that white rectangle and he has to hit the ball. And so, I mean, Pat Burrell can lecture him and talk to them and, work on hand placement and barrel placement until the cows come home. But ultimately, you step into that rectangle and you're facing 99 with movement and a changeup, and you have to get it done yourself.
No, real quick. You're on fire, and 99.9% of that time, Grandy, Dibs, and Steiny, I agree with you. But have you seen anything like this as a collective? Nobody's hitting.
Yeah, the Giants every year.
But this is just, now we got our version of Barry Bonds, and he can't hit.
So I get it that they're not on this level, but when the Warriors had Durant, Clay, and Steph, if all three of them went in a shooting slump at the same time,
but that
what
would
do you
never,
do?
Yeah, but the odds of that,
I'm sure it's happened. Steph Curry's been in shooting slumps, and nobody says, Kerr, get that shooting coach on. It's like Devers is a hell of a player. These are big league players for 8 to 10 years, and you want to play. You hate platooning, and you want everyday players. You got to live with it. You got to live with it.
Because I'm getting nervous. They're 4 over. You keep hitting like this, you might miss the offs. And I thought Dibs, when they were 12 over, season not over, added Devers. Oh, watch out. Chapman almost hit 30 home runs last year. Ramos was an all-star. We know what Devers is. It's like nobody is just coming through in the clutch.
Well, the thing that troubles me is this weekend where, you had Logan Webb. He was coasting, and then all of a sudden, pop, 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 pop. And
but you gave him a 2-run lead.
You did, and he gave up a 4-piece, I believe, and now you're trailing, and it was like, okay, Giants, you can go ahead and, oh, no. And then Frisbee guy came in, right, and gave up a couple, and you lose, and then, okay, Robbie Ray, let's avoid the sweep. You come be the stopper, and he gave up a 5-piece. So the one thing that you've been able to anchor has been rotation and bullpen.
Boy.
And, I mean, your offense got you 6 runs on Sunday. And I'm going to add that, Grandy, to my list. I have a running list of games in which the Giants have scored 4 runs or more in an inning. And when they've done so, they're almost undefeated. They've lost twice going into Sunday, and they got 4 runs in an inning.
Dibs, can I ask the total on that? I want to say that's under 5.
Oh, for the year?
Yeah.
No, if you give me a moment, I'll swivel over and get my clipboard. It's closer to 20.
Wow.
The number of times they scored 4 runs in a single inning.
Yeah.
Probably hasn't happened in a while,
Man,
though.
it feels
I don't
like
remember the last time.
No, it's been a long time, and Granny knows that my notes are so disjointed.
Deep dive.
You tried to organize them on Friday.
I tried on Friday, and I failed live on the air. The last one I noted was June 22nd against Boston, where they got 4 runs in the 7th, and they won. It might have happened since then.
Man.
But it hasn't happened a lot since
That's
then.
a month to today.
Right. And they put up 5 against the Dodgers in the 9th, and that was against a position player. That's when
they were down 13-0 or whatever it was.
Casey Schmidt got a grand slam against some random...
For the second straight day.
Kike Hernandez.
I think it was Kike.
And then the only other time they put up 4 against the Rockies in the 2nd inning, and they lost that game too. So, I mean, it's not the offense right now. The thing that is really head-scratching and makes me, rub the whiskers on my chin, it's the pitching. And if the pitching...
It's done then, Dibs. If they regress a little bit.
Verlander is winless, and Logan, ran out of gas, and then Robbie Ray just got straight up lit.
But how many 2-strike counts did Verlander have? And he just throwing meatballs.
Didn't have his out pitch working. That's what Bomel said. Got to good counts, but just couldn't finish him off.
Starts tonight in Atlanta. Atlanta.
What starts tonight?
A winning streak.
The bounce back,
okay.
And Steiny, before you go, I do want to publicly apologize for not recognizing your 84 on at Metro.
Yesterday.
Yeah, I checked the thread, and actually the scorecard never came through on my... We have a golf thread on WhatsApp, and we all do a thing called a scene report.
Now that's dope.
You play golf, and then you post a scene report. And Steiny almost never does, but the people who play with him will normally post it. And if he has a round like that, 84, good round, I will recognize it, and I didn't. And Matt, he
didn't brag either. 84.
84 is not braggable. 84 is like, honestly,
I've been with him 7 years. I thought
84 is a B plus A minus.
Yeah.
If you shoot a 79, like if you break 80, that's highly braggable. And I think he's done so about 4 times in your life, 4 or 5.
I'm not sure, but don't forget
You
the
lose
other
track.
thing.
Yeah.
Don't forget the other thing you said was Metro's easy.
It is.
Okay.
I'm playing there
Before
Wednesday.
we go, we got in a fight, Dibs. I got to tell you.
No, before you go and before he goes, I'm playing
Relax.
Wednesday morning with Double D, Dan Daly. I'm gonna shoot an 87. Big whoops. It's easy. Go ahead, Guru.
Pay the WNBA. Pay. But give them their bread.
They're not going to. And I just had I had this discussion with a dear friend at lunch today, Craig, and not every owner is Joe Lacob. A lot of these owners, they don't want to pay. And I hate to be right on everything all the time. And by the way, read Monty Poole's Monty Poole's article on Will Richard. And yes, Monty, I had it first.
Yes, you did.
Thank you. He's going to be good, and he's going to be impactful. The WNBA will be locked out, and it might be a whole year.
But it would be worth it for these players.
That's a great call.
I like that.
I mean,
that's a great
You got
call.
to stand for something or fall for anything.
Thank you.
On 95.7.
New original.
The game? It's the game, people.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guy on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And them white boys, they're cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal.
This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan, you know?
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Happy Monday. Welcome. Willard and Dibs here on 95.7 The Game. But
If there is such a thing as a happy
Willard,
Monday.
I think he's officially off to wherever the hell they're going.
Oh, he's there.
Well, he did his Fox Sports radio show yesterday.
He did?
Yeah. He was on these very airwaves yesterday.
Knowing him, he might have done it from where he is.
Maybe.
Because that man will plug and play. He will plug in and do his show because, it's a good secondary, or in his case, tertiary income. He has so many jobs, I lose track. It's almost like he is Jamaican in some ways. That's the old stereotype. But he will plug and broadcast. He'll do his thing from wherever. So he might already be wherever he is.
I think at the latest he's on his way today, but he'll be gone for the whole week. So it's Dibs and Grandy with you all week long here on Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. And Dibs, let's just continue the conversation that we began with the guys on the crossover, because the story and the talk of the town, not in a good way, is the Giants. And they opened the second half by getting swept in Toronto. Now, let me just get the qualifiers out of the way immediately. That's a pretty good Toronto team, one of the hottest teams in baseball. But you got Logan Webb, you got Robbie Ray on the bump in 2 out of those 3 games, Dibs. It's unacceptable that you get swept like that.
Completely, and we actually talked about it on Friday, and I think I even said exactly what you're just describing, which is, well, when you have Logan and Robbie Ray in a series, well, you can pretty much all but guarantee you're not going to lose both of those. And then you go out Friday, and, Verlander, he gave it up early, and I think you and I were actually watching it on the air. And we both, I think during the break, were like, oh, you got to get him out of there. And then he lasted a little longer, which was cool. And, the Giants didn't do anything really, and you lost. And then going into the weekend, you thought, all right, Logan and Robbie, it's a split at worst. And I know Toronto is a good little team.
They're a good team now.
And thank you, Herm Edwards.
Leading the AL East.
Well, the AL East lead changes every 14 minutes, it seems. That thing is all over the place, and the Yankees are the best team, and yet they're not leading. And Boston, ever since they got rid of that dead weight, they've been amazing. And Baltimore, man, thoughts and prayers to Jason Lockenfora, a friend of the program. He is if you follow him on Twitter, he is burying that team on the regular.
They teased their fan base with one great year last year. Now they're right back to the cellar.
Yeah, and then there's Toronto. It's like, wait, Toronto? You lead the division? So, yeah, Toronto's a good team, and the Giants are better than what they showed. And, yes, we could talk about the rotation, a couple of wobbly bullpen moments, the defense for me. But the one thing that I took away, the offense has been actually in that series, the offense was not the problem.
Now, shutout Friday, but you put up some runs Saturday and Sunday. You're right. Now, you did also get 11 hits Friday, somehow managed to not score a single run. I don't think anything is great right now, and you have questions with all aspects of your game. You said, Dibs, and I would agree with you. The Giants, very likely, and I think most people would agree, and if you disagree, or even if you do agree, you can hit us up, 888-957-9570. You said, and I agree with you, the Giants are better than they showed over the weekend. Yeah, I think that's a fair take and a fair opinion. But what if I were to ask you this, Dibs? Are we sure the Giants are a good baseball team? Because we've just been attacking this from the perspective and from the point of view that since they acquired Rafi Devers, they are what feels like a playoff baseball team. We have a pretty decent amount of evidence, not just this past weekend. And Dibs, I agree with you. They're better than they showed this past weekend. But were our expectations, and for you, it went from hope to expectations? Were they simply too high for this baseball team? Are we still 100% convinced that this is a playoff-level baseball team at this point?
I'm 100% convinced it should be. Now, whether or not it will be is up to them, not me, and I can feel how I feel, but I look at what they have, and the rotation is still very good for the most part. 3 of the 5 guys are very good, and the other 2 are iffy, but...
Well, you got an assumption there with Landon Roop, too. I mean...
Right, and we're going to see coming up here in Atlanta if he can handle a very live ballpark.
Birdsong today, Roop tomorrow, then Verlander Wednesday.
I don't like the way that lays out, to be honest. But even beyond that, like Robbie Ray and Logan Webb, neither one of them was as good as they have been, so... The rotation is a little bit more in question. The bullpen is still really good. I know that Frisbee guy, Tyler Rogers, as my father-in-law calls him, Frisbee guy. He gave up a couple of runs where you already were behind, so big deal. But the offense for me, if you want to look at the back of the baseball card, and I know it's a dated reference, but the players that you have, Jung-Hoo Lee aside, because we don't really know what his track record is. He's just coming up now on a full season of actual baseball, but Adames is starting to be Willie, and I think Chapman is starting to be what we expect from Chapman. And Devers, I do think, as he gets more comfortable, will rise to that level. But the problem with this team, Grandy, is that all 3 phases, and you could add in the defense as the 4th phase, they all don't seem to be present on the same day, and that's a problem.
Yeah, so you got concerns with hitting. I mean, Devers has not just been below his standards. He's been, like, across baseball, a terrible hitter since he's been a Giant. Doesn't mean that he can't turn it around, and I think most people are expecting that he will, but he has been bad. We don't need to sugarcoat it. He's been bad as a Giant. For whatever reason, injuries, getting used to a new ballpark, a new clubhouse, new teammates, new life, new everything. I don't need to make excuses for the guy, but he has been bad. Adames has been better. Jung-Hoo Lee this month has been better. Chapman, since he came back from injuries, hit a couple of home runs, but hasn't been great either. We're talking about Ramos, who's now slumping at the plate. Flores, whether it's the shine wearing off from his hot start to the season, or maybe it's because he's physically exhausted because he's playing in the field more often now. Whatever the case is, he's not hitting the ball nearly as well. Yaz has actually kind of been one of the Giants' more consistent players all year long. Patrick Bailey's been better of late to the point where he's hitting above 200 now. Congratulations. But you have questions all over the place there. You look at your starting pitching, you still feel really good about Logan Webb, and one rough start is not going to make you change your mind or your opinion about who Robbie Ray can be the rest of the year. Landon Roop's been amazing, but he's approaching innings limits. I've got a question mark there. I have a major question mark on Hayden Birdsong, and maybe even a larger question mark on Justin Verlander. And then the defense, I mean, the Giants claim to be this team that's going to do all the small things right. We're going to pitch, we're going to play defense, we're going to play clean baseball, we're going to limit extra 90 feet, and we're going to gain extra 90 feet whenever we possibly can, and we're going to out-execute these teams and win games that way. That's not true at all. The Giants got to be one of the worst small ball execution teams in the entire league. I don't see a single area, Dibs, unless Logan Webb is on the bump and pitching the way he normally does. I don't see a single thing, maybe other than the bullpen, that they can really, lean their hats. I don't see the area where they say we are better than our opponents at X, Y, and Z. I don't see it.
It's starting pitching, and not of late, and it's the bullpen. You're right. And the bullpen ERA was number one as we headed into the weekend, and I'd have to check the numbers, but they're probably still 1, 2, or 3.
Yeah.
Houston was there, the Mets were there, whatever. But the thing that is most troubling to me in this moment is the defense. And it's not so much of, like, you're making errors, but it's the loosey-goosey kind of, whether or not it's ball into right center where Jung-Hoo Lee and I think it was Matos, they both came over. Neither one of them cut it off. I don't know if it's a language barrier or the nonverbal or whatever it was, but the ball bounced by both of them and went all the way to the wall. And Elliot Ramos in left is...
It's an adventure.
It's an adventure.
In a bad way.
I'm glad you said that, because whether it's a ball down the line and he comes in too sharp and it goes by him, and it was kind of a tough beat. I think it might have been Saturday where it was that sinking liner into left center and he busted over and he kind of did a half dive slide. And it was in the glove and then it came out and
would have been a great play.
Would have been,
but
woulda, coulda, shoulda.
It's in your glove. You probably should squeeze that one.
Right. And so for me, it's not even like you look at errors and that sort of thing, although we've had errors with this team. But
it is so much more than that. You're right.
Right, but if you're a team that's going to be pitching and defense and, we're going to beat you 4-3, well, then those little things have to be buttoned up, and they're just not right now.
Yeah, you have to be better than your opponents at those things. If you're going to have a lineup that isn't swinging the bat well, and maybe you have at times some inconsistent starting pitching. If you have eyes on being a postseason team and those are your realities, you have to be better in the other small areas. And you're right, it's not just as simple as errors or like the easy to see mistakes defensively. There was a moment, this was Matos in right field. This was, I think it was in the Phillies series, so not the Dodger series right before the break, but the one before that. So second to last series before the All-Star break. And it was late in the game. It was not extras. It might have been the 8th inning. Runner on second for the Phillies, either no outs or 1 out. So you have an opportunity, if you're the Phillies, to have a productive out and get a runner over to third base, worst case. And there's a medium deep fly ball to right field. And it's going to be relatively easily catchable for Matos. So I'm thinking in my mind, if I'm the Phillies, I'm the runner on second base, I'm getting ready to tag and head to third. And that should be going through Matos' mind as well. So if you have enough time, you set your momentum up right behind the ball, Dibs, and you catch it as you move into the infield to carry your momentum to the infield. And Matos just kind of lazily jogs over, and he has plenty of time to get behind it. And he catches it slowly as his momentum is taking him to the foul line down the left field line. Makes no sense to me. Now, I forget who was on second base for the Phillies, but he made a major mistake and didn't take advantage. They did not go and take that free 90 feet. But it's small things like that, Dibs, where this team, they promise and they say we're going to be buttoned up and we're going to do those small things and we're going to out-execute teams and win games that way, but I haven't seen it at any kind of consistent level all season long.
And part of that is because you have younger players like Matos and Ramos, guys who are, playing their real first full season of regular baseball. And I know that Matos is not a regular player, but Ramos is.
Yeah.
And, you get into that spot where you've got guys playing more defensively than they ever have before. And, you've got a team that is not super buttoned up. And I give Willie Adames credit at shortstop because he's gotten better. He's not Gold Glove caliber, but he went, I think early in the year, April and May, it was a little bit rough. A little rough and scary. But since then, he actually has been making not only the routine plays, but he's been making good plays and great plays as well. And then, Schmidt at second, he's been solid. First base has been a little bit of a revolving door. Chappie, we know, is legit, and Bailey as a catcher has been mostly great. So defensively, it's a little bit, for me, just the outfield.
Yeah, no, it has not been good. Hey, you want to win a pair of tickets to this Saturday's Giants-Mets game? It's Stephen Curry bobblehead giveaway night, and we have a pair of tickets to give away today, courtesy of Panini. All you need to know for now is be sure you're listening at 4:30 when we'll let you know exactly how you can win. And if you don't win today, we're giving away another pair of tickets to the Saturday Giants-Mets game during the show tomorrow. So just keep listening. It's Willard and Dibs. Dibs and Grandy with you. We're back with more right after this on 95.7 The Game.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
No, Willard, it's Dibs and Grandy with you here on Willard and Dibs, 888-957-9570. If you want to join the show, we're talking about the Giants, and the way they open up the second half, not ideal. 4-0 loss Friday, 6-3 loss Saturday, 8-6 loss yesterday. They get swept by the Blue Jays, one of the hottest teams in baseball, Dibs.
Nice.
Now the Giants, though, 52-48. I mean, we're talking about... that's we're 100 games in, Dibs, 52-48, and they're 4 games over 500. This does not, it's really not all that different from what the Giants and Giants fans have been used to the last handful of years, honestly.
Right, which is the epitome of mediocrity. And if you look at the last 3 years, 2022, 23, and 24, I believe they are either a game above or a game below 500, and that is through... That'd be 486 games.
Wow.
And they're like 245 and 241 or something like that. I don't have the exact records in front of me, but they have been absolute dead 500 mediocre. And then this year, that's what's so frustrating is they started out great, and then since then they've been, quietly a little bit below 500. You get Devers, it's like, okay, you got Devers. Time to ride. What did Buster Posey say? It's time to go. Time to go. Well, you went, and then here you are back where you started, where you got swept by the Marlins, and you get swept by the Blue Jays, and now you're 4 games above 500, and you're not in trouble, but
playoffs are well within reach.
Yes.
This is not season is over. Sell at the deadline, although we could talk about that. But it's not going great. You're a big sell the deadline guy.
I
have been the last few years because I knew those teams were going nowhere.
Well, on Friday, we were talking about what to buy, and now here we are on Monday, and how are you feeling about the buy or sell paradigm?
Well, I don't think they're really going to do either. I don't think they're going to... they might get a left-handed reliever or something small, or a fifth outfielder or an infielder that can play a couple of different positions who's not going to play every day. Like something small like that, sure. But I think you can take the Giants out of the mix for any of the big-name guys that might be moved. Like Eugenio Suarez or Mitch Keller or Sandy Alcantara. Any of those guys? No way the Giants are going out of their way to give up what it would take to get one of those guys in here. No chance.
Especially when you look at the future, not only the short-term, but the long-term future of this team and the rotation. Robbie Ray has 1 more year under contract. And
he'd get you something on the open market.
He would, but you're not going to sell Robbie Ray.
No, you're not, but he would. If the Giants were to suddenly say, Dibs, all right, we're open to taking calls on Robbie Ray, every team interested in buying at the deadline would call the Giants.
No doubt. And, you'd get a lot for him, but you basically would be telling your clubhouse and your fan base it's the white flag.
Which is why they won't do it.
Right. And I do think that it becomes an interesting conversation next year at this time. And next year at this time, if they are in a similar spot and Robbie Ray is on the last year of his deal, then I do think it becomes more of an interesting conversation about, what you might do. I do look at the fan graphs and the odds to make the playoffs, and I think that last week
it was like 44 or something like that. 46, right below 50%,
but close.
Yeah.
29.2. 29.2.
It dropped that low?
That's what Fangraphs has it as right now.
Oh, my God.
1.8 to win the division, 27.4 to get the wild card, 29.2. The Padres are above them, as are the Brewers and the Mets, as far as the wild card teams ahead of them. They're right alongside. They're barely ahead of the Diamondbacks and the Cardinals right now.
Yeah, so the Giants are 6 out of the West. The Dodgers, honestly, have kept losing. They just got swept again by the Brewers. The Brewers are playing amazing. The Brewers have won 10 games in a row. They can't lose right now. The Dodgers, all they do is lose right now, unless they're playing the Giants. In fact, the Dodgers' last 12 games, Dibs, swept by the Astros, swept by the Brewers. They take 2 of 3 from the Giants, and then swept by the Brewers. That's their 12 games.
2-10.
And the only wins are versus the Giants for the Dodgers in their last 12.
Well, and I guess that is the glass half full for the Giants because you haven't been great, and you're only 6 back. The Padres quietly 3.5 back of the Dodgers, and, they haven't been playing great. But for me, that, I guess, would be the overall positive takeaway is that the Giants have not been very good, yet you're only 6 back in the division, and you're still right there in the wild card.
2.5 games out of a wild card spot, but the Reds have pulled even with you. The Cardinals are only a game out. The D-backs only 2 games out. It feels like those 4 teams. You've got the Brewers, who are pretty clear and away going to be a wild card team or a division winner. Whatever team wins the Central is going to have a second place finisher, probably also be in the wild card. Then the Mets, Padres, Giants, Reds, Cardinals, D-backs. That's the group that's going to be fighting for the last 2 wild card spots. D-backs might be sellers at the deadline. We will see. Maybe they make their decision, but we'll see how it all plays out. One thing that I want to ask the audience and what I want to hear from you Giants fans about is this. 888-957-9570. Are we still sure that this is a good baseball team? Are we still sure that this is a team whose expectations should be to make the playoffs? I'm not overreacting. I'm not reacting to just this one series. We have a good chunk of evidence now that suggests this might not be a good baseball team. Is that fair? Is that absurd? Let us know, 888-957-9570. We go first to Guru in Sunnyvale. Guru, what's up? You're on with Dibs and Grandy. How you doing?
How are you guys doing?
We're good, man. What do you got?
Yeah, I mean, so I after watching this weekend, it's not really about the fact that they got swept, but how they got swept. Just like the multiple facets of the game that went awry, and it just leaves a bad taste in your mouth because going into the All-Star weekend, we were talking about, okay, what are the arms they could add? What are the bats they could add? But the fact of the matter is this team is not one arm away. They're not one bat away from competing in any way, shape, or form in the National League. And like after watching this weekend, I think Buster gave this team to try to give this team a shot in the arm with the Devers acquisition. But they haven't shown or they haven't proven that they have become a better team because of that. In fact, they've become worse after that move. And I think if you're Buster Posey, I think we've seen enough. I think it's time to sell Robbie Ray. I think it's time to sell some of the bullpen arms you have and see what you can get. Because don't forget, your farm system is also 28th in Major League Baseball, and you need to improve that as well. And so what I see is that, this team plays its best baseball when there's no pressure put on them. I think spring training, they played really good ball. The beginning of the season, they played really good ball. And it's after the pressure got put on them with the Devers acquisition and their early success, it was sort of downhill from there. It's not a metric you can find on Fangraphs, but it's just watching the team and watching how they play. They haven't responded to the pressure very well. So I think take some of the pressure off, sell some of your key pieces, strengthen the farm system, and see what you got. See what you got with this team. Give Devers a rest. I think he's banged up, frankly. And those are just my thoughts. But thanks, guys.
Yeah, appreciate the call, Guru. Okay, there's one caller on the side of. I don't know if that was 100% wave the white flag, because what Guru was saying was they're better when there's less pressure and expectation, and maybe they play better if they sell off some of their talent, which is kind of an odd thought. But I'll hear you out, Guru. I would be absolutely, utterly shocked if that were to happen, Dibs. It's just not the way that the Giants tend to operate. It's not even the way that Farhan tended to operate. He wouldn't even sell. He wouldn't really buy. He just kind of do nothing,
right?
Which always infuriated me. I kind of feel like we are destined for something similar at this trade deadline, and that's, I guess if I was upset at Farhan for it, I should be upset at Posey for it, but we can also say Buster already took the big swing and got Rafi Devers here in the first place, which despite their struggles right now, Dibs, I'm not going back and saying they never should have made that trade. You didn't get just Devers for the rest of this season. You have Devers for next year, 2 years from now, 3 years from now, and to the point where it's probably going to be a negative contract at the tail end. But that was already a move that Buster made, and I'd still make that 100 times out of 100.
Of course you would, and so that's why when you look at the deadline for me, you look at it from the perspective of he's already made the big deal. And is there another big deal out there? Will another team make a big deal? Absolutely. And you've got teams like the Yankees who are looking to make a big splash because, they're in it, but they're not as good as they thought that they should be.
They need pitching. Look for them to get Mitch Keller from the Pirates. That's the latest rumor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And also Joe Kelly is a guy who was out there, and he might be on the move. And, the Tigers aren't always in it. And this year, they're not only in it, they're one of the best teams in baseball. So
first team to 60 wins.
They're going to be out there. They're going to be buyers because Detroit knows that you must, like John Henry famously said, you must strike while the iron is hot. And so they're going to strike because they're not normally this good. And if you're the Giants and you look at what you have next year, you've got Devers, Adames, Chapman, Ray, Lee, and Webb. They're all under contract, as well as all the pups that are not even arbitration eligible, and many of them are your bullpen arms, Doval and Rodriguez and the rest of them. So you're not going to sell Robbie Ray right now. If you get to next year and you're in this spot where you're kind of stuck in the middle and maybe you don't think that you've got a great chance, well, then Robbie Ray becomes sellable because he'd be in the final year of his deal. Right now, you don't sell Robbie Ray. He's just now coming back off of Tommy John. He got, 6 starts last year, and then now he's been terrific this year. So you hold on to him and you try to win.
Yeah. Well, Steelers wheel stuck in the middle with you, Dibs. Is that where the Giants are?
They're not quite stuck in the middle. I mean, right now they are because they're coming off a sweep, and they're 3-6 in their last 9, and you can go further back and look at how they've struggled. And I guess you could look, you said 9 games left until the deadline.
Yes,
Steiny said that, I think.
3 series.
Right. So
you got
if you
Braves, Mets, Pirates. Those are the 3 series.
Braves, Mets, Pirates.
Mets and Pirates at home.
Right. And those, honestly, the Mets are really good. The Braves aren't, and the Pirates are kind of a joke. I think you will face Paul Skeens, though. If you go 2-7 over the next 9, well, then maybe you get to a spot where you look to sell.
Maybe. One thing that I wanted to ask Guru, our most recent caller, was what happens if they go 7-2 in their next 9? Does that change the calculus at all? I think you feel this way, Dibs, and I feel this as well. I don't really think it matters what the Giants do over these next 9 games in terms of what they're going to do with the trade deadline. We can get more into that, but let's go back out to the phone lines at 888-957-9570. Again, are we sure the Giants are a good baseball team? I don't want to just overreact to one bad series, but we have a pretty big mountain of evidence that suggests over the last month plus this is not a very good baseball team. So what is a fair expectation for this team, assuming no major changes? 888-957-9570. John is in Kentfield, and he's up next. John, you're on with Dibs and Grandy. What's up, John?
Say, gentlemen, good afternoon. Great Jerry Rafferty reference, by the way. I would say, for me, as a Giants fan, I don't want to say that this team isn't any good. I've seen some very good things from this team. I will say that they're not interesting. And when you list off those other teams, the Mets, the Reds, to me, would be more of an interest in the postseason. So I'd like to see the Giants get interesting in some way. And I'm not sure exactly how to do that, but maybe a trade here and there would be what's needed.
John, let me ask you.
Thank you.
John, let's stay on the line. Let me just say, over the next 3 series, 9 games before the trade deadline, Devers hits 400 and hits 3 home runs. Is that not interesting to you?
Yeah, that would finally lift my spirits. I agree, but I think we've been waiting for that. And your question was, is this a good team? And even after we got him, we just haven't been very good. If he comes alive and starts showing us why, and he starts making these other players around him good, Chapman, Adames, if they start following his lead, then then I would get interested again.
Okay, appreciate the call, John. I guess it's just as simple as play good baseball and you'll be interesting, which I think that's probably how most fans feel. But even if you have all the talent in the world on paper on the back of your baseball card, if you struggle, then it's going to be hard to be entertaining to fans.
Yeah, winning is more entertaining than losing, and we know that. And I do think that this team is a lot more entertaining than what we had last year and even previous years beyond that. And you've got a team now that you can actually rely on, and you ran down the starting lineup for today earlier in the broadcast, and yeah, it's like the lineup, maybe the places and the people in the places are different than they normally would be, but they're exactly who you would think would be out there. So that for me becomes more interesting. And yeah, they've struggled since they got Devers, and it hasn't just been Devers who struggled. It's been the whole team. And I think that's why you can look at it and think maybe they're not as interesting because they're not winning.
888-957-9570. Are we sure the Giants are a good baseball team still? Has the last, not just this past series, the last handful of weeks, has that changed your expectations? Or are you just, you're patient? You still got belief? You're just waiting for these bats to figure things out, and then you're confident that this team will start winning baseball games and still has the postseason ahead of them. 888-957-9570. Richie's in Queens and is up next. What's up, Richie? You're on with Dibs and Grandy. How you doing?
Okay, boys. How are you?
We're good.
Am I sure that no? Not sure. How can you be? Hey, Dibs, it's good talking to you. It's been a while. 191 batting average with men on base since June 1st. A 590 OPS, worst in the game. You know, guys, when you look at this team and you look at other teams, and that's what you got to do. You got to compare it to the teams that they're going to beat. With Milwaukee having Terang and having Sal, their left fielder with speed, they make things happen. Aziz and Machado on San Diego, and the shortstop from Cincinnati, just big time plays. When you look at our team, you say, and the one guy that's getting a pass, and obviously Adames is coming around, and Devers is not, is Lee. Lee has been a tremendous disappointment. Tremendous. We do not have a leadoff hitter. Right now, we have no 3-hitter. We have 5, 6, and 7s, and that's what Adames and Chapman are. I love those guys, but they're 245 hitters. So to say what's going to turn it around, because I heard Contos a couple of weeks ago when they got Devers, and I called you guys about it when he said this could be an elite lineup, and I was just shaking my head. I don't see it, because Bailey's another one at the bottom. Schmidt, I thought Fitzgerald could be a plus. And then, guys, when you look at their pitching, is Verlander going to hold up? Is Birdsong going to hold up? You're hoping Webb and Ray should be there. Bullpen is solid. Again, gun to my head. I hate using that terminology, by the way.
Yeah, me too.
Especially in this day and age.
Yeah.
But basically, are they? Can they start to play up to their numbers? Yeah, and the previous caller is right. When you don't hit, you just look bad. You look listless. And they swing and miss. Chapman's got the worst on knocking runners in for the year. And I love him. He's a hard-nosed player. I don't doubt their intensity. They all hustle. There's nobody like a Jazz Chisholm that they got in New York. They were all over about him not hustling. They do that. But the talent, is it enough for them to get into a wild card spot? I'm saying when I go, Dibs, I'm going into Milwaukee at late August. I hope it means something. But if they go 2-7 the next 9 games, I don't know what they're going to do, if they're going to just try to get somebody.
Will you cancel your trip, Richie? I mean, they got 13 games. Actually, they have more than that until your trip. If they are below 500, will you just go ahead and bag it, Richie?
I'm going to go anyway, because I go to a different park every year. Pittsburgh last year, Kansas City the year before. I'm meeting my daughter there. I'm going to see them at the baseball game, so I will go. But I was hoping it means something at this point. And I don't think there'll be 8 out. If there's always life with 3 wild cards, but they are so listless and so frustrating. Man on first and second, nobody out. Man on second, nobody out. They don't move them over. Posey preached that. Small ball, get runners in. Get that 1 run in. They get a base hit. Guy drops the ball in left field. Ramos got a hit, by the way. Ramos is dropping to be a 240 hitter. And the next thing first and second, no out. Devers strikeout. Adames strikeout. Chapman pop out. I know he hit a home run, but tell me, guys, they are frustrating to watch.
They really are, Richie.
You have to agree
I agree
with that.
I absolutely agree, Richie. And you just talking about your frustrations makes me think back to how I felt maybe this time last year, Dibs, and really like 2022, 2023, and 2024. 2021, of course, they were amazing, and you were just like, oh my God, when am I going to wake up from this dream? But every year since then, Dibs, the Giants have been at this point in the year, and I could do it during the commercial break. I'd go back and look. What was the Giants' record through 100 games each of those last handful of years? I would imagine it's somewhat similar to where they are right now. I wouldn't imagine you have a team that's 10 games better or 10 games worse than what the Giants are at this point in the season any of those last handful of years. The difference in how I feel, Dibs, is I felt like being 500 last year or 2 years ago or 3 years ago, that honestly felt like a good accomplishment. But I got to a point where I was sick and tired of 500 baseball feeling like an achievement, feeling like they overachieved. Now I'm at a point where 500 baseball really pisses me off because I feel like they're capable of doing that much more. So the fact that Richie is so frustrated, that I'm so upset, it is kind of like the power of expectation and the responsibility that comes with that. I wouldn't feel so upset if I didn't believe that the team was better. So at least I have the belief that I think they're better, but it makes them being at this spot that much more frustrating because I know that they can be better.
And they should be better, and they have been better. And that's the thing about it that I think, as we sit here 100 games in, you get frustrated because you added Adames in the offseason, you added Devers, and, you've got Elliot Ramos, who was having a good year, and it seemed like offensively you had a lot more going on. And last year, after 100 games, you were 48-52. So this is
4 games difference.
Right. You're 52-48. 2 years ago, just looking at it, you were 54-46.
2 games better.
Right, than what you are now. But I think your greater point is the one that many people are feeling like, it seems a little bit like, the same old thing where, you're kind of the same team hovering around 500. And I look back to 2022 when you were 49-51. So over the last 4 years, you've been either 4 above or 2 below or 4 below. You've been the same team. But this year, when you have 2 of the best starting pitchers in baseball and the best bullpen and what we thought was a rejuvenated offense, you'd expect that they would be better, and they're just not.
They're not. They have not been yet. Time for a break. Jonathan, I see you on hold. We will get to you right when we come back from break. If you want to weigh in, plenty of time to do so. 888-957-9570. Are we still sure the Giants are a good baseball team? Is this a playoff baseball team? Is this just a slump that they're in right now? Or do we have to kind of reassess who this team is? Are they still a postseason quality baseball team? 888-957-9570. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. It's Dibs and Grandy back with more next on Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, boys, how are you?
We're good.
Hey, Dibs, it's good talking to you. It's been a while.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Did Richie do me dirty like that?
He might
Was that
have.
what that was?
Yeah, he might have done you dirty because he talks to me every time he calls in. Hey, guys, how you doing? It's Richie in Queens.
He asked how we were doing. I said good, and then he said, yeah, Dibs, nice talking to you. It's been a while.
Might be the second time you got called Dibs from Hunter Pence to Richie in Queens.
No. I did not get called Dibs by Hunter
Thank you,
Pence.
Dibs. Thank you, Mark.
Mark Willard got called Dibs.
I'm seeing a pattern here, Grandy, where...
No, there's no pattern.
Boom, shadoobie, pattern is what it is. That's an old rock and roll song called Shattered that I co-opted there for my own purposes. But yes,
I
there's
give
a
you
pattern.
a 2.
It's a 0 because neither one of you is familiar with the Rolling Stones, and that's fine.
Of course I know the Stones.
Yeah. It's a song called Shattered, which you probably didn't pick up on because it is more of a deeper track than what you're used to. Like, you can't get no satisfaction. That you understand. And beyond that, probably not much more.
Okay.
Because you're a zygote. But yes, you've been called Dibs now twice.
No. I don't think I got called Dibs either time. Hunter Pence called Mark Willard Dibs, called me Mark, which is correct. And then Richie just ignored me and talked to you. That's all that was.
Thank you, Dibs. Thank you, Mark.
But how would Richie say, or why would Richie say, hey, Dibs, how you doing? I haven't talked to you in a while.
That's a good Richie.
Thank you.
Hey, boys, how are you?
We're good.
Hey, Dibs, it's good talking to you. It's been a while.
It hasn't been a while, Richie. It's been since the last time we had a Giants topic and you called in. And it's funny because I can only see the phone. You actually see the whole board with
the names.
Name, location, and description. Yeah. I just see that, like right now, line 2, we have somebody who's going to join us momentarily.
Shout out Jonathan.
But thank you. I don't know who it is or where they're from. But when I see the phone light up in a hot Giants topic, I assume that Richie in Queens is one of them.
And you would have assumed right. Last segment.
Right, but it doesn't mean that it's been a while since we've talked.
You're right.
Hey, Dibs, how you doing? It's been a while.
Hadn't been a while.
It's been like 3 days, Richie.
Yeah.
But yeah, go ahead.
We love
Fire
you, Richie.
away.
Thanks for listening.
He's the best.
Thanks for listening and calling, Richie. Let's go out to Jonathan in San Leandro who wants to continue this conversation about the Giants. 888-957-9570. Are we sure the Giants are a good baseball team? Are we sure they still should have postseason expectations? Jonathan, what do you think? Hit us up. Let us know. What's up?
Hey, what's going on, boys? Hey, Dibs, it's been a while.
Nice, Jonathan.
Well played.
Well played. Well done.
Well, anyway, good afternoon to you both, and respect to you, brother. I wanted to say, does a bear poop in the woods when we're referring to the Giants a good team? Yes, boys. Now, are they pooping all over themselves right now? Yes, I agree. However, I wanted to point out a few things. A, we're not the only ones going through a mess right now. And I know that, sounds like we're just taking our mess and putting it on others, but no, that goes into, the race. Another thing is that we had Lamont Wade Jr., no offense, that was my guy as he was late night, but after, kind of didn't, fizzled out. We came back from an all-star break with a Chapman who barely just got back right before, and we just got an away game series right after the all-star. My guys, this isn't easy. That's a lot on the boys. And I know it sounds crazy because they're professionals, but, yeah, they're also humans. They travel, they go on vacation. So let's give it a little bit more. I say we got, we have the Braves coming up. If we can't, really win one out of there, then I'll call back and we'll have a different conversation. Now, another thing with Devers. I know he's not giving us the show we expected to see immediately, but from everybody, it's that one back end of the trade. Sometimes stars need a second to adjust to where they're at, and that might just be what's happening. And so I know that sounds like, oh, well, Jonathan, they're not winning, but I still think they're a good team. When they get it all together, they're going to be firing. And that's all I got for you guys.
Appreciate it, Jonathan. I mean, I think that's fair. It doesn't seem... To Jonathan's credit, he said, well, if they continue to not hit and struggle for a while longer, then yes, maybe we can adjust our expectations or our hope or what we think is going to happen. I would generally agree, though, with Jonathan Dibs. I'm not going to react too strongly to one bad stretch. I mean, this is what happens at times over the course of a baseball season. But when they acquired Rafi Devers, my mind, and maybe this is just the Giants fan in me, kind of ran rampant. It was like, okay, maybe they can even win the division. They catch fire, they might win the National League. Maybe it's just adjusting the expectations from a legitimate contender in terms of winning a World Series to, yeah, things go all right for them. They should be one of the wild card teams. Maybe that's the adjustment that I need to be making right now.
Well, and that's always where I have been, and then you come off a weekend like that, and I know Toronto is a good team, and you mentioned hottest team in baseball, and now they lead the East, and Jonathan makes a fair point about, you have to go out and you got a road trip right away. Well, you had a homestand before that, and you went 3-3, and you had a homestand before that where you weren't very good, and you got swept by the Marlins, so I do think it's more circumstantial as opposed to the actual location. And, this weekend you've got two of your best pitchers, your two best pitchers on the mound, and neither one of them was effective enough to get the win. And Robbie Ray yesterday was the one where you were a little bit troubled by that, and he hadn't pitched in a full week. He pitched on the Sunday before the All-Star break, and, he went to the game, fine, you fly to Atlanta, and I don't even know if he flew back home before flying out to Toronto, probably. So
somewhere, maybe not home.
Maybe there's some air miles in there and whatnot, but you got into a spot where Toronto basically cuffed you around, and the couple things really have me troubled. One, you are 12th in baseball in defensive runs saved as a total defense. And if you're going to be pitching in defense, you've got to be higher than the middle third in baseball in maybe the most important metric of defensive runs saved. And since you got Rafi Devers, you're averaging 3.5 runs a game. Before you had Rafi Devers, you were averaging 4.3 runs a game. So you're almost a full run down from when you got Devers, and that is now almost a whole month.
Yeah. No, it's quietly been a while.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it has largely been bad. Not just for Devers, but for the team as a whole.
Yeah, the whole team is down from 4.3 to 3.5 runs a game, and you can survive on 3.5 runs a game if your pitching is elite, but the pitching can't be expected to be elite all year long. And you go to Toronto, and you mention it, good hitting team, a hot team, and 3.5 runs wasn't going to get it done.
No, and spoiler alert, the pitching hasn't been elite for a bit now. Bullpen, starters, combined, everything. It hasn't been elite. It hasn't been terrible, and you're not losing a bunch of games because you're giving up 9 runs a game. Although there's been some of those here and there. Toronto scored 8 yesterday. You scored 6. A couple of those were not on your pitchers, although they went down as earned runs because the ball that was lined to left didn't even touch Ramos's glove, which is the stupidest rule in baseball. If an outfielder or any fielder makes such a terrible play that they don't even get their glove on the ball, that should be an error. That is the most obvious error that I could possibly think of, but because it doesn't touch his glove,
right,
it's a double, and the 2 runs that scored are earned. That doesn't make any sense to me, but the point is, as you talked about, when you have all of these concerns all over your roster and your team, you have to be really elite at one thing, and over the last month, the Giants haven't been elite at any one thing. They've probably been average to below average at almost everything.
Right, and especially when you look at the pitching, and I'm just looking at the splits right now, and they, as a staff, they have a 4.67 ERA in the month of July. And, April and March was a 3.63. May was a 2.64.
2.64.
And even at that, they had a losing record.
In May?
In May. They were 13-14 in May, and they were 13-14 in June with a 3.95, and now in July with a 4.67, they're 7-8. So even though the pitching has been up and down, the record's been largely the same. You've been about 500.
Great April, and then...
Amazing April. Yeah. March and April, you were 19-12. And since then, I've got you at 33-36 after that. So
kind of sounds like Giants baseball the last 4 years.
Right. And it's been, you've been a little bit below 500 with elite pitching, good pitching, and now not good pitching. And all of that has added up to be the exact same.
And when you have something like this going on, when, your ace isn't pitching great and some of your bats are struggling and your defense isn't picking up your pitchers. You need to be great at all the other things. And we were talking earlier with Steiny Guru about Pat Burrell and the pitching coach and what does a pitching coach even do, which is a great question. Maybe I should be a pitching coach. It seems like a pretty sweet gig. Just sit there in the dugout all game and give them a pat on the back when things go poorly. But also, Bob Melvin yesterday, I don't know what the hell he was doing with Robbie Ray. Robbie Ray's fourth inning was maybe the worst inning that he has had this season. His first 4 innings were really, really rough. The third inning was terrible. The fourth inning, he could not find the zone. I was thinking he was going to get yanked from the fourth inning. They didn't even have anybody warming up. And then he comes out for the fifth. Nobody's warming up, and he gives up hits to begin that fifth inning, and they finally get him out of there. But at that point, it's too late. They score 4 runs in the fifth. You go behind, and you ultimately lose that game by 2 runs. We just are seeing a team that is not buttoned up, Dibs, at any part of the game of baseball.
And part of that you do admire Bob Melvin for, which is, he's going to let his guys, especially his veterans, go out there and try to work through it. And when they do work through it, you tip the cap to Bob Melvin. But when they don't, it's like you're going to open him up for criticism.
Yeah, I felt like you could see the writing on the wall in that game yesterday specifically. And generally, you're a player's manager. You let your ace go through something like that. But I don't know. That seemed like the wrong decision from the moment it happened, and it turned out that it was. Hey, you want to win a pair of tickets to this Saturday's Giants and Mets game? It's Stephen Curry bobblehead giveaway night, and we have a pair of tickets to give away today, courtesy of Panini. All you need to know for now is be sure you're listening at 4:30 when we'll let you know exactly how you can win. And if you don't win today, we're giving away another pair of tickets to the Saturday game during the show tomorrow. So just keep on listening. It's Willard and Dibs. Dibs and Grandy with you. I got some numbers on the last 30 games for the Giants that you're going to want to hear. We'll get into that and a whole lot more when we continue. Dibs and Grandy here on 95.7 The Game.
Okay, boys, how are you?
We're good.
Hey, Dibs, it's good talking to you. It's been a while.
Jonathan, what do you think?
Hey, what's going on, boys? Hey, Dibs, it's been a while.
Nice, Jonathan.
Well played.
Well played. Well done.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, Jonathan gets a 4 for that.
For sure.
Yeah,
Yep.
I'll give it to him.
And it is relative. Like, it's been a while. Even if he called Friday, I mean, we had the rest of Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and half of Monday. So it's all relative. I guess it has been, quote, a while.
That's enough time for Kyle Shanahan to not even be sure if you're still alive.
Yeah, fair enough.
So,
yeah. And we'll get into Shanahan a little bit later.
Oh,
and,
will we?
Well, I mean, tomorrow's the day. Like, the veterans report, question mark?
Yeah?
I mean,
they better report.
Well, and I think they all
got our eyes
will.
on one of them specifically, huh?
And I think he'll report Jawan Jennings, but there's reporting and then there's actually playing, which won't happen till Wednesday. And I got an email, I'm sure you got the same thing, from the Niners with the schedule. And so as of Wednesday, here we go.
And we were wondering when Kyle Shanahan will be talking. He'll be talking tomorrow. So tomorrow here on Willard and Dibs, I'm sure you will be hearing Kyle Shanahan degrading reporters' questions. That's back. It's finally that time of year again, Dibs.
It is, and we'll get into monotone Kyle and stuff, and there'll be ums and stuff.
You'll probably give us your first iteration of your updated Shanahan.
I will.
Yeah, you'll do your Shanahan again.
I will, and it's going to be much like the Shanahan from last year and stuff. And it's kind of
give us a taste.
Well, and, as we get into the season and stuff, I mean, we're looking at hopefully having healthy bodies and stuff, and camp can only be as good as it can be and stuff. And I like what I see and stuff, and so. It'll be that sort of thing and stuff.
I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, and I look forward to it as well because this year it kind of lines up in many ways for the Niners to be a good, positive, bounce-back year.
It better.
Exactly. I'm glad you said that because I was about to follow up my own statement with or else because...
If it's not more positive than last year, then we got major problems.
And it really is... for me, it's playoffs or bust. And I know we did the whole Super Bowl or bust thing with Willard and... he clapped back at me on and on and on. And turns out it was Super Bowl or bust because they busted up a lot of things like coordinators and linebackers and wide receivers. And so the football team's never going to be the same year over year. I get that. But this schedule, this newly minted quarterback, 9th year of Shanahan and Lynch. And you've been to 2 already. I'm not saying, ooh, if you don't make it, you're on the hot seat. But I do think that things line up pretty well for the Niners this year.
I think so, too. We'll get into that tomorrow, of course, when we do have veterans reporting, and we'll probably have an update on Jawan Jennings. We'll get an update on Ricky Pearsall and his injury from Kyle Shanahan. So we'll give you all those newsy sorts of things tomorrow. We will also dive into some Niners coming up here in about an hour or so. Because it is the day before veterans report to camp. So what are the things that we should be keeping our eyes on relating to Niners camp? We'll get into that in a little bit here later today on Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. But until then, let's keep it rolling here on the phones and on the Giants. I have some numbers I want to throw out to you and the listeners, Dibs, from the last 30 games for the Giants. That's a pretty big sample size. Not gigantic, but it's not just a series or 2 series or 3 series. We're talking about 10 series worth of baseball games, and the numbers are, shall we say, ugly for the Giants. So I'll share that with you coming up in a little bit. But first, let's go back out to the phone lines where Eric in San Francisco has been standing by. Eric, what's up? What's on your mind?
Well, first of all, I know this is a sports... but I want to let you know that abortion is going to be illegal in all parts of the world.
All right, Eric. That's enough of that, I guess. Strange. He said he wanted to talk about the Giants, Dibs.
Right, and he led off with something borderline geopolitical. So
he said the whole world. That's geopolitical.
Sure. Yeah, and I mean, I don't know if that's the way I would lead off my call.
I would not.
Especially when we're talking about a sports show. I was a little intrigued by his Giants point, but what I'm more intrigued by is your numbers because you talked about 10 series and what it's been, and it's been some good and some bad, and ultimately you look at what this team has been, and I ran down the ERA numbers, and they've gone from unbelievably good to quite frankly not good, but through all of that, they've been the exact same team, about 500 since the beginning of May.
Yeah. Okay, so The Giants were 41-29, Dibs. They were tied for first in the NL West. That was after that Friday night win in LA versus the Dodgers, a 6-2 win on June 13th. So after that win on June 13th, they were 12 games over and tied for first in the NL West. Ever since then, that includes the final 2 games of that Dodgers series and everything since then. The Giants, in their 30 games since, 11-19, and they're being outscored 152-108 per game. It's about 5 to 3.5. So more than a run per game you're being outscored by over the course of 30 games. These 30 games include series against some awful teams, some not great teams, including Cleveland, Miami, the White Sox, Arizona, the A's. It includes series versus those teams. Not as if this 30-game stretch was the most difficult stretch of the Giants season.
Cleveland, below 500. The White Sox, 30 below. The A's, 17 below. And
Miami and Arizona also.
Arizona is a 500 club, thanks to them handling you. And Miami is 6 below.
Yeah. So and there are some other teams in that stretch that are good, including the Dodgers. And the Phillies are also in there. You have some quality teams.
Yep.
The Blue Jays, who you just played. But it's not as if you had just a murderer's row of the best teams in baseball on your schedule over the course of a month. It has not been that case. You threw out the pitching numbers in the month of July. It's odd because this extends into June as well. In that stretch, the 30 games where they were 11-19, their ERA, team-wide, pitching staff-wide, starters and relievers, 4.67 ERA. It would be the 26th best ERA in baseball if that was over the course of the entire season. How about hitting-wise? They have the tied for the worst batting average in baseball over the last 30 games.
Oh, God.
The 25th best on-base percentage, the 28th best slugging percentage, and the 28th best OPS, on-base plus slugging. And over the course of that time frame, since June 13th, the Giants 11-19, Dibs, the only teams with a worse record than the Giants during that stretch.
Don't say it. Don't do it.
The Pittsburgh Pirates and the Washington Nationals.
That's it?
That's it.
The Rockies are better?
The Rockies, I think they have the same record. They're 11-19.
Sox are better? The White Sox?
Not worse.
Oh, my God.
The only teams with a worse record since June 13th than the Giants, the Pittsburgh freaking Pirates.
Ooh, careful.
And the Washington Nationals.
Yeah. I mean,
This is 30 games worth of baseball.
That is about 20% of the year, Mark. 20% would be 32.4 games, so we're just shy of 20%, and you've been that. And I was looking at the numbers since they got Devers, which is almost that exact same sample.
Very close.
3.53 runs a game. And so we can look at Devers and say, oh, Devers, you're killing us. But you mentioned it before. It's Jung-Hoo Lee. It's Elliot Ramos who hit a wall. Chapman was hurt. Adames has recently woke up, and he's had a nice little stretch. But Patrick Bailey, even though he's delivered a couple of big-time hits, he's barely above 200. Casey Schmidt is streaky. And so when you go up and down that lineup, you've got major, major problems beyond just the highly priced Rafael Devers.
Of course you do. Yeah, you got problems all over the place right now. Now, I say all this, and I will add on, Dibs, our feelings would drastically change if the next 9 games before the trade deadline, and I'm not singling out the trade deadline as a crazy important day because I don't think what the Giants do over the next 9 is going to determine what they do in the deadline, but just the next 3 series of baseball games. If the Giants go 7-2 in their next 9 and Devers hits 4 home runs in those 9 games and he's slugging 1,000 or his OPS is 1,000 or whatever it is, like we're going to change our feelings pretty darn quickly. That's how quickly these things change. But Dibs, when I looked at these numbers over the course of 30 games, I was just stunned. I don't remember the Giants being that bad. I mean, it's terrible pitching-wise, and it is even worse offensively. It's a miracle they're 11-19 in those 30 with those numbers.
Totally. And I'm surprised that their record, 11-19, yeah, I could see that because they haven't been consistently very good, but I am surprised that there's only 2 teams that are worse than the Giants over that same stretch. And again, I don't want to be the Mark Willard of the show, glass half full, but you look at the reality of that, 30 games, 11-19, and yet you are only 2 back in the wild card, and you're only, 6 or 6.5 back of the Dodgers in the West.
6,
so
yeah.
the Dodgers haven't been much better, and the Padres haven't been a lot better either. And so even through that stretch, and you would imagine that with your pitching being as good as it is and good as it has been, and your offense, which should be better than it is, you look at all those things, you realize that maybe there's a 19-11 that's coming, because 11-19 is worse than what you've really been for the majority of the year. So you need to, not wait too long to turn it around, but you feel like there is a turnaround that's there.
Yeah. But, that's a pretty big sample. So I'd again ask 888-957-9570, are we sure that this is still a good Giants baseball team, a team that is postseason quality? Because the last 30 games, it is a very, very clear no answer, and it's not particularly close. Now, by having the good start that they've had, Dibs, in March and April, they've bought themselves the ability to survive something like this. But to your point, if you have a stretch like this and you're not just great throughout the entire rest of the season, you're going to have a stretch where you play really, really good ball for a month. Otherwise, you're going to be looking up at some of these other teams when they don't have a terrible stretch like this, although there are some other teams in the NL that are. The Mets are going through something very similar right now. They have really struggled for the last month or so. In fact, I think they have the same exact record as the Giants over the last 30 at 11-19. They haven't been great either of late. They are in a little bit of a different circumstance for the Giants, but they're in a relatively similar spot. But you're going to have to, you're kind of killing the room for error that you had by going on a stretch like this, because almost the rest of the way you have to be not perfect, but pretty damn close to perfect in order to make the playoffs.
You just have to be better, and I'm thinking about the start where they opened up 12-4, and you went and you played in Yankee Stadium and won 2 of 3.
Yep.
Then you won the opener against Philadelphia, Roop, and you put up 10 runs. You were 12-4, and since that time you are 40-44. So you haven't been terrible over 84 games, which is a little bit more than half a year. You haven't been terrible, but you've been damn mediocre. The same mediocre you were last year, the year before that, and the year before that. And you and I did this during the break where the last 3.5 years, 22, 23, 24, and half of this year, more than half of this year, you're 2 games below 500. And you've played
in the aggregate, all of those added up.
In the aggregate of 3.5 years, which is almost 600 baseball games,
Jeez.
You are 2 games below 500. So I always say this to Willard, and he doesn't love it, but in this case, I think it's accurate when I say you are what your record says you are. When you talk about 3.5 years of baseball, and that's 162 times 3 plus 100, that is almost 600 games. And you are about 290 and 292. So hello, Giants. If you want to make something happen in this year, you got 62 of these left to go. You need to go more than 31-31. I don't think that 31-31 right now gets you there. That would get you to 83-79. That's not a playoff team, Mark.
No, so I told you on Friday, the current pace for the third wild card team was
You gave yourself homework, and you did the homework.
I did.
I admire that.
36-29 was the target for the Giants to get to 88 wins. And an 88-win pace right now gets you the third wild card spot. With 3 losses now, you have to go 36-26 to get to 88 wins, which is not like an absurd number. 10 games over in the rest of the season, but 36-26. You got to be 10 games over in what, a third of a season almost, when you've been only 4 games over in the other 2/3 of the season. Like, you're going to have your best stretch of baseball for the rest of the season to make the playoffs.
Yeah, and 10 games over, and if you look at the 12-4 start, well, that's 8 games over, which is kind of the way you need to go about it. And if you think about the early part of the year, you had Cincinnati, you won the series. You swept Houston, you won the series against Seattle. You lost the series against Cincinnati at home, but then you won the series against the Yankees. You were 11-4. You went 4-1 in series to start the year. So that really is, if I'm Bob Melvin and I'm looking at where we are now with 62 to go, I'm telling the fellas, we got to win series. Don't worry about winning 10 of 12 or winning 17 of 25 or whatever the numbers are that you just laid out. You need to be 10 over the last 62. And that's true, most likely. But how about you take 2 of 3 in this next series? And then you take 2 of 3 and then 2 of 3. If you win series, you're going to be eventually in the spot where you want to be.
Those numbers that you threw out, the Giants are 2 games under, 2 games over?
2 games under, I believe, yeah.
Under 500 over the last 3.5 years. I know that, Farhan being sent out and going back to L.A. and Buster coming in, I know it wasn't going to change. I think the vibe and the general feel have changed. I know it wasn't going to transform the team overnight. Although you look at the roster now, and it does feel a whole lot more talented than it has been probably at any point under Farhan. I think we could say that, which is why this 4 games over feels like a disappointment compared to being 500 last year or 2 years ago or 3 years ago. Honestly felt like overachieving. I knew that the wins and losses weren't necessarily going to change immediately, Dibs, but it is just pretty darn frustrating to come from that Farhan experience. And now 100 games into this year, largely the win total reflects what it had been generally under Farhan too. It's a frustrating route to getting to that total.
It's the reality of Farhan or Buster, Gabe or Bob, whatever you want to assign to it. And that's why I was pushing back a little bit on Guru and the whole idea about the hitting coach, because you largely have the same hitters that you've had, and in fact, this hitting team is better. And so I wonder what the hitting coach can do other than help you look at film, help you look at your swing. Ultimately, these guys have to go out there and hit the baseball, and Rafi Devers has been here long enough in baseball, and Adames the same, and Chapman the same. These are professional hitters. Well, I don't know, it would be like our boss, Matt Nahigian, coming in here and talking to us, you and me and whoever else, about how to pronounce consonants. It's like, you can help me sharpen my topics, you can help me sharpen my points, and you can help our show in general deliver good quality content, but you're not going to come in here and tell me how to pronounce the letter K, for example. Your Dibs, look, your K's are a little too hard, your M's are a little soft. That's what you're asking a hitting coach to do to professional hitters.
Okay, well then what makes a good hitting coach? What qualities do good hitting coaches have?
Probably just working with...
More like emotional support?
It's not like he's a support animal. Like Pat Burrell gets to, go on an airplane with one of those funky vests on.
But hitting, and baseball hitting specifically, is such a mental game. Right. Is it, I don't know, just making sure that your players mentally are okay? I don't know. What?
Yeah, I think it's that. And also, this is something that we could actually ask Hunter Pence next time we have him on.
We should.
I think it's partly that. It's also being able to show film to a guy and say, hey, look, you're 0 for your last 12 or you're 2 for your last 17. Here's what I'm seeing with your bat placement, your barrel placement, your foot placement, whatever it is, your load and all the rest of it. If you're a good hitting coach, you can show film for, hey, this is when you were hot. Look what you were doing then. Look what you're doing now. I think it's more of that as opposed to, you need to choke up or move closer to the plate. I think it's more detailed than that.
But it's also like game plan specific. Like, you're going against Bryce Elder today in Atlanta. This is what Bryce likes to throw. Watch for this in 2-1 counts. Watch for this in 0-2 counts. Yada yada yada. But I don't need Pat Burrell not like Pat Burrell is the one compiling those reports. They have people compile those reports and they send them off to whoever that then delivers it to the players. I don't think you necessarily need Pat Burrell to do that, or any hitting coach for that matter. I'd just be curious what a big leaguer would say, what makes a good hitting coach, because baseball players also, Dibs, tend to be the kind of guys that, I don't know, there's a lot of them that are hands-off. Don't tell me about my swing. I know my swing. I know what feels good. I know what works. If it's not working, I'm going to adjust. I'm going to go down to the cage and just hit some balls off the tee myself until it feels good. I'm going to figure my own way through this. Now, obviously, Dibs, everybody is different, but I don't really know. For a lot of hitters, I don't really know what a hitting coach does on a day in and day out basis for that player. It almost feels so much more to me like it's an individualized process for a lot of big league hitters.
Yes, and I do think that, the hitting coach for younger hitters, you probably work with the younger hitter more than you do the veteran. For example, Luis Matos, who is, relatively new to the bigs. I know he's played a little bit in the past, but this year, if you're Pat Burrell, you're working with the Matoses more than you are the Adamises and the Devers, I would imagine. If a veteran hitter comes to you and says, what are you seeing? What do you think is my problem? You'll break it down with those guys, but I think the hitting coach is much more attuned to the younger hitter and helping them figure out, okay, this is what I'm seeing, and this is what pitchers are actually doing to you. Sit down here and let's look at some of the video of why, you're getting out. And I think about Jung-Hoo Lee, who he's kind of been solved a little bit by major league pitchers, and hopefully Pat Burrell is working with Jung-Hoo Lee and his interpreter to help him figure out what pitchers are doing to get him out so frequently now.
He has been better of late. And the Giants, they're going to absolutely need that, because without Jung-Hoo Lee, who's back in the leadoff spot today, it's kind of the question or the issue that you laid out during the crossover. Even if your three dudes are hitting well, and they haven't been yet, Devers, Adames, and Chapman, if those three are hitting well, you can't win a lot of baseball games with just three hitters. You're going to need more. It's what makes the Dodgers so incredibly tough, because once you get through Ohtani, Betts, and Freeman, you still have to go through Will Smith, who's leading the National League in batting average, and Teoscar Hernandez, and Andy Pages, who now suddenly is an all-star. They beat you because their three are better than almost any other three in the game, but then also their 4, 5, and 6 are pretty darn good too.
Yeah, and I think when you're the Giants, not only playing in this ballpark, but having the roster constructed the way it is, and I'm looking right now at the numbers, and you are, 30, 29, 22, you are 25th in baseball in home runs. You've got 81 home runs in 100 games, which is .81 per game. My math right there was spot on.
Nice.
You're actually ahead of the Padres in overall home runs.
Padres are a weird team too.
Super weird. And yet they're ahead of you. But the teams below you are the White Sox. They stink. The Pirates are terrible. And the Kansas City Royals. They have 58 home runs, the Royals. So the Giants don't have a lot of power. And during the crossover, we talked about your batting average with runners in scoring position, and the Giants are bottom 8 in that category. And not only are they bottom 8 in batting average with runners in scoring position, they don't get a lot of those at-bats. They're, I think, bottom 5 in the number of at-bats they have in those situations. So when you do get those at-bats, you don't deliver, you don't hit a lot of home runs. So offensively, you have to be able to do all the other little things, and this team just doesn't do that.
Yeah, they don't. Time for a break. When we come back, we can get it. I mean, the deadline's 10 days away. What should the Giants do at the trade deadline? I got thoughts. We got time for your thoughts if you want to weigh in. Giants at the deadline, what should their plan be? Should they buy? Should they sell? Should they just stand pat? 888-957-9570. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. It's Dibs and Grandy with you right here on Will.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
I tell you what, this was one of the most perfect ways to end this sunny, glorious day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan. You know what I'm saying? It was pretty cool.
On 95.7 The Game.
We need some Sergio Romo positive energy up in this thing.
No doubt.
Don't we?
Or some Hunter Pence. Yes, the Reverend. Something to turn around the mojo coming out of an all-star break where you go to Canada and it's 3 straight losses, and oh boy, now we're starting to think about not selling at the deadline, but like, yikes, what the heck was that?
Well, what do you think is going to happen at the deadline? We are officially less than 10 days away because the trade deadline is 3 o'clock Pacific on July 31st. So we are 50 minutes less than 10 days away. So what, 9 days, 23 hours, and 10 minutes from the trade deadline.
Yeah, 239 hours and 10 minutes.
Wow.
Well, you could do 24 times 10. I'm sure you could do that.
Yeah, 240.
Attaboy. And then you take away 50 minutes, and here we are.
Okay.
So what's going to happen? Not a damn thing.
You don't think they're going to do anything?
They might.
At least not anything big.
They might add a left-handed reliever. I think that's all that they can really afford to do. I know they could go big and trade a couple of prospects. I just don't think that they will. And rotation-wise, you're you're not set, but it depends on what you want to do. And you and I had this conversation last week, and Verlander was going to lead him off coming out of the break, and I thought, okay, makes sense to me that you get 3 looks at Verlander, and then you can decide how you feel about Verlander going forward. And, well, 1 start in, and you're not feeling great about Verlander after 1 start coming out of the break. He got knocked around pretty good.
He did.
Early and often.
Yeah.
A lot of loud contact in that second inning.
And now he'll be pitching in Atlanta to close out the series coming up in a couple of days. Those are his first 2 starts. Let me just name some guys that these are varying degrees of likelihood they will be traded. But in terms of the market of players that are potentially available, Dibs, over the next 10 days at the trade deadline. Eugenio Suarez, who's having, honestly, like an MVP caliber season. If Shohei Ohtani didn't exist, and if Suarez was in the AL, if Aaron Judge didn't exist, if Cal Raleigh didn't exist, he would be getting some MVP love. He has 35 home runs. 3rd baseman for the Diamondbacks. He's likely going to be traded. He's a name that's available. Probably the best player overall. Probably the best bat as well. Stephen Kwan, Bay Area kid, outfielder for the Guardians. Potentially, he could be traded. The Guardians are having a rough season. Jarren Duran, Red Sox. He might be on the move. Sandy Alcantara, starting pitcher for the Marlins, former Cy Young Award winner. He has struggled mightily this year. He might be on the move. You mentioned the Royals and their offensive woes. Maybe they trade off some pieces. Seth Lugo, veteran pitcher, maybe he's on the move. You have some relief pitchers. Emmanuel Clase, the Guardians, maybe he gets moved. More from the Royals, Chris Bubich, and some others. Mitch Keller is another one that we've thrown out there. Those are generally 10 of the biggest names that might be moved at the trade deadline. I will guarantee you, Dibs, the Giants don't make a move for any of those guys.
Any of those 10.
Any of those 10. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, and if you are a Giants fan that is awaiting for them to make another big splash and to really improve this team, it's not going to happen in the next 10 days. The Giants might make a small move here or there, as you said, maybe a left-handed reliever, maybe a utility man that they can throw out there in a couple of different spots, whether it's the corner outfield or maybe it's on the infield. That's all I see the Giants doing. And for me, it's pretty darn simple because they don't have a way to meet the cost, to meet the price that these teams will be asking for. I read this over the weekend, Dibs. I mentioned the name Sandy Alcantara, starting pitcher for the Marlins. This came from CBS Sports. The proposed package going to Miami for Sandy Alcantara, Bryce Eldridge, and Carson Whisenhunt. Your 2 top prospects, including your only prospect that is in the top 100 across all of baseball. There is no way in hell the Giants are giving away their most prized bat and their most prized arm for a guy in Sandy Alcantara who has an ERA of over 7 this year. Now, there are teams out there that will believe they can turn him around and turn him back into the Cy Young Award winner that he was in 2022. But when the price for these legit, franchise movers, franchise changers at the trade deadline are that high, the Giants do not have the kind of firepower in their minor leagues in order to facilitate a deal like that. The Devers trade that they made, you had to get rid of 2 big league arms. Although for the Red Sox, one of them is a AAA arm, not a big league arm, but he was a big league arm for you. And then low-level prospects, guys that most of us probably hadn't even ever heard of before. The Giants don't have the kind of firepower to play in this market again.
And you don't want to. You don't want to part with Bryce Eldridge, and you don't want to part with Carson Whisenhunt for Sandy Alcantara, who I think he's got one more year, and then he's got a club option the year after that for $17 million, and that for a guy like you said with an ERA over 7, that's too rich. Now somebody out there will probably trade for him and hope that they can, get him turned around this year, and he'll be the pitcher that you need. And for me, the way I look at it is twofold. One, you've already made the big move, and it was Rafi Devers, and honestly, it didn't cost you that much. Now, Kyle Harrison could go on to be a great pitcher. I'm not sure how soon that will happen. If it happens, Jordan Hicks, you were basically done with. You signed him to make him a starter. You tried him as a starter. It didn't work, and that was going to be about it. And
considering the money, you were honestly probably happy that the Red Sox wanted him at all.
Right, so they took on the deal, and so you got out from underneath the money, and I think Tibbs was one of the prospects, and he went to high A now, and he's a guy who's probably 2 or 3 years away if he continues to matriculate through the system. So I don't think that the cost was that high for Rafi Devers, but that was your big move. And so all those names you just rattled off, if they're going to involve either Whisenhunt and or Eldridge in order to bring them in, it's going to be a no, because my second point of this is I do think the Giants are looking at this group as maybe a 2-year project. It's not only this year, it's this year and looking at next year before you start to really make, I think, dramatic moves. And, many people have told us it takes, especially for a hitter, to come over from the other league. It takes time. You get to a new city, new clubhouse, new ballpark, new pitchers you're facing, new everything. So for Rafi Devers, you got to be patient. And I don't think that this Giants front office regime is going to act impatiently at all.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. And the market is what the market is, and if it's going to cost your 2 biggest prospects to get any of these guys, I think it's an immediate no from the Giants. Now, I would feel different if their farm system was in a spot where they could, and they had been consistently producing guys over and over and over, and the way that it worked was like the way the Dodgers farm has tended to work recently, where it's, all right, we just have this endless stream of guys that we're promoting that are filling roster holes for us, that are eventually growing into being franchise centerpieces and everyday players, but also we have enough depth in our farm system that we can use those at every single trade deadline to go and acquire somebody that's proven and that can help right now. Honestly, when I think back at the Farhan era, Dibs, we just spent a lot of time talking about how the 500 baseball was infuriating, and it absolutely was. But I think the biggest sin of the Farhan era was not that the farm system didn't get better by a wide enough margin. The farm system actually got worse while Farhan was here. Somehow, he took over, and it was barren. There was nobody there. Somehow, when he leaves, it is worse. And I don't understand that. It makes absolutely no sense when you are unwilling to trade away almost any prospects to bring anybody of any present-day value in here, yet somehow, after your 6 years here, you leave the farm system in a worse spot. This is not Buster's fault that he's not willing to trade his top 2 prospects, because he knows if he trades his top 2 prospects, Dibs, the Giants become the worst farm in baseball by like a mile. Like, it wouldn't even be close. I mean, I want to play this for you because I think this is illuminating. Although first, I want to remind you that you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Dave Fleming was on the morning show earlier today, Dibs, and he's on every single week. And I thought this was a really good question by Shasky, who at the tail end of the interview essentially just asked, and you're going to hear the question, there's so many outfielders that they've drafted of late that are hanging out in AAA. Are any of them going to come up and help this team? And you're going to hear the question. You're going to hear Flem's answer, because I think this just gives a sense of where the Giants minor league system is right now. Here's Shasky and Flem.
I just wrote down, obviously Matos has been up and down a lot, but Luciano, Wade Meckler was playing second base, but he was an outfielder. Grant McCrae, Hunter Bishop, any of these guys can maybe help right now? I'm just asking out loud. I don't know the answer. It might sound foolish, but you were talking about AAA, and they've got so many outfielders. I just wonder if one of these guys might get a look.
I wish I had a more positive answer. I just don't think so. I mean, I just don't think anybody has forced the issue. Luciano, I will say this about Marco. He's crushed left-handed pitching in the last couple months down there. Crushed it.
They need that.
And with the Giants struggling against lefties, I bet there's at least some discussion going on, like, can we find a way to get this guy some at-bats against lefties here? He'd be the one, and I think Marco deserves some credit. Like, it has not been the career to this point that the Giants were hoping for, that he was hoping for. He's looking way more like a guy who's not going to be the franchise changer that the Giants were hoping. But he's still young, and he's had a positive step forward this year, and he's finally back to hitting the ball with power. Like, he's got 20 home runs or whatever. That's a pretty good number in 100 games, even in the PCL. So I guess I'll say Marco would be the guy on that list of, you're looking for help against lefties. They have the lowest batting average against lefties in baseball, the Giants do. I mean, that makes no sense to me with the roster that they have. It's just crazy.
There's Flem. So the question from Shasky was, any of these various guys that we've heard so much about over the last 5, 6, 7 years, are any of them ready to help? And Flem begins the answer by saying, I wish I had a more positive answer for you. That's the state of the Giants farm system. They don't have anybody, one, that can help the team now, and you extend that out, you don't really have anybody that other teams are interested in acquiring in the first place.
That's the problem. Other than, Carson Wisenhunt and, Bryce Eldridge.
Or guys you just drafted right now, potentially. Like guys that might debut 5 years from now.
And that's what you did in the Boston trade. Yeah. You traded a couple of young single-A guys, but the Luciano piece is very interesting, and I'm just looking at his numbers over the last 30 days, 18 games, 7 home runs, and an OPS of 1,046. And I know a lot of that came in that one wild game. I think you talked about it in Reno.
He had like 11 RBI or something 8 like RBI that. Or something.
He had 2 homers. I think he drove in 7 on just the 2 home runs, and so it's a little skewed because of that. But he has been hitting great over the last month. And as Dave just said, somebody who is chewing up left-handers, which has been the biggest bugaboo for this offense, is being able to hit left-handers. So that becomes an interesting acquisition as we get to the deadline, and it wouldn't be a trade acquisition, and I know it wouldn't play well with the casual Giants fans who are like, okay, you get to the deadline and really this is what we're doing? It's Marco Luciano. He's going to come up and play right in place of Yaz when you face a lefty. Good luck with that out there.
And where are you going to play in the field?
Right field. I mean,
can we even trust Luciano to play a corner outfield spot?
You can't trust Elliot Ramos to play a corner outfield spot.
That's fair.
And I'm thinking about yesterday's game where it was not even a drive to left center. It was a medium deep fly ball to left. And
it was hit hard though, but
he completely misjudged it.
Yes.
Like, he completely
came nowhere near touching that baseball.
Right. And to his defense, you saw Toronto on 2 separate occasions. They had high pop flies that they were unable to field. I don't know if it was the high sky in the Rogers Center, and it was a difficult thing where kind of an odd start, right? A 1 o'clock Toronto start. And so the sun was definitely beaming through the roof, and it was a difficult day to field on balls in the air, but we've seen this too much from Elliot Ramos.
We have, but if that's the reality of their farm system, then I don't see any way in which they're willing to further deplete it in order to bring somebody in at this trade deadline. And then you have the comparison of the messaging, right? But you remember Buster Posey in the dugout before a game in early June. This was before the Devers trade. And it was in the middle of that Padres series when the Giants could not score a run and they were losing all these close games. And it was previously to right now one of their low points in the season. They were really, really struggling. And then Buster DFA'd Lamont Wade. And Buster then spoke to the media before their next game and had this to say, which has become pretty famous around these parts.
Yeah, I mean it's time to go. I mean, I think we all believe that we're better than what we've been with the bats the last 2.5, 3 weeks, and it's time to go.
It's time to go. And that's what Buster said when he DFA'd Lamont Wade. And if you recall, the Giants responded by winning, 6 or 7 games in a row, all of which I think were by 1 run. Close calls, but they were winning baseball games. And then they acquired Rafi Devers, and everyone's like, oh my God, Buster, it's time to go. Let's freaking go. That was the signal from management at that time. Now, let's think about how Buster is talking about the upcoming trade deadline, which again is now less than 10 days away. Here's Buster late last week on the Giants trade deadline approach. Quote, "We're always going to listen, but at a certain point, too, I think you have to say there's a tremendous amount of belief in the team that you have. If I'm in the position of a player, if I'm constantly listening to people up top saying we need to make moves, at a certain point you'd say, well, do you not like the guys that are here?" I don't know how you interpret that, Dibs, but to me that sounds like this is essentially our team, and I'm going to show faith that these guys can get it done.
That's the way I hear it, and if I look at what they have right now and I think about where would you actually find an upgrade, and first base has been a problem for the majority of the year, and well, you're hoping that Rafael Devers can at some point play first base, and I know Wilmer's there today, and Devers is not quite ready, whether it's the back or the groin or whatever it is. He's not played first base actually ever in his career in the majors. So if he eventually can get over there, it frees up a little bit of a DH spot where you could probably put Elliot Ramos there, and you could add maybe McRae comes up from AAA, a better defensive outfielder. But I look at the areas where they need improving, and I don't think that the trade market is a place where you can readily get the replacements that you need at a cost that you're going to be willing to stomach.
Yep. No, I don't think so either. So again, if you're out there waiting for the Giants to make another seismic shift before the trade deadline, I could be wrong. I've been wrong before. I just do not see it happening over the next nearly 10 days before the trade deadline. And if we think that is off the table, Dibs, do you think there is any world at all in which they consider not like necessarily being full-on sellers, but testing the market, dipping their toes in, seeing what some of their players that maybe would be the classic deadline kind of players, see what those guys could be worth on the market? Do you think that's even possible?
I don't think it's that possible, because really, as I look at it, the only one I think that would be dangleable, if there is such a word, would be Robbie Ray. You're not going to trade Logan Webb.
No.
He's your ace, your centerpiece. He's the face of your pitching franchise. And then the other guys like Roop and Birdsong, they're young and under massive team control. Verlander's got next to no market value with an 0-8 record and a 4.99 ERA. So, I mean, is somebody out there thinking, yeah, JV is the guy we really absolutely have to have? So, starting pitcher-wise, I don't think there's much that you would dangle. In the pen, you've got a good, young, controlled bullpen. I guess Tyler Rogers would be somebody that you could potentially dangle out there. And, he's been so durable. He leads baseball in games pitched. But I think that your bullpen, your pitching staff in general is one that you like and you want to keep. And so you flip it over to the offense. And Devers and Adames and Chapman, those are 3 cornerstones, and Jung-Hoo Lee signed long-term. And so could you, eventually look at somebody else that you might want to dangle out there, whether it's, Ramos? Do you want to trade Ramos? No. Yaz is going to be a free agent, finally, first time in his career. Dom Smith probably doesn't have that much value. No. Bailey doesn't either. So I don't know where you would look if you were going to even do a lightweight sell. Like, what would be something that another team would really be interested in that you'd want to give up?
Well, okay, I heard Shasky talking about this morning, and I sent out this same tweet last night because talking about Ramos defensively, and someone tweeted at me saying, do you think the Giants should be interested in using him as an asset to try to bring somebody else in? And I responded, and I said, I don't think that Elliot Ramos should be an untouchable in any of these conversations. If some other team calls and is interested in acquiring Elliot Ramos, I don't know how you feel, Dibs. If I'm the Giants, I'm listening. Elliot Ramos is not like a stop, no dice, we're not trading this guy. Like Logan Webb is that. At this point, I would still say Devers and Adames are still that, considering you have these guys under control for a while. I mean, Jung-Hoo Lee is up there for me too, not because you're so in love with what he's done, but because you have him for a long time, and that is your core. But Ramos is one that I'd listen. That would be your pathway to getting somebody of value in here right now. And the other issue, Dibs, that the Giants are going to run into at a certain point in time, and it's the issue that we brought up with Luciano. You don't have places to play a lot of these guys. You already have a backlog at DH. Elliot Ramos is so bad defensively. Again, the 5th worst defender in all of baseball, the 3rd worst outfielder in all of baseball, and the worst left fielder in all of baseball defensively. Purely talking about defense here. I don't know if that guy's not hitting like 275 and above and driving in 80 or more runs a year. I don't know how much longer you can survive with a player playing that kind of defense defensively and not have him at DH. But guess what? The Giants can't play him at DH because they have a logjam already at DH.
You got too many DHs.
You have way too many of them.
Even if Devers eventually becomes a first baseman, which I think long-term, Bryce Eldridge, you would like him to come up and be your first baseman. So Devers is your DH.
As soon as maybe next year. Devers is your DH for the next 6 years.
You would figure. And so can Elliot Ramos become a better outfielder to where he's not bottom 5 in baseball and bottom 3 among left fielders? You would hope that is the case, because even if you look down on the farm and you talk about Marco Luciano, who he doesn't come up here because he has no position either. You had him at short. He can't play short. You can't have him at third. Maybe he can play the outfield, but already you've got Ramos out there, and Matos is good but not great. So you're a team priding itself on pitching and defense, and you've got too many DHs right now. And like I said, Wilmer Flores is playing first today. Hold your breath, because Wilmer Flores, at this point in his career, he's also a DH.
Yep.
But with the thing about Elliot Ramos is you have one more year, and then he goes into arbitration. So having that kind of a control, very valuable. And he is a very good hitter. He's been a little bit quieter the past month, but that to me would be a risky sell for a guy who's only coming up on 26. He's still a very young player.
It would be. There's no doubt. But if we're talking about how barren the farm is, other than your top 2 guys, and if that's all that your farm has to claim, you're not going to want to move off of those guys, and you're trying to find a way to help the team win right now, you're going to have to give up of something of value that is currently on the big league squad. And Ramos is one that I would circle, just because he's not a guy that has signed a gigantic money contract. And because of what you're saying, why he's valuable to the Giants, he'd also be valuable to other teams. I don't think it's going to happen, but I would not immediately hang up the phone if somebody asked me about Elliot Ramos. Time for a break. When we come back, we will transition and we'll get into the 49ers, who open training camp tomorrow. Veterans report. I think a bunch of them are already on their way in to Santa Clara as we speak. If not, they have already arrived. We'll get into that, plus a whole lot more. And if you want to win a pair of tickets to Saturday's Giants-Mets game, it's also Stephen Curry giveaway night. We are giving you a chance to win a pair today, courtesy of Panini. All you need to know for now is be sure you're listening at 4:30 when we'll let you know exactly how you can win. And if you don't win today, we're giving away another pair of tickets to the Saturday Giants-Mets game during the show tomorrow. So just keep listening. Time for Niners Stock. Training camp is about to begin. We'll come back with that on Willard and Dibs. Dibs and Grandy with you next on 95.7 The Game.
Now, back to
Willard and Dibs
on 95.7 The Game.
No Willard, it's Dibs and Grandy this week here on 95.7 The Game. Dibs, it almost feels like Christmas Eve. You know why?
Tell me.
NFL training camp. Niners report to camp tomorrow. It's football season, Dibs.
That's so great. Woo. It's the day before the day because tomorrow is like almost like orientation in college where you're not really starting college, but yay, good to see you again. Orientation, we're here. And then
you do icebreakers where you sit in a circle.
Oh, my God. That's so
Tell
funny.
us your name, where you're from, and one fun fact about you.
Tell us your name and an animal that starts with the same letter as your last name. You know, it's just...
I hated those exercises.
Totally. And I've actually run them in a bunch of different things and different levels, and every time I've run an icebreaker, it's like... Yeah, thank you. You can just tell that the people doing it are like, oh, God, this is so painful.
I'm really bad at on the spot, like, think of a fun fact about me. I'm terrible at that. I just need to have one stored and use it for everything.
Yeah, or you just come up with a well-concocted lie.
That's true.
Which, it's funny because we were doing the thing from Vegas, and Willard was like, tell me about your night last night. And I was going to go into a whole thing and basically describe the plot of the movie The Hangover and just see how long it took him to catch on.
And there was a tiger in my hotel room.
Yeah, I went out with Grandy, and next thing you know, I couldn't find him, and I woke up on the roof. And
I lost a tooth.
That's right. I got a face tattoo.
Mike Tyson punched me.
So funny. I was thinking about starting to go down that road, but then I was like, this is kind of a lame bit. And Mark probably would have picked up on it, although he doesn't watch a ton of movies. I think that one he's probably seen.
Probably. That is a classic. I think most people have seen that at this point.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm so excited about Niners camp, and it's actually funny. On Friday, me and Ken were sitting in the back, and the boss walked by, and Ken asked the boss, what are you excited about? And it was kind of an open-ended question. It didn't have to be about sports, but it was just, what are you excited about? And then the boss took a second to think, and I said, are you fired up for the Giants' second half beginning? Because it was Friday, the day of Game 1 in Toronto. And he said, you know what? Honestly, no, I'm not excited for the baseball second half. I'm excited for Niners training camp. And now it's finally here, coming up tomorrow. And the Niners are entering a season, Dibs. One, that answer by the boss just tells you everything you need to know about baseball, I suppose. But we're a day away from training camp opening. No practice tomorrow. The first practice will be Wednesday. But Kyle Shanahan and I think John Lynch will both talk tomorrow, at least Kyle Shanahan. And we're going to get some answers on some of the biggest storylines facing the 49ers. And the two that come to mind immediately, Dibs. Number one, it's did Juwan report? How are conversations going? Have other teams expressed interest in acquiring him? And two, it's what the hell is up with Ricky Pearsall and whatever is bothering him physically. Those are the two things that come to mind immediately for me.
Same injury, new injury. What's the story with Ricky Pearsall? And the follow-up will be, if it is the same injury, was it a re-injury, a setback? Was it worse than what we thought going in? I do think those are the big questions going into the camp. And yeah, it says here in my email, Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch, 11 o'clock.
All right.
So I'm sure Steiny and Goo will either carry it live or have many portions of that. And then when you and I jump in at 1:45 with the crossover, we can talk about it as well. And then Wednesday, 10:25, practice, open to reporters, and cameras may shoot until team drills. And for those of you out there who've never been to a practice, what happens is you're out there for the first 4 or 5 periods, and they have timed sessions where they'll do 5 or 6 minutes at a time, and then they'll do different things. And after one of the periods, you've got multiple people with the Niners who come over and say, cameras off, cameras down, and then that's just it. You can still watch, but no more recording, no more doing whatever it is you're trying to do, social media or whatnot.
I wonder if we'll get Brock Purdy and other key Niners players tomorrow, because normally when they send out this media schedule and the email you're referring to, I'm looking at it right now as well, normally they say quarterback Brock Purdy available after Shanahan and Lynch or whatever it is. This just says following Lynch and Shanahan, players available in the auditorium. And it says that for every day other than when they're off over the next couple of weeks. So we might also get Brock Purdy, maybe George Kittle, maybe Trent Williams, maybe Christian McCaffrey, maybe maybe Fred Warner, all of those kinds of players, like the leaders, the captains of the team. I'll be curious to hear Brock Purdy is going to give you the most cookie-cutter quarterback answers. That's what he does. He's very good at that. But this is now also Brock Purdy's first training camp, not being paid a ton of money right now because the new contract doesn't kick in until next year. But his first training camp, Dibs, after having received that gigantic contract, just seeing the way that changed potentially the dynamic at all. Because now Brock's entering a situation where for the first time in his professional career, he has a crazy, incredibly high standard to uphold, and that standard comes courtesy of the contract that he signed.
And it also comes courtesy of the fact that you're the starting quarterback of the San Francisco 49ers, and you follow such people as John Brody, Joe Montana, and Steve Young, to name just a few of the great luminaries who've played quarterback for the Niners. So that in and of itself, forget just being a quarterback in the NFL. That right there, one of 32 starters, that carries a very high burden and a very high bar to clear. But when you're the Niners quarterback and it's a franchise that has experienced Super Bowls and championships and legends and Hall of Famers, that in and of itself ratchets it up even more. As for who will talk, and I'm just looking at the schedule, and it's Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. They have Saturday off, then they're back at it on Sunday. You probably get one of the marquee guys a day, if that. They're going to definitely spread it out and, kind of scatter them throughout the week. And, you probably mix in some young guys and some veterans and, give the media a taste of what's going on. And I know during the year, Brock Purdy's going to be expected to talk weekly.
Oh, yeah.
So you may not actually...
Did last year, too.
Yeah, you may not get him in this portion of it. You may look to other players who won't have media responsibility and let them go out there and, carry the torch for the team.
How do you view the Juwan Jennings situation playing out? I guess maybe pretend you're John Lynch and or Kyle Shanahan and you get asked the Juwan Jennings question tomorrow. What do you think the answer is going to be?
Well, we're working right now behind the scenes with Juwan and his agent, and we understand that last year he had a terrific year, and if it wasn't for him getting thrown out of the game, he goes over 1,000 yards, and he hit a lot of the marks that allowed him to get incentivized, and his contract this year is one that is right now somewhat of a relative bargain for us, and we really like Juwan, and we want to make sure that he is comfortable and happy. So we're working with his agent right now behind the scenes to try to see what we can do to make Juwan feel like he is as loved and a part of the team as we actually feel that he is.
Thank you, John.
No problem.
Good answer. Can I offer one note?
Sure.
The only thing that I would add is at some point he will say, you know us, we're not in the business of letting good players walk away.
That's great. That is good. Yeah. Although you did let Deebo Samuel walk away.
And the part that John Lynch won't say is, we think he's not a good player anymore.
Yeah, he won't say that. And the other part of it is, and he's always said that they like to draft and develop and keep the guys who are their A-listers. Yeah. And I'm not sure if Juwan Jennings is a part of that A-lister group per se, but based on where you are with Ricky Pearsall starting out camp on the physically unable to perform list, Ayuk probably will start the year on the same list, and he'll probably miss 4 games as well. And you don't have a ton of reliable options at wide receiver. So as you start to look at your depth chart, if you don't have Juwan Jennings, yikes.
Well, I have to go and find exactly what he said, but Matt Mayoko, Niners insider for NBC Sports Bay Area, I'll have to find this. He said something along the lines of this past weekend relating to Pearsall on the PUP list, the PUP list, physically unable to perform, essentially said, doesn't think that it's any big deal. There's been no update provided by the Niners relating anything injury-wise, and he seemed to think that it might be pretty quick when he comes off of that PUP list. The question that I have, Dibs, is if it's not a big deal and maybe he comes off of it as early as this week, what's the point in even putting him on the list in the first place? What does that accomplish for a team at this point in training camp? Because I don't know if he's ready to go by, say, Thursday, why even have him on the list in the first place at all?
I don't know. I don't know if it's financial or if it's to where you can add additional bodies. I don't think you can just have, 200 people out there at camp. You probably have a limit, right, of how many bodies you can have going into camp. I don't know if it's 90 or what the number is, but if he's not able to be out there and participate by having him on the PUP probably gives you the latitude to bring in a different body, at least for the start of camp.
Maybe. Let's see. Here's a quote from the Niners Talk podcast on NBC Sports Bay Area. Unless there's been some bad setback that nobody knows about based on what we were told in June, Ricky Pearsall should be ready to rock and roll when the Niners get on the practice field for the first time on Wednesday. So Mayoko's saying everything that I've heard suggests that Ricky's going to be good to go on Wednesday, and if that's the case, great. I'm not fully convinced that's what's going to happen, because if he's ready to go on Wednesday, the first day of training camp practice, then I don't know why he's on the PUP list to begin with. So that's something to keep an eye on. I don't know what will be the first question to Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch, whether it is Ricky Pearsall or Juwan. Probably Juwan would be my guess. But those are the two things that immediately come to mind. And considering, Dibs, that those are both players in the Niners wide receiver room that would figure to play a lot of snaps early in the season, but also later in the season, wide receiver becomes one of the more interesting positions for the Niners this whole year. One, because you have the drama around Ayuk, which isn't the injury, although that's part of it, but it's just, do the Niners still want him? Does Ayuk still want to be here? When he comes back, how does he look? But with all of those questions around the wide receiver room, I think so many of us, when we get down there to practice and we're choosing what portion of practice to watch, I'm keeping my eyes on the wide receivers, because there's going to be room for somebody that we might not know a lot about yet, that maybe by the end of the year is one of the reasons why this team potentially is successful or not.
It makes sense when you think about, what this team is looking like right now with Ayuk out for most likely at least 4 games. I think it could potentially be longer. When you're coming back from 2 ligament tears and you had the repair, it usually takes 9 months or more to come fully back. And I went through the return to play protocol to have that injury, and it usually lands for Ayuk between week 4 and week 8, I think, as far as the likelihood of his return. And you've got Demarcus Robinson, who is yet to be suspended by the league, but the history would tell you that a DUI is normally a cookie-cutter 3 game. So let's just say Robinson's out for 3, Ayuk is out for 4. Well, you've got Ricky Pearsall if he's healthy, and Juwan Jennings if he signs. Those are your 2 real returning receivers, and you're going to have a lot, I think, of 2 tight end sets going out there when you don't have a lot of proven commodities at receiver.
Yeah, you are. More on that in a second, but I did want to let you know that it is 4:30, which means it is time for you to listen really intently. You know why? Because we're giving away a pair of tickets to Saturday's Giants-Mets game. It is a special 6:05 Saturday night game, and the first 20,000 fans get a Steph Curry bobblehead, and we are giving you a chance to win a pair of tickets courtesy of Panini. All you need to do right now is listen, because something we say over the next 30 minutes will be what you need to win. In the 5 o'clock hour, we will ask you about something we said coming up here in the next 30 minutes. And if you're the first person to give us the right answer on the contest line, you'll be the winner. Here's the contest line so you can save it to your phone, but don't call now. It's 415-523-4652. Again, 415-523-4652. And remember, if you don't win today, we're giving you another chance to win during the show tomorrow. But all you need to do for the next 30 minutes is listen, and then in the 5 o'clock hour, we will ask you a question based on something that we say coming up here shortly. So yeah, Dibs, I'm with you in terms of the wide receiver room. That's going to be really, really interesting, because you're going to get a lot of, I would imagine, at least early in camp, a lot of work for Jacob Cowing, a lot for the rookie Jordan Watkins, and then some of these other guys that we do not know a ton about just yet. So circle that. I think for me, Dibs, what might be the most, maybe the best camp battle, for me, it's whoever's going to play linebacker opposite Fred Warner. Now, the Niners will play 3 linebackers at times, but they very often play nickel, and when you have 5 defensive backs, you play only 2 linebackers, so it's Fred and whoever his partner is. I would imagine right now, Dibs, D. Winters has the leg up on that because he's been in this system for a bit, although he's completely new to Robert Saleh. But the guy that they drafted out of Oklahoma State, Nick Martin, he might have an opportunity to go on and win that job himself. In terms of positions, Dibs, that we might see officially decided on the training camp training ground as opposed to the wide receiver room, which might be decided by injuries and potential trades or extensions, I think we're going to see a position battle really battle out on that linebacker spot opposite Fred Warner, and that's the one that I'm most excited to see just how that one plays out.
And it's super critical when you think about the success of this defense in the past, and it was Warner and Greenlaw, and they were the two guys, and when the two of them were out there, like you said, most teams run a healthy amount of the nickel defense, which is 5 DBs. It's a 4-2-5 essentially with just 2 linebackers, and the 49ers do that as well. And so if you're going to just 2 linebackers, it becomes super important to have somebody like Dre Greenlaw, who he was a ferocious hitter, very, very fast player, as is Fred Warner. And so the 49ers defense is predicated on having that athletic and not necessarily light, but ferocious, very mobile linebacker. So that will be one to watch when we get into training camp and you start to see maybe when the first preseason game happens or you get deeper in the preseason, who's actually getting the reps, and the depth chart when it initially comes out from the team, who's listed in that linebacker spot opposite Fred Warner. That is certainly one to keep an eye on.
I always love when the first depth chart comes out and it gets released by the Niners, but what is the disclaimer at the top where it says unofficial or whatever, and it's like, don't read into this. But then you go on Twitter or any social media, like within minutes of it being posted and released, and you have everybody drawing season-long conclusions out of the first unofficial depth chart. It's always the best when that sort of thing happens. But I guarantee you that linebacker spot is going to be the one that we overreact to, like almost every single training camp and preseason snap, because you have a couple of young guys. Like the starting linebacker opposite Fred Warner is going to be a guy that we have not seen a ton of, whether it is D. Winters or Nick Martin or maybe Tatum Bethune or whoever it is. I would imagine it's likely going to be D. Winters or Nick Martin, but whoever it is, Dibs, it's going to be one that's relatively new, and he will be circled week 1. Whoever it is will be circled week 1 because that is such a key spot of this Niner defense. And you said it, when Fred Warner had an elite running mate in Dre Greenlaw pre-injury, the Niners defense was one of the best in the NFL, and there were obviously some other circumstances, but there is no doubt that there was a correlation between Greenlaw's injury and the Niners defense struggling last year. There were other reasons, but that was one of them.
A big one, and part of that too was Devondre Campbell came in, and before he became just an outright quitting on his team in the game that, I think that was the Rams game, right? When
forget exactly which game it was.
I thought it was that game. It was the game that I was at. I do remember that, and thank you. I think it was the Ram game because I wasn't at the Lions game subsequent to that. It was my sister's birthday, and I had the vid, I believe, and so DNP COVID for your boy, and he just quit on the team. But before he quit on the team, he wasn't very good.
No.
And I remember Grandy's grades, and that's coming up again this year.
Oh,
you did such a great job of grading 7 different areas, and inevitably we would go to the defense, and I think front 7 is how you would.
I separated front 7 and DBs,
and we'd get to the front 7, and every week it was Devondre Blinken Campbell, and
he dragged the whole group down.
He did, and you would just rail against him. And after the first couple of weeks, I was like, I'm watching everything, but maybe I need to watch DC a little bit more closely. And so I started zeroing in on Devondre Campbell, and he was as bad as you were grading him. And to your point, linebacker tandem, when you have Fred Warner playing on a broken ankle, essentially, right? And then Devondre Campbell, who wasn't doing very well either, that was a big reason why your defense lacked a little bit.
Absolutely. Now, again, there are other reasons. Nick Sorensen was the defensive coordinator. Who is the defensive coordinator now? Robert Saleh. Who's a gigantic fan of that? How about George Kittle, who was on the Up and Adams with Kay Adams on FanDuel TV last week? George Kittle on the off-season move he's most excited about. Here's Kittle.
I am so excited that Robert Saleh is back in the building. He is an incredibly talented coach. I love everything about him. I just love having him in the building, his energy, his aura, all of it, the way that he talks to the guys, the way that he motivates people. I'm just so excited to have him back in the building. And then, it's nothing against coach we've had in the past. I just thought he was so good at what he did when he was here. And just like the way he builds the defense up and like gives them, their confidence, their character, the way that they play. I'm just a huge fan of what he brings to a building. And I'm just could not be more excited that he's here.
I love that from Kittle. Nothing against some of the other guys we've had before. I just think Robert Saleh is amazing at what he does. And he is right. There was also a major drop-off after D'Amico Ryans, the guys that they had in here before they got Saleh back.
Right. It went Saleh, Ryans. I can honestly say I'm sort of built for
Steve
this.
Wilkes.
And then
Nick Sorensen,
who is now with the Cowboys as their special teams coordinator. And it's interesting because when he lost his gig here, there was talk that he might just get reassigned to special teams coordinator here, and then that never happened. And I think Shanahan even came out and said something to the effect that Sorensen wasn't necessarily fired, but going to look for something else for him to do. And that actually never came to fruition. And he probably got a better gig somewhere else as a special teams coordinator, and he went to Dallas.
Kind of awkward if you're Nick Sorensen, even if you're the special teams coordinator, which I don't know for sure if he was offered that with the Niners. But even if you do take the special teams coordinator job, you were the DC last year. I don't care what anyone says. That is a demotion. You got demoted. So that would be pretty awkward. Me personally, Dibs, I would feel more comfortable taking, if the two same jobs were being offered, special teams coordinator with the Niners or anywhere else, I would feel way more comfortable taking the demotion on somebody else's team and just getting out of that building, because I don't know if I could deal with the awkwardness of being demoted from where I was the year prior.
Awkward. And I'm trying to think of if and when I've been demoted, and I'm not sure I've been let go. We know that. It's not that funny, Granny, when you get fired.
Would you rather be demoted or let go entirely?
I'd rather be demoted, especially at this point where, I got a young family, and it's like you got to have a gig, but it's very humbling when you get demoted and you have to go to the same workplace, and everybody knows what you used to do, and now you're no longer doing that, but you're still working there. Can be very, very humbling, so to speak.
Awkward. Yep. A little awkward, there's no doubt. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Plenty more to dive into on the 49ers. You're going to want to hear what Richard Sherman, former Niner, had to say about Juwan Jennings. We've got that coming up for you, plus a whole lot more. Training camp is a day away. It is football season, ladies and gentlemen. We'll continue to break that down when we come back. It's Willard and Dibs, Dibs and Grandy with you. More coming up next. Again, we're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good, right here on 95.7.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
Absolute pleasure. Willard and Dibs, y'all take it easy. Have a good one. Enjoy the game tonight.
On 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back. Day before Niners report to training camp, I saw a post. Christian McCaffrey's wife, Olivia Culpo, recently gave birth to McCaffrey's first, I think it's a son. Maybe it's a daughter. I'll have to go and check. This is bad by me.
It's just a baby.
And she posted that McCaffrey, wherever their off-season home is or wherever Olivia calls home, I don't know if she moves out here with Christian for the season or whatever.
This is a well-researched bit so far. I got to tell you.
I got to go and look at it. She posted that McCaffrey took off today. So wherever he was, he is en route. He's in transit to Santa Clara. So he's really reporting more like today than tomorrow. He will head to the Niners facility tomorrow and actually show up for the beginning of training camp. But he has left his off-season home and is on his way to Santa Clara, Dibs. And the Niners season might just go however Christian McCaffrey's season goes.
It might. And officially it is a girl.
There we go.
Baby girl. Colette is her name. And so Olivia Culpo and Christian McCaffrey, parents of a daughter. I don't know exactly where they live and where he's traveling back to the Bay from.
Yeah,
but
me neither. That's my fault.
That's all right. Shake that off. It's not that important. And the devil is in the details, as they say. And ultimately, the main thing is he's coming in, and he looked good when we were out there for, I think that was a mandatory mini camp or OTAs. And he looked spry. He looked eager. He looked bouncy, which I'll give you that as well, that he needs to be that player, and he needs to be somebody who is on the field a lot, and hopefully they don't rely on him to have 25 touches a game, catches and carries and whatnot, because that might wear him down when you get to the end of the season. But having him in the huddle is a threat in and of itself, because when you break the huddle with McCaffrey, you don't know necessarily where he's going to go. He can go out wide, he can go in the slot, he'll be in the backfield, obviously, but that is one thing you're going to miss not having Deebo Samuel, is sort of what I call the huddle confusion. When you've got a huddle with McCaffrey and Deebo and Ayuk and Kittle, and let's just say Juszczyk, it could be Juwan or whatever, you don't know if it's going to be Deebo in the backfield or McCaffrey out wide. You can do different things. So from a defensive scheme standpoint, when you have that many variable pieces in a huddle, you can't necessarily know what the other team's going to be doing.
Yeah, what Shanahan's so good at, and he has to get back to this more, because I think he had a bad year as well, and circumstances make it more difficult, but Shanahan, you're one of the better head coaches, and your mind, in terms of an offensive mind, is maybe the best, at the very least one of the best in the entire league. But what he is so good at least what he has been so good at, Dibs, is the ability to make a run play look like a pass and a pass look like a run. So you confuse the defense that way, and it's like 10 times easier to do that when you have a player like McCaffrey or Deebo who can both catch the ball and carry the ball. So now that you don't have Deebo, how do the 49ers go about keeping up with that deception? One, it's McCaffrey, and two, that's where Ricky Pearsall, you would imagine, would come in. And the Niners have a whole offseason with a year's worth of Pearsall information under their belts to, devise a whole set of plays for him and not necessarily use him in the Deebo Samuel role. Like, you're not going to run Ricky Pearsall up the middle between the tackles, but you can have plays for him on end arounds and on little quick screens and creative plays like that. That's the way that the Niners and Shanahan could, again, take advantage of their ability to confuse the defense. And McCaffrey will be front and center with that, but they're going to have to now find new ways to do that with others, because you also can't just run McCaffrey into the ground.
Right, and it's kind of the way you look at the roster, and also the way Shanahan, tries to scheme up a game where, you have Deebo, you can bring him in motion, and they did that a lot, and it's a threat of the jet sweep when you got Deebo in motion, and also you could have Deebo start out wide, and you can motion him into the backfield, and now he's a running back, and so you do lose that sort of versatility and flexibility with your personnel, because you're not going to do that, like you're saying, with Ricky Pearsall. Maybe you run some jet sweeps with him.
Yeah.
I do think that Jacob Cowing becomes an interesting piece for that, because he's got a lot of speed, And, you don't have the same rugged running with Cowing or Pearsall that you did with Debo, but you can definitely use the speed. And, Garendo's a guy who can fly as well. So
True.
You probably look at different personnel and you run different plays than you would with Debo.
Yeah, I'm curious. How do you think? Okay, let's just assume that things don't go great in the wide receiver room. Juwan, I don't know. It's difficult to play out because you think that there's going to be a resolution to Juwan one way or another by the time week 1 comes around. And so much of how the wide receiver room, particularly Juwan, plays out might depend on how Shanahan and the offensive staff feel about their other options at wide receiver. But do you feel like someone like Cowing or someone else like their rookie Jordan Watkins is going to be able to have the chance to play meaningful snaps? Because for so long, Kyle Shanahan has just been incredibly hesitant to use any young wide receivers. I mean, it goes back to Ayuk being in the doghouse his rookie year, and even in his second year at times still dealing with that sort of thing. Do you think Shanahan's reluctance to use young receivers has been because of just whoever those players were on an individual basis? Is it because that's just a principle that he has, or is it more so created through his ability to say, well, I have all these other dudes, why would I play you when I've got these other veterans I can rely on?
I think it's both of those points, but it's also the idiom or the axiom, rather, of you got to block to get the rock. And we have a saying for my daughter who's almost 3, you got to eat to get a treat. And so we actually do this little, you got to eat to get a treat. And she knows it now. So, if she doesn't eat, we say, you got to eat. And she says, to get a treat. And it's like, that's right. And then when she eats, she gets usually a rainbow popsicle and or chocolate cookies or whatever it is.
Worth it.
Right.
It is worth finishing the broccoli to get a cookie.
That's right. And she actually loves broccoli. Sometimes it's the protein. But if you're Shanahan, you got to block to get the rock. And that is where I think about younger receivers, where you have to be able to go out there and do what Juwan Jennings is so good at. And I was looking at the Pro Football Focus numbers last Friday when you and I were doing the show. Juwan Jennings, number 1 among wide receivers, according to PFF, in run blocking. So he's the number 1 run blocking wide receiver, and that's why Juwan Jennings got playing time. Well, now it's out of necessity, and he's a good receiver, but that's how Juwan was able to break through and really be a part of it. And Deebo Samuel the same way. Deebo, very physical and a great blocker. And I think Brandon Ayuk is a good blocker. I'd have to go back and look at the 2023 numbers and see where PFF had him as a run blocker, but he strikes me as a guy who's not afraid to get out there and be physical in the run game. So I think about Ricky Pearsall, Jacob Cowing, Watkins, whoever else it's going to be. When the Niners go to, and here it is, first time this week, 21 personnel, which is Juszczyk and McCaffrey.
Won't be the last time this week.
It sure won't be. You got Kittle as your tight end, 2 running backs, 1 tight end, 2 receivers. If you're going to be in a run-heavy mindset, which they are, in a run-heavy formation like that, you got to have wide receivers who are going to do their part. So that, I think, is where Shanahan is less willing to just put a rookie or a speed burner out there unless that person is able to go out there and block.
Yeah, and to your point about Ayuk as a blocker, I don't know what the PFF grade is on him, but one image that seared into my mind was week 1, 2023 in Pittsburgh. If you could remember where you were, that was right after the Niners and Nick Bosa figured out their contract dilemma, and they play week 1 in Pittsburgh, and they absolutely dominate the Steelers en route to that 5-0 beginning to the season. But one of the touchdowns on that game, that week 1 game, it was McCaffrey, something like a 60-yard touchdown run down the left side, and it was Ayuk, who I don't know if he was blocking multiple guys on that play, but through the course of, the final 40 yards, it was Ayuk just leading the way in front of McCaffrey and just pushed his dude all the way into the end zone. It might have been the entire way just pile driving his guy backwards. And I think that is something, Dibs, to your point, that Kyle Shanahan might get more fired up about than a guy making a contested catch over the middle.
Absolutely, especially when you think about the Shanahan offense, which is run first and pass when necessary. And I could run down some of the numbers I did on my deep dive about how often they win when they have the time of possession victory. When they have more possession than the opponent, they win at about a 70% clip. And I don't think that that's by accident. It's by design. Shanahan has his team built to where you get a lead, you keep the lead, you run the ball, you possess the ball, and you win. And that, I think, is the blueprint. Just looking at last year's PFF numbers, I mentioned Juwan, number 1 in run blocking among receivers.
That checks out.
Pearsall was number 21, and Ayuk was number 22. So, I mean, still, both of them top 25 guys. And, you have to go far down the list to find a lot of teams with 3 receivers who block that well as these 3 did last year.
Yeah. Those 3 are good at it, and it's partly why they play so often, partly because out of necessity, those are like the 3 proven guys for the most part, Pearsall less so. But you have to be able to do that in this 49er offense. So it'll be interesting to see how that all plays out. I want to play Richard Sherman on Juwan. I'll play that in just a sec. But first, I want to remind you that you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. And sometime over the next 30 minutes, we'll ask you a question about something we said over the previous 30 minutes. Just keep listening for the question and the cue to call the contest line. If you need to jot down the contest line now, here it is, 415-523-4652. Again, 415-523-4652. When you hear the cue to call and you have the answer to the question, dial that number, and if you're the first to give us the answer, the pair of tickets to Saturday night's Giants-Mets game will be yours, again, courtesy of Panini. Best of luck. That is coming up shortly here on Willard and Dibs. All right. Richard Sherman on the Richard Sherman podcast via the volume on the Juwan Jennings contract dispute.
Juwan deserves what he deserves, man. He had almost 1,000 yards last year, 77 catches, did a great job, does a great job separating, doing all the dirty work, run blocking, pass blocking. Hey, whatever needs to be done, he's willing to do. And I think he would thrive if he was a number, 2 receiver for somebody and really getting targets like the way he deserves. I think they might do something. I don't think they give him any more money. I think they may take some of the money from the year 2 and try to push it forward so they could try to at least appease him, a Band-Aid, push the issues back. They got a lot of dead money this year. They'll have more money next year when some of these dead money, big contracts come off the books. I think you got to do something, because you do not want another distraction kind of just lingering on into the season.
There's Richard Sherman. You definitely don't want another distraction lingering. I also think he makes a good point, and it's what we've been talking about, Dibs, for the last 5 or 6 minutes. If the Niners, Kyle Shanahan and the Niners, aren't willing to pay Juwan Jennings or give him, a bump and essentially give him what he wants, you wonder, what do you got to do to get what you want? Like, I feel like Juwan Jennings is Kyle Shanahan's dream receiver. The guy who will do all of the dirty work. The guy who's at his best on third downs. The guy who became a security blanket for Brock Purdy all of last year. He was amazing last year, specifically once Deebo Samuel went down. But you remember early in the year when Deebo was trying to work his way back into football shape, it was still Juwan and Kittle who were doing the majority of the receiving for the 49ers. Juwan Jennings is the kind of receiver that Kyle Shanahan loves. And if he's not willing to give him the money that he might want, then I don't know. I don't know what kind of sign it sends, but it definitely feels like Juwan is the kind of player that Shanahan would want to pay and keep around.
Absolutely. And you look at what he's making, and Richard Sherman is right as far as the contract, and he's got about, I think, $4+ million is the salary, and then you get another $3 million that he could earn if he hits his incentives, and if he plays like he did last year, he will hit all those incentives, and so he could earn up to $7.5 million, I think, this season. So what Richard Sherman was talking about is what I have kind of been saying I think is the most likely way this goes, which is you take the $3.5 or so million that is in incentives, and you just guarantee it, and you add on another year onto his contract, so you turn out, right now it's 1 year left, and it could be $7.5 million, so you take it and you turn it into a 2-year deal worth about, I don't know, $12 million, and 7.5 of it is guaranteed. So all the money that he potentially could make this year, you get that. And then you go into next year, and if you decide at that point that, you want to part ways with him and you want to cut him or whatever, the damage would be minimal next year as far as a cap hit goes, and he would get more guaranteed money now, and he would get a year tacked on, but it's not a real year, right? It's just how much is the guaranteed.
Yeah.
He goes from a guaranteed 4.25 to maybe twice as much as that. You guarantee him 8, and you do right by him to where, this year, go out there and play great again, and then we can have this conversation again.
You talking about the way in which they can, be creative with the money and a contract and all that, and just take the incentives from next year that aren't guaranteed and plop them up ahead now to get him more money now, and guarantee more of the contract and add the extra year and yada yada yada. Just listening to that, and I would imagine like Mike Dunleavy and Joe Lacob are like, man, I wish we could do stuff like that.
Right? Absolutely.
1, it's not fully guaranteed.
Nope.
And 2, I can be creative and just, instead of paying you X amount next year, I can pay you a big chunk of that now, and I can clear up space for me next year so I can go and sign somebody else. Could you imagine if the way that NFL contracts worked were in any other sport, specifically basketball? Oh my God.
You could work magic. For example, Steph Curry, where he's going to be, I think, the highest paid player in basketball this year, and he's worth every penny. What if you were able to Shohei Ohtani that baby? And, take whatever you owe Steph, which is about $110 million, I think, over the next 2 years, and you stretch that thing out for 10 or 12 years, and,
Steph will pay you $1 million a year. The rest is deferred.
Right, deferred money. So we'll give you, $1 million now, but, trust me, you're going to get that Bobby Bonilla type of payout year after year. But basketball, you sign it, and that's it. You can't even rework it. And that's why this year has been interesting, where Bradley Beal and Damian Lillard, those teams, for 2 different reasons, looked at it and said, no, we don't, like, Dame, you're out for the year. We don't want to pay you. We're going to try and do something with your salary. So you cut and stretch, right? Is that what I think you were calling it that?
I think it's the wave and stretch.
The wave and stretch, whatever. Yeah. So you wave them, and then you take the money and you stretch it out over years to come. And so that lessens the hit, and the player still gets his money.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong. And football, it's really funny money. And so if you're Juwan and I'm John Lynch, and I come to you and say, Juwan, we really value you, and we have other receivers in the building, but especially right now, man, we really need you. We want you to be happy. So we're going to give you a 2-year deal. We're going to tear up this year's contract. We're going to give you 2 years and, $17 million, 8.5 a year. We'll give you the full 8.5 this year guaranteed in a signing bonus and in a salary. And then, next year, if you're still around, you get another 8.5 next year. And he'll know, and John Lynch will know full well that may not actually happen, but he'd at least get 8.5 now.
Yes.
Instead of getting 4.25 for sure, we're going to double that. So we're going to guarantee you 8.5. And then, it's a 2-year deal. And at the end of this year, if you dominate again and we're good and we want you, we can rip up the contract again.
Yeah. And that happens every year for Niners players, every single year. If you're so good enough and they want you around, they'll be creative with you to help you get what you want. Generally, that's happened. Now, they have regretted it at times, like they probably regretted the Ayuk one the second that it happened. But if you look at it from Ayuk's perspective, you can understand entirely where Juwan Jennings is coming from, even though his contract is not up. And I know you and Willard had this conversation last week about, well, is it fair that a team can just say, bye-bye, we're cutting you, and the non-guarantees you never have to pay out, but we get upset when a team, or a player is still on a contract and wants more and refuses to play until they get more. Is that fair? Is it not fair? Whatever. You just look at Ayuk as the example, and you can understand exactly why Jennings is doing what he's doing. I ask Ayuk right now, Dibs, was it worth it, all the trouble that last offseason caused you and the drama that you're still feeling? The team might not want you at your contract number. You might not want to be here anymore. Was all of that drama worth it so you could get your money? Yes, absolutely. Because imagine he went into last season, Dibs, without that contract and tore up his knee the way that he did. He might never even sniff anywhere near that money for the rest of his career.
You're right. And he went into last year and he made 5.725 was his cap hit, and that included some of the prorated signing bonus, and that money he already had recouped. So you go into that, you get the new deal, 4 years and $120 million, $30 million average annual, but the key is the guaranteed at signing, which is the no matter what money. He got $45 million no matter what. And the no matter what includes when you tear your ACL and MCL ligaments in your knee, and you're going to be out for 9 to 12 months. Hopefully he's back by October, or who knows when he'll actually be back. But the good news is for Brandon Ayuk, he gets the 45, crisp and clean.
No matter what.
Yeah, so he gets that, and had it gone the other way, like you're saying, he doesn't get a new contract, and I'm going to bet on myself, and then he tears up his knee, that might be it. And the 49ers would have cut him at that point.
Oh, yeah.
And he would be a street free agent right now with a bum knee, trying to figure out what to do. And, I think about it from the Kuminga standpoint,
I was just going to go there, too.
I know, Grant. I mean, you and I are finishing each other's sentences now, so I like this. We're locked in. But Kuminga, he's going to potentially bet on himself, but basketball doesn't have the same injury rate as football. But if I'm Kuminga's camp or his family, I'd be holding my breath every time he leaves the floor to go up for a dunk or a rebound, because, that's how I tore up my knee, was playing basketball, and basketball is quietly sneaky dangerous,
Yeah. You can tear up your knee, tear your Achilles easy.
Ankles, Achilles, knees. Actually, both of my calamitous injuries were from basketball.
What's your other calamitous?
Torn labrum.
Oh.
It had already been torn repeatedly, but the last time I grabbed a rebound with the ball behind my head, and Mike Rabb, shout out Mike Rabb, he just grabbed the ball and pulled
you
straight
backwards.
down. He just pulled my arm.
Oh, down.
Straight down. And I ran into the bleachers to try to lethal weapon it back in the socket. And it didn't work.
Did not work.
Did not work. And so off we go to Marin General. Yeah. Screaming.
That's a weird feeling.
Yeah.
You just feel it's out of the socket. And you're like,
it's beyond weird. And you can't get it back in. And so, screaming. If you ever want to get to the front of the line in an emergency room, walk in screaming. So the door's open, boom, and I'm just, screaming.
How old were you?
35, somewhere in there.
That must have been pretty damn painful.
Screaming. And the lady behind the counter, God bless her, Bertha or Esther, I can't remember. She looks at me. She's clearly fatigued at this whole scene, and I'm just screaming, oh. She goes, "Sir, did you dislocate your shoulder?" She goes, "Right this way." So I didn't have to wait in the waiting room, because they don't want the screaming guy in the waiting room.
You were the 8th screaming 30-year-old that she had to deal with that day.
Right. Yeah. So she takes me in, and I'm just screaming, and the doctor comes in. Morphine 1, nothing. Morphine 2, nothing.
Whoa.
Morphine 3, and I looked at him.
That's the good stuff.
And I said, "I love you, Doc." Yeah. And then he takes my shoulder and goes, whoop, and just folds it back in place, wrap him up, and send him home. Yep. Anyway,
gross.
Basketball.
But
dangerous.
That's what Kuminga is weighing right now. Where we don't need to spend a lot of time on Kuminga. Nothing happened over the weekend. Surprise. You and I were both right. Nothing would happen. Nothing happened with Juwan. Nothing happened with the Giants at the deadline, and nothing happened with Kuminga either. So 3 for 3 for us. Not that those were difficult questions, but we were right on that. That's why I view that it's incredibly unlikely that Kuminga would take the qualifying offer, because of that risk that is in place. But it means somebody's going to have to compromise, because they still don't have an agreement in place, and that's a similar spot that Juwan is in as well. Juwan has way more leverage than Kuminga does, the way that this all plays out, because Juwan is looking at the rest of the wide receiver room and saying, "All right, Kyle, all right, John, play without me. Let's see how you do without me.
I dare you.
I dare you." And then you'll come crawling back to me by week 2 when your receivers piss you off because they don't block the way I do, and then you'll pay me what I want. If it comes to that, maybe Juwan's thinking, I'll do it. And that's the mindset you have to go into this with, because if you show any sign of weakness, then your employer, no matter how much they love you, they will take advantage of that.
True, but also you have to go about it in such a way so as to not alienate your teammates and piss off the front office and your coaching staff, which is why I kind of agree with you. Last week you were talking about a hold-in, a classic hold-in, which you report, and that would be tomorrow where everyone reports and all eyes will be on Juwan Jennings, whether or not he actually shows up. And I think that he will show up. Whether or not he gets out there Wednesday and runs around and catches and blocks and does the things that football players do, that's yet to be seen. Just looking at Spot Track, I see his agency is listed as Drew Rosenhaus.
Okay, that's a big name.
It's a big boy.
Yeah.
And I think that that's his agent, and I'll look to confirm that. But if that is, in fact, who is representing him, Drew is a big boy, and he's a guy who has gotten many, many wins in all kinds of negotiations.
Absolutely. I mean, I don't know off the top of my head who he represents, but we're talking about a lot of the stars in the NFL. So that's nobody. That's somebody that is used to these negotiations, Dibs, and won't be fazed if it gets a little bit ugly and leads into preseason. Like, he will not be fazed by that. Now, ultimately, he has to. He can suggest what Juwan should do, but ultimately he does whatever his player wants him to do. So it's going to ultimately come down to what Juwan is willing to risk and how Juwan wants to play it. But the Rosenhaus, that is someone he probably is dealing with another one of these already simultaneously this season. That's how big of a name he is.
Right, and this is where you get to this point, and I just saw that Drew Rosenhaus confirmed, I think, to the Chronicle that this is what Juwan wants, and he wants either to get a new contract or to be traded. And this is straight from the playbook, where you get close to camp and you realize that whatever negotiations have gone on behind closed doors, and I imagine there have been some, at least discussions, and you get to a point a couple weeks out from camp and you decide it's time to take the next step. And in this case, the next step is not a demand, but you're asking to be traded. And I do think that there's power in the semantics of that. You know, if you demand to be traded, that is, for me, more severe, and at that point you might be less likely to actually show up. That might be a holdout. But when you request to be traded, you know, either a contract or, you know, he wants to seek a trade, that to me is a little bit more genteel than a hardline stance.
Do you think this is going to get ugly at all between Juwan and the Niners?
I don't. And to me, it stems from what the ask will be. So if you're Juwan, if you're Drew Rosenhaus, and you're looking at the situation and you look at your player, he's not a wide receiver 1, and he might be a wide receiver 2 now. I'll give him that, especially on this team where blocking is so important. And Ayuk is coming off a major ligament surgery. Deebo Samuel is now in our nation's capital. And Ricky Pearsall, God love him, can't seem to stay healthy.
Yep.
So the leverage for Juwan Jennings is roster-based, and it's also performance-based, because he was great last year, and he blocks, and he has that Shanahan mentality of, you know, he's a lunch pail guy at the receiver position. He's not a diva. You would never look at Juwan Jennings and say, diva? So he fits the Shanahan mold perfectly. So that's where the leverage is. But, I mean, is Juwan Jennings a guy who is going to command $20 million a year?
No.
Right. I don't think so either. I mean, can he be a guy who you sign for 2 years and $18 million? You give him $9 million guaranteed, and would that be enough for Juwan to be happy? I think that's where you're eventually going to see this fall. And so as we get into camp this week, we get into next week, I think that something's going to get resolved, and Juwan will be out there sooner rather than later.
Well, I wanted to ask if you thought it's going to get messy, because I'm with you. I don't think it's going to be anywhere near what Ayuk was last year, and so much of Ayuk was because of the big nature, the big money nature of the situation itself. Even a smaller scale deal can still get ugly, but I don't think it will even sniff the levels of Ayuk drama from last year. I ask you, though, because there is a situation playing out in Dallas that maybe is the comparison or something that is at the very least worth bringing up. Micah Parsons we mentioned this last week, I think on Friday, the very tail end of the show, because TJ Watt got his gigantic deal. Nick Bosa now tied for the 7th highest AAV contract for non-quarterbacks in NFL history. He will soon be tied for 8th whenever Micah Parsons gets his deal, whether it's with the Cowboys or elsewhere. I say or elsewhere because Jerry Jones was asked about that contract that is not yet there for Micah Parsons, who is due his extension and is going to have to make a decision if he's going to hold out or hold in or, do whatever he's going to do. Jerry Jones asked about that situation, and here's what Jerry Jones, ahead of Cowboys camp opening up, had to say about that today.
Just because we sign him doesn't mean we're going to have him. He was hurt 6 games last year. Seriously. We've signed, I remember signing a player for the highest paid at the position in the league, and he got knocked out 2/3 of the year, Dak Prescott. So there's a lot of things you can think about when you, just as the player does, when you're thinking about committing and guaranteeing money.
Could you imagine if Kyle Shanahan or John Lynch said something like that when talking about one of the best players on their roster and their ongoing contract negotiations? Just because we signed him doesn't mean he's going to play. He missed 6 games last year.
That's pretty good, Jerry. I thought you could have gone with a little bit more Southern twang. I thought you were going for it at first, but you kind of backed away from it.
Yeah, I did.
And Micah has reported. And whether or not he actually plays
we'll see.
Is another thing. And just looking at the story from ESPN, it reminds me of my trip down to Santa Barbara about a month and a half ago. I played golf in Oxnard, and the golf course that I played abuts where the Cowboys actually have their training camp.
Oh, okay.
Some of the guys I was playing with on, I think it was like the 9th hole, I was like, oh, that's kind of a random little football field.
Yeah,
and
what's going on there?
They're like, that's where the Cowboys have their training camp.
Wow.
It's literally right next to this municipal golf course. But so I was actually now picturing in my mind Cowboys camp in Oxnard, and Micah has reported whether or not he plays is yet to be determined.
Yeah.
But I can't imagine Shanahan or Lynch saying that about, like, George Kittle, for example. We like the player, but I'm not sure if he's going to be available,
Well, and then he also took a shot at his quarterback.
Right.
He said, we also paid this other guy most money ever, and it still is for a quarterback, by the way. And then he said, and he missed 2/3 of the year. And then he decided to, after saying all that, and everybody who knows anything about the NFL knows he's talking about his quarterback, Dak Prescott, and he treats it like it's some sort of mystery, and he says, by the way, I'm talking about Dak Prescott. He actually decides to say the name. That's just absolutely amazing. And J.J. Watt had tweeted about this and said, anytime you can publicly take a dig at your star quarterback and your star pass rusher simultaneously right before the season begins, you just got to take it. Nothing makes guys want to fight for you more than hearing how upset you are that they got hurt while fighting for you. And then Micah Parsons retweeted that tweet from J.J. Watt. So it is not smooth sailing in Dallas. I only bring it up, Dibs, because it is always fun dunking on Jerry Jones and the Cowboys and making fun of all their problems. But it's just a comparison of the drama, if you want to call it that, around Juwan Jennings and what is going on elsewhere around the league. It really, really pales in comparison.
There really is no drama around Juwan Jennings. It's just a guy who is underpaid in his mind, seeking to get more money, more guaranteed, and that is just the way you go about it in the NFL. And I don't love it. And Willard and I had this debate last week on, what would I do? And if I'm the Niners, I would probably play hardball, but you're in a spot where you need Juwan a lot, especially if Ayuk is not ready and Robinson maybe gets a 3-game suspension and all the rest of the names we can run down. You don't necessarily have a well-established wide receiver room where you can just say, all right, Juwan, kick rocks, we're fine without you.
Yep.
You're really not fine without him. But you look at the way the Cowboys go about this, and Parsons is going to make $24 million this year because they exercised the 5th year on his option. They could have him play on the $24 million and then franchise him the following year. And that is just the way some teams go about it. And if you're Micah Parsons and that is what the Cowboys are intimating they might do, well, then you go into shutdown mode, or I don't know what you decide to do, because Micah Parsons is, even though he's missed some games, apparently 6 games, you never know how much you're going to miss. He's what, top 5 or top 7 pass rusher in the game?
Yeah.
So, I mean, you go Crosby, you go Watt, and you go
Garrett,
Bosa, maybe, and then Parsons is not too far down the list than that.
Yeah.
So, I mean, if you're Dallas and you're Jera, you just pay him. cut to the chase, give him a deal. Maybe he wants to reset the market. I don't know. You've done it before. Like you gave CeeDee Lamb a boatload, and you gave Dak a contract that still hasn't been topped.
But also, guess what you cost yourself by waiting this long. It's what the Niners did last year with Ayuk, honestly.
Yep, fair.
TJ Watt signed his deal for how much was it? 42 per year AAV? I have it here written down. 41 AAV for TJ Watt. Now the price for Micah Parsons probably begins at 42 AAV. If you didn't wait, you could have gotten Micah probably for 40 or 41. But the Steelers set the market for you. Now you have to not just match it, but probably beat it. It's not a case of, am I better than TJ Watt? It's just, I am currently the best pass rusher that is up for a contract extension, so I'm going to get the new biggest deal of all time.
It's the way it works. And for the Niners and Brock Purdy, it didn't go quite that way because Brock wasn't insistent on it. And I think both sides looked at Brock Purdy and realized that no matter what we give you, it's going to be such a massive, life-changing raise that, you know, if Brock is not dead set on being the top guy in the market, and he wasn't, and the team is dead set on giving him a contract that is going to be market fair, you settle on 53 average annual. And I think both sides, if you're Brock Purdy, even if you have a little bit of ego about where you are on the list, you go check your direct deposit every couple weeks and you feel okay,
You'll
right?
be fine.
You're going to pull through.
Whatever that signing bonus was, you're fine on that alone. There's no doubt. Hey, it is time to give away the pair of tickets to Saturday night's Giants-Mets game. The first 20,000 fans will get a Stephen Curry bobblehead, and we're giving away a pair of tickets courtesy of Panini right now. All you need to do is be the first person to the contest line at 415-523-4652. Again, that's 415-523-4652 with the answer to this following question. I didn't remember many of the details, but between 4:30 and 5, we talked about this 49er having a kid and leaving for Niners training camp.
Oh, that was awkward.
So you got to tell us which 49er we were talking about. Again, call 415-523-4652. Good luck, and remember that if you don't win right now, we're giving away one more pair of tickets tomorrow afternoon right here on Willard and Dibs. Dibs and Grandy with you on 95.7 The Game. Yeah, let's hear that Jerry Jones one more time, because it really is just astonishing the way that he's talking about this. Here's Jerry Jones on Micah Parsons' contract negotiations, and he takes a subtle shot at both Parsons and his quarterback, Dak Prescott.
Just because we sign him doesn't mean we're going to have him. He was hurt 6 games last year. Seriously. We've signed, I remember signing a player for the highest paid at the position in the league, and he got knocked out 2/3 of the year, Dak Prescott. So there's a lot of things you can think about when you, just as the player does, when you're thinking about committing and guaranteeing money.
There's something about the way Jerry Jones says all this that, like, he thinks it's the most astounding philosophical thing that's ever been said. Like, he's giving all of us this crazy knowledge, and it's just, no, Jerry, they're football players. They might get hurt. It's kind of what happens.
I'll tell you what, if I had my druthers, if a man doesn't play in a football game, the man doesn't get paid to play in that football game.
Guarantee you he thinks that.
That man got knocked out 2/3 of the year, Dak Prescott. I don't know if y'all are following me, but what I did there was I led you up to it, and then I gave you the delivery. It was Dak Prescott. In case y'all didn't realize that, he missed 2/3 of the year. Dak Prescott. He still got paid, even though he didn't play. Weak.
That's a pretty good Jerry Jones.
Not bad. One more time through, and I'll probably even sharpen it.
Here it is, Jerry Jones on Micah Parsons.
Just because we sign him doesn't mean we're going to have him. He was hurt 6 games last year. Seriously. We've signed, I remember signing a player for the highest paid at the position in the league, and he got knocked out 2/3 of the year, Dak Prescott. So there's a lot of things you can think about when you, just as the player does, when you're thinking about committing and guaranteeing money.
A lot of things you think about when you're going to pay a player, when guaranteeing that money.
The best is when he says, talking about Micah, he says, just because we sign him doesn't mean we're going to have him. He was hurt 6 games last year, and then pauses and said, seriously?
Right.
It's like, yeah, he missed 6 games, Jerry. We all know this.
Right.
You guys really sucked last year. Part of it was because Micah did not stay healthy. Yeah, it's what happens sometimes. Unfortunate, but it happened. Seriously.
Seriously. Like, yeah, Jerry, we are Cowboys fans, and we watch the games, and when we're watching the defense and you don't have that absolute freak of an athlete wrecking the game, we notice, Jerry. Seriously. We notice. I mean, good Lord.
So the Niners might have went 6-11, Dibs, and maybe you're a little worried about the talent on the roster this year, and you're upset that they didn't win a Super Bowl the multiple times they've been to the Super Bowl lately. And I hear you. I'm right there with you. Giants, Warriors, they've delivered me championships. The Niners haven't. We can always say, Dibs, at least we're not the Cowboys, because the Cowboys have it 10 times worse than the Niners do.
Yeah, they do, and it's because of the dysfunctionality of ownership, and that's where I give Jed York and the other ownership a lot of credit for mainly what Jed has done, going from the Jim Harbaugh, Trent Baalke era, where famously or infamously he tried to go into a meeting and Jim Harbaugh basically said, "This is for men only," and shuttled him to the door. And Jed York, I think, was a little bit too open with the media, and there were leaks in the building, and the ownership, I don't think, was as buttoned up as it is now. And you bring in Kyle Shanahan, who says, John Lynch is my guy. You bring in John Lynch, and Jed York has taken a couple of giant steps back, not only out of the media spotlight, but feels like out of being involved with the football part of it. And you talk about Dallas and Jerry Jones. He's not only meddling as an owner, but he's got his kid in there, and he's making the calls and calling the shots. And he's not a football guy, and that's why your organization is a mess.
Absolutely, yeah. I didn't really. And by the way, real quick, shout out to Mark in San Ramon for winning our contest. Congrats, Mark. You're headed to Giants Mets on Saturday night, and get there early, and you can get a Steph Curry bobblehead. The answer to our question was McCaffrey. McCaffrey is the Niner who recently had a kid and is on his way to training camp today. He'll report tomorrow, but congrats again to Mark in San Ramon. I didn't really expect this to become our Cowboys hate segment, Dibs, but just while we're in this space, I was looking up playoff odds for everybody in the NFL, and I was surprised how low the Cowboys are, how long their odds are to make the playoffs. And there are only 4 teams in the NFC that have worse odds to make the playoffs than the Cowboys. The Cowboys have the 5th worst odds to make the playoffs in the NFC. Do you think you can name the other ones
that have worse
odds than the Cowboys in the NFC to make the playoffs?
I'd have to go with the Saints would be one.
They had the worst odds in the entire league with the Browns at plus 820.
Okay,
to make the playoffs.
The New York Giants would be worse.
Yes, 3rd worst odds, plus 790.
The Carolina Panthers have worse odds.
Carolina Panthers are there. They're plus 225. You're going in order. You're just missing the one that's right behind the Cowboys.
Yeah, and this is a little bit difficult because it's no one in the East. It's no one in the North. Could be somebody else in the South. I don't think so. I'm going to go with Arizona in the West.
It is not Arizona. Arizona's all the way up at plus 122. The Cowboys are plus 190. The other team in the NFC with worst playoff odds than the Cowboys.
The Bears.
The Bears.
Yeah.
I would not have gotten that. You know me. I'm a believer in the Bears this year. They're plus 194. The Cowboys plus 190.
I was torn between the Bears and the Cardinals because like Tampa would have better odds.
Yep.
And, in the East, the Commanders and Eagles definitely would have better odds. Yep. The Seahawks and Rams and Niners would have better odds.
Way better.
Yeah, you start to think about who else would be in there. The Packers, Lions, and Vikings would have better odds.
Yep.
And so that boils it down to just one of those two, and I guessed wrong. Luckily, you're not in there because I would have gotten a hearty buzzer.
Yeah. I mean, you should have gotten, like, all the dings. I mean, you did a great job leading up to it.
Lucas knows where one button is, and that's the whoop. That's, Oh, that, and he has the nope and the yep. But it's great. It's nice to have you in here.
Sometimes he uses those because he doesn't know where the buzzer and the ding is.
Nope. Yeah.
You don't have to peel back the curtain that far.
Well, I'm peeling it back to where it's nice to have Grandy in here because the harshness of the buzzer, and it's an insta buzzer too. before yeah, you're kind of catching up.
There you go.
You're getting too comfortable back there. By the time I said the cart, I couldn't even gotten the denols out. It would have been, I think it's the cart. Look at you, Lucas. You get the bit.
You're figuring it out. Maybe you could just stay in there, huh? Yeah. But yeah, I was surprised. I was surprised at how far down the list the Cowboys are. I mean, it makes sense because you laid out like every team in the NFC, and you're like, all right, yeah, they're better than the Cowboys. Yeah, they're better than the Cowboys. Yeah, they're better than. Like, it makes sense. But off the top of my head, I don't know. You think Cowboys? You think, well, they'll probably be in the race, but they are looking at an uphill battle. There's no doubt. So.
And yeah, their win total is probably, I would guess, 8.5 going into this year.
Get it for you.
Yeah, I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but if they're that far down in the playoff odds, then
7.5.
7.5 even. Whoa.
The under is the favorite, or the over is the favorite, -125.
At 7.5, yeah. That makes sense. So, the odds would tell you that they're going to go 8-9, which, there you go.
Not a
Cowboys,
playoff team.
Nope, not a playoff team.
Yeah,
and
so.
You mentioned the Niners and the Super Bowl, and the Cowboys haven't won it in even longer, but
haven't been way longer.
And I was just thinking about this because you were born in 96,
Correct.
right?
Yeah.
So
May of 96.
Okay, so you were about a year and 3 months away from being alive for the Super Bowl, and I just punched it up. It's been 11,131 days since the Niners won the Super Bowl. So you're coming up on being 11,000 days old pretty soon here.
Coming up.
Yeah. But I just wanted to, thank you. I did the math. I just want to see how many days. It was January 29th, 1995.
But only like 500 days from the Niners last being in the Super Bowl.
Right, which is good, but you mentioned it before, like the heartbreak, and you've seen your Giants do it thrice. You've seen your Warriors do it 4 times, and the Niners have been to 3 Super Bowls in your lifetime.
Lost all of them.
Right, and they lost all of them in unique fashions. The one in New Orleans, where you had the power outage, the Beyonce outage, and then furious rally only to fall short with the fade route to Crabtree, and then the 2 to Kansas City of more recent vintage.
Meanwhile, the Dallas Cowboys, Dibs, haven't been to the Super Bowl since January 28th, 1996. It's been almost 11,000 days since they've even appeared in the Super Bowl. Not won a Super Bowl, but appeared in the Super Bowl.
Oh, so the very next year,
yes.
In 96, they went and...
They won, but they haven't been back to the Super Bowl win or loss since.
Yeah, and the Niners have been to 3 and haven't won them, but...
What's better, to have loved and lost or not loved at all?
Look
I don't
at you.
know,
I think it's better to have loved and lost.
I think so, too.
And, especially for you as a Niner fan, it's heartbreaking to know that, they've had chances and they just haven't been able to get across the finish line, but at least you had 3 Super Bowl Sundays where you could be excited about your team being there.
And the Niners have the extra added trump card in recently we've beat the Cowboys in the playoffs 2 times, including 2 years ago here at Levi's, and then the last year of the Jimmy Garoppolo era, although I guess not quite because he came back and played partial of a year, but the year that they went to the NFC Championship game against the Rams, they beat the Cowboys earlier in that playoff run.
Yeah, which is nice, yeah. Do you remember the 2013 Super Bowl? A 17-year-old Mark Grandy?
Of course.
16-year-old Grandy coming up on being 17?
It ruined me.
The Harbaugh Bowl.
It wrecked me.
What happened? Where were you?
I was at home watching with my parents. I remember once the game ended, just lying on the living room floor face down for like 2 hours. So I was just so emotionally distraught.
Wow.
Yeah.
Just destroyed.
Just destroyed.
We actually were there for the week leading up to it. Radio Row, our program director at the time, sent the whole station. And it was pretty fun. The whole station went, and I was doing the morning then with the Rise guys, Whitey and Kreidler, and Rick Bucher. God love him. He was doing afternoons. I think that was Bucher and Towney at the time.
Wow.
And we go out to dinner, whole station, producers and hosts, and the bill comes, Rick Bucher. I got that, boys.
Wow.
It's about 15 hundo. I never saw the bill. My only regret was knowing that he picked it up. I would have gone heavier on the alcohol and the appetizers. I thought we were all going to pass the hat, so I was going a little bit easy. But Rick Bucher, points for Bucher, picking up the tab right there in New Orleans.
But next time, Rick, give us the
little heads up, right?
So we could take advantage.
I didn't know Deep Pockets Bucher was going like that, but it's one of the fun memories.
I would have, had like 5 more drinks if I knew that was coming.
Absolutely. Appetizer and dessert.
Just because we're on this prediction standpoint, Niners win total this year, Dibs. It is set at 10.5. Maybe it's always dangerous when you bet on the teams that you root for, and this is where I always have to check myself. It feels like 11 wins is in the cards for me this year. I think I'd take the over if I was forced. Over under 10.5 wins for the Niners.
Absolutely. I mean, 10.5 is a little bit of a tough number because you need 11-6, obviously. I'm Captain Obvious over here. So if you look at it, one bad thing, one bad injury can really derail it. If it's the quarterback, fine. I mean, all bets are off.
Yeah.
But you're looking at this schedule and you're trying to find more than 6 losses.
Yeah, find 7 losses. I dare you.
Right. And that's where I look at the schedule, not only the opponents, but the stack, how they lay out. And I can find a few. Like, you're probably not going to go 6-0 in the division. It's a pretty good division. And you have the Rams on a Thursday night early on the road, short week, that's a tough spot.
Week 1 in Seattle won't be easy either.
Right. And so you look at those two, and beyond that, I don't see a lot of ferocious opponents in really difficult spots. So if you pressed me to find 7 losses, I could come up with 7 maybes, but I also like the over on that.
If the team is just generally healthy, like we talked about last week, Dibs, there's going to be injuries. But like if any of your key guys don't miss just you add in, like maybe they missed 2 games and that's it, it would 10 wins or less would feel like a disappointment. If you're relatively healthy, 10 wins doesn't feel good enough to me. Not necessarily to make the playoffs. 10 wins and you're in the playoffs. But 10 wins and you're mostly healthy with this roster, so that feels like you came up short.
I agree.
Yeah.
And, I mean, you look at where it's going to be difficult, and if you go 3-3 in the division, which I think is plausible, the division is good and competitive. So 3-3 in the division, you've got 11 more games. Can you win 8 of those? 8 of the other 11 when you take on the likes of Jacksonville and Carolina, Cleveland, and the Colts and the Bears?
Should be able to.
Should be able to.
Yeah.
And I think if you look at the point spreads, the futures lines, I think they're favored in 15 of the 17. I'll bring that up on the other side and we'll see exactly which games. I think there's 2 where they are currently underdog and only by a point.
That probably Rams would be my guess.
And I think the other one might be the Browns, which is...
The Browns?
I might be wrong. And that's the last game before they have their bye. It might be Tampa, because they do have Tampa
that would make sense.
On the road, although they're coming off a baby bye because they play the Thursday, and then they go at Tampa. I'll find that for you on the other side.
All right. Time for a break. We're sponsored by Cache Creek Casino Resort. Dibs and Grandy with you. We'll wrap things up when we come back right after this on 95.7 The Game.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back. No Willard, is Dibs and Grandy with you today and for the rest of the week. Willard will be back on Monday. Do you think by the time Willard comes back, we have resolutions to Kuminga and or Jawan?
Or it'll be Jawan, not Kuminga.
Not Kuminga.
I don't know. Every time I seem to put some sort of a deadline out there, like, well, Summer League, once Summer League's over, teams want to be done with all this S. They want to be able to go into their off season, and here we are, and they're still dealing with this S. And by S, I mean stuff.
I have to go and find this again. Let me make sure I'm crediting the right person. I saw a report today that, you know how it's been generally understood that the Warriors, whenever the Kuminga business gets sorted out, the Warriors are going to quickly sign Horford and Melton?
Yeah.
The first additional report I heard on top of that was from Anthony Irwin, who covers the Lakers and is pretty plugged in down there in L.A., and he was quote tweeting a post of essentially like the best remaining free agents out there. And he's obviously looking at this with an eye on what the Lakers should be doing. But he wrote, based on some of the stuff I've heard, Horford, Melton, and even GP2 are considered likely for Golden State. So maybe you could add GP2 to the list, Dibs.
If he comes in on a veteran minimum.
Yes, that's what it would have to be.
Yeah, and I don't know all of the contract details as to, what a Kuminga contract would do, how that would spur them into either the taxpayer mid-level or the non-taxpayer mid-level. I don't know what number that would be that would allow them to still spend the $14 million that would be available, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
I do know they have GP2's bird rights, so that allows them a little bit of flexibility to go over the cap with that contract, but I'm surprised that GP2 hasn't been able to get any action elsewhere to where, like Kevon Looney, $8 million a year, boom, I'll take it, done, signed. He moves on, and we haven't had that sort of thing happen to GP2 yet.
Well, the reality could potentially be that he has, but he's just turned him down because he wants to be back with the Warriors. I mean, he had, his only success as a pro has been here, basically. Maybe he's willing to just take the minimum and ride out the last few years of his career here. Who knows? But interesting. I thought I'd point that out. But we were just talking about Niners win total, Dibs, and I know you did the real quick dive. Not necessarily a deep dive, but the Niners are favored in all but 2 games this coming year. Is that right?
Yep, back-to-back games. The Thursday, as I mentioned, at L.A., and then the subsequent game on the road at Tampa Bay.
Okay.
Both of those on the futures lines, they're 1.5 underdogs. And those numbers and those lines obviously will change as teams play and they either perform or don't perform. And so you get into the actual game week and those lines probably won't stand pat, but interesting to note because last year they were favored in all 17 and they went 6-11. So it just does not necessarily indicate how you're going to do based on what the odds makers are thinking.
But it was pretty similar 2 years ago, right? When the Niners went all the way to the Super Bowl and they were favored in almost every single game that year too, weren't they?
Yep. I think, again, these are the futures lines. And so last year when you got into the actual game week, I don't think that they were favored
late in the
every
year.
game.
No.
Certainly when they went to Green Bay and Buffalo in those back-to-back
home
weeks.
versus Detroit, not favored at the end of the year in that one.
Right. I think Green Bay and Buffalo in those games back-to-back, they were underdog in both of those.
Yeah, and they got outscored 73-20 combined in those 2 games.
My goodness, yep. And it was just all bad all year, but
it was Brandon Allen starting in Green Bay, if you remember.
That's right. And that was just kind of a woeful year, a lost year. And one of the deep dives I did recently is just looking at the Shanahan teams over the last couple of years. Where are they at halftime? And in 2023, I was looking at this. Did they trail in the second half in 2023? And I have a list here. Against Pittsburgh, they never trailed. They won. Against the Rams, they were down late second, but they didn't trail in the second half. They won. Never trailed against the Giants. Never trailed against Arizona. Never trailed against Dallas.
Yep, that was the gigantic win on Sunday night. I remember that one.
They were down 13-10 at Cleveland in the late third. Moody, that was the Moody game, missed a couple of kicks, and they lost to Cleveland. They were down most of the way at Minnesota. That was the zero blitz game. I can honestly say I'm sort of built for this. And they lost that game. They were down to Cincy at halftime, and in the fourth quarter, they lost that game. Yeah. So what I discovered is in 2013, they trailed at the half 3 times.
2023.
Right.
Yeah.
Is that? I thought that's what I said.
2013.
My bad.
You're good.
They trailed at the half 3 times that year, and they were 0-3 in those games. They led at the half 13 times. They were 11-2. So I was just looking at the Shanahan model of victory. It's get the lead at halftime, run the ball, and snuff teams out. Last year, they led at halftime in 9 games, and they were 5-4. So last year was kind of the outlier of Shanahan had some leads, and they just couldn't hold them.
They had so many just absolutely stupid mistakes down the stretch of so many games that cost them. Obviously, the big part of being able to hold leads and maybe also gaining those leads in the first place, but once you have them, the way that you keep them is by running the ball effectively and killing clock and long drives and turning those long drives into points and extending your lead, and so much of that obviously is going to be based on Christian McCaffrey. I think one of the biggest questions or maybe challenges that I see for Shanahan this year, Dibs, and I could extend it also to McCaffrey himself, it is just find a way to give Christian McCaffrey the best chance possible to stay healthy for the majority of the season. He misses a game or two, that's fine, but we can't have him miss like 5 games. The Niners can't do that. So it's going to be on Shanahan to, one, mix and match with the guys in the backfield. Like, see some Garendo, maybe you see some Jordan James. It's obviously going to be McCaffrey-centric, but when McCaffrey's on the field, don't just give it to him 100% of the time, and make sure you mix in others, because if McCaffrey is healthy going into the postseason and relatively fresh as you could possibly be after playing 17 games, you're going to have a pretty good shot no matter what seed you are. The way that they use McCaffrey is going to be paramount for me this season, because I don't want to see too many 25 carry games for McCaffrey at all.
You hope not, but if you're in a spot in the fourth quarter and you need to preserve the lead, it's a 1-score game, it's going to be McCaffrey, and that's going to be something that we all are going to talk about and we all have to deal with.
What about Garendo, Dibs?
Yeah, what about Garendo? Do you want
the ball?
Sure. And so you're up 24-21 with 6 minutes to go, and you need to go on a classic 11-play, 48-yard drive to soak up 5 minutes and kick a field goal to go up by 6 with, a minute to go or 41 seconds to go. You don't want to have that unravel by giving the ball to a less experienced running back and have him cough it up or go the wrong way, or
just like McCaffrey did in the Super Bowl, huh?
But it happens, and he fumbled, and that was a huge play in that game. But you're going to ride or die with your dude, and I'm looking just at 2023. He led the league in touches with 339.